This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Meteor Shower. At 1545 Beijing time. Jia Ming, a famous astronomer in my country, and the country's top astronomical team predicted a phenomenal meteor shower for the first time. With a scale of thousands of meteors. It is reported that this meteor shower is the closest to the trajectory of the blue star that humans can predict. It is now measured that there is a huge mass celestial body around the radiation, suspected to be a black hole. Hear, hear. Yes. The tale number 7474. That's it. Give it to me. Thank you. The girl stretched out half of her body and reached out to take the other party's takeaway. The takeaway boy was a little stunned at the door that was already closed and shaking slightly before he could say the words in his mouth. Only the tail sound of thank you echoed in the air. Ah. Why are young children nowadays so impatient? He really wanted to say something. Just a few words. This was the 5th time he was turned away today. Alas. Is it so difficult for humans in the modern world to say something? When did the distance between people become so far away? The guy rarely did some philosophical thinking. And he always felt that this was a little bit worthy of the sociology course he took in college. As for why a well-educated college student ended up working as a food deliveryman, that is another sociological research topic. The food deliveryman drooped his mouth slightly in boredom, and finally had to leave regretfully because of the time limit of the order. He originally wanted to tell the other party about the latest meteor shower in real time. But as it was getting dark, no one was willing to listen. This is his second to last order, and he should finish his work today if there is one more. The news said that there is a high possibility of observing a meteor shower tonight, and the scale is rare in a million years. For this reason, he also rented a large-scale shooting tool, waiting to take a series of astronomical images that will amaze the world. In this way, he may also be able to make a leap from a carp to a dragon, and achieve a big leap in profession and class. Well, I will stay and talk for a while. Delivering food. Takeaway. After all, no matter how ambitious the dream is, you have to eat a full meal first. By the way, what was the girl hanging on the door just now? A pendant? A bell? It was gray and mottled. Like steel but not steel. And not plastic. It felt that the carving was very rough. Like an impressionist work carved casually. It is said that such things are everywhere in the modern world. And modern people have long been accustomed to such an abstract style that the weirder the better. It is good if you can't understand it. And it can fool many people. Such as the delivery boy. When he turned around just now, he inexplicably felt that the color of the pendant was a bit strange. As if it was flashing? It was a very strange light that caught people's eyes in an instant. And it was indescribably colorful. It was difficult to describe it with existing human language. It was not a feeling that people could generally define. But then he found that it was just an ordinary pendant. Gray and smeared. Ordinary and ugly. Making people doubt that what he saw just now was an illusion. The takeaway boy couldn't help laughing at his own whimsical imagination. The sequelae of reading and the supernatural fantasy came up. But it was a pity that there were not so many heresies in this world. He simply urged himself to walk faster and walk to the other side of the building. What was the girl doing after receiving the takeaway that the delivery guy complained about for a long time? She took so long to get the takeaway. So she should be eating it. Yes. And no. She did receive the takeaway. As soon as she opened the lid, the fresh aroma of the spicy hot pot hit her face. And the ingredients looked fresh and delicious. The girl's appetite was excited. She lost her appetite for the whole day because she was forced to work overtime. So she couldn't wait to pick up a small piece of soft taro. The joy is too great. And the sorrow is nothing more than this. Because she ate too quickly, the food burned her mouth and caused a big blister. It hurt so much that she couldn't help but move a little too much, and accidentally picked up the boiling soup. Then it was really a series of chain reactions. And then with her hair hanging down on both sides of her temples, she successfully overturned the spicy hot pot, including the piece she was holding. The stuff spilled all over her, and her exposed skin instantly became red. She didn't even get a bite of the super deluxe spicy hot pot. The girl immediately looked like she was about to explode. Then she felt aggrieved and wronged. And then she had to suppress her emotions. Oh my God. Is this what it means to be unlucky and even drink water without getting stuck in your teeth? Why did even spicy hot pot bully her? However, the girl had been beaten by society for many years. and she was no longer someone who would collapse because of a little thing. Besides, no one would see her grievances. She was the only one in this big house to feel wronged. Besides, it was just a broken bowl of spicy hot pot. She was forced to work overtime today and repeatedly revise the same contract for 43 times. But she didn't get angry. She felt that her temper and patience had improved a lot after today's experience. She was grateful to the society and the client for giving her this opportunity. Smiling, she regained her spirits, cleaned up the mess on the floor, then grabbed a casual home dress and rushed into the bathroom to take a quick shower. When she came out, she quickly adjusted her mentality and became Jean Letian again. But dinner is gone. If she ordered another one now, she would have to wait for more than an hour. Jiang didn't have so much patience. After all, her dear Party A father was still waiting for her to revise the 44th chapter. Calm down. So she thought about it, took out a bowl of instant noodles from the kitchen, and planned to make do with dinner. She was almost starving to death. After leaving the kitchen, she went to the dining table and boiled a pot of water. The TV was still broadcasting about the meteor shower, and the experts were using some extremely exaggerated words to describe the rarity and grandeur of the meteor shower. The girl was not very interested at first, but she happened to be waiting for hot water, and the man's voice attracted too much attention, so she couldn't help but be distracted slightly while biting the fork. When she heard the sound of boiling water, she quickly pulled her attention away from the TV, poured it into the instant noodles, and then returned to the computer with the noodles in her arms. The instant noodles can't be cooked for too long, but it also takes time to wait. The girl supported her chin with one hand and looked at the French window next to the computer. She could also see the starry sky outside through the relatively spacious balcony. The person on the TV behind her was still excitedly shouting something about meteor shower. Alas, so boring. I don't know when the meteor shower will come. Will it be the next moment? Forget it. How can it be so coincidental to see it? And besides, this is a city, not a good observation point. So why is she thinking about these things? Is she really affected by what those people said? She thinks it's more realistic to fill her stomach at this stage. Oh, the instant noodles are ready. She is really hungry now. Chapter 2: Tragedy caused by a bucket of instant noodles. However, before Jiang Hui could lift the lid of the instant noodles cup, dong 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 dong, dong 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 dong, dong 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 dong, the phone rang. Jiang Hui was so angry that she almost threw the fork away, staring at the instant noodles in front of her with angry eyebrows, as if she was looking at an enemy. Sure enough, people still have to return to reality, let alone watching the meteor shower. Is she a miserable social animal, not even worthy of eating a mouthful of fresh and hot instant noodles? Jiang Hui finally looked at the instant noodles with grief and anger, picked up the mobile phone on the table, stuck a fork on the edge of the instant noodles cup, and went out angrily to answer the phone. There is no need to think too much. It must be the party A who caused her to change it 43 times. The degree of nitpicking on the other party is the most that Jiang Hui has ever encountered in her life. Simply to the point of deep well ice. There are many clients who have to call people to work overtime after get off work. But have you ever heard of a genius who would revise a paragraph 3 times, read it through 3 times, and then find a paragraph for you to revise? If you don't revise it for him, he will yell that you are unprofessional and want to complain. If you ignore him, he will really complain. Some people think that it is worth it to deduct wages for complaints without having to deal with such deep well ice. But the problem is not here. He complained to her boss in the same way to harass her, making her very annoyed, and finally it would come back to Jiang Hui to deal with it. Isn't this a terrible vicious cycle? Jiang Hui has only been in this company for a year, and has communicated with the contact person of the client's father 4 times. This is the 4th time. Every time she was tortured to the point of pain, and even made her want to quit immediately. However, she was always coaxed back by the boss with sugar-coated bullets. Just because the salary was considerable. It was only after the boss had used his money to persuade her that the boss was so attractive. The price was quite high. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to find a cheap worker who had the patience to work with such a deep well. After answering the phone, Jiang Hui came back with her phone in her hand. Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, all wrinkled. Her eyes fell on the instant noodle bucket, and they were a little empty. It seemed that they were hollowed out in just a few minutes. The girl sat down with a bang, like a lost soul, and the hard bench creaked. Her eyes fell on the instant noodle cover, and then turned to the time statistics in the lower right corner of the computer. She has been working overtime for 7 hours today. Can she have a good hot meal? Jiang Hui angrily hammered the table board with her left hand a few times, regardless of the pain in her palm caused by the reaction force. Finally, she couldn't help but angrily hit the upper left key with her fingers. When emotions get high, you can do anything stupid, and you don't even use your brain. Although this action was completed with only 2 fingers, it was no less powerful than the previous pounding of the table with the whole palm. As soon as the former action landed, the instant noodle bucket on the table jumped and moved forward half an inch, with the edge perfectly resting on the edge of the computer keyboard. And in a place that Jiang Hui couldn't see, the string of pendants hanging outside the house also jumped, flashing a stream of light, as if something was activated and began to make a series of subtle sounds. Beep beep for a while. And I don't know if it was the sound derived from the TV program or the sound of the clock. The girl's mind was blank. It was over. The barbecue was over. It wouldn't be completely eliminated. In extreme panic, the back of her head felt cold, spreading from the head to the back of her neck. The whole back felt cold, but the face and chest were burning hot. Jiang Hui was really going crazy. If all this was really gone, wouldn't it be like going back to the days before liberation? What on earth was she getting angry with a computer for? What was she doing as if she was fighting with a bucket of instant noodles? Was she finally driven crazy by the 44th revision of the client's father? Jiang Hui knew that what she should worry about now was not this, but whether the contract she had been typing and revising paragraph by paragraph all day was eliminated by her momentary impulse. But she suddenly seemed to have figured it out, went crazy, and even thought happily that if she didn't have this contract, she would be free and don't have to work anymore. Should she just quit her job? When she thought that she might not have to work anymore if the file was gone and the computer was broken. At this moment, a sense of pleasure that made her feel like she was falling into the clouds flashed through her mind, and a strange secret expectation rose in her heart. Oh no! What is she thinking? Jiang Hui wondered if she was being controlled or if she had lost her mind. She actually thought like that. Ah! I have revised the contract 43 times, and it is about to enter the 44th time. Time is money. This is all money. 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 Can't be wasted. Jiang Hui's face changed drastically. Red and then white. Then red and then blue and white. And her eyes were empty again. Time passed bit by bit, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the computer flashing a few times and finally staying stable on the original interface. It seems that God will not let her go. And the 44th revision is also stable. It's just a pity for some reason. What should I do? Alas, I still revised it honestly. And then shut it down and don't worry about anything. Jiang Hui placed one hand on the keyboard and held the instant noodles with the other hand to put them aside. She paused when she saw the bright soup and the noodles that had been soaked in the gap. She'd better eat a bite first. Otherwise she would starve to death before she finished her work. It's been a long time, and she hasn't eaten a bite yet. One bite shouldn't be too much. Right? Jiang Hui finally bowed her head to her greed, lowered her head and lowered her eyes, and picked up a string of noodles with a fork. She didn't see that the upper part of the dark night sky outside the house was like clouds and mist, with a faint light, and a burst of crisp sound surrounded inside and outside the house. When the mouthful of noodles was about to reach her mouth, the girl looked sideways and saw a computer screen flashing black. Her pupils dilated, and she looked up along her line of sight, just in time to see the black screen of the computer automatically popped up with a string of completely incomprehensible red garbled characters, which were scratched down line by line, as red as the blood in her heart. The brain was on the verge of collapse, but the hand moved forward by inertia, and the hot soup still frightened the person who was already offline, and the noodles fell on the back of his hand. Then, the triple stimulation of the heart, mind and body caused a linkage reaction, and the arm reflexively flipped the instant noodles over, soaking the entire computer. This was the end. Jiang Hui couldn't suppress a short scream, and saw the instant noodle soup splashed up and down the computer, bringing up a flocculent light net that flickered like lightning, and the black screen of the computer desktop continued to draw red garbled characters. It was at this extremely bad moment that meteors fell from the sky outside, as if the sky was full of falling stars. Jiang Hui felt hundreds of sharp streams of power encircling her from behind, along with the entire ground, extending to the table and then to the computer. and even her body was wrapped up together. And finally they were thrown out together along a huge torrent. She lost consciousness amid the meteor shower. Chapter 3: Traveling Through Time and Space. It is said that the speed of light is the fastest speed known to humans. And time is a comprehensive physical quantity that humans use to define the two states of motion and stillness of all things. There has always been a legend on the blue star that when a person can exceed the speed of light and reach a certain momentum, it is possible to reverse time and even travel through time and space. So what if it is the other way around? If someone can travel through the torrent of time, can they witness the speed of light? On the night when the meteor shower came, no one knew that a wisp of ghosts from the blue star was taken away by the torrent of time and drifted into the vast universe and time and space. It sank and floated in the river of time in a daze, accompanied by billions of trillions of light speeds, followed by the sun, moon and stars, and was unaware of where it was going. Finally, this piece of consciousness woke up from a long sleep, as if it had passed through the ancient wilderness, slowly falling, and finally attracted by a familiar aiming point. In a breath and a moment, a wisp of ghosts fell, and a flower of life bloomed. In the 9,983rd year of the 8th era of the star calendar, a district in the central plate continent of the resident galaxy's mysterious planet number 732 was also experiencing a meteor shower. However, the people here have long been accustomed to such a view, and no one stayed for this purpose. In a certain apartment building, the lights of a family suddenly lit up, and the house was silent for a long time without any sound. No living creature was detected moving, and the automatic sensing card light went out at once. After a while, a low humming sound was heard in the house, like a small animal, confused and a little confused. In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, but in a moment, a strange stream of light flashed across the pupil, and then quickly flowed out from the corner of the eye. Don't law, it hurts so much. To say May, what are you doing? The person lying on the ground reacted quickly and instinctively groaned because of the pain. However, it seemed that he still couldn't control a function that seemed to have been shelved for a long time. Everything he did was slow and his words were slurred, and his tongue was very thick. Fortunately, she was not talking to anyone at this time, but just talking to herself, so no one had to make an effort to distinguish. After a long time, the thin body finally managed to half support herself up, but she seemed to have lost the ability to perceive her hands, feet and limbs. She had a little difficulty controlling her hands and feet. She supported herself 3 times in a row before she successfully fixed half of her body. Detecting her movements at this moment, the photosensitive light automatically turned on again, and this time the lights in the front and back 3 rows of the bedroom were all on, illuminating the room. The girl's eyes suddenly shone into the strong light, and her eyeballs felt a burst of pain. The girl half supported her body. Her eyes were hazy. Her mind was still confused. She couldn't tell reality from illusion. Her head was empty, and there was a continuous buzzing sound. Where is this? After a long time, her thoughts finally connected with her brain, and the scenes before she fainted flashed back, followed by large patches of unclear light and dark chaos. And then the moment she opened her eyes just now, she couldn't have been electrocuted to death by a bucket of instant noodles. No. Would it hurt to die? Oh my. This is too painful. The ground was cold enough. She felt her back wet and cold. A strange rusty smell echoed at the tip of her nose, and her mouth was dry and painful. How serious is this? She caught a cold immediately. She should sit up from the ground first. Why did she feel dizzy and numb at the back of her head? She probably fell backwards and hit her head on the ground. What bad luck. Should she be thankful that she was not killed or had her occipital lobe damaged? She could still think clearly. Well, she was not so sure. She didn't really have her occipital lobe damaged? Why did she feel that the layout of the house had changed too much? Don't tell me that her vision was damaged, and even her normal spatial cognition was distorted. Otherwise, why would Jiang Hui feel that she didn't recognize her home? Jiang Hui's eyes widened and scanned the surrounding environment. She was stunned for a while, and finally blinked vigorously. No, this is not her room. And she remembered that she was on the computer desk in the hall just now. And this is clearly an unfamiliar bedroom. Where is she? Who rescued her and brought her here? Why did she end up lying on the ground for no apparent reason? There were too many questions. Jiang Hui thought. She had just taken a nap. But when she woke up, the whole world had changed. Then, Before she could figure out the current situation, the light suddenly went out again, and everything returned to darkness. Times%UN hashtag it. Jianghui said that when people are unlucky, drinking cold water will really get stuck in their teeth. What is going on? Is there a power outage? She didn't understand, and stood up unsteadily. Both of her feet seemed to be trembling, and her body was very heavy and laborious. She had to support herself by the table or something else beside her to stand up. In such a difficult situation, Jianghui finally managed to stand up from the damn floor, and she was finally not so cold anymore. The lights in the room turned on again, illuminating the entire room. Half a minute later, Jianghui looked at this completely unfamiliar place helplessly. Now she could be sure that the function of her occipital lobe was not damaged, and she was not wrong. But this was not her home at all. This was a very spacious room, about 40 or 50 square meters, not to mention that there were 2 entrances on both sides, which were covered by half-closed doors with a sense of design, and it was impossible to see what the structure and layout inside was. Jianghui thought it should be inside the bathroom and cloakroom, and it looked very spacious overall. There were long grid-shaped white blocks on the wall, and I didn't know what material it was. It didn't look dazzling under the light, but instead had a soft and bright light, which had a high-end sense of design. The large bed in the center of the room was overall plain, and the bed shape was regular. The bedding was dark and low in saturation. The bed board underneath extended directly to the surrounding area with a large wooden platform. And then down was the wooden floor laid throughout the room, with dark patterns moving. A large area opposite the platform was empty, with curtains hanging on it, which seemed to be floor-to-ceiling windows. The curtains were made of silver embroidery and looked very thick, casting no light and not allowing one to see the scenery outside. There were also other bedside tables, desks, large floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and some large furnishings of unknown origin. The owner of this room exuded a sense of I'm not short of money from inside to outside. This was probably the style that Jianghui liked the most, and she had dreamed of decorating her room in this style one day. If it weren't for the current situation, she would probably be willing to go up and admire it. But compared to admiring a stranger's room, Jianghui wanted to know what happened. And how could she wake up in such a completely unfamiliar place? Where is this place? Chapter 4 Rescue. Jianghui is now confused and uncomfortable. She doesn't know if it's an illusion, but she feels that her vision is getting more and more blurred. The scene is shaking violently, and her head is buzzing. She has the illusion that she will faint in the next moment. No, she can't faint. Now things are not clear yet. She is afraid that she will fall into a worse situation when she wakes up next time, thinking of those bizarre and absurd but terrifying real stories seen in the news in the past. Such as a girl was knocked unconscious and sold to a mountain village, and a boy was cheated of a kidney to buy apples. Jianghui feels that she can still struggle. At least this place looks more like a place where the village network is connected, and she doesn't feel like she has lost a kidney. But only for now. She still has to be cautious. The unknown does not mean that there is no danger. Maybe everything has not yet come. So even though she can't stand steadily now, and has a splitting headache, she still warns herself to stay awake. Unfortunately, her mind was no match for her body's instincts. She tried her best to stop her consciousness from returning to chaos, but her body was limp and close to going on strike. In a panic, she grabbed a tall object nearby to stabilize her body, so as not to fall down and not be able to get up. Ding-dee, the mechanical sound close at hand scared Jianghui, and she almost threw her hand hard. Fortunately, she still remembered that she was the one who needed help, so she stopped her hand and stabilized it again. Ding-dee, ding-dee, restart. The very mechanical voice sounded again, and this time it was followed by a sentence. What start? Restart? Did she press the TV remote control? Why did such a sound suddenly appear? It sounded a bit strange. TM806937 at your service, the strange voice continued, and Jianghui's mind was as muddy as a paste. His brain couldn't keep up. He could hear the voice, but couldn't distinguish the meaning. Scanned. Scanned. The person who has not fully awakened is injured. The injury is at the back of the head. It is already a serious injury, and has lost a lot of blood. It is recommended to send to the hospital for treatment immediately. Ding. The identity of the person who has not fully awakened has been confirmed. It is confirmed to be the owner of the phone. He is now seriously injured and about to fall into a coma. The automatic alarm function has been activated. The nearest district secondary hospital has been called. Please wait patiently. Call, call. Beep, beep. The other side seemed to be connected. And someone's voice came. Hello. Is this Ms. Jiang? The owner of 7A. Apartment 385. Changha Street? We received an alarm from your smart system saying that you have a serious head injury. I wonder if this is true. Please confirm. Are you okay now? Confirm what? Confirm whether she is dead? Why is it so noisy here? She is really uncomfortable here. And she keeps making noises. Okay. Send a car to pick her up. No need to confirm. The child has lost too much blood and is confused. Wow. There is so much blood on the ground. Why did the smartphone alarm only now? Yes, yes, yes. Her household registration is now registered with the collective communication user. And she is a temporary guardian. There was another long message behind it. Long paragraphs of words kept popping into her mind. But she couldn't analyze much meaning of a word now. She just felt that it was getting noisier and noisier. Then finally the noisy voices stopped. And the beeping sound that had been bothering her was gone. But there was still a chee-chee sound like a machine echoing in her ears. Like a 4D sound effect. The room returned to silence again. But Jiang Hui did not feel better. Instead, she began to focus more on her own feelings because she'd lost the distracting things. She didn't feel it just now. She just felt a headache and her internal organs were burning. Now, as time went by, she had another extremely uncomfortable symptom. She began to lose temperature. Jiang Hui only now recalled that she was probably really not feeling well now. Her internal organs were burning badly. But the temperature of the skin surface gradually dropped to far below the normal temperature level. You know, people will lose consciousness at the beginning of hypothermia. And then, they will gradually fall into a coma. And even suffer cardiac arrest in the later stage. She instinctively knew that she couldn't relax now. If she couldn't help falling asleep, she might never wake up again. She realized later that something said to call. Hospital? What else was it? Well, never mind. Anyway, it seemed that someone came to save her. Standing was too strenuous. So Jiang Hui simply changed his posture and sat on the ground. But the thing next to him that had been making noises was still making noises. It stopped making noises. But it started to turn around and around. Rolling around like a vacuum cleaner. Jiang Hui couldn't even lift his eyelids now. And didn't bother to see what it was. Caw. Caw, caw, caw. Such intermittent sounds came in the silent night. Jiang Hui was so confused that he was about to lose consciousness completely. He instinctively raised his head when he heard the sound. Squinting his eyes, and trying to see what was making the noise. Boom! A loud noise suddenly broke out at the door. Even though Jiang Hui was about to lose consciousness completely, he was startled and stared at the sky with wide eyes. What's going on? Why can't the connected smart system connect again? We just contacted the hospital. We have to take this approach. It may be a malfunction. The owner was injured so badly that he remembered to report it. I remember it was the TM series of the Helis group. It was only released last year. They dare to say that they have a 30-year warranty. I don't think they have to wait until 30 years for the warranty. If the owner encounters this situation, they can just send the person away and there will be no need for warranty. They can also retire early. Hey, what are you two doing? Work hard. Why are you still chatting here? If you wait any longer, the child will die of excessive blood loss in there. You don't want to work anymore. Chief Medical Officer. This bedroom is connected to the smart system. Unless the owner, Ms. Jiang, releases the authority. We can't open the door in a short time. You see? You two idiots. Have you wasted your previous first aid training? You are so stubborn. You are almost dying. Why do you still follow the civic norms? Just smash it open for me. Forget it. Get out. I'll do it myself. Boom, boom, boom. This time it was really like thunder. The door nearby shattered directly. And Jiang Hui, who was lying on the ground, was covered with dust. Enter. See a small figure lying on the ground, with blood on the back of his head. And his hair was tangled into strands. And blood flowed all over his body. With so much blood, even the strong Interstellar people probably couldn't stand it. Several medical staff, who came in seriously doubted whether this person was still alive. But the next moment, the other party showed the highest level of survival desire of an interstellar person. The little head trembled and raised up. And it was obvious that he tried very hard. But due to the posture, it could only be level with their feet. The other party shouted in a voice that was almost whispered, "Help me, Blue Star language." Then the person fell down with a snap. Chapter 5 Strange Dreams. Continued hypothermia still took away her consciousness. And finally she fell into a coma without knowing it. But for some reason, Jiang Hui could not rest in her sleep. She always felt a pain like a needle in her head. And her head was swollen, as if something was constantly grinding and stirring inside. This foreign body sensation made Jiang Hui react even in her coma. After sending Jiang Hui to the electric cart, the accompanying medical staff observed Jiang Hui's vital signs, while speeding up to send him to the emergency room. At present, the child's vital signs are very weak, and the vital sign circuit board next to it also maintains a long and slow beeping sound, indicating that the other party's vital signs are not strong but barely stable, but the weak stable kind. Suddenly, the curve on the circuit board began to fluctuate violently, forming a stiff broken line, jumping up and down, and the peak value was about to jump out of the screen. Ah! This scared the accompanying medical staff. Such abnormal vital signs often only appear in people who are seriously injured and dying because of uncontrolled heart rate. And this is a person who has not fully awakened. Their heart rate and internal organs are all known and will not fluctuate too much. Otherwise, there is a big problem with their mental body. Jiang Hui may have both. Isn't this a big word, death? The several medical staff who accompanied the person to the emergency room were panicked. Hurry up. Isn't there an accident? Is the treatment cabin ready? Wait. She may need to handle it manually. And the tools have been disinfected. The whole road over there has been opened. And you can go directly through in a while. Give me the respirator quickly. And let them know to prepare the nerve extension agent. Never mind. Just transfer it here first. And we'll talk about it later. Yes. Yes. Hey. Her eyeballs have been moving since just now. And her eyelids are shaking violently. Is she going to wake up now? That's not the way it should be. Unfortunately, their expectations were still dashed. And the eyelids and eyelashes of the person on the electric cart trembled. And finally opened their eyes in fear. The girl had a pair of clear and sparkling eyes. With long and charming eyes. Slightly curved at the end of the eyes. And light pupils. These were a pair of very standard peach blossom eyes. However, at this moment, the other party's eyes were scattered. And her eyes didn't seem to be focused at all. Ms. Jiang? Are you awake? Are you feeling okay? A female medical staff, who looked younger, approached the girl and asked tentatively. She didn't expect the other party to answer, but just wanted to judge her state of consciousness based on Jiang Hui's reaction. Is it just a reflex? Well, the body functions are still active. Hurry up and send. Jiang Hui naturally didn't hear the questions from others at this time. Although she opened her eyes, the scenery she saw was different from that of others. In front of her was a white background. But it was not the kind of pure white with nothing. In addition to the hazy white, there were many strange lines, which were scattered and changed from time to time. Sometimes long, sometimes short, and sometimes returned to the original point. Jiang Hui felt a little weird in her heart. But inexplicably she had a little instinctive fear of these points and lines. She didn't know what these things that were flashing fluorescent light and changing all the time were. But she subconsciously felt that these things should not be touched or touched casually. Otherwise something terrible would happen. Moreover, the lines and patterns flashing in front of her eyes became more and more numerous, and formed large overlapping shadows, which felt like they were approaching her in 3 dimensions. She was very scared, and inexplicably felt that she was in contact with some unknown and terrible thing. That was an existence that she could not perceive or even touch at her current level. Jiang Hui wanted to escape, but the strange torrent of power refused to teach her any escape behavior. In the chaos, Jiang Hui lost consciousness again. And this time, it was really dark and silent. This time Jiang Hui was really dreaming. In her dream, she seemed to be back home again. The small room that was not big and luxurious but made people feel at ease. The hall was still as simple and empty. The TV in the room was still on. And even the calendar on the wall was still in the state where she had torn it off that day. However, there was a little change in the place where the incident happened. The computer on the table was gone. And the instant noodles in the instant noodle bucket were empty. The dried noodles were spread out on the table. But another item was missing. Jiang Hui soon found its trace, because the French window next to the computer desk was also gone. But it was merged with another one. The huge screen extended from the top to the middle, and the lower half was the keyboard. The edge gap and the joint position were well connected, which was a bit strange. But this huge computer did not violate the rules at all. perfectly covering the original position of the French window. And now the outside scene could not be seen. And there were still a lot of red garbled characters on the screen, with thick and large fonts, which were very conspicuous in the middle of the place where there was no strong presence, which refreshed her somewhat dull mind. Jiang Hui. It was a dream. Otherwise, how could such a strange thing appear in front of her? Such a big computer. I don't know whether to say that she is always thinking about work in her heart, even now that she is inexplicably kidnapped and taken to an unknown place. Such a thing still appears. Or should I say that she is distressed for the computer that may have been damaged? She just bought a new computer, and she hasn't eaten a bite of the hot instant noodles yet. Jiang Hui was very resentful, but her mood seemed to be separated by a layer. She couldn't relax in this place where she didn't know whether it was a dream or reality. Her mind and heart were empty. Just as Jiang Hui was stunned, the originally still screen began to move again, and it was pulled down in a flash. And then it was soon red. The girl had time to react and look over. And then a sharp alarm sounded in the house. Sharp and piercing, shaking her soul away. Then, the world was spinning. All the scenery was changing, twisting and retreating. And when she was thrown out, Jiang Hui had only one thought. Is she having a hard time with the computer? Ms. Jiang? Ms. Jiang? Wake up! Are you okay? Someone called out in her ear, and kept calling until she wanted to respond. Then she woke up. The girl who returned to the world opened her eyes. Her eyes focused, fixed. Her sight fell on the large cylindrical object above, which was not very high, but wrapped her whole body inside, and fell into confusion. She woke up. Finally woke up. This patient was in a coma for a week after leaving the treatment cabin for unknown reasons. This is her second time in the treatment cabin, and she has been out for 2 weeks. She woke up this time. Go and call someone. So what she just did was a dream. Then where is she now? Chapter 6 Suspicion. This day was probably the most outrageous day in Jiang Hui's ordinary life. Ms. Jiang? Ms. Jiang? Are you okay? Nod if you can understand me. Or you can just say, I am Fry, an intern therapist in the 3rd surgery room on the G floor of the district secondary hospital. A tall man with brown hair and brown eyes stood by and asked with concern. Returning to the world, Jiang Hui felt a burst of discomfort, buzzing, and her mind was a little confused for a while. But her ears worked before her brain, and she captured some key words very keenly. Hospital surgery treatment room. Someone sent someone to the hospital. She was saved? Jiang Hui's first reaction was that she just came out of that strange place? She had escaped from the strange danger? Where is she now? She felt that the discomfort in her body had dissipated for the most part, especially at the back of her head. The sharp pain had completely disappeared. Then the temperature that was completely unbalanced before the coma seemed to have returned to normal now. And now I feel generally comfortable. But there is still some discomfort in my body. Although the sharp pain has subsided, it has now turned into a stabbing pain for some unknown reason. And the whole brain is swollen, making it difficult to concentrate on thinking. Please go get the GA3KV4 generation reliever. The wound on the back of her head may have produced an antigen reaction during the recovery process. The foreign doctor who claimed to be unknown seemed to be asking someone to bring the medicine. Jiang Hui thought that she really needed medicine now, and it would be best if it could relieve the tiny pain she was experiencing. But since when did the hospital's medicine start to be numbered and produced in doses? It sounds mysterious. Is it a newly developed medicine? After a while, she felt someone gently pressing her shoulders, as if instinctively knowing what was going to happen. Jiang Hui wanted to struggle immediately, but she was still a step too slow. The thin tube pierced the skin under her neck, and the bright blue liquid was injected. But as the medicine entered her body, Jiang Hui felt that the pain that had been entangled with her dissipated little by little. After a long time, Jiang Hui's mind was like a rolling wave that finally calmed down a little, and her thinking became much clearer. She opened her eyes. This time it was completely clear. You're awake. The foreign doctor looked at her with some understanding, and this time his tone was very firm. Jiang Hui felt that she was lying like this, and the other person was standing, which made her feel very stressed. So she struggled to sit up. Ms. Jiang? Wait a moment. The medicine has not yet been completely dissolved. Sitting up like this may affect your body's absorption. Hearing this, Jiang Hui had to stop and lie down. Doctor, where am I? This time it was Fry's turn to be stunned. The patient's first reaction after waking up was to ask this? Shouldn't he ask about his own condition? And doctor, What kind of old-fashioned way of calling is this? Miss Jiang didn't really break her head. However, he could still meet the patient's little need. So he said, Miss Jiang, you are now in the district secondary hospital. You have a severe head injury. Both lobes of your brain have been impacted. Although it has not been diagnosed as functional damage, it is not impossible. You should rest well first. What district secondary hospital? Is there such a hospital in the district where she lives? Jiang Hui subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Everything was wrong. There were many strange things in her mind. And the reality she was in had this, and that kind of weirdness. I want to go home. I want to go home. The girl lying on the treatment bed suddenly wanted to sit up like a madman. This time even Fry couldn't stop her. She sat up halfway. And when her back couldn't keep balance, she forced her legs to land and sat up abruptly. The result was naturally unsatisfactory. It was Fry who helped her so that she didn't lose balance and fall down again. You're not well yet. Fry was a little angry. Although he was only an intern therapist, he could work as a therapist in the district secondary hospital after only 1 year of graduation and was able to be responsible for the follow-up treatment of a patient alone, which showed his ability. But it was precisely because he was an intern therapist that his mentality had not been tempered like a regular medical practitioner. His heart was still hot, and he couldn't be calm about everything. He naturally couldn't stand Jiang Hu's willful patient. And of course, he was more anxious. This Miss Jiang was really too young. Did she know that she had just experienced a life-and-death situation a few days ago and almost died at night? And the part where she was injured was also very sensitive. The brain has always been the most taboo for humans. From ancient times to today, humans have not been able to thoroughly study it. Moreover, the brain area is recognized as one of the main sources of mental power. As a person who is not fully awakened, Jiang Hui should pay more attention to it. If he is not careful, he may regret it for the rest of his life. Jiang Hui shrank her neck reflexively after being scolded by Fry. The other party's tone easily reminded her of the lecture of the head teacher many years ago. Even though she had left the campus for a long time, she would still obey instinctively after so many years. But after a while, she had already sat up steadily with her legs on the ground. It would be redundant to push her back now. Since you are up, I will check you carefully again. If you are cured as soon as possible, you can go home earlier, the doctor named Fry said to Jiang Hui, asking her to wait in place and not run around, and then turned to a small room not far away to prepare things, probably medical equipment and the like. Jiang Hui was left in place, with a blank face, still a little confused about the situation. The girl looked around where she was. This so-called ward was very large, about 100 square meters, and there were some large medical machines with unknown uses placed around it, covered with characters she couldn't understand. The room was based on white and an indescribable metallic color. The materials on the walls and the floor had an indescribable sense of futuristic design, giving people the feeling of a laboratory or a very high-end one. Jiang Hu's mind was in 1,000 circles, and she thought a lot at once. And then the foreign doctor named Fry came over with a small cart of strange medical equipment. She also saw that one of the strange equipment had a subsidiary part similar to a long needle, and it flashed a kind of eerie light in this bright enough space, which made people imagine, at an angle that the other party could not see. Her hands behind her back suddenly tightened, and the muscles of her thin arms twitched, as if she was resisting some impulse. Chapter 7. The other party probably didn't expect Jiang Hui to have thought so much while he was away to prepare things. He took a blood pressure measuring device and fiddled with it for a while, then pulled Jiang Hui's hand and put it on her, although the other party said sorry first, and then pulled her hand with a sense of boundary. Jiang Hui, who had already imagined a lot of plots, had already come up with several plans on how to break free and fight back. However, all these thoughts were eventually suppressed by her, because, no, the situation is still unclear. If it is really as she thought, wouldn't it be a rash move to alert the enemy? It would be disadvantageous to her, so she had to endure it first. Anyway, it's like this now. She wants to see what these people are going to do by tying her here. Sure enough, the blood pressure measuring device was wrapped around her arm, and Jiang Hui immediately felt a different touch wrapped around her skin. A kind of cold feeling that only metal materials can have. What made her even more horrified was that this large piece of metal material didn't feel completely smooth, and it felt a little prickly. Could there be needles hidden inside? Jiang Hui had always been a person with a good imagination. Although she had not used this imagination to develop her career and improve her skills, she used it quite well in her daily life and entertainment. While she was feeling creepy, she kept imagining the use of this thing, tried to convince herself to be patient, as it shouldn't suck away her arm or something like that. But the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Sooner or later, she would scare herself to death. Although she managed not to react violently, her face had already turned pale. She could not help but conclude that this was a laboratory that was conducting human experiments under the guise of selling dog meat. The other party was still unaware and slowly advised, "Relax. You can't collect samples this way. And if the results are not comprehensive, you will have to do it again," which is very troublesome. Finally, Jiang Hui barely persuaded herself to calm down and accept the so-called test of the other party. And see first. After all, in terms of body size and information gap, she is at an absolute disadvantage. No matter what, endurance is her best way to deal with it so far. Yes. It's fine now. Miss Jiang, you don't have to be too nervous. The instruments of our district's medium-sized hospital are all purchased from the upper level of bidding, and most of them are from high-end medical equipment manufacturers registered by STAR, which are absolutely safe. Fry was relieved when he saw that the ultrasonic analyzer finally successfully collected blood samples and other data. But he could understand the child's uneasy mentality. He and the main treatment room responsible for emergency treatment at the time checked the information that the other party allowed to be open to the public. This is a child in a bad situation. Both parents have died, and relatives who are a little further away can't rely on him. The family was not heartless, and gave some resources and common currency. But according to the rules, the household registration and other things were registered as collective users, which basically showed that there was no need to count on them. Although Ms. Jiang called her a lady, she was actually only a teenager and still in school. Suddenly coming to this strange place where he had no relatives, and encountering such an accident on the first night, he must be very scared. He sympathized with Jiang Hui, but his hands did not stop moving. He pressed the instrument very skillfully, and the data was refreshed for more than a dozen lines. And then something like a progress bar appeared on the screen. Okay, don't take off the hydraulic wristband yet. This process still needs to compare some changes in your body data, which will probably take about half a star hour, Fry said gently to Jiang Hui, who was watching the hydraulic wristband. He mistakenly thought that the other party was uncomfortable with the hydraulic wristband, and adjusted the elastic band for her. But Jiang Hui didn't know that this was not what she was thinking at the moment. She could feel that this thing called hydraulic wristband seemed not as dangerous as she imagined. Although there was a momentary sting at the beginning, it did not last long. Just like being bitten by an ant. Her attention was not on this wristband now, but on the various strange feelings that had been lingering since just now. At first, she ran to a strange room for no reason, then collected and tested. Data changed. Strange equipment that she had never seen before. The surrounding objects and styles were different from what she had seen before, and there was a feeling that there was a thick layer of cultural roots. An Interstellar medical equipment manufacturer Star Time. Oh my god! She was not infected? She has been feeling very strange since she woke up. Jiang Hui felt a little cold, but still had a glimmer of hope. Ms. Jiang? Ms. Jiang? Fry asked. And then, he couldn't help but worry about this little girl, who was not even an adult yet. She was sent in because of brain injury. At that time, he assisted the main therapist in treating her, so he knew that she was seriously injured. Although no functional damage was found except for some confusion in brain waves when testing her brain function later. How could such a degree of injury have no effect on people? Now he is awake, and his consciousness is restored without any hindrance. But he is dazed and dazed again and again, as if his brain is not working properly, which must be affected. Fry decided to take the deep brain wave detector and other deep detection medical equipment to check him later to see if there is any problem that has not been found before. Are you tired? Wait for the test results to come out. If there is no problem, I will send you back to the ward to rest. It won't take too long. About 10 minutes. Although this type of ultrasonic medical equipment is relatively old in technology, and is a legacy left over from the ancient times, it is the most gentle, and has the least mental impact on the unawakened. Just bear with it. The other party wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by the girl opposite. I would like to ask, who am I? The girl's eyes suddenly changed from a little dim, and even dull to lively. and the whole person became lively like a touch of the eye. No longer as weak and ethereal as seen just now. But her question seemed a little too weird. The therapist named Fry paused. Excuse me. Which planet am I standing on? What year is it now? How did I get here? Jiang Hui's questions came out like a string of firecrackers. Her expression was confused and anxious, with disbelief and suspicion intertwined, forming a very strange and split expression. Fry didn't say another word. The relaxed atmosphere between the two of them broke down inch by inch, stiffened to a certain extent, and the two looked at each other in silence. Then, Chief Medical Officer, Ms. Jiang Hui in room KY8047 seems to have a problem with her brain. Please send a team of medical staff immediately. Fry hurriedly called to the small microphone hanging on his chest. Jiang Hui. Chapter 8 Interstellar World. Because of her suspicious questioning, Jiang Hui was pushed into the emergency room by a group of medical staff who were making a fuss. Then 5 or 6 people hurriedly examined Jiang Hui on the emergency table. This time, she was really being the butcher and the fish. As soon as she was sent to the emergency table, she was fixed with 4 people wearing something similar to an oxygen mask, leaving no room for resistance. Those people put something on her head, and then hung something on her waist. After a while, they even refused to let go of her fingers, and they didn't know what they were sticking one by one. She felt like a dead fish, being turned over and over, and the continuous beeping sound of the machine was in her ears. Has the test data come out? It just came out, but it was a superficial test. The problems she had just now were clearly memory loss, which may be functional damage caused by brain lobe damage. It seems that her previous question was regarded by the other party as amnesia due to a fall. What are her brainwaves now? It looks fine, but she seems a little excited. Oh, it's starting to fluctuate violently again. Oh, it's because she got excited when she heard what you said. There's nothing wrong with her blood analysis. The blood concentration and other aspects are all within normal standards. She's just a little malnourished. I also have problems here. Her heart has a slight problem. She may need to be treated. But it's just a minor problem. It should be cured soon. If it doesn't work, I'll replace it with a product from the Hito series. What's going on? Why is she so excited? Her mental strength meter is a little over the standard, far exceeding that of the unawakened people of the same level. This is very abnormal. Her heart rate is abnormally fast. Look, she seems to be twitching. Maybe she is lacking oxygen. Give her oxygen quickly. Jiang Hui. I am scared. Aren't I? What do you mean by a little problem with the heart? And what about artificial replacement and products? I am a human. Don't describe it as if you are repairing a car. Strange instruments. Various terms that seem to cross the ages. The surrounding environment beyond ordinary cognition. And the various experiences since waking up in that weird room, all remind her of some abnormal and earth-shaking changes. Jiang Hui has a strong premonition that she seems to be no longer in the ordinary world she knows. Lying on the emergency table and being first aided by various so-called instruments, she gradually fell into a coma. In her sleep, she began to dream. Jiang Hui sometimes. At that time, I felt that there was indeed a bit of drama in my life. She was born into an ordinary and happy family, but because of a sudden accident, they were separated overnight, leaving her alone to survive in the world. She finally grew up and left school and got a good opportunity, but because of natural disasters and man-made disasters, she missed it and finally had to find a job to make a living. When she reluctantly accepted her fate and was ready to make a big splash in an industry she had never thought of before, she came here inexplicably. Oh my God! Who can tell her what happened to bring her? A blue star. To the interstellar era hundreds of thousands of light years later. Yes. After the doctor's emergency treatment just now, she finally remembered some memories. Or quickly browsed the memories left in this body. The memory is a little girl's carefree life on a planet in the inner galaxy. She had a happy family since childhood and grew up under the love of her parents. And then lost everything in an unfortunate accident. Her guardianship was temporarily given to the family, waiting for other collateral branches to adopt her. But a week ago, her mental power did not improve after her second awakening, but remained at the level of her first awakening. Therefore, she was also identified by the upper echelons of the family as having low qualifications and limited training value. According to the family regulations, she could also choose to continue to stay in the family and wait for distribution. But the resources she originally enjoyed would need to be reduced. The original body may have had her own ideas. So she chose another way, leaving the family to the lower level galaxy, so that she could get a large resettlement fee at one time. However, this situation is actually separated from the family, no longer enjoying the usual assistance of the family, and giving up all future resources. This kind of family member, who even separated the household registration to the collective user, is quite independent. And even if the family is convicted, it may not be implicated, and the relationship is still relatively clean. Of course, she broke not only the relationship, but also not as simple as leaving the inner galaxy. Her choice made her actually lose many possible choices. Perhaps for some people, the original body's choice can be said to be very naive. Picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. A moment of impulse ruined the bright future that she might have had. But for the current Jiang Hui, it was a great blessing, as she didn't have to face the big problem of her original acquaintances. Jiang Hui's feeling was indeed correct. Now she was no longer in Blue Star. She came to a different world that had developed to the Interstellar era. She was not the original Jiang Hui of Blue Star, but Jiang Hui, a citizen born in the inner galaxy RB690 Khmer star. She traveled through time. Jiang Hui had a hard time digesting the news. Even the memory that suddenly appeared in her mind was as unreal as a TV image. And she couldn't put it into her. As she was thinking about it, someone came into the ward. This time, it was not her old acquaintance Fry, but another older doctor. As soon as the other party came in, he saw her half leaning on the bed and seemed to be in a daze. "Ms. Jiang," the other party called, and immediately attracted Jiang Hui's attention. "Hello." She hesitated and greeted in the language in her memory. In fact, Jiang Hui should have found something wrong. It turned out that she had been using the interstellar universal language with others since she came here. That was the instinct left in the brain of this body, so that she didn't become dumb and deaf from the beginning. But at that time, she could understand it. And it could be said that it was an instinctive reaction when her brain was slightly confused. But now that she is awake and has accepted the memory, she can distinguish the two sets of languages in her mind more clearly. After all, these are two language systems with completely different pronunciation rules. "Hello. I am your main therapist, Hekalet, responsible for your treatment this time." He naturally extended his hand to her. This was a very westernized etiquette even in her past world, and was rarely used in the country where she lived. "I didn't expect that after coming here and becoming a minor again, I would need to use it. It seems that this is still a very common etiquette here." Jiang Hui shook hands back with some discomfort, trying her best to hide her unfamiliarity with this world. Chapter 9. Khaled didn't pay attention to Jiang Hui's slightly unusual nervousness, thinking that he was just shy and introverted, and probably timid in an unfamiliar environment. The main therapist usually needs to be a more experienced intermediate or higher level therapist, who is more experienced in treating patients and knows how to soothe patients' sensitive emotions. He said to Jiang Hui gently, "Are you feeling okay today? Can you tell me?" "It's okay. Don't be too nervous. I'll come over to check your condition roughly, so that we can complete the treatment plan as soon as possible and leave the hospital and return to your home." "Yeah." Jiang Hui nodded. But for some reason, she inexplicably cared about the other party's words. It's not the content, but the other party seemed to emit a strange and regular magnetic field when he was talking just now. The power was not strong, but she felt a lot calmer when she was wrapped in this magnetic field. And her nervousness was also dispelled. Is this the so-called healer skill? Jiang Hui has not yet completely digested her memories. Her mind is full of life experiences and important events. The remaining long-term memories, details, and even some common sense knowledge need to be digested bit by bit. It seems that she has to spend some effort on this when she returns. Otherwise she is afraid that some big problems will arise in the future. No. She shouldn't think about this. She wants to find out where her original body is. Don't let her accidentally squeeze out the original body when she traveled here. Isn't she a robber who takes over the body? But if the soul of the original body is still in the body? She sighed. She really doesn't know what to do. She was thinking about something aimlessly. The therapist named Carlette seemed to have obtained some data, and was writing something. "I wonder if Ms. Zhang's memory is still problematic. If you find any memory loss again, we will arrange a brain treatment for you." The other party asked again. "It should be fine," Jiang Hui said uncertainly after reciting the scattered memories in his mind. The other party's pen stopped immediately. "Should? You shouldn't say that. You are not yet an adult, and have just passed the second awakening period. You are among those who have not fully awakened. The brain area is a very important area for you. You can't treat it so ambiguously. You should say there is a problem, or there is no problem. Answer it affirmatively. Carlette said solemnly. Jianghui didn't know that her casual remark would cause such a big reaction from the other party. So she could only respond hastily, no problem. No problem. The other party was willing to give up. And then return to his previous gentle appearance. Okay. I will now tell you about your physical examination results in the past few days. Except for the main affected part of the head. The rest of the body is relatively balanced. The blood index is 67/85. Then there was a series of incomprehensible data. And there were many medical terms that she couldn't understand. The only thing Jianghui could understand was the comprehensive analysis results that followed. Normal. Slightly higher or lower. After reading it like this for a round, he finally began to focus on her affected part. Jianghui realized that she had hit her head when she just came here. No wonder her head hurt so much at that time. She'd probably lost too much blood and her brain function was a little off. And she thought the red flash on the ground was a carpet pattern. Now I think it was blood. According to the main healer named Carlette. She first hit a sharp object, then hit the back of her head on the ground and suffered a second injury. So the brain was hit hard, causing damage to two lobes. And it is suspected that the subtle functions of the brain were affected. This sounds very serious. If it were on Blue Star, the people on the other side might become idiots. But it is still a healable injury in the interstellar world. After all, even memories can be recovered with brain treatment. Jianghui has a certain understanding of the medical technology in this interstellar world. The other party didn't seem to care much about the damage to her physical organs. He was more concerned about whether the energy source or mental power of her brain was damaged. The next 10 pages were all about the analysis of her brain and mental state. The final conclusion was that there was no big problem. It was just that the overall state was quite active due to external stimulation. It might just take mental stabilizers for a period of time. I'll prescribe you a 5-day dose. You must take it on time every day after you go home and calm your mind. Only in this way can your mental power return to a stable state. You must remember not to skip it for convenience. Carlette warned earnestly. Mental combing? She didn't even know what mental power was, and how to do it. How could she comb it? She should wait until she went back to find out the original owner's affairs. But Jianghui would not say these words to Carl's. She could only nod in agreement. Also, the patrol team of your area went to your residence for an on-site investigation, and found out what happened before and after your injury. Your injury this time was an accident, and there was no interference from other forces. Oh, the Interstellar also has this kind of service. It sounds a bit like the police going to the scene to investigate after a case occurs. Later, Jianghui learned that the Interstellar Patrol Team is actually the modern police department. And her guess is indeed correct. But after you were injured, the intelligent robot connected to the apartment missed the best time to report due to a malfunction. And even hindered the rescue during the rescue process, almost killing you. The patrol team has previously registered the model and factory code of the intelligent robot and reported it to the manufacturer. They need to bear the damage to the house caused by this rescue. And you may need to communicate with them in person for the compensation part. Jianghui, it really is good. Very thoughtful after-sales service. Isn't this the kind of shopping experience that Blue Star people dream of the most? Isn't she experiencing it for the ever-bright Blue Star compatriots first? Jianghui didn't quite understand these. But she wasn't stupid enough to ask how to communicate. Just nodded obediently. Seeing that the other party seemed to have said a lot of things. He seemed to want to confirm whether he had left anything behind. He repeatedly looked through the medical records and finally said, "There is one more thing I may tell you. Although it is just a small matter, you still need to pay attention to it." There is something else? Jianghui did not comment. She felt that nothing could scare her now. After all, the many situations before did not scare her to death. And now she was not surprised to hear anything. During the examination, we found that your heart aortic valve was narrowed from birth, which led to heart failure. We treated you, by the way. Now there is no problem. Because it is not a big problem. It is not recorded separately in the medical record. This is a big problem. Okay. Jianghui was stunned when she heard it. Do you interstellar people treat heart disease so casually? It turns out that heart diseases that are almost classified as serious diseases on Blue Star can be ignored here. This. really opened her eyes. Chapter 10. Jiang Hui, whose worldview was severely re-examined by the interstellar people and their technology, really didn't know what to say at this moment, and who to say it to, so he could only swallow the shock in his heart. Okay, there is no problem on your side, and you can probably go through the procedures to be discharged in the afternoon. If it is not convenient for you, you can stay for another night. But I suggest that it is better to go back to live, because this part is beyond the scope of reimbursement of medical insurance. You can resume your normal diet today, and lunch will be in a while. You can eat in the restaurant, which is also included in today's expenses. After lunch, someone will come to deliver the mental stabilizer, and then you can pack up and prepare to leave the hospital. The hospitalization process in this interstellar era sounds really neat, and the steps are fast enough. There is no need to queue up for treatment, and the problem is treated immediately after it is found. After the treatment, you can leave the hospital directly without rest. This means that there is no intention to keep people. Although Jiang Hui thinks that it may be a bit too fast, he is still more concerned about the situation of the original body. So it is okay. She agreed to whatever Carlett said, and seemed to be very cooperative. Seeing that Jiang Hui had listened to everything, the other party ended the consultation with satisfaction, and then politely said goodbye to Jiang Hui and shook hands, and left. After the other party completely left the ward, Jiang Hui's shoulders drooped instantly. Although the hospital gown on her body was very thin, it seemed that there was a heavy force pressing on her shoulders, making her unable to move. Alas, this mess. What should I do? She lay on her back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long time, she sighed deeply from the extreme silence in the room, and then suddenly called out, Jiang Hui? Jiang Hui, are you still in the body? But no one answered for a long time. It was not until she left the room and went outside to see the outside world that Jiang Hui realized what the interstellar world really meant. Jiang Hui was a relatively ordinary person when she was on Blue Star. She did not study well during her school years. Later, she chose liberal arts, and she had no chance to study science. After leaving college and entering society, she had no chance to study this aspect. However, human beings' exploration of astronomy and the unknown universe is instinctive. For a while, she liked to watch various cosmic exploration programs, or explore those unknown cosmic secrets. She thought that the sky they saw on Blue Star was like this, all because the solar system was arranged like this. But if there were human-like life on other galaxies and planets, how different would the sky they saw be? Of course, with her knowledge at the time, she could only imagine it, and she really couldn't imagine a specific scene in a systematic way. But now she doesn't need to imagine it, and can directly feel this difference. Standing on the ground, she looked up and could see a huge planet hanging in the air. It seemed to be very close to the ground. The surface was smooth and emitted a soft glow. It was not too bright, but it gave people a very bright feeling of light. She was here, and the light sources around her had a very similar feeling to this light. She had reason to suspect that the entire planet under her feet was provided by this near-Earth planet. There were several other planets with obvious three-dimensional sense like this, but none of them was as big as the previous one. They were about the size of a plate when viewed from the ground, and their appearances were different. In addition to these planets that can be seen with the naked eye, there are hundreds of millions of stars scattered in the sky, and the star field extends so far that it is impossible to count them. Jiang Hui, a country bumpkin who has never seen such a scene, almost got scared to the point of his legs going limp when he first came out and took a look. What is this? This looks like the scene of a planet falling in a movie. Don't people who live on this planet every day have a fear of huge things? Yes, people were born here and have been used to seeing it since childhood. To them, these planetary landscapes are like the sun, moon and stars to humans. This is just the scene of this mysterious planet. What about the heavenly and earthly levels? Or the main planets of the inner galaxy with 60 levels of measurement of heavenly stems and earthly branches? Or the central star region above? It is hard to imagine how vast the sky is that the interstellar people see. Alas, the vast universe that the Blue Star people once pursued was probably no more than this. Unexpectedly, she, who has no curiosity for scientific truth, had the opportunity to see it. It is also the impermanence of life. But after she saw the sky of another world, is it possible for her to return to the land where she once belonged? The possibility is probably very small. After calming down his extremely melancholy mood, Jiang Hui gathered his mind and walked towards the restaurant. The district secondary hospital is an integrated hospital. All departments are built in one building, including greening and activity rooms, which are also set up in the open area of the high-rise building. The basement is used to park vehicles such as hovercraft. This is also very consistent with the characteristics of saving land resources in the future world. A high-rise building condenses the hospital area that may have required more than 10 hectares to build in the past. Some special departments also have special elevators to ensure that patients have an absolutely quiet environment and safe space. However, the surgery department where Jiang Hui is mostly is a light disease ward, which is separate from the former. She has no chance to experience it for the time being, and she doesn't think she will have this opportunity in the future. The restaurant in the light disease ward is about 20 floors, and you can just take the elevator up, which is no different from the blue planet. But it's still a little different after all. The elevator is very large and cylindrical. The overall structure is full of heavy metal elements. Through layers of transparent glass, you can see the planets rotating in the sky. From Jiang Hui's modern perspective, there is a strange sense of mystery. And it's not just the scenery that is different, but also the people. In fact, there is no difference between the humans in the interstellar world and the humans on the blue planet. They have similar facial features. There are Caucasians with high eyes and deep noses, Mongolians with classical and soft looks, and Negroes with dark skin. But no matter which type, they are much taller and more handsome than the people on the blue planet. And they look like they have optimized their genes a lot. But maybe because I know in my heart that they are interstellar people, and I am a ghost from the blue star thousands of light years away, I always have an indescribable sense of guilt. The clothes they wear are also different from those on the blue star, feeling more diverse and high-end, and more futuristic, but not the close-fitting and exotic clothes they once imagined. They are still quite blue star people, because they came in later. Each of them was tall and strong. Jiang Hui had to step back to make room for them. Chapter 11 Restaurant. Although the original body was only in her teens, she was completely a minor on Blue Star. And even among the interstellar people, she was an immature child. However, perhaps the nutrition on the interstellar side was sufficient, and the genes were also highly optimized. So the average height of people was relatively high. Even for minors, the original body was only 15 years old. But she was already much taller than Jiang Hui in her previous life. But she, a minor, looked very petite and pitiful next to a group of tall and capable adults. She shrank to the edge without leaving a trace. But the space was so small that the feeling of being in the same room with other people was still very strong. She couldn't help but reduce her sense of existence. But as the elevator stopped floor by floor, Jiang Hui stood for a while, and suddenly remembered a problem. She seemed to have forgotten to press the floor. Fortunately, although the people were standing close together, there was just a gap, so she could see the display screen. But the display on it was very complicated and Jiang Hui didn't know how to distinguish it for a while, let alone stop the floor. What can Jiang Hui do now? She can only search for relevant common sense in the corners of her memory, trying to find a solution. She didn't realize that she had been getting closer and closer along the gap, and several adults next to her even made some space for her. Are you going to the 27th floor for dinner? No need to stop. Someone has already marked it. It will stop normally after a while. Someone suddenly asked. The accent was a little strangely familiar. Jiang Hui subconsciously turned her head and saw a tall young man smiling at her. And then she realized that the other party was talking to her. The restaurant for mild patients was on the 27th floor. Jiang Hui was a little surprised why the other party knew where she was going. The young man was a little amused. The child, who was not even as tall as his chest, was wearing the blue hospital uniform unique to the mild ward. He looked around curiously and deliberately avoided the adults. He was probably a minor acting alone. At this time, the elevator was most likely for dining. There was a special restaurant on the 27th floor, which was easy to guess. It was just that the child pretending to be mature was a little too cute. Interstellar people are generally very caring and tolerant of underage children. Although the adults in the elevator seemed to be doing their own things, they actually paid attention to the cub hiding in the corner. The 27th floor was also stopped by someone who was thoughtful. It's just that the child seemed to be a little too introverted and was very afraid of him, so they knew not to scare her. It seemed so. Jiang Hui tried to distinguish the marked floors and found that someone had indeed pressed the button. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Thinking of the help, Jiang Hui replied repeatedly. Here we are. You can see the sign if you walk a little further. I heard that the Firebird pancake on the 27th floor is pretty good. You might want to try it. Jiang Hui nodded and walked out of the elevator a little unnaturally under the gaze of everyone. The Interstellar people seem not bad either. The girl looked at the entrance marked with the restaurant in the light case area and went in. Although it is a hospital cafeteria, the environment and supply mode here seem to be well done. It is clean and bright inside, and the tables and chairs are all small tables, which look quite exquisite. It is more like a leisure area than a hospital restaurant. After the experience in the elevator, Jiang Hui's sense of distance from the Interstellar people and the unfamiliar environment has decreased a lot, and he is much more comfortable in his actions. But now she is facing a new problem. The restaurant takes the initiative to order food, and the whole process is almost fully automatic. The automatic ordering system in the restaurant is also a relatively unfamiliar part in the original body's memory. Jiang Hui had no reference and had to drag her feet and pretend to choose dishes casually. And then she followed the people in front of her and followed them directly. No wonder she couldn't press it again and again when she selected one of the columns. It turned out that this was an integrated automatic food selection machine, and she had to select from the beginning to the end. She followed the people in front of her and swiped the barcode-like tag on her wrist on the strange machine at the end, and then selected one column at a time. She took the tableware, side dishes, bread, candy, and water in order, and then started to choose formally. To be honest, there were too many strange ingredients on the screen. Not only could they not be distinguished from the names, but even the cooking methods were strange, which really made people unable to start. For example, fried white scales with banana sounds unappetizing and doesn't seem to go well with the food. Another example is bread with screw mealworms. Ugh! Who is this trying to disgust? Just the name alone makes people not want to eat it no matter what it actually is. Another example is yellow honey fruit stewed with fern lumps. This sounds a little more normal, but it is totally unimaginable. Jiang Hui had lost her appetite after reading the first two columns. But there was someone waiting behind her, and she couldn't pass the card if she didn't take it. So she had to bite the bullet and read a few more rows. Fortunately, a normal one finally appeared in the 5th row, which happened to be the Firebird pancake that someone suggested she try just now. Of course, Jiang Hui didn't make any other choices, so she chose this one. After all, it sounded like a routine. She also randomly chose a lot later, and finally came out sweating profusely. Sweating profusely? I didn't expect that choosing a meal would be so difficult, and the life of people in the future would not be easy. What kind of dishes are today? They are weird. Then Jiang Hui heard the people who were choosing meals behind her complaining. Jiang Hui. It seems that there are creative cafeteria styles everywhere. These dishes may not be accepted even by Interstellar people themselves. She took the meal and found a small table to sit alone, ready to enjoy the food of the Interstellar era. She was also very interested in the dishes recommended by the guy in the elevator, because they were all extracted from the machine. The food was tightly wrapped, and the packaging was also very textured. The material was a light and soft material that Jiang Hui had never seen before. The material had a high degree of support and would not appear soft, but it would also feel easy to tear apart. Jiang Hui was a little curious and then opened the package. At this time, more and more people came to the restaurant, and people began to come to the quiet corner she specially chose. The so-called Firebird pancake is actually similar to chicken pancake, but the method is slightly different. The pancake surface seems to be scalded on both sides and looks crispy, but the chicken inside is very tender and fresh. Jiang Hui can't tell the specific side dishes, but she feels that the taste is rich. One bite can be said to be a delicacy that Jiang Hui can rarely taste on Blue Star, and everything is just right. Is this the standard meal of Interstellar people? That's really enviable. Yes, if civilization has never been broken, then with the development of technology, isn't it normal for food to develop along with it? Chapter 12 Strange Stories. Jiang Hui thought of the interstellar stories she had read in her previous life, where the protagonists relied on food to conquer the world. Suddenly, she felt the disparity of the world. The interstellar world was obviously different from the interstellar world. It seemed that if she really wanted to settle down here in the future, it would definitely not be possible to make a living by following this path. Besides, she was not very good at cooking. I don't know what kind of juice this drink is, but it was also very refreshing and delicious. Wow! It was all delicious. It was probably time for dinner. Jiang Hui was eating hard here, And this place was gradually becoming lively. A man and a woman were sitting at the small table next to Jiang Hui. The strange thing was that the two tables were not actually close to each other, and Jiang Hui could hear their conversation clearly. Even if she tried not to listen, she would hear a passage from time to time, and she couldn't help but listen. It seemed that she had better speed up her meal. Otherwise it would seem like she was eavesdropping on other people's privacy. But she didn't care much. After all, in public places, some noises were inevitable. This is already good. At present, the quality of the Interstellar people she has seen is quite good. In such a large restaurant with so many people dining, everyone can control the volume to a certain extent, and the whole environment is relatively comfortable. There is nothing wrong with the two people talking next to her. She eats her food, and they talk about their own things. But the problem is that the content is really bizarre. Jiang Hui really feels that she has never read such bizarre novels in her previous life. These two people should be the family members of the patient. As soon as they came, they talked about the patient's condition for a while. Jiang Hui didn't pay attention at the time, and didn't quite understand what they said. The outrageous thing is the back. Their family member should be in the department of neurosurgery, which is quite close to the department of surgery where she lives, just one floor above. At that time, she was unconscious after coming out of the treatment cabin, and was almost sent to the neurosurgery department, where her injuries were relatively serious. After the two talked about their families, they talked about a patient in the next ward. So gossip is really a human instinct, no matter what era Jiang Hui is in. Ning, who happened to hear this section, Jiang Hui couldn't help but conclude in his heart. That man was not injured and entered the hospital. He was escorted in by the military. And then, he was immediately arranged to have an operation. In the end, the soldier seemed to take something before leaving. So the guy in the next ward didn't do something he shouldn't have done. Probably not. The escorts left without looking back after getting the things. They left the guy behind without any follow-up. So what happened? Hey, I heard a rumor about this, but I can't guarantee it's true. I heard it from the nurse. Jiang Hui couldn't help complaining again. It turned out that the not guaranteed statement could still be passed down to this day. But soon she didn't want to complain about these things, because what the other party said touched her. Then it seems that the superiors noticed it, and sent people to investigate. As expected, they found that he was fooled and his neurons were implanted with controllers and receivers. In order to collect evidence, the superiors sent the guy to the hospital for craniotomy and took him out. He was fooled like this. Didn't he read the safety education manual carefully when he was in kindergarten? Don't accept any spiritual power from the outside world. And don't try to accommodate spiritual power that is not generated by yourself. That thing can talk, think, and confuse people. He never doubted it. Jiang Hui couldn't listen to the latter part, because she couldn't even eat after listening to the previous part. What kind of realistic novel plot is this? The story is simple, but the direction is very bizarre. I can't believe that this happened in reality. No novels in the world before her dared to write like this. It is said that the person is an ordinary student. His family and study are relatively ordinary, and there is no other problem with his background. But just a while ago, he got a system. Yes, you heard it right. That thing is called system. The most common tool for writing cool novels and blue star novels. Then this system claimed to be bound to him. As long as he, the host, completes the task, he can get various props and a large amount of money. Money reward? Does it sound familiar? Yes. It is the kind of system-based writing routine that is common on Blue Star Novel Network. And it is not innovative. Then the young man believed it, and began to receive rewards according to the various tasks given by the other party. He also went from half believing and half doubting to being deeply involved. He began to stand out in school and shine, and gradually trusted this system, and gradually believed that the system could lead him to the peak of his life. But he didn't know that danger was quietly approaching him. One day, he was doing his task normally, and he was attacked by the army that had been investigating for many days. Then there was a series of investigations and exposures. It turned out that this so-called system was not a product of a higher culture as he claimed, but a violation control tool developed in the same interstellar space. This thing involves transactions between the interstellar black market and net. It is implanted in the brains of interstellar citizens in some way, and then the system is used to trick them into a trap. Then, after gaining the trust of these hosts, they begin to ask them to perform tasks, and then upload the host's task process to the black network through controllers and cameras for people to enjoy. Those rewards are actually the things paid by those who watch on the Black Network. And the Black Network itself takes the lion's share of them. The Black Network even provides functions such as customized tasks. And those behind the scenes can customize the host's life to get more fun. And the host, as the only person who knows nothing, will be attracted by the benefits and continue to do these tasks until his entire life is completely controlled by others. Doesn't this sound ridiculous? It just so happens that this kind of thing has happened more than once in the Interstellar. Although the scam rhetoric is different each time, the routine is the same. Almost all of them are made by the Black Network and Black Market, using other people's lives and lives for entertainment. And they don't mind infringing on citizens' privacy. The Interstellar Patrol has tried to expose such things. And every time such a case occurs, it will be directly published in the newspaper. There are also headlines about this kind of scam. But there are always fools who are fooled. The most outrageous one is that a fool in a remote star region was fooled for more than 150 years. Later, it was discovered that the brain was half useless. And the person was completely useless. He got nothing. But his life was a mess. As the person just said, the safety education manual that is repeatedly taught in the preschool class clearly warns them not to abuse their mental power, but also to protect their mental power. In the final analysis, it is also due to greed. Otherwise, it would not end up in such a situation. Chapter 13. This type of case involving the violation of the privacy of interstellar citizens' portraits. The theft of other people's information and personal injury was originally under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Patrol Bureau. And theoretically there was no need to dispatch military personnel. However, in recent years, such cases have almost always been committed by groups. And almost all of them are established in websites and unregistered black markets. These illegal organizations are not only involved in this kind of illegal entertainment activities, but also in other aspects. The military now suspects that someone behind the scenes is organizing this industry chain to plot big things. So all places are cracking down on it. There is another reason, which is the issue of taxation. The currency circulation in this interstellar era has become very transparent, because the original stored value card credit card has been basically abandoned, and the citizen identity account card is adopted. So strictly speaking, everyone has only one basic account. For the basic account of citizens, every income, expenditure and loan is recorded in the central system, and everyone is transparent in front of the state machine. And every relevant amount will be calculated and taxed when entering and leaving, and actively remitted to the treasury. This is the iron rule that every interstellar citizen abides by. Of course, there are also some registered cards that can be used once or for special functions. These cards can be traded opaquely under certain conditions, but the final beneficiaries still need to register and report and pay taxes. In short, this interstellar alien world is a world that is very strict about taxation. However, these behind-the-scenes organizers who profit from the Black Network directly skip the central system, launder money and raise funds under the guise of entertainment to disrupt the monetary environment, and evade taxes on a large scale, seriously violating the basic laws of the Interstellar. This is already punishable by punishment, and it is the kind of crime that endangers society and can put people in jail until death. However, the people in the Patrol Bureau can only check the pawns on the watch chain, such as these hosts who are also half victims. And it is difficult to dig deep into the root of the culprits. If the patrol team cannot deal with this kind of situation, it will be handed over to the military for handling. The military took away the controller used in the crime, probably to crack and track it. As for the citizen who was fooled as a fool, he did not make a big mistake for the time being, so he naturally did not need to be convicted. However, he must pay the tax and late payment fee according to his profit later. Especially the latter amount is not small, which is also a lesson. At this point, the man seemed to sigh. The late payment penalty for tax evasion is not a small amount. I have an uncle who tried it. The base amount was not large, but according to the calculation, it was almost as much as the money evaded. And he stayed in the inspection bureau for more than 10 days in vain. So you really can't take shortcuts. Hearing this, Jiang Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath. And the thin pancakes were tasteless when she took another bite. Although this matter has nothing to do with her. After all, she has just arrived and hasn't figured out the basic living conditions. She didn't encounter any system that claimed to help her with tasks. But through such examples, Jiang Hui deeply felt the execution of interstellar people and their rigorous attitude towards all rules. It's not that she wants to do something that violates the law. so she feels uncomfortable with such examples. It's that she has never had a moment so clearly aware that she has really come to a brand new world. In this new world, everything is unknown to her. The new look, the new environment, the new background, and even the new laws of the world. It will be more difficult for her to survive here than she imagined. The conversation between the two people next door was still going on. But this time, she couldn't listen to any more interesting topics. Seeing that there was still half of the food left, she finished it quickly even if it was tasteless, and then returned to the ward. It was already 12:30 noon in Interstellar time, and it was still lunchtime. She couldn't do anything else she wanted to do, so Jiang Hui simply stayed in the ward to rest. There was something similar to a TV screen embedded on the wall of the ward, but Jiang Hui studied it for a long time and didn't know how to turn it on, so she had to give up and collapsed. Oh my! How can I live like this? I don't know anything, let alone living. Survival is almost a problem. And now the hospital is also crowded with people. And the things she heard in the restaurant also made Jiang Hui feel how strong the supervision of this country is. She couldn't ask more questions to avoid leaking her feet. So she should go to sleep. There is no need to ask anything about sleeping. Anyway, the creatures in the universe probably sleep about the same. It's just a simple rest. Jiang Hui fell asleep with a lot of worries. She woke up again because of the doorbell. The information board indicating her identity at the head of the bed showed that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She fell asleep without realizing it. Fortunately, she woke up when someone knocked on the door. The person at the door did not seem impatient at all. Jiang Hui did not respond to the first round of knocks, and the other party did not knock hard immediately, but stopped immediately. Jiang Hui was puzzled. Could it be that the person knocked for a long time just now and left because he could not wait any longer? However, she overturned this doubt the next moment. There was another restrained and regular knock on the door outside. It seems that he did not leave. Jiang Hui reacted immediately, using what she had learned from therapist Carrot in the morning, and pressed a button next to the bedside sign, which was not very conspicuous. And the door opened. This time, an Asian lady came in, with a pretty face and elegant manners, which made people naturally feel close to her. She pushed a strangely shaped metal cart into the ward. Ms. Jiang, good afternoon. Her voice was also very gentle. I am Su Jia, a first-level pharmacist in the surgical pharmacy, and I am here to bring you the mental stabilizer. Oh, hello. Hello. I am so sorry to bother you to come and deliver it. Mr. Carrot said that someone would send some stabilizer in the afternoon. It was quite punctual, and it was delivered after lunch break. Does that mean she can pack up and go back to home in a while? Although, she doesn't know if that place can be called her home. The other party was a little surprised when he heard this, and seemed to want to laugh. He said softly, it seems that Miss Jiang is also from the Chinese lineage. Now few people use this kind of old-fashioned excuses. It's not a bother. It's my duty. No way. What did she say just now? Could it be that sorry to bother you is already considered an old-fashioned excuse? And also, this pharmacist Su is also from the Chinese lineage? Jiang Hui couldn't help but observe the other party slightly. She was indeed classical and beautiful, with a kind of gentleness unique to the Jiang and Water town. At first glance, she was a typical beauty of their Chinese lineage. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed to be distracted, the other party didn't care. She smiled slightly and pushed the cart to the side of the bed. Chapter 14 Discharge. Is Ms. Jiang feeling better today? She sat down naturally on the chair next to her. Seeing Jiang Hui half sitting up, she adjusted the bed for her and signaled that she didn't need to get up. Jiang Hui couldn't adjust in time, so she could only sit on the bed and watch people come in. It seemed impolite to lie down instead of sitting, even though she could get up and eat normally at noon. However, she found that the relationship between the Interstellar medical staff and patients she met so far was very natural. It was obviously the first time they met, but they were able to talk like familiar friends. She was very familiar, but she seemed a little ungracious. It's nothing. It's getting better faster than expected. I thought it would take some time to recover. But then again, Therapist Carlet told me that I could be discharged in the afternoon. You called him Therapist Carlet in front of him? Unexpectedly, Miss Su's focus was a little off, and she seemed to be unable to hold back her smile. Jiang Hui? Is there a story behind this? Is there gossip to be heard even in this? She felt that she had heard several pieces of gossip in less than a day since she woke up in this interstellar world. Su Jia didn't care about Jiang Hui's slightly embarrassed expression, and explained, "There is another therapist named Carlet in the district secondary hospital, but that one is in the radiology department on the 7th floor. The two of them have always been at odds, and they have caused some trouble because of the same name. So if you can still see him, just call him Mr. Carlet. The older guy upstairs calls him Therapist Carlet. Of course, no matter which Mr. Carlet it is, it would be best if you don't see any of them in the future." The woman made a rather cold joke. Anyway, Jiang Hui was cold. She wanted to laugh a little, but the smile froze before it even reached her lips. In the end, she could only purse her lips awkwardly. Of course, this was just a small episode. Su Jia did not continue to talk about Mr. Carlet's embarrassing story. He naturally pulled over the cart, with a slightly strange appearance. "Here, let me use the hospitalization barcode." It took Jiang Hui a long time to react to what it was, and he quickly handed the barcode tag hanging on his wrist to the other party. The other party took it, and seemed to look at the code on it, turned over the cart, and found a groove in a small grid. Click. The embedded small grid popped out, and Su Jia took out a set of palm-sized medicines from it. A total of 6 tubes. Each tube was the size of a thumb, and the liquid medicine was blue and fluorescent, which looked quite magical. She didn't rush to give it to Jiang Hui, but carefully compared the information above, handed it to Jiang Hui to match, and then swiped on the small screen on the card for a long time to confirm the information before completing this round of medicine delivery. Although you have basically recovered, you still need to take mental stabilizers for 5 days. There are a total of 6 medicines here, one of which is a lead medicine. You need to take it here before you can be discharged. The pharmacist pointed to the medicine under Jiang Hui's thumb. It was indeed different from the other 5. The tube was shorter, and the medicine was translucent and colloid. Jiang Hui only took out the medicine, and didn't know what to do for a while, because she was not sure whether the medicine of StarCraft could be taken directly, and the memory was very vague. It seemed that there were few cases of taking medicine. Unexpectedly, Su Jia misunderstood her actions, and thought she was afraid of taking medicine. He felt that she was still a child, and he softened his voice involuntarily. "It is indeed uncomfortable to take mental stabilizers, but for your future, it is better to take care of yourself. You should use this lead liquid first. The reaction will not be so big. If there is an adverse reaction, it is estimated that she will not be able to leave the hospital. This lead liquid is the basis for taking medicine, used to ease and pave the effect of mental stabilizers, and basically has a sensitivity test effect. If there is an adverse reaction, it means that the body cannot accept it." But Su Jia did not say this. It is pitiful for a child of this age to be injured and hospitalized alone. She is hesitant to do anything, and is at a loss. Don't scare her. Fortunately, Jiang Hui seems to adapt well to the liquid, and naturally there is no problem later. After making a good record, Su Jia's mission this time is considered completed. Seeing that she was about to leave, Jiang Hui looked at her, and hurriedly stopped her. She just remembered something that was a bit tricky. She was completely alone, without even an ID card, and was not as familiar with the situation here as she was with this world. Now she was in the hospital, and if she left the hospital, could she find her original home? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Your admission was considered urgent at the time, and the medical staff could only take some basic supplies depending on the situation. Fry had another shift today, so he might have forgotten to tell you. Let me see. It should be here. Sure enough, it was here. I don't know how the other party found the exact location of the things. Even before I heard her, I didn't know. Next to the bed, the metal platform that Jiang Hui had always thought was a workbench suddenly bulged up. On the back was a small screen, and underneath was something like a safety door. The entire deformation process was extremely smooth, without any sound. The edges of the metal platform were perfectly aligned, as if it had always been like this. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Jiang Hui didn't have time to sigh, so she followed the other party's instructions, and identified the pupils and brain waves in front of the screen. She was a little timid when she heard about identifying brain waves, worried that she would be exposed on the spot. In the end, the identification was completed before she could react, and the lock was opened immediately, showing the things inside. There were not many things. A necklace that looked quite punk in appearance, and a round and flat button-like thing. That's all. Su Jia didn't shy away from it. He took a look at what she took out, and then said in surprise, "This style is more popular in the inner galaxy." She subconsciously moved her wrist, and Jiang Hui saw that she was also wearing a similar style of electronic watch on her wrist. The vague memory in her mind told her that this was the optical brain. So the optical brain is like this. The girl shook her head. They also like to use wristbands. But I prefer this type. Su Jia suddenly realized and urged Jiang Hui to put it on quickly. The optical brain is really a very important personal item for interstellar citizens. It can't be separated unless it's something serious. Then the girl wanted to put on the thing that should be the space button according to her memory. Wait a minute. Su Jia quickly intercepted her action and said with a bit of a smile, "Ms. Jiang, you probably don't want to go home in this hospital gown. This space button should be installed after changing into your own clothes. Otherwise it will be troublesome to wait for the cooling time to remove it. I think you should put daily clothes in your space button." Right? Chapter 15 Brain Death. Jiang Hui realized that she was stupid and almost did something stupid. Otherwise, according to the binding time of the space button, she would have to buy this hospital gown and take it with her, or wait until the next day to be discharged. "Did you bring clothes with you?" Su Jia asked again. Jiang Hui nodded. The memory of this original body is quite clear, because she brought a small number of commonly used personal belongings when she came from the inner galaxy. Most of the property that was inconvenient to move was left in the home left to her by her parents in the inner galaxy. It has been applied to the local district and approved for temporary closure. And this space button is one of the 2 space buttons brought by the original body. The original body has been using it since childhood. I vaguely remember that there are a lot of daily necessities in it. And there must be clothes. I will just take them out and wear them later. That's good. Then, there is no problem. You can go through the discharge procedures and go home in a while. Remember to take the medicine and report any problems to the hospital as soon as possible. Su Jia patiently instructed again. Seeing that the conversation was coming to an end, Jiang Hui planned to stand up and see the other person off. After all, she was not really sick and could not get up. I see you." The other party took a few steps and suddenly stopped. "What did you want to ask just now?" Although it was not very obvious, it was very different for a person to be in a state of wanting to say something but not being able to. And she could easily see it. The girl seemed to be confused about a certain question, and even a little troubled. When the other party asked this question, Jiang Hui subconsciously touched his face. Is it really that obvious? She tried very hard not to ask, but it was still seen by others. What are you worried about? But is there anything wrong with your body? If you feel something wrong, you must tell me right away. You can't hide it. The ingredients of the mental stabilizer are special. The lead liquid is the basis for taking the medicine. If the body or nerves cannot adapt to the subsequent absorption, there will be big problems. Su Jia said to Jiang Hui very seriously. Of course it's not this, Jiang Hui thought to herself. Otherwise she would have said it earlier, and there would be no need to be so embarrassed. She was still hesitating whether she should say this question, because this seemed very wrong in the whole environment. She was afraid that the situation like Fry's panic shouting help would happen again that day. That picture was so beautiful. After I lost too much blood and fainted that day, I briefly felt that my mental power lost contact with my body. It felt like my soul left my body. Jiang Hui seemed to be trying hard to describe that state. Now that I wake up, I don't have that feeling. But why do I always feel that my mental power is not in harmony with my body? As if there is something else sandwiched between me, and I feel uncomfortable. Jiang Hui said half-truthfully. It is true that her head is swollen and throbbing, but it is more true that she wants to explore something deeper, which is what she wants to know most at the moment. Su Jia listened quietly and did not answer her immediately, but her hand stopped moving, and she could not help but face the girl on the bed. Soul? This word is also very old. Have you considered majoring in ancient Chinese language and literature in the future? But now it is not said that. That should be fictional. You want to talk about brain waves, right? Oh, thank you for the directions. If it is this level of ancient Chinese, she thinks she can do it too. I don't know how to answer you about this. Today, every internal organ of the human body can be studied to the smallest detail. But the brain is still an area that humans cannot fully explore. Take the injury you suffered that day as an example. You injured 2 lobes of the brain, which is suspected to have caused functional damage. But physical injuries to the brain are relatively easy to repair through surgery and treatment cabins. But we can't confirm whether your brain area has problems just by looking at the condition of your brain organs. Because a person's brain area does not only refer to the brain organ, but also includes a magnetic field that changes at any time, composed of radio waves from all brain tissues. And this magnetic field is actually the source of mental power, as we understand it. Jiang Hui has not studied mental power alone so far, so he was confused when he heard it, but just tried to understand. Su Jia paused. She also knew that this might not be easy to understand. After all, the current generation of upper-level people have not completely and thoroughly analyzed the mental power of the brain area, and the theories given are also relatively abstract and vague. So it's better not to embarrass the kid. He quickly changed the story and said, "You had a brain injury that day. After we cured you, we began to determine that your brain area was not affected by testing your vital signs and brain waves. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that she was a time traveler? She really didn't know where this was. What happened? And she didn't even know that she had traveled through time." Jiang Hui added in his heart. "Later we treated her and basically adjusted your disordered brain function. From what they said, they diagnosed her performance as brain dysfunction. The disordered brain waves affected the brain magnetic field and caused temporary memory loss. But the impact of brain wave disorder cannot be healed in a short time. So you need to take mental stabilizers. Otherwise your brain area and mental power will be affected." Su Jia walked back to Jiang Hui at some point, took out a stack of what should be her medical records from a storage unit behind her, turned a few pages and frowned as he looked at them, and handed them to Jiang Hui to read. Unfortunately, many of the data and terms on it were too professional, mixed with a lot of interstellar terms, and it hurt my eyes to read it, and I couldn't understand it. So I had to give up. It is said that brainwave disorder is the most difficult disease to accurately define, and it can also cause different complications. You said that you felt your mental power was separated. It should be that the brainwave fluctuations were too large at that time, causing the mental power to slightly escape the range of the brain wave, which is what you said, as if the soul was split. Jiang Hui was shocked. If the mental power escapes the brain wave and cannot return to the body, then the person will not wake up. In this case, the original owner may have escaped the brain wave and could not return to the body because of this. And then she floated in somehow. Then is it really possible that she has taken over the body? But the next moment Su Jia denied her idea. Theoretically, it is not impossible. But there is one thing: you may have made a common sense mistake. Although mental power relies on the brain area to exist, mental power is not a necessary condition for a person to live. People without mental power can survive normally, as long as the brain functions normally, and the brain waves are still there. Even if the mental power disappears, the person's consciousness can be maintained. Only people with completely disappeared brain waves can be considered brain dead. Chapter 16 First Impression. After Su Jia left, Jiang Hui packed up and prepared to go through the formalities of leaving the hospital. In fact, there was nothing to pack. The few things she had were already hung on her body, and the medicine had been properly placed back in the special storage space split by the space button. Now all that was left was to go through the discharge procedures. Although it was an interstellar world, many technologies had developed to the relatively high-end fields that humans could explore, and all aspects of life were relatively convenient. But there were still many things that could not be completely replaced by simple automation, and people still had to operate them. Jiang Hui followed the instructions and went to the discharge department to go through the discharge procedures. As for the expenses, because the original body had always purchased a kind of health insurance, the hospital could submit relevant information for review and reimburse the full amount, and even return part of the nutrition fee to her account. The whole process was very fast. Jiang Hui confirmed and signed the discharge documents and really left the hospital with a medical record that was kept for reference. On the way, Jiang Hui even met Mr. Carlet, who was just changing shifts. He was as kind as ever, and did not become cold because the doctor-patient relationship between them had ended. After asking about her condition, he enthusiastically wanted to take her to the waiting area. However, Jiang Hui saw that he was obviously not going the same way as her, and of course did not want to waste his time, so he politely declined. There are also many means of transportation in the interstellar era, which are full of futuristic technology in the eyes of Jiang Hui. A blue star, such as trackless suspension trains, airships, modular carriages, fixed-track transforming trains, etc. In addition, Jiang Hui could actually see some large machines with strange appearances. mostly human-like appearances. On the road, vague memories told her that these were the legendary Meccas. These vehicles intersect on land and in midair, moving along their own tracks and stopping at their own stations without interfering with each other. Every person passing by chooses different vehicles, busy with their own things, leading to the same life, which is actually no different from the people of Blue Star, considering that the apartment where the original body now lives is in the fourth ring of the city. It is also a relatively close area to the central area, where there are more city bus stops. And finally she chose to take the city bus back, although it is also called a bus. It is different from the buses on Blue Star, but it does not have a wheel. The entire body of the car is supported by a long and slightly curved metal rod at the bottom and suspended a few meters away. When arriving at the station, the support rod will bring the carriage down flat for passengers to get on and off. And when running, it will be led by the metal rod below and drive according to the course set by the program. This is also a common land vehicle in the city. It usually travels close to the ground and uses much less fuel than flying vehicles, so the price is also very favorable. It is the best choice for students and ordinary office workers to commute. Although Jianghui has some memories of her original body, her inner core is still a Blue Star who has not seen much interstellar world, and she still has some weakness in everything she does. Along the way, she was nervous and paid attention to the unfamiliar environment around her, and the rest of her attention was on observing what others did. She followed the passengers in front of her and got on this weird-shaped bus, and then followed suit and swiped the light brain at the gate. The swipe scared Jianghui a little, and suddenly a large light screen was projected in front of her. She didn't react to what it was and couldn't help but stop in fear. It took a while to realize that this should be the mobile phone optical computer of the interstellar people. The original person's personal information was flashing on it. These had already been in her mind for a long time, and she was very familiar with them. However, they were only layers of memories after all, and no matter how familiar they were not real. She looked at them and followed the flow of people to find an empty seat and sat down. Jianghui had been thinking about many things since he was discharged from the hospital, and had long forgotten about the optical computer. Seeing it now, he pulled himself out of his slightly depressed mood and studied the optical computer with rare interest. Although this kind of city bus is called a bus, its appearance is not similar to the buses on the blue planet. It looks like a whole disc from the outside, and it is very spacious inside, with different areas. Some are placed in a single row, and some are facing 2 rows far away against the body of the car. And there is a partition at the back, which should be a compartment-like seat. Jianghui chose a seat in the opposite row near the door, just in time to see the station guide. From her angle, she could easily see that the people in the opposite row were also fiddling with their optical computers, staring intently at the void, looking forward or at the ground, or even staring at their wrists. No matter how advanced the technology is in any era, mobile phones are a disaster that humans cannot escape. Jianghui sighed, and then resolutely joined the optical computer army. She was so ignorant. Why didn't she learn something now? Could it be that she had to wait for the world to adapt to her? The optical computer was indeed the mobile phone of the interstellar world. As soon as she went online, it showed that she was logged in, and then she entered a dazzling interface. The slightly narrow interface on the left neatly arranged things similar to mobile phone apps, some of which flash from time to time. This should be the operation interface. Some icons are easy to see what function they have, but some are hard to see, so you may have to click them one by one when you go back. On the right is a relatively spacious page, with neat layout and well-organized layout, and the degree of urgency can be seen at a glance. Jianghui tried hard to identify this pile of interstellar common language, picked out a few and found that they all seemed to be information. Some columns of key messages were followed by image marks similar to recommended in hot. So is this a display screen or an information recommendation column? I didn't expect that humans here have entered the interstellar age, and science and technology have developed so well. But this news person still can't come up with anything new. Not only is the layout of this news and information boring, but even the recommended word mark after the title remains in the old aesthetics, without any innovation. Jianghui was thinking about these irrelevant things, but her hands were actually very honest. She followed several recommended information, and found that they were all military information. She was not very interested in this kind of information. She just glanced at it, but she was shocked when she saw it. Almost all of them were like XX Lieutenant General went to war. XX was promoted to a military rank. XXX military said, Is the military system of this interstellar world so transparent? This kind of information can be reported openly. Ordinary citizens can simply check it. And it is described in such detail. These are completely different from what she once knew. What kind of world is this? Chapter 17, Phone Call. But if you scroll down further, you will start to see some other types of information. For example, the Capital Agricultural College has named a newly cultivated combination crop that can achieve extremely high yields in harsh environments. Or a crime occurred in a certain galaxy on the edge. Or a local patrol bureau has seized another black network fraud case. There are all kinds of information. The range is also from the edge of the unknown star to the central capital star, which seems to cover the life trajectory of all interstellar humans. Everything, no matter how far away, is condensed into a section in the form of text and information, so that she can realize how vast the world she lives in is with just a glance. These information and news fill the entire page with a dazzling array of information. No matter how explosive or dull, novel or ordinary, you can find it here. Reading one by one, it is easy to get addicted. So she didn't dare to read too much, but only dared to scan the entire section to explore its overall operating mode. But even so, Jiang Hui almost missed the stop because of her fascination. It can be seen that no matter which world, people with mobile phones live at the same pace. She got out of the city bus before the door closed, and found that it was still a long way to go back according to the navigation. Now that she didn't know anything, she was too lazy to find the way. So she simply tried to take a small flying car, and went home directly. Finally arrived, Jiang Hui was standing downstairs looking at the apartment. This apartment number 385 is hundreds of stories high, reaching into the sky, and you have to look up to barely get a glimpse of it. This is an eco-friendly apartment that is common in the future concept. The edge of each floor is an open space, planted with plants and flowers, and the like, staggered and orderly, like a layered garden. It is not like a residential apartment, but more like a high-end hotel or office building. The high-tech materials on the outer layer, which are unique to this era, shimmer in the natural light. It is a beautiful sight at first glance, and the experience of living inside is probably even better. Anyway, according to the sporadic memories of the original body here, she lived here for a few days. Even though she was always in a bad mood, she felt that this place was quite good. As an apartment, the environment and quality are quite good. So it is true that technology benefits mankind. Ordinary people in the interstellar can also live in such a house comparable to Thompson EP1, which is also a benefit of the progress of the times. She looked for a while, found the entrance from her memory, and was about to visit the original body's home. As a result, the light brain page that had been turned off suddenly popped up again, and something that should be a voice box was horizontally in the middle of the screen. Instinctively, I pressed the small phone case below. Then the frame disappeared, and a video screen unfolded. On it was a person, a half-length portrait, wearing a formal work suit, smiling, and a friendly face. But she had only been here for 2 days, and didn't know this person. The original body didn't seem to recognize him either. Just as she was trying to search in her memory, the other party greeted her first, Ms. Jiang. Hello. Excuse me. I am Andy, an employee of the after-sales department of the Hilus Group. I would like to make an appointment with you. Is it convenient for you now? What group? After-sales service. She didn't buy anything, but she immediately realized why the name sounded so familiar. She remembered that Mr. Carlett mentioned that it was the manufacturer of the smart system, and the fact that the original body had an accident and could not be treated for a long time seemed to be related to this smart system. It happened to have a sudden malfunction and shut down by itself at that time. If Jiang Hui had not woken up in this body later and restarted it by accident, with this level of blood loss, this body would probably have died later. Some people were surprised. The original body had an accident, but it was not caused by it. Why should the production company of this smart system be responsible? Although the products are all covered by after-sales service, it is impossible to cover even such accidents. Indeed, this smart system does not have the function of first aid, and cannot prevent accidents from happening in people's homes. But the problem is that it must have an emergency alarm function. You don't need to save it, but you must contact and report it. This is a mandatory requirement of StarCraft for such products. It must have an instant alarm function, even if the owner shuts down the machine for unavoidable reasons. The safe mode must be retained and cannot be completely turned off. In the original body's situation, as the intelligent system that manages the entire suite. It not only failed to detect the abnormality in time, but also shut down for no reason due to a malfunction. It was not until Jiang Hui woke up in this body and accidentally restarted the system that it finally worked. Therefore, after layers of verification, the inspection team finally determined that the intelligent system was out of control, and the manufacturer of this intelligent system, Halusi Group, also needs to compensate Jiang Hui for related expenses. Mr. Carlet is an enthusiastic person, perhaps seeing that she lives alone and suffered such an accident. He specially discussed with her the compensation of Halusi Group. This Halusi is a well-known consortium for the development of intelligent robots in the resident galaxy. Although it has only risen in the last few decades, it is said that there is a lot of background behind it, and it is very powerful. It has developed to such a scale in just a few decades. In recent years, they have made bigger moves, competing with another similar group, and have launched more than a dozen refined series of smart home management systems in succession. However, it seems that they have developed too quickly. In recent years, the quality control has not been up to standard, and the products sold have had several accidents. Although the home intelligence is not as professional as the smart precision, the requirements are slightly less strict, and the price is also very different. But after all, it is a popular product in the sinking market, but it accounts for the bulk of the entire group's income. Once the reputation is bad in this regard, it will be difficult for their group to recover. So in recent years, their top management has been constantly improving products and production lines. Unexpectedly, there was a problem before the improvement was improved. The TM series is really the worst product they have ever released. It has only been released for a year, and there have been 3 consecutive accidents. This is the 3rd time, and it is more serious than the previous one. The target is still an unawakened person, and it is almost a loss of life. After receiving the notice from the inspection team yesterday, their R&D department held a small meeting all night. The next day, the upper management also made a decision to stop the TM series and recall the old machines. Even if it costs a lot, this matter must be completely resolved. Otherwise, their entire group may be dragged into the abyss by the TM series products. However, there is a lot of work to be done on the other side, and it is more important here to comfort the victim of this incident. Fortunately, the other party was finally rescued and sent to the district secondary hospital for treatment. Now it is no longer a big deal. After hearing that the other party has been discharged from the hospital, Halusi Group immediately sent a special person to take charge of this matter. The other party's call was to test Jiang Hui's attitude. Chapter 18 Compensation. What is Jiang Hui's attitude? What other attitude can she have? She has no idea how to respond to the other party, because the real victim of this incident can no longer express her attitude, and she may never have the chance to express this attitude again. Jiang Hui felt complicated for a while, and didn't know what to say. But the person on the other side obviously didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she didn't move or speak, he thought that she was stuck or something else. And his tone couldn't help but be stained with a trace of anxiety. Ms. Jiang. Ms. Jiang. Are you still listening? If it's inconvenient for you, I can. Hello. I'm listening. If you have anything to say, you can say it here directly, and you don't have to come to visit specially. I'm not feeling well recently, and may not be suitable to receive guests. Jiang Hui organized her words, and finally chose a more polite statement. She looked around, and it seemed that there were no people around. It was relatively quiet nearby, so she didn't continue to move forward. She found a pavilion for passers-by to rest and sat down, intending to have a good talk with the employee who claimed to be from the Halusi Group. However, her polite words sounded like a sharp rejection to others. They had received news from the hospital that Jiang Hui had recovered and left the hospital alone, and should be in good condition. The other party refused his visit and specifically mentioned that she was unwell in this conversation, which was actually to remind them that she was completely a victim in this matter. But the problem was that the other party just showed such a bargaining chip, and he had nothing to say, because this was a responsibility that the Halusi Group could not shirk in any way. No matter how the matter was finally negotiated, they needed to give this customer sufficient compensation. This customer was really angry. No wonder the seniors in the after-sales department were unwilling to come, but instead brought him, a young junior, up. Maybe they pushed him out to test the waters? And he seemed to have foreseen the next process. He would not be scolded by the other party, have his communication cut off, and then be driven out of the door after visiting. and he would reluctantly accept the compensation after several times. By then, the other party would definitely reach a settlement under the company's sugar-coated bullets. Maybe he would be the only one hurt in the end. Thinking of this, Andy, who had just joined the Hailu group not long ago, couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. But he still wanted to struggle. But he couldn't do somersaults here, because he still had a long career. The other party might still be angry, and if he really visited her, he might not be able to control his emotions. It's better to try to convince her at once on the optical computer. So the young man mustered up the courage to say to the girl on the other side of the screen, Ms. Jiang, I'm sorry that our group's products have caused you a bad experience. We are really sorry. Now that things have happened, no matter how much we say, it probably can't make up for the damage you have suffered. We really want to make up for it now. We have also set up a special team to follow up and provide you with a full compensation plan. It's a pretty bad experience. It should be said that it's quite bad. Jiang Hui secretly complained in his heart. After all, according to current speculation, the poor original body was sent away like this. And according to Mr. Carls and pharmacist Su Jia, their product quality problems are not once or twice. This time it directly endangers her life and safety. And she has the right to hold her accountable. Just for these reasons, she couldn't have a good impression and attitude towards the Hailusi group. She didn't respond to Andy with a bad attitude, because she also knew that Andy was just an employee. And it was completely meaningless to vent her anger on him. The giant who really benefited from it could still be as glorious as it was. Don't end up making yourself feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable, while the other party was not hurt. Jiang Hui has always been a pragmatic and action-oriented person, and never entangled in meaningless things in the past. Since compensation is required, she is very clear about what she wants. In addition to compensation for the original body's material and physical health, justice is more needed. Although it may no longer have any substantial meaning for the original body, it should still be done. So let's put it aside for now, and listen to the so-called compensation plan proposed by the other party, to see if the other party is really sincere enough. The compensation plan has been prepared long ago. Although the gold medal after-sales service staff were reluctant to come, Hailusi attached great importance to appeasing Jiang Hui, and was determined to win. Before coming, the after-sales team also prepared several progressive plans for Andy, the pioneer, to facilitate his negotiation. First propose a plan that is relatively low-line, and then add more. And the last one is the best plan. Of course, the after-sales team did not have much hope. So these three compensation plans are only the first version for the time being. The top management said that they can talk about it again. Anyway, as long as the other party forgives. Don't make trouble. And it doesn't matter if you spend more money. After all, their Hailusi group doesn't have much else but plenty of money. But the consumer protection law of the StarCraft is too strict, and they dare not test the law. Of course, they were really sincere. They opened the door to do business for guests. Seeing that the other party did not interrupt him, Andy was relieved. Knowing that the other party was willing to listen to him, Andy was delighted and quickly spoke while the iron was hot. His voice was heavy and bright, for fear that she would not understand. He was talking excitedly, but he saw the girl frowning slightly. Her expression was not ugly, but it was very subtle. She was slightly pressured, which made him faintly want to retreat. It was ironic. No matter how bad he was, he just had no decision-making power for his seniors in the workplace. Even if he was just a rookie, he was a fresh graduate who entered the Hailusi group on his own and had already completed awakening. He actually had such a fearful emotion towards a teenager who had not awakened. At this moment, Andy really felt that he had failed. Then he guessed that the other party's mental power should be of a high level. Even if such people have not yet fully awakened, they will have stronger power than ordinary people in all aspects. Anyway, he is just an ordinary C-level person, working in the sales service industry with extremely low risk. So there is nothing to be embarrassed about not being able to withstand the pressure from the other party. He has his own ability to be recruited into the after-sales department, which is known as the gathering place of experienced people in the entire group. Right after graduation, other things are not outstanding for the time being because of his youth. But there is no doubt that he can bend and stretch. He did not feel embarrassed like a newcomer being embarrassed, and asked naturally and concernedly, I wonder if Ms. Jiang is satisfied with this compensation plan. We really want to talk to you. Excuse me, do you think I am a fool? Or do you think I am a minor and have no guardian around, so I can fool around at will? Ms. Jiang, who had been silent since he spoke, frowned and said. Hearing this, Andy's heart sank. Chapter 19 Request. As soon as the other party spoke, Andy's first reaction was that Ms. Jiang spoke with a strong ancient charm. Her voice was clear but not sharp. Her sentences were clear, and her words were neither hurried nor slow, which made people feel that it was difficult to refute. Andy? Are children nowadays so difficult to deal with? But the other party's words did make him blush, because the plan he proposed was the middle one among the three plans. But it was indeed a reserve plan. A smoke bomb. To pave the way and contrast for the last plan with overall conditions. Originally, he should have mentioned the worst plan first. But because that plan sounded too insincere, there was not even any additional compensation. Only a small amount of cash, which was so shabby that he was embarrassed to say it. The money prepared by the after-sales department for a dinner party was more than this. So he didn't plan to mention the low-standard plan at all. After all, even if the company was for negotiation, did it ever think that the ignorant children might really accept it? Isn't this bullying a child? Although Andy also hopes that this difficult task can be completed. This kind of thing is too beyond the limit, especially for an unawakened person. Andy feels that with his conscience that has not yet been extinguished after joining the Hylusi group, he still wants to maintain the love for children that an interstellar person should have. He originally thought that if this young lady Jiang didn't understand and accept it, he would help tell her that she could go back to the group to fight for it again, and then report it to the group directly according to the highest standard plan. But he never thought that these secret thoughts were shattered into slag at once under Jiang Hui's questioning. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but the opponent is too strong. He doesn't even have the chance to help the enemy. Andy thinks it's more realistic to take care of himself. After being exposed, the atmosphere immediately became stiff, even though they were separated by a screen. The two were face to face, and any action would be magnified. The young man even felt embarrassed and had nowhere to go. Fortunately, he is a person who is very good at self-adjustment, and his heart is really not bad. Even so, he did not turn to hate Jiang Hui, because he really understands. After all, people almost died because of the negligence of this intelligent system. Who wouldn't be angry? Anyway, he was almost angry to death when he put himself in the shoes of others. So he was mentally prepared to be scolded before the optical brain contacted him. Fortunately, as long as the other party does not show too much resistance, there is still a chance. Andy quickly controlled his slightly embarrassed mentality and was about to try hard, but heard the girl ask, "Let's not beat around the bush. The cause of this matter is not a happy thing worth recalling. I don't want to continue to dwell on it. Can you please tell me the final plan that your group can give me? I mean the final one." Jiang Hui emphasized the last sentence. What a joke. Xingji has a deep accountability for manufacturers in such disputes. Even she, who is not very clear about the situation of Xingji, knows what their current demands are. And Mr. Carlet and others also talked about it before she was discharged from the hospital. So she had a rough idea in her mind. But no matter how much it was, she never thought that the other party was going to send her away with hundreds of thousands of Xingji coins. Is the life of the poor original body worth so much? Jiang Hui, who was originally in a complicated mood due to the separation of a layer of mentality, suddenly became angry, furious. This is the so-called Hylusi group that came to negotiate sincerely. It is really sincere enough. Sincere to deceive children. Jiang Hui wanted to get angry immediately. But then she thought that this was completely meaningless. And she didn't even want to negotiate. She didn't make it difficult for the other party. For her, it is better to be open and honest. Explain clearly and thoroughly solve the problem, and then go home than to talk in secret. Since such an outrageously low plan was proposed, there must be a higher one, which is the so-called bottom line plan. She wanted to know this now. Now Andy didn't dare to play tricks anymore. And he told everything. He began to feel fortunate that he didn't say the more outrageous one at the beginning. Otherwise he would be scolded to death now. In fact, the compensation is just like that. Basically more than twice the minimum compensation stipulated by the law. 5 million interstellar coins. For example, the fine decorated apartment she lives in now can probably buy 2 or 3 sets. And a villa in the central city can barely be bought. But it is far from enough to buy a luxury house. The account balance of her body does not include various subsidies, but is the savings of her original parents for many years, which is about the same. The real estate industry has really not changed from ancient times to the present. The supply exceeds the demand. But the price is never reduced. The Interstellar is of course no exception. Buying a house in this era is still a problem. But this world is still blessed by technology after all. Those who can't afford villas and private apartments can still choose government housing. But these houses have a purchase period, such as 200 or 300 years. For the age of interstellar people, it is equivalent to renting. There are also a limited number of villas, apartments and private houses. Each person can buy them with a quota, not just with money. For example, the original apartment in the inner galaxy was part of the Jiang family's severance pay for Jiang Hui, and was bought for her with a quota. Quotas can also be obtained in many ways, such as the buying and selling market, residence redeeming points, contribution rewards, special military supplies, etc. There are many ways, so I won't explain them one by one here. So if Jiang Hui wants to buy a house in the future, she has to get a quota. However, in the compensation plan, Hi Lucy also got her one, which is the kind that is available throughout the galaxy. This amount may be more expensive than the house, which is also a big deal. In addition, they also paid the cost of repairing the damaged apartment before being discharged from the hospital and arranged for relevant personnel to repair it, so that Jiang Hui would not face a mess when she returned. And there are also nutrition fees, delay fees, etc., totaling more than 650,000 interstellar coins. Originally, the other party wanted to give her an intelligent system, but Jiang Hui refused. The original body was already responsible for the product of the Hi Lucy group, so how could she dare to use it? So it was better to convert it into money directly. After a series of compensations, Jiang Hui's account doubled out of thin air. And that was it. Because judging from the loss and gain, it didn't seem to be something worth being happy about. But the reason was not something that could be told to outsiders. Seeing that Jiang Hui heard that she could get so many things, the other party thought that she was still dissatisfied, and was not surprised, and said that she could report it for her again. However, Jiang Hui refused, and she said that this plan was fine. Without waiting for Andy to breathe a sigh of relief, she added 2 requirements that had nothing to do with material compensation, saying that otherwise she would not agree to the settlement. Andy felt that these 2 requirements were not difficult to meet, but it was also strange. Just as strange as the feeling this girl gave people. Chapter 20 Contract. Jiang Hui raised 2 additional requirements, and required them to be met. Otherwise the talks would be over. One was to ask the Hi Lucy group to investigate the cause of the intelligent system failure. Was it the poor quality control of the intelligent system itself that caused the failure during the operation? Or was it the quality of individual parts that caused hidden dangers and subsequent failures? Anyway, we must get to the bottom of it and not be vague. If you die, you must die clearly and clearly. You can't go to the underworld and not know how you died. The original body should not be able to do this now. But Jiang Hui is still alive in her body. No matter what the matter is, she should get justice for her. After thoroughly understanding the whole thing, the matter was announced in Consumer Weekly, and an apology was made, which was a little relief for the original body. There is also a second thing. I hope that Hi Lucy Group will recall the TM batch of products and conduct a comprehensive quality inspection. It is reported that this series of products has not been the first to have an accident. Before Jiang Hui, there were already 3 major accidents reported, not to mention the other minor accidents that were solved privately. This is no longer a secret in the interstellar world. Even non-industry tasks such as Khaled Su Jia have heard of this series of products. But they are all bad reputations. If this level of product is replaced by other small and medium-sized consortiums, they may have been targeted by the upper level. Not only did they not receive warnings from relevant departments this year, they also launched several new series of products. Maybe it is because they have done their job well. And after all, they have enough money. Jiang Hui can be said to be the biggest victim of this series of products, and even the gravedigger of this series of products. If her soul had not somehow come from Blue Star and come back to life in this body, the Helix Group would undoubtedly have been involved in a major scandal. So whether it is for public or private reasons, Jiang Hui most hopes that they will immediately investigate and adjust this product, so that such a tragedy will not happen again. Such an accident rate is already exaggerated and cannot be explained by ordinary failure rates. Unexpectedly, Andy responded to the second one immediately, but the first one had to be reported to the group. Ms. Jiang is thoughtful. You are really a kind-hearted person. Before finding you, our group has held relevant meetings to review and reflect. And now the board of directors has also issued a decision to stop the production of TM series products and recall all TM series products sold, striving to prevent such incidents from happening again. You don't need to worry about this. Our group has always operated XXXX with integrity and strives to provide all customers with better products and services. Andy looked at the girl in front of him with a slightly admiring look. Jiang Hui. The following advertisement is unnecessary. Moreover, she really didn't have a good impression of the Lucy group. They didn't investigate the incident several times. And they just use money to silence people. It's fine if the victims accept it. But the problem is that you have so many problems. Why don't you spend some time to investigate the product problems? If you find and solve them earlier, there will be no more problems later. This time, the removal is probably a crisis public relations, which is really a measure that can't be taken. Not because they really want to change. Jiang Hui thought that the Lucy group was a typical capital consortium that puts profit above all else and acts without regard for consequences. However, Andy, the employee who came to negotiate, was a weird guy. She looked at the person on the other side of the screen with an inexplicably subtle expression. She watched the other party earnestly exhort her, vowing that their group had decided to stop producing the TM series of products, and that she didn't need to specifically raise the issue. Why didn't the other party want her to raise this request alone? For this reason, he also made various guarantees for the group's decision. Then he said that the group might intentionally block the 2 additional conditions after seeing them. But he even spoke ill of his own people. So from a motivational point of view, why was he unwilling to bring this additional request for her? Was it really because of what he said? Of course not. Andy had a change of heart and didn't want to see her child step into the pit. Although he had only been in the group for a short time, he still had some understanding of the group's style. And he knew how dark the group's heart was. Jiang Hui's first request was okay. Anyway, he hadn't seen all kinds of requests in negotiations. There was another victim who was even more outrageous. She didn't want monetary subsidies, saying that she was not short of money, but asked to introduce her to a few outstanding male friends. Well, so Jiang Hui's situation was normal. But the second one, in Andy's opinion, it was not bad. And it could even be said that it was the question and voice that Andy had always had in his heart. He had just graduated and had not experienced the world. His passion had not been extinguished by the world. And he still had a warm heart. To be honest, he couldn't stand the style of the Lucy group. The TM series of things had been put in front of them countless times. But for some reason, the higher-ups had never taken it seriously. And they wanted to suppress it with money again and again. And it had been delayed until now without being dealt with. It's a pity that he signed a 3-year contract right after graduation. If he leaves within less than a year of employment, it may affect his resume. He had no choice but to continue to do it. He was pushed out as a cannon fodder this time, and he had already thought about leaving. So he didn't want to see Jiang Hui step into this pit. Jiang Hui asked the group to recall the TM series of products. The group just happened to have such an idea. But how to make a reasonable public announcement without being too dignified? Jiang Hui's request as a victim is obviously a very easy traffic point to operate. God knows how those black-hearted guys in the publicity department will use poor Ms. Jiang. Maybe they will use this poor child in various ways. Guide various media in the Interstellar to pay attention to her life. And there will be some keyboard warriors who have no bottom line to make all kinds of malicious speculations on the Interstellar network. Just thinking about that direction makes me feel suffocated. So I must not mention it. He also wanted to persuade her to give up this idea. The girl said again, "Thank you for informing me of your company's decision. But I'm still a little worried as long as things are not settled. Anyway, we have to sign the contract in the end. And then sign the confidentiality agreement together. It shouldn't affect anything if we add it at the same time. Anyway, your group was planning to do this anyway." Contract? Confidentiality agreement? Are all of you who are not fully awakened so awesome now? Have you learned something to this level? You seem to be reading my mind and speaking. Andy felt that he was just like a fool when he came to negotiate today. He couldn't close his mouth the whole time, and was always led by the nose. He was scared. The current incomplete awakened were so powerful. Chapter 21 Inappropriate. Mr. Andy, are you clear now? Jiang Hui asked if the additional conditions can be met. I have no problem with the rest. Please help to pass it on to your group. Oh, I understand. I don't have any problems here either. I will report your needs to the headquarters truthfully. and the special project team will give priority to you. Jiang Hui nodded a little tiredly. Andy was not a tactless person. He saw that the conversation had been going on for so long at the bottom corner of the communication page. And the other party had just come out of the hospital. And he was disturbed by a phone call until now. He thought about it, and suddenly felt that this thing seemed very unkind. The young man immediately said that he had disturbed her for a long time, and asked her to have a good rest and say goodbye. And he would contact her when there was a result. But she was interrupted by Jiang Hui again. She said to the young man who was preparing to communicate in seclusion, "I wonder if Mr. Andy can tell me whether your group has prepared the lowest compensation plan at the beginning?" Andy was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help screaming in his heart. How did she know this? Could she really know the legendary ancient magic mind reading? No. We have talked about it, and there is no objection. Why did she expose them again? Isn't it embarrassing for him? And how can he have the nerve to say it? Andy looked a little embarrassed, but didn't seem to avoid the topic. Sure enough. So you didn't know and guessed? Can you tell me? The girl's expression, which has always been a little cold, now showed a trace of childish curiosity. Hey! So you can be such a child. Why did you seem so sophisticated before? This is really a split, isn't it? Andy wanted to deny it, although he knew that his previous performance was equivalent to acquiescence. But he couldn't help swallowing the words on his lips. There is indeed one. But I didn't say it. It was really too outrageous. Andy felt like he was controlled by the devil, or because the injustice deep in his heart had been unable to be smoothed out for a long time. So he jumped into this obvious pit. His reason was madly shouting at his ego. Are you really crazy? Can you say these words? Is this girl really as simple as her age? What if the other party is recording and intends to use his words? What will he do if the group or the board of directors hears this? What can he do? He doesn't want to care. Isn't it just a job for a black-hearted consortium? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I haven't wanted to do it for a long time. At this moment, Andy suddenly felt a kind of great passion for his chicness, and was proud of his courage at this moment. Hee. This black-hearted consortium has done so many stupid things. He has long wanted to complain to others. Jiang Hui was just curious. She could figure it out not because she was smart or something profound, but because she was familiar with the routine. Isn't this the most common routine in the business of Blue Star? It is so common in novels that she can easily think in that direction. So she was really curious and asked after the conversation. Unexpectedly, the other party's face immediately became ugly after hearing it. And it was blue and white, and almost turned green. Jiang Hui was worried that he couldn't catch his breath and wanted to tell him not to say it. Forget it. I'm embarrassing Mr. Andy. Or not. No. I was just about to tell you. The other party's face suddenly became a little firm, and he immediately told her the so-called outrageous plan. There was no other supplementary order, just a sum of money, and the difference between this sum and the amount she had agreed on was almost 10 times, which sounded really outrageous. No normal person would agree to it. But is this High-Lucy group stupid? Or is it just too ugly to eat? Even if you want to use a ladder-style business technique, you have to come up with something more reliable, and don't mess around. Once people hear your first compensation plan, they will definitely be unwilling and angry. Some people will not only be angry, but may also be unable to resist and teach them a lesson. If you hurt someone, there is no way to settle it peacefully. Under her conspiracy, wouldn't the people of High-Lucy Group have such vague calculations? She vaguely remembered that the crime of intentional injury in Xingji seemed to be not light, and the compensation for injuring someone without reason could be so great that the family would go bankrupt. When the peacemaking becomes a two-way injury, the victim will be instantly changed, giving the other party a handle. At that time, High-Lucy will be caught in the middle, and it will be nice to make a good face on both sides, resolve the conflict, and then pay a little money to each person. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Jiang Hui felt that she was inexplicably sick. How could she think of such a crooked place? But the various behaviors shown by the other party made her have to think more. Alas, it turns out that unscrupulous businessmen exist in every world. Andy originally thought that even if Jiang Hui would not be very angry after hearing it, he would at least smile coldly and spit a few words of connotation. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed very calm all the time, just like listening to other people's stories. This kid is very calm. Andy couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But his evaluation of the girl was even more admiring. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang. Although I don't have this position, I am also an insider who came with the idea of fooling around. But I have no ill will towards you. Please forgive me. Andy finally summed himself up like this. Okay. I know. Jianghui nodded and said, Thank you Mr. Andy for telling me. Let me know how rubbish Hilusi is a consortium, and how low its bottom line is. I know. And I won't leak anything about today's conversation. Please take care of the negotiation. Mr. Andy? Just help me convey my meaning. And wait for the people above to respond before talking about the rest. She promised the young man. Ah? Hey. Yes. I will definitely convey it to you. I am sorry to bother you today. Thank you for taking the time to help me deal with this matter. Then I will not bother you anymore. Andy was stunned for a moment. And then a complex and slightly touched expression appeared on his face. But it quickly dissipated like smoke and disappeared without a trace. He hesitated again. Do you have any more questions? I'll hang up first. Actually, I still have some. Although it seems rude to say this. I really think that a place like the Hylas Group may not be suitable for talents like Mr. Andy. It should even be said that Mr. Andy is not suitable for this job at all. He is too kind and innocent. The young man was stunned when he heard it. And he did not immediately show any expression such as anger or being offended. But he was really a little stunned. Jianghui calmly said goodbye and was about to hang up. But heard the other party suddenly say something. She couldn't help laughing in the end and hung up the optical brain communication. That's what I think. Chapter 22 Dream. After hanging up the call, the very faint smile on Jianghui's face quickly faded. The surroundings were very quiet. And there were faint footsteps in the distance. People were talking. From time to time, buses passed by the orbits set above the sky. And the planets with a strong presence in the sky were still turning quietly. This was undoubtedly a very ordinary day on this planet. But it was not the case for Jianghui. A blue star. She was stunned in the pavilion for a while. And then she slowly got up and walked towards the entrance of the apartment not far away. The lobby on the first floor was as always full of modern characteristics. Mainly based on white, light blue and calm gray-brown. The floor, walls, and ceiling were decorated with various high-tech material plates. To be honest, it was quite uncomfortable. This extremely cold decoration style had some traces of mechanization and industrialization. There was no popularity at all, which made Jianghui watch out from a human society very uncomfortable. This kept reminding her that she had come to a world completely different from the past and could never go back. The front desk was an intelligent robot, and behind it were a large area of small cabinets similar to express boxes, occupying the entire wall. According to memory, this should be the mailing place. The intelligent system detected her and asked her politely if she needed any help. Jianghui just looked around, so there was nothing to help with. She looked for a while, then followed the road sign to take the elevator to Building B and went home. Interstellar people probably live in more spacious places, because they are the pioneers of the entire Interstellar. So the houses are habitually built to be more spacious. Take the house where the original body lived. There was a home on each floor, and even the surrounding greenery and public areas actually belonged to her alone. Building A has a larger base, so there are 2 households on 1 floor. It is actually quiet, but Jianghui prefers this type. Building B has a circular room. You can finally see the door after getting on the elevator and bypassing the specially designed screens and other decorations. It seems that the Hylusi group is really rich. The door they paid for is better and thicker than the previous one. It also is high-end with grain. This door alone is almost worth the normal maintenance costs. It is really rich. Jianghui thought so and opened the door with pupil recognition. Click. The door opened immediately. It didn't open so quickly, because if the intelligent system was still there, it would have to check the biological data and record it in the book before opening the door. But now the machine core that was originally the intelligent system has been taken away by the Hylusi group. So there are only some intelligent automatic furniture left in the house. This is closer to the high-tech residences she knew on Blue Star, barely within her cognitive range. Well, her current state and mentality are more suitable for this. It is really confusing to be exposed to too many things that are too advanced at once. And it is impossible to tell whether this is a dream or reality. She stood at the door in a daze, her eyes empty, and the door closed automatically behind her, making a dull closing sound. Only those whose brain waves have completely disappeared can be considered brain dead. This sentence appeared in her mind again. She didn't feel it when she was busy, but she felt that her heart was as heavy as a stone. and she couldn't get rid of the depression. However, when everything calmed down, some heavy things that had been pressing on her heart poured down, and she couldn't stop it. "We're back," she said to the empty house. No one was destined to respond to her. She turned back to make sure the door was locked, passed by the unfamiliar hall, room and corridor, and finally came to the bedroom door at the end. A whole wall next to the bedroom was demolished. It was originally the interface of the intelligence system, and it was empty. The door automatically opened when it detected the arrival of the owner, and she walked straight in. This was the only place she was familiar with in this home. The scene in the room was exactly the same as what she saw on the first day, except that there was no intelligent robot. The area was very large, much larger than her initial impression. About 60 square meters. The bed faced north and south, facing the semi-arc, and hung thick curtains, covering the inside tightly. The automatic sensing row of lights was dim, and the brightness was just right. Jiang Hui stood in the room for a while, then fell headfirst onto the soft bed. This should have been a relatively comfortable experience, but in the blink of an eye, a completely unfamiliar breath hit her, and she became a little stiff all over. She turned over, pulled the soft pillow over, and then covered her face with it. She held her breath until she felt a slight suffocation, and then she barely felt that she was still alive. "Oh, forget it. It really hurts." The girl's mumbling voice came, getting smaller and smaller, and gradually only the sound of breathing. The lights in the bedroom were turned off in time, and the room fell into darkness. Jiang Hui couldn't tell whether she was awake or dreaming. This is her home? Did she finally go home? Was everything before just a dream? She wandered around the small house like a ghost, and she came back to her senses in the process. This kind of uncontrolled sense of emptiness in both movement and thinking can only be found in dreams. And it is obvious that this is her dream. Yes, on the day of the meteor shower, she inexplicably left the blue star and went to a world in the distant starry sky that used interstellar years because of a bowl of instant noodles and a computer failure. There, she saw many technologies that were unimaginable on the blue star in a short period of time. For Jiang Hui, a blue star native, it was an extremely unfamiliar country, and the fact that the original body was suspected of brain death also made her feel heavy. At a certain moment that she herself did not know, a soul was destroyed. And then she, a ghost from nowhere, inherited this body, identity, and everything including life. Jiang Hui did not want to live, but she was even more unwilling to occupy someone else's body. She was also very grateful to God and her original body for giving her a chance to live again. But she would rather return to her own world and continue her ordinary life. Unfortunately, the original body seemed to have really died, and she obviously could not return to her own world. What should she do next? Jiang Hui had no idea. Just like she had no idea about this dream that was a little too realistic and realistic. Alas, who can tell her why a person can't wake up in time when he knows that he is in a dream? If it is a dream, wake up quickly. She really feels that the scene in front of her makes her, who can never go home again, very uncomfortable. She turned around in her dream home again, and finally stopped in front of the inexplicably mutated giant computer embedded in the floor-to-ceiling window. And a trace of emotion flashed through her heart. She changed the world but still dreamed of this kind of computer. It can be seen that she really felt that her death was unfair. But the dream didn't see another culprit. She felt that instant noodles seemed to have played a big role in it. Wow. I never thought that I wouldn't be able to eat a bite of instant noodles before I died. Working people are really miserable. Chapter 23 Outrageous. In the early morning, the birds outside chirped softly, humming a tune happily. The sound was very close and transmitted into the dim room. The person on the bed seemed to hear the movement and moved, and then retracted his wrist into the quilt. The room returned to silence. Suddenly, the quilt that was tightly covered from head to toe on the bed was lifted from the inside, and the person inside sat up with a bang. The wall in front of the bed, which was covered by the arc-shaped curtain, seemed to receive some special induction. It was divided from the middle and slid open to both ends, showing the scene outside in all directions. It turned out that the curtain was not covering a closed wall, but a large glass floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was a balcony, or it should be said that it was an open gardening corner with a specially designed outflow. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window that seemed to have no end in sight, various flowers and plants were planted, with different varieties, staggered and colorful. In addition to the orderly distributed flowers and plants, The extended gardening space is not cramped at all. It is just like a small garden. There is a small path leading to the side. And there should be a similar garden on the other side, without the curtains blocking the view. A large amount of sunlight shines in, making the whole room bright all of a sudden. This kind of sunlight is different from that on the blue planet. The sunlight on the blue planet is warm and bright, but sometimes it can be dazzling and hot, because the geographical environment and climate are different. And the degree is also different. Here, the light of this planet is soft. Everything has a slightly yellow light, but it is naturally not obvious. And there is no obvious temperature when it falls on the body. The light passes through the small garden and finally falls on the person on the bed. This should obviously be a very pleasant morning. But it was obvious that the person on the bed was not in such a good mood to appreciate all this at the moment. And she missed the first moment of appreciating the beautiful scenery, because she was really in a crazy mood now. She knew that last night was a dream. But she knew it was a dream, but didn't know why she couldn't wake up. She waited for a long time in the dream, and was really tired of waiting. She tried every method, but she couldn't wake up, as if she was welded to that place. Jiang Hui even suspected that this was not a dream. Maybe she really came back and wanted to open the door, but found that the door was still not open. After tossing for a long time, she couldn't toss anymore. And then, she fell asleep in that dream. When she woke up again, she found herself in the bed of number 385. Is this waking up? Jiang Hui thought. It was a lot of tossing to wake up in this dream. It can be seen how much she misses her home on Blue Star in her heart. Once she gets the chance to dream about it, her subconscious mind even refuses to wake up. But it would be better to have less of this kind of dream in the future, because dreams that can't wake up are actually quite scary. Jiang Hui sat up and was about to get up when the window opposite opened. At that time, it was a scene of a garden, with the lights in the house shining out, and the planets arranged in the sky. It was quite artistic. But the problem was not this. Why was the sky outside dark? That day in the hospital, she found that the astronomical phenomena of this planet were different from those of the blue planet. Later, when she got the optical computer, she made up for this part of the rules and common sense, because it was understandable that she didn't know anything else. After all, the original body had just arrived in this galaxy. But it would be a bit outrageous if she didn't know the common sense of time and season that was universal in the galaxy. Fortunately, she later found that she didn't need to rebuild this common sense, because it is said that the time and season operation of the capital star system is very similar to that of the blue star, even close to a 1-to-1 ratio. And the time is 365 days a year, 12 months, 24 hours a day, etc. But the word star is used in front of them. These are said to be the old methods passed down from the mother star before immigration, and have never changed since then. Of course, there are still many differences between the major star systems and planets outside the capital star system. And the laws of planetary operation are also different. Some planets even have only daytime without night, or only night without daytime. So for the same measurement, the entire star system uses the time of the capital star system. Only some planets will retain their own calendar and time if necessary, and use them together with the capital time. The Xian-level planet she is currently on is a new immigrant planet that has been developed in the past 1,000 years. It has no name yet, and is named number 732. Its size is also above average among the resident star systems. All kinds of resources match the population of the planet, and various developments and political achievements can be said to be relatively balanced. However, the only bad thing about this planet is that the orbiting rules of the planets do not conform to the capital calendar. The planets never set, and there is no night. And this is obviously not suitable for human habits. Therefore, in order to make it suitable for human habitation, the Immigration Bureau settled here built a night ecological simulation system for this place when building the city, which can simulate the night environment according to the capital galaxy calendar. In fact, there is no need to change the planetary environment, but to construct an ecological projection screen in the city system to allow this planet to enter the night simulation mode in time. In this way, an ecosystem suitable for human habitation is automatically formed. It is still dark outside, so it is not 6 o'clock in the morning yet? Jiang Hui was a little bit unbelievable. She had been tossing and turning in her dream for so long, and slept for a long time. Why is it not dawn yet? Maybe she slept for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. She immediately turned on the light brain and looked at the time display at the bottom corner of the light brain. And then she was really stunned. No way. Did she remember the time wrong? Not only did the day not turn over, but this time was also outrageous. She went to bed at about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and vaguely remembered that it seemed that it took not long for her to fall asleep. What time is it now? The light brain shows 9:45. Night. Speaking of which, she just had such a long dream. Could it be that only more than 10 minutes have passed? This is too outrageous. Jiang Hui sat up in a flash and couldn't fall asleep. She felt that it was necessary to verify the situation. Otherwise, she would have some doubts about whether this body had also been injured in the head in the recent accident. Otherwise, how could it not even be able to figure out the ordinary counting and timing? If this is true, then she may have to reconsider the compensation plan negotiated with the Hylas group. The previous one was too cheap for the other party. Jiang Hui could not lie down any longer and took out the medical records and receipts brought back from the space button when she was discharged from the hospital. To be honest, there were too many professional terms in that thing, and she could not understand it. However, she could understand the time on it. As long as she looked at the discharge time recorded on it, she could make sure whether she remembered it wrong. But when she actually saw the time recorded on the medical record, she was stunned. She was discharged at 5:30 p.m. on August 2nd, 9983 of the 8th era of the star calendar. Now it is 9:49 p.m. on August 2nd, 9983 of the 8th era of the star calendar. So this is still the same day. Is it really possible that she woke up after sleeping for more than 10 minutes? Chapter 24 Sorting Out. Jiang Hui thought that the original body's brain might have been damaged. After all, a human brain is composed of 4 frontal lobes, and 2 of them were damaged at once. Although the technology in the interstellar world is very advanced, she couldn't believe that there was no impact at all. Now there are sequelae. Now I can't remember the time. And there is a time difference. Jiang Hui widened her eyes and confirmed the time on the optical computer again, but found that it was still the time I saw just now. Well, either the optical computer has a problem, or is the timekeeping in the interstellar world so different from that in the blue planet? She really couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to sleep anymore, so she had to get up from the bed. Anyway, she didn't really look at this house carefully, and the original body didn't seem to have any specific impressions, probably because it seemed that she had just moved in not long ago. At this moment, Jiang Hui finally had time to look at the garden view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Although it was a simulated night, it looked very real, and it looked quiet outside the window. After looking for a while, she got up and walked around the room. The house was very new, and the bathroom and cloakroom were empty, with a few clothes hanging on them. It was estimated that they had not bought new ones yet. After leaving the bedroom, the lights in the corridor turned on one after another, and the house seemed to be lit up all of a sudden. When she walked to the hall, the air conditioner had turned on automatically, and a weak airflow rose in the space, bringing some vitality to the place. She sat down on a sofa that was in line with the future concept of the Blue Star people, and found that this thing looked hard on the outside. But when a heavy object was pressed down, it showed a state of slower rebound than memory foam, and it seemed very soft and comfortable. Then she sat there for a while, and really began to sort out the memories of this body. She put aside things that were too long ago, because they had been formed for a long time and had been suppressed in the deeper part of her mind, making it difficult to recall. Now, most of the things that she can remember with a little movement are those happy things with magnificent colors hidden in the original body's memory. At that time, there were parents, relatives, friends, interesting things in school, the pride of the first awakening and upgrading, and the curiosity of seeing the Mecca for the first time. Many are happy memories. The original body was a very lively and kind girl, but later her parents died, and the background of her memory gradually became dim. The people and things she saw became fainter and fainter, and it seemed that there was no color in her eyes. She finally chose to leave the planet where she was born and raised, not because of any dark inside story, nor was it simply about who was right or wrong, and the family did not let her down. But she just didn't want to stay there, so she left with hope when she had a chance, seeking a new beginning. Unfortunately, the fate of human beings is unpredictable. The original body came to this new environment and died in an accident before she could plan for her future. Now Jiang Hui finally remembered how the original body had an accident. It was not wrong to say that the Hylas group was not wronged. The culprit for the original body's misfortune was the TM series robot. The smart system was purchased together with the furniture decoration at that time, and it was a brand new product that had never been disassembled. At that time, the original body did not pay attention to this, because she had never had any problems with the home smart system in the inner galaxy since she was a child. She thought that these things were the same, and she chose the recommended brand when she checked the smart system. I didn't expect that this TM series produced by Hilusi Group is a ripoff. It started to jam frequently after just 1 or 2 days of use, which made me very angry. I wanted to report the return the next day, but something happened that night. This dog thing suddenly sounded an automatic alarm in the middle of the night, startling me who was sleeping at the time. And then it stopped working. At that time, I wanted to see what it was doing. And the sub-robot connected to the intelligent system suddenly malfunctioned and rushed out and knocked me down. And the direction she fell was not coincidental. The back of her head just happened to face the table next to her. And that's it. What's hateful is that the robot connected to the intelligent system happened to shut down automatically at that time, which led to the tragedy later. What a tragicomedy that is linked together. The pitiful thing is that the innocent young life of the original body died, and the rest is all farce. Intelligent systems, even furniture intelligent systems, have long been very common in the interstellar world, and the industry has reached a very mature stage. There are few problems, like explosive technology in interstellar history. They have always been good assistants to interstellar people. The TM series of the Helix Group is almost a shame that can be recorded in the history of interstellar intelligent systems. So this Helix Group really lived up to her intuition. They dared to keep selling such things. They are really the most profiteers among profiteers, and the scum in the high-tech manufacturing industry. Jiang Hui didn't know what to say for a while. After sorting out the fragmented memories, she looked at the time again. It was already past 12 o'clock in the morning. But she still didn't feel sleepy. She thought that she seemed to have only eaten lunch this day, and didn't eat anything else. Jiang Hui sat up from the sofa with a lazy body and walked to the open kitchen on the side, intending to find something to fill her stomach. Oh! Here is another set of incomprehensible kitchen smart tools, with strange-shaped grooves, things similar to wrenches, and some incomprehensible composite boards. The original body was not a good cook at home before, and could not understand these things at all. She stared at the kitchen's large and small automated tools for a long time, and finally decided to look through the refrigerator to find the instant food in the original body's memory. Finally found something that can be used. Jiang Hui pressed a button next to her, and saw a light curtain suddenly lit up in a place similar to a metal double door next to the open kitchen. There were rows of things on the top like a list, and at the bottom was a familiar place similar to an operating interface. Jiang Hui looked at it, and barely recognized that these on the list should be ingredients. So this should be the refrigerator? Sure enough, after a while, the double door was pushed into the wall, revealing a wall of clutter. Jiang Hui looked up and studied it. Although it was a refrigerator, it was not cold at all. Instead, there was a strange white mist floating inside. She guessed that this should be the secret of the interstellar people to keep food fresh. She finally managed to find a familiar instant lunch box from a pile, and then put it in the semi-finished product processing cabinet next to it according to the instructions. Ding, it was completed in less than half a second, as if she had already felt the satisfaction brought by the full stomach. She couldn't wait to take it out, open the package, and prepare to have a big meal. However, when she saw the contents of the disposable lunch box clearly, her face froze. Instant noodles. God knows why she still couldn't escape the fate of eating instant noodles even though she came to the Interstellar. Chapter 25 Mental Stabilizer. After facing the first cruel reality after coming to the Interstellar, Jiang Hui completely returned to the reality of life, tidied up, went back to her room, and went to bed to prepare for real sleep. It was a little after 1 a.m. at that time. After experiencing so much in a day, anyone should feel tired and want to rest. Of course, Jiang Hui was not. No. What's the matter? Can't sleep even in this way? Or has the body of the interstellar people been strengthened to this point, and they don't need to sleep? She curled up in bed, staring at the dark void. And the more she stared, the more energetic she became. Could it be that because she took an hour's nap in the hospital yesterday at noon, her body had rested enough? But in the original body's memory, the rest time of the interstellar people was obviously no different from that of the blue star people. Jiang Hui was puzzled. It is really a great torture when a person wants to sleep, but can't fall asleep. She started to bounce her left foot, and right foot from the beginning when she was calm and prepared to lie down. She felt uncomfortable all over. But she just couldn't fall asleep. Look at the time again. Wow. It's been a long time. A whole hour. She was going crazy. Jumped out of bed. Rummaged through the boxes, and found a set of spare temporary bedding to change into. This time it's okay. The new and used quilt will not have any residual smell. The girl sank into the soft big bed. And then, still couldn't fall asleep. Someone was completely crazy, and started to force herself to fall asleep in various ways. Unfortunately, until dawn, when the first ray of light shone into the room, Jiang still couldn't fall asleep. Someone who was tortured by insomnia all night was still energetic. And a night of sleep did not reduce her energy. It was obviously impossible to sleep if she stayed in bed at this moment. So she had to change into new clothes, and walk around the hall to find something to eat. This was her second day in the star Interstellar after she woke up. And her mood was calmer even if it was still fluctuating. She had gradually recognized her current situation, and was relatively active in adapting to it. Jiang Hui slightly avoided the colored lunch box she had taken last night, and sat on the sofa in front of the living room with another processed fast food to watch TV. Oh! This place should be called Star Vision. Times and #UN hashtag at Legion Expedition. Suspected to have found an alien nest on the extraterritorial star NT8439579. A certain district of the capital star in the Central Star region held an intelligent robot artificial design competition. And the top student of XXX University won the championship. It is said that he is less than 17 years old, and has not yet awakened for the second time. Captain XX of the XX Legion disappeared at the border at 7:45 yesterday. The radar detected that there was no sign of life in an instant. It is suspected that he encountered a polymer teleportation black hole. The follower star with the number RJ589358 in the inner galaxy submitted an upgrade application for the 5th time. The inner 60 main stars may have another main star. The interstellar superstar XXX accepted an interview with the star reporter for the first time. He was originally from a resident galaxy's sky-level planet. After several years of hard work, he finally settled in the capital galaxy through self-struggle, inspiring thousands of drifters in the capital. Jiang Hui was not familiar with many things, and there was no sense of substitution. He just watched and ate boredly. If nothing else, this braised long-haired pork rice bowl tasted really good. A few days ago, a neutral meteor shower descended on the B-ring region of the resident galaxy, causing the natural magnetic fields of a series of planets to become disrupted, and some creatures were affected by shadow movements. According to the Star Journal, some residents feel their mental power is particularly agitated in their sleep, or they are affected by quantum energy. Suddenly, a piece of news attracted Jiang Hui's attention, and her hand movements could not help but pause. She remembered that she was watching a meteor shower at the last moment of her stay on Blue Star, but it seemed that she did not see it until the last moment of her memory. And the night Jiang Hui arrived, a meteor shower also took place in the resident star system. Is there any connection between the two? Or is it just a coincidence? Jiang Hui was lost in thought. Ding ding. She was brought back to her senses by a series of noises. Jiang Hui could now open her light brain naturally, just like browsing her phone, to see if anyone had sent her a text message. One was a notification message from the hospital, congratulating her on her recovery and being discharged, and then reminding her to take mental stabilizers on time, and to go back to the hospital for a follow-up examination on a certain day. Jiang Hui read it carefully twice, and after confirming that there was nothing missed, she clicked on the review time to set it as a special reminder, notifying her to go to the hospital for a follow-up examination half a day in advance. She thought about it, and took out the message from the space button again. She put the mental stabilizer on the table, and prepared to study how to take it. Then she looked at the second message. This message was obviously different from the previous one sent by the hospital system. It was sent privately by a person in the work department, and the suffix was marked as Halamo from the after-sales department. Jiang Hui's eyes lingered on the prefix of Lucy Group at the front, and finally clicked it to check. The message was not long, just asking her to go to Lucy Group tomorrow to discuss compensation. The words were polite, but also formal enough, with a sense of indifference and superiority. This group really refreshed her perception of interstellar profiteers. Last time, they knew to send a living person, but this time, they didn't even send a person, but just sent a notice, and asked her to go to their group to negotiate in person. Then why didn't they go to heaven? Now it's not her who asked them, Besides, she still remembered how the original body suffered, and it was also related to their products. She hasn't avenged the original body yet, but the other party picked up Chiao first. Don't pretend to be generous if you don't have the sincerity. Do you really think that she can be manipulated because she is a child? Isn't it ridiculous? Jiang Hui sneered, crossed the message box neatly, and then blacklisted it. No! After blacklisting some unpleasant guys, Jiang Hui scrolled down along the communication area and roughly looked at the recent communication records and text messages of the optical brain, intending to see if anyone has contacted the original owner recently, but probably because it was not blocked when connecting to the local signal tower. When she scrolled down, it was basically some local information and political district prompts, with a lot of advertisements in between. But there was no serious text message. After scrolling for the past week, she still didn't find any useful or missed information, and no one had contacted the original body recently, so she had to give up. But Jiang Hui's eyes were still withdrawn too early, and she didn't notice that the last piece of information she glanced over and ignored was obviously different from the previous information and advertisement information, marked as the Medium Star Zone Beska Intermediate College. However, someone didn't know it now, and was still leisurely browsing a wave of information, then pulled it out of the light brain and looked at the row of mental stabilizers on the table. Alas, she kept procrastinating, and she couldn't escape taking medicine. Isn't it just mental stabilizers? The hospital asked her to come back and take it, so it must be absolutely safe. So there is no need to panic. Huh? Chapter 26. Psychostabilizer, also known as KGD3-M, is the oldest existing drug in the interstellar world. It is said to have existed before the epoch. It is the earliest drug known to humans that has been recorded in history but cannot be accurately traced. In the early years, it did not have such a mild name, which sounded like an auxiliary harmless drug. Instead, it was a clinical drug called KGD3-M launched by the Human Star Migration Program, also known as a human body transformation agent. It was initially developed to help fragile humans adapt to the interstellar environment after leaving their mother planet. It extracted radioactive uranium floating in the universe, which is 100 times more accurate than the uranium that can be artificially extracted from the mother planet. And this processed radioactive uranium material can transform the fragile human body and nervous system, allowing humans to adapt to the radiation-filled cosmic environment. However, there are gains and losses, and the first generation of explorers must pay a greater price than ordinary people, because technology cannot keep up. The extraction method depends entirely on exploration. Extracting this type of radioactive uranium material has become an extremely dangerous job. Frontline workers basically work for months instead of years, and most of them do not live beyond the age of 30. The users will also be tortured by the radioactive uranium. The uranium left in the medicine will mostly stay in the user's body, tormenting them for life. Thanks to these pioneers, they have opened up wider and wider roads. In the process, humans have mastered more and more advanced technologies, and then gradually occupied a place among the various interstellar races. To this day, humans have continued to the 8-star era and no longer need to be disturbed by cosmic radiation. Basically, they can live for an average of 500 years, and have developed a strong brain and mental power in the process of species evolution. The mental stabilizer has also been improved for several generations, and is no longer as dangerous as the first few generations. Although it also contains radioactive uranium, it has been extracted layer by layer to accurately adjust its content to the limit that the human brain can accept. Therefore, with the physical fitness of interstellar people who can naturally accept and absorb a certain amount of radioactive uranium, except that the human brain and mental power are more fragile and sensitive in this regard. The simple flesh is no longer disturbed by radioactive uranium. Therefore, the K-type GD3-M, which was once regarded as a life agent by countless humans, is gradually withdrawing from the stage of human body modification drugs and gradually becoming a drug dedicated to mental adjustment. Later, it was renamed as a mental stabilizer according to the new interstellar medical canon. Therefore, the essence of the gene stabilizer is not as harmless as its name sounds, because the radioactive uranium in it has a fierce effect for tens of thousands of years, and the human body has always been difficult to adapt to it. So Su Jia said to Jiang Hui at that time, because taking a gene stabilizer is really uncomfortable. It is said that taking 1 milligram can give you the same compressed pressure as the first explorers who were exposed to cosmic radiation for a whole year. This row of mental stabilizers contains a total of 2.5 milligrams of radioactive uranium. 5 tubes in total. 0.5 milligrams in each tube. And each tube is diluted thousands of times with sui yin solution. If humans who have not immigrated in the early times, or have just immigrated, and have not been strengthened take this amount, it will be enough to kill them. Even with the physique of the current interstellar people, it will provoke a certain degree of rejection reaction. It can be said to be one of the most unpopular drugs in the interstellar. And there was no one better. However, this drug has a strong effect on stabilizing and consolidating the mental state. The original body's archive records that he had just experienced the second mental awakening, and then encountered such an accident. So his mental power was in a very unstable state, and only mental stabilizers could cure this instability. And it is reported that all those who have not fully awakened have experienced abnormal awakening during their development. To a certain extent, mental stabilizers are also prescription drugs that can activate abnormal awakening. But the interstellar government has very strict management of this drug. Citizens are not allowed to circulate and use it privately so far, and all usage records must be registered. Jianhui didn't know these, and just thought that mental stabilizers were ordinary and expensive drugs. She looked at the simple instructions provided by the hospital. The way to take it is to swallow it in a relatively simple way, requiring you to stay away from radioactive effects and large magnetic resonance machines, and then wait for the drug to digest. However, Jiang Hui's eyes fell on the lower half of the instructions for taking it. Almost half of the instructions. It is reminded that people are likely to have a certain degree of rejection reaction after taking it. If you feel uncomfortable, you should report it to the hospital system immediately for timely diagnosis and treatment. Jiang Hui. Isn't this more frightening? But no matter where you are, you should still follow the doctor's advice. She first followed the medical warning attached to the instructions, tried to turn off the high-power machines in the room, and then took out a tube of mental stabilizer and swallowed it directly. The fluorescent blue liquid melted in the mouth and dissipated quickly in the mouth like smoke, with a slight sweetness. But it soon dissipated. It seems nothing special. The girl who was sitting on the sofa and trying to recall the mental stabilizer suddenly froze. Boom, boom, boom. This is the sound of the heart beating, connected to the heart system beating continuously, and the ears seemed to be surrounded by a three-dimensional echo of the heartbeat. The girl pressed her heart at some point, as if she was short of oxygen, and took a big breath. The veins on her forehead and neck were bulging, and every breath was like raindrops of sweat. This is just the beginning. The abnormal twitching of the heart is the starting point. The blood vessels and veins from the heart to various parts of the body, and the linkage extends to the peripheral nerves. Jiang Hui felt as if her whole body was held up by some strong force that could not be ignored, as if the flesh and bones were separated, and the soul was separated from the nerve center. Boom, boom. Time was getting slower and slower, and she felt that she couldn't breathe more and more, and the pain became the most inconspicuous feeling that was happening to the subject. The girl fell heavily on the sofa. Her eyes were dazed. The empty medicine tube slid down her weak fingertips, and finally hit the carpet with a muffled sound. Her palm was still pressing on her chest. Jiang Hui felt that she had died again inexplicably. Otherwise, why would she feel that she was floating, as if she had no head or feet? And her consciousness and senses were diffuse, and there was a tendency to expand. She thought a little aimlessly. So there was a reason why humans felt that their souls would return to heaven and earth after death. Perhaps when the soul leaves the body, it will be such a free and scattered feeling. When will she float to? When she can no longer feel that she has completely disappeared? Or will she go to some other destination? Well, it seems to be here. Jiang Hui felt that her feet suddenly touched the ground. Chapter 27. Jiang Hui felt that she was really going to be played to death by fate. Who could tell her why she came here again? Could it be that the biggest resentment of her two lives was this house on Blue Star? Oh, yes. That was the property that her parents had worked hard for all their lives. After finally paying off the mortgage, they left without enjoying it for long. In her lifetime, she was transferred to the Interstellar before she could enjoy the convenience of homeowners. What her family had worked hard to keep for 2 generations did not know who would get it. So it was normal to miss it at the last moment. But she really couldn't understand why this thing would appear here again. Jiang Hui looked at the huge mutant computer inlaid on the original French window, with some difficulty in explaining. Why did it seem that since coming to the Interstellar, every time she dreamed of returning to her home on Blue Star, such a thing would appear? This thing really looked weird. Not only had no aesthetic appeal, but also blocked the location. Wasn't the transparent French window good before? She also wanted to see the open scenery outside. Why did he have to face this injustice computer even if he was going to die? Was he trying to remind himself how miserable his death was? Jiang Hui looked at the strange computer standing on the wall, and couldn't help but slap the black screen angrily. However, this practice of taking out his anger on something quickly backfired. This computer was not as fragile as Jiang Hui remembered. It felt hard to the touch, just like a stone wall. His soft palm was like hitting a stone with an egg. The computer screen didn't deform at all, but his hand was hurt by the reaction force. Jiang Hui screamed in pain, and couldn't help but hold his wrist, squatted down, and took a long time to calm down before the buzzing sound in his mind disappeared. Oh my god! How come she still feels pain even after she died? Is this the other world after death? But is she really dead? Died inexplicably again? Then her death again and again is too abrupt and inexplicable. At this moment, in this place where she didn't know where she was, Jiang Hui suddenly felt a little collapsed and at a loss. She squatted on the ground, lowered her head, and rested her palms on her palms. Her palms almost covering her entire face. As if this was the only way to stop her emotions from flowing out too much. After a long time, I don't know how long it took, she sorted out her mood and stood up from where she was. When she stood up again, she saw that the originally dark computer screen had changed and started. Although it was not the computer screen she was familiar with, the page display was indeed turned on. A line of red characters was being refreshed on the black running box. Well, it's better to say it's garbled than characters. There are digital symbols, but there are also many asterisks representing unknown names. There is no rule when they are typed down in a row, and I don't know what they represent. Jiang Hui stared at the red running characters, feeling a little indescribable fear in her heart, because at the last moment of the accident on Blue Star, she saw the same color code appear on the computer. And then she completely lost consciousness. And when she woke up, she had changed the world. The red code on the computer screen seemed to be not smooth. Less than half a meter of code, ticking intermittently for a long time, stopping and starting, and then pausing for a long time. This period of time seemed to be meaningless. But inexplicably Jiang Hui was attracted by the short column of code on the computer. She felt like she seemed to understand. But what was all this? What, about 1 ml, 1.35 cm, XX caliber, tube mouth circle, curvature XXX, checking with the database, should be a test tube-like device, from the Interstellar. Collecting, proofreading data, modeling in progress. Modeling completed. Similarity over 80%. Large chunks of big Indian data suddenly appeared in her mind. As if they had suddenly appeared. And she couldn't even read them all. And was overwhelmed. With the sound of DDDD, Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if something was suddenly taken out of her mind. And felt dizzy for a moment. Guong almost at the same time. Such a sound was heard not far away. Jiang Hui subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from. A crystal clear gadget hit the tabletop. And because of the slightly tilted tabletop, it slid down the ground. And was about to hit the ground. But was immediately caught by the girl with quick eyes and hands. When she saw what was in her palm clearly, she couldn't help but be stunned. This is a test tube? No. To be precise, it should be said that it is a test tube from the Interstellar era. It is the test tube used for mental stabilizers before. But the mental stabilizer inside is gone. Looking at this test tube, that obviously belongs to a different era from this room, Jiang Hui inexplicably feels a strong sense of disobedience. So did she really die in the Interstellar era again? Otherwise, how could she see things from two eras at the same time? Or is this still a dream she had in the Interstellar era? But if it is a dream, the frequency of this room appearing is too high. She always felt an indescribable strange feeling when she was in it, as if she had touched some mysterious realm, which was indescribable but very wonderful. And this computer. Is it really because she was too resentful of her previous death that it showed such a strange form in this strange room? Jiang Hui felt that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. And there was only a layer of sand between her, and she could touch it as long as she went a little deeper. But it was just such a thin layer. She couldn't break this barrier after thinking for a long time. And finally had to give up. Jiang Hui sighed slightly, pulled her boss chair over, twisted the test tube that suddenly appeared with her thumb and index finger, and looked at it carefully under the light. Inexplicably a little dazed. This test tube seemed to be a little different from the one she had seen in the Interstellar before. It should be more crystal clear and not have so many bubbles. Her eyes suddenly widened. Because she thought so. And when she turned the test tube and looked at it again, the small bubble sandwiched in the tube wall disappeared. Not a single one. Not only that, the whole test tube seemed to become crystal clear at this moment. And what she saw just now seemed to be her illusion. Jianghui sat up suddenly, straightened her back, and her mind suddenly became clear. Her first reaction was to look at the computer screen. But she saw that there was suddenly a new line of code on it. It was short. Much shorter than the above. But there was no doubt that it was new. When she saw that line of code, which was probably less than 1/10 of the length of the above, a new piece of information emerged in her mind. Modify the template and change it to class material XX, which should be interstellar material. The manufacturing process has changed. The data is being checked. The proofreading and changes are completed. The secondary modeling is completed. No way. She did this? Chapter 28 Strange Space. This is ridiculous. But Jiang Hui didn't realize that she had already believed it in her heart. She looked at the screen, and then at the test tube, and then tentatively thought that there should be a label on the test tube, with a white background and a red frame, and 2 lines of incomprehensible interstellar terms written inside. Sure enough, the test tube changed again, and a white background and a red frame sticker appeared on the front of the test tube, right in front of her. It was quite realistic, but it seemed a little wider than in memory, and the font was blurry, and the specific content could not be seen clearly. Thinking like this, the edge and the middle font of the sticker began to become blurred, as if it wanted to change but didn't know how to change. She looked at the screen again, and sure enough, the 3rd line of code appeared on it. Modify the template. Modify the appearance. 2 layers of stickers. Appearance. Font is blurred and unrecognizable. Now checking the data. Proofreading changes. Main brain consciousness interference. Unrecognizable and unrecognizable. 3 modeling completed. Jiang Hui looked back at the test tube in her hand, and saw that the label on the test tube had been slightly adjusted. The width was a little narrower than before, but the unclear words in the middle had become a line of clear font psychostabilizer. But it was in the font of Blue Star. Yes, she just thought that the label terminology on the tube of psychostabilizer in Xingji was too complicated, and she didn't remember it well after a quick glance. Now she could barely remember it completely, but it felt a little laborious. And it was also laborious to look at it, so it was better to just change it. So she thought of a label in Chinese. Sure enough, it was reflected here. Interstellar products. With Hua Chugwa's words. Are really strange. But such an impossible combination made Jiang Hui's mind move. And her thoughts became clearer and clearer. Could she be able to do whatever she wants in this place? And have whatever she wants? And the medium for realization is this computer. A space that seems to be able to make her wishes come true. Jiang Hui's mind was no longer confused, and she really began to think about where this place was. Where is this? Is it really the afterlife space she expected? Or she didn't die a second time? Assuming that she is still in the interstellar world, then where is this? Is this her consciousness space? Jiang Hui's mind was vaguely a little confused. And after the strange attempt just now, although she also had a lot of curiosity, she inexplicably felt a sense of fatigue in both her body and mind. Suddenly, she didn't want to do anything. As if her body was drained. She put down the test tube, slumped in the boss chair, and leaned her head back, trying to relieve the sudden fatigue. She was really too tired. Time passed by little, and the whole room became quiet. The clock on the wall turned little by little, ticking, indicating that time was still passing during this period. The only sound in the room was someone's even breathing. She fell asleep, woke up again. The girl seemed to be frightened in a dream, and her center of gravity leaned back. The backrest of the boss chair was elastic, and she almost fell down without moving her center of gravity. Someone was also a little confused in sleep, and only relied on instinct to avoid falling to the ground. But his mind was not clear until later. Oh! How come I'm still here when I wake up? Jiang Hui felt that her previous guess was about to be overturned again. If this was her dream in the interstellar world, then I probably wouldn't be here when I woke up. After all, I've never heard of a dream that could be so real. And I've never heard of a dream that could have a nightmare in a dream. Just when she fell asleep, she vaguely had another short nightmare. And then she was suddenly awakened, unable to sleep. Jiang Hui had to accept her fate, and sat up, and started to move around the house again. As usual, she walked to the door, and opened the door. Very good. It still couldn't be opened. She didn't worry too much, because this was already expected. Giving up the position at the door, Jianghui quickly turned back to the inside of the house. Her house is a typical large 3-bedroom house. When her parents bought it, they bought a large one. They almost spent all their savings over the years and took on an extra debt. The living room in the middle is not small, and it also comes with a balcony. But now the balcony has been sealed by the mutant computer, and she can't get out even if she wants to. The 3 rooms are on both sides of the hall, and there is a corner where the kitchen and dining room are located. Jianghui originally lived in the medium-sized room, and the other 2 were originally the master bedroom and the study. After she started working, she chose to move to the former master bedroom, keeping the study and leaving the other room vacant. She first went to the master bedroom to take a look, and found that it had not changed much. Many things were much cleaner than she remembered, with fewer sundries. The bedding on the bed was the same set she remembered, a dark 3-piece set that she had just bought a few days ago and had not used for a few days. The skincare products and cosmetics on the dressing table were arranged the same way as before, and the photo of the family of 3 on the bedside table was as bright as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. Then she walked to the only window in the room and opened the curtains. It was really pitch black outside. It was really pitch black. She couldn't see anything, and the window couldn't be opened from the inside. Jianghui sighed silently, and the last faint hope in her heart was completely shattered. So this is not her home in Blue Star after all. Even if it has a shape, it is obviously not. She hastily compared it in the master bedroom and didn't find anything particularly different. So she returned to the living room. The living room is the one she is most familiar with. The kitchen table, the coffee table, the TV, except for the mutant computer on the floor-to-ceiling window. There is really not much difference. She also tried to turn on the TV, but of course she failed. The kitchen is just like that. There are some ready-to-eat foods and snacks in the cupboards, and some fresh vegetables in the refrigerator. Even the ice cream in the ice compartment looks so sweet. Everything is as if it exists in reality. After finishing the investigation here, she walked to the other side. In fact, there is nothing to see on the other side. One is an empty room that is almost equivalent to a storage room, and the other is a study room, where all kinds of books that Jianghui likes are placed. But this time, when she opened it, she found some problems. She has been a reader since she was a child. Even if she did not choose to work in literature because of real-life problems, she still has her own literary hometown in her heart, and reading is indispensable in her daily life. This room collects books that she has read and cherished at every age, and she is reluctant to throw away any of them. There are new editions in these years, and she often comes to pick and read. So this room can be said to be the place she uses most frequently besides the bedroom. However, this time when she came in, she found that the study room was different. Chapter 29. Jianghui didn't like working in the study. She used it as a special warehouse for visiting books. So most of the more than 10 square meters of the room were shelves for visiting books. There was only a small table placed on the edge of the window for her to read. Now it was dark outside the window of this room, with no other scene. However, Jianghui didn't notice these things. But how could all the books she collected in the room disappear? The 9 bookcases in the room were all empty. Now it was empty inside, cleaner than when they were new. After all, there might be a manual on them when they were new. Jianghui's mind went numb. Where are her books? Even if she saw it with her own eyes, she was still a little bit unbelievable. She walked to the bookshelf carefully and looked at it carefully for a while. Finally, she really confirmed that all the books in the room were gone. The only one left was the calendar hanging next to the window. Jianghui felt a surge of anger rushing to her forehead. Her whole brain was numb, and she couldn't breathe. It can be said that she just found that returning here was not even as big a shock as this moment. When she walked out of the study, her steps were almost floating back to the hall. Jianghui felt that everything was empty, and she had no faith in her life. Looking at the mutant computer in the hall, the page was always stuck on the Interstellar test tube that was just tested. And Jianghui suddenly had an idea. If she thought about it, would those books come back with a clang? Maybe it was just because she didn't think about it. Then try it. Unfortunately, it seems to be he failed. Jianghui used many ways to think. Whether it was books in the library, a dazzling array of books, or recalling the order and categories of each bookcase in the past. The computer screen didn't respond at all. Instead, She just thought about the vase that she had put on the table in the study room. And it suddenly appeared in the study room. This made Jiang Hui more convinced that the books in the room should be able to be found. But maybe her belief was not strong enough. So she tried again. But unfortunately, it was still the same in the end. Not to mention the books. Even the book covers did not appear. This made Jiang very discouraged. She thought she could get her precious library back soon. Wait, maybe the method was wrong. It can't be done in one go. Maybe it's more useful to think about it one by one in detail. Let her think about what books are in her library. Alas, Jiang Hui is a rough person by nature. She usually only looks at the results when doing things, and rarely pays attention to those details. For example, when reading books, she will not look for recommendations. She picks them casually. If she likes them, she will buy them and read them. If they are good, she will focus on them and put them away. But she almost never remembers the titles of books, unless they are the kind of books that are almost patinated. Most of them just took a quick glance and had a general impression. So now it was miserable. She couldn't think of a single book for a while. After all, she didn't even remember the title. So how could she remember the appearance, color and layout of the book carefully? So now there was a big problem. She could hardly remember the titles of those books. She was not sure. For some of the titles that were certain, she couldn't remember the colors and patterns. Anyway, she suddenly felt that this task was quite difficult. One book was so difficult. Even if she could do it, she couldn't remember all her books. She was really only responsible for reading. And she didn't have the ability to remember everything she saw. Jiang Hui felt that the raging fire in her heart seemed to be dying all of a sudden. Almost extinguished. Then why was she still doing this? It felt like an impossible task. Finally, she picked and chose and dug out an old book from her memory. To be honest, she didn't expect that the book she had hidden deepest in her memory was actually this book. It really was a series that you can't imagine without experience. She repeated the previous materialization steps again. And this time the computer responded immediately. It took a little time. And then this time it really worked. Jiang Hui went back to the study and walked around and saw a familiar book appear in the most remote bookshelf. So it really has to be one book at a time? Jiang Hui took down the brand new book. And her mood was a little complicated. Because this book is exactly the same except that the newness is different from her memory. Strictly speaking, this book was not bought by her herself. It was an enlightenment book bought by her mother when she was a child. It has been with her for even longer than this house has appeared. In fact, she didn't like this book that much. But at that time, she was poor, and it was very difficult to get a small book. She didn't know how many times she had read it over and over again. Every little story and picture in it were clear. She still remembered the stupid donkey with a magical expression on the cover. It was paired with the small events and big truths next door. To be honest, it was not very convincing. But now it seems quite touching. She looked at the donkey's face and couldn't help flicking it with her index finger. Then she opened the book and planned to appreciate what she hadn't read for many years. What the hell is this? Jiang Hui was dumbfounded. She turned back more than 10 pages with a crazy look. But it was still blank. Then she still didn't believe it. And turned it over like reading a comic book. And every page was blank. This is a completely blank book except for the cover. The girl's face was blank. And the hand holding the book fell down involuntarily. What the hell is this? Could it be? She rushed out of the living room with the book and came to the mutant computer. Then she opened the blank title page and stared at it to roughly confirm the layout of the book title. And then, the next moment, a line of words appeared on the page. Just as she thought before. And the computer screen was updated again. And the fourth line appeared. But this time she didn't try to interpret the line of garbled code, but fell on the boss chair a little dejectedly. So it really needs to be materialized page by page to restore it. Otherwise it will only be empty. Just like this book. She could not come up with anything just by thinking about the concept of the book. But when she materialized one of the books, she remembered. She could do it again. But it was limited to the part she remembered and thought of. If she didn't think of it, the content similar to that in the book would naturally not exist. What? This is not a space where wishes come true, but more like a creation space. And a very laborious creation space. It sounds awesome. But the problem is that this thing is completely useless in Jiang Hui's hands. She didn't even figure out where this is, why she is here, and how to get out of this strange predicament. What is she doing with this thing? Can she create a new world here, and become the creator god again? Chapter 30 Stillness. Jianghui was very upset, because she had stayed in this strange space for too long. She studied it for a long time, slept, and understood some of the characteristics of this space a little bit, and then cooked a meal here. She still couldn't get out or wake up. This made her more and more suspicious of the nature of this space. She wouldn't be trapped here for the rest of her life and couldn't get out. But she had run out of tricks and couldn't find any other way. After she materialized a tablet that only had the appearance of an iPad but couldn't play, Jianghui finally found a point. Everything in this space, except the mutant computer and herself, was moving, and everything else was static, unless Jianghui operated it herself. In this space, without turning on the air conditioner or heating, you couldn't even feel the basic temperature difference. And there was no other sound. No, there were exceptions, and she just found the only exception among all the objects. In this space where the TV couldn't be turned on, and the funnel wouldn't fall down unless you shook it, there was an exception. Jianghui finally discovered that the clock in this space was moving. Jianghui walked to the clock hanging on the wall next to the TV, looked up, and found that the minute hand and the second hand were moving forward. This was very strange. This thing was out of tune with this space where even time could not be shown. Jianghui instinctively felt that there must be something wrong. She just looked up and watched, and the second hand passed by little by little. This clock was actually moving. Seeing the time stop at 7:53, Jianghui silently recalled her previous struggle. Although there was no exact time, there must be 7 or 8 hours. So this doesn't mean the time she spent in this space? But what's the point? Jianghui was confused. Even if she was given such a tool to measure time, what could she do with it? If she was really trapped here the next day and watched time pass by day, wouldn't it be even more painful? Thinking of this, Jianghui suddenly felt a little bored, and didn't even want to explore such a new discovery. Sure enough, the biggest enemy of mankind is loneliness. In the past, she saw foreigners doing experiments, saying that people stayed in a closed environment, and if they could endure for a certain period of time, they would be rewarded with a huge sum of money. At that time, netizens in Huaqiaogua also laughed and cited a lot of jokes, saying that they could stay until they went bankrupt. Jianghui was one of them. She thought that although there was no internet, there were mobile phones, books, and Rubik's Cubes. For the sake of money, she could probably endure it? She never thought that it was her turn, and she couldn't even endure for half a day. Well, she had to defend herself. This space was a bit tricky, because she had to recall even a book herself. It's only been less than half a day. If the time is uncertain, how can she endure it? Wouldn't she go crazy on the spot? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Jianghui paced in the room, thinking of a lot of messy things, and finally had to give up and explore it in depth. Now it seems that the only way is to sleep. Yes, sleep. She came in unconsciously several times. Maybe she can get out of the same place after sleeping. Maybe she just lacks a trick to get in and out. So she'd better sleep and see. Thinking like this, Jianghui simply packed up her things and turned back to the room, crashing into the big bed, intending to have a more in-depth discussion with Zhou Gong to see if he could send her out of this weird space together. She was fed up with wasting time like this. It turned out that doing nothing was such a painful thing. Jianghui swore that she would learn to cherish time and spend every minute meaningfully when she got out, while falling asleep with all kinds of complicated thoughts. Daytime was obviously not a suitable time to sleep, but Jianghui's body and mind were stimulated in a short period of time. So she slept deeply but unsteadily, with nightmares constantly. And then, there were all kinds of bizarre scenes, as if someone was chasing her from behind. She woke up several times and fell asleep again, sleeping so dark that she felt a little confused when she woke up again. However, her mind soon cleared up. When she saw the familiar ceiling, Jianghui's eyes showed disappointment, and she felt that her life was completely hopeless. Why is she still here? She woke up twice, but still couldn't figure out how to leave here. Jianghui rubbed her hair rather irritably, then jumped off the bed and returned to the hall. The hall was still the same as before, without any change. But the clock did move forward a lot, and it suddenly came to 4:45. It seems that she slept for a long time, more than 8 or almost 9 hours. Maybe because she slept so hard, her brain became a little dull, and her mood was not so anxious. Instead, she felt a kind of fatigue from the bottom of her heart, and she felt sluggish. After sitting in the living room for a while, she felt a little dry in the mouth. So she ran to the kitchen to pour a glass of water to moisten her throat. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but this glass of refreshing water made her somewhat stagnant brain become much clearer, and her whole person was refreshed. But the overall state is still quite tired. Maybe she was in a food mood, and there was really nothing she could do. Jiang Hui also wanted to find something to do to avoid further delusions. She simply opened the refrigerator, took out some big meat from the frozen food, and took out fresh fruits and vegetables from the 0-degree compartment. She calmed down and prepared the ingredients, intending to prepare a big meal for herself to comfort her wounded heart. Jiang Hui is not a cooking expert. Just like most ordinary white-collar workers only know how to cook fast food. But she can still handle basic ingredients. She plans to make hot pot, which has the richest variety, but also the least particular cooking method. That's right. It is a great amusement for lonely people to have a hot pot when they are the saddest. This is the unique way for Jiang Hui, a blue star, to relieve stress. She quickly immersed herself in the processing of ingredients, and she didn't feel so depressed if she had something to do. Jiang Hui suddenly remembered that there were some beef balls or something in the refrigerator. So she followed her memory and opened the compartment to check if there was anything there. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Hui opened the first compartment, she paused because she found that the beef and chicken that she had just taken out were filled back. Yes, it was filled back and reset to the original state. It was the same as before. Not a cent more or less. Jiang Hui. She didn't believe it. So she opened the second compartment below. And sure enough, the things that had been taken out below were also restored to their original state. There were fewer things in the 0-degree compartment, and they were almost all taken out just now. Now they were reset one by one when they were opened again, and they were not a cent more or less. Chapter 31 Awakening. Jiang Hui was stunned. Good man. This space actually has a bug of instant recovery, which is really an eye-opener. Then wouldn't it be inexhaustible? Jiang Hui tried to take out the only passion fruit in the refrigerator, then closed it and opened it again. It was indeed true. Jiang Hui stared at the sweet fruit tree, opened and closed it, and took out a dozen of them. Ah, so comfortable. If it wasn't so stuffy here, she might really stay here for a long time. Someone who was washing hot pot and drinking passion fruit honey water thought sadly that it would be nice if there were some TV shows or movies to cheer her up. She dawdled to finish eating and washing, fiddled with things randomly, and idly studied the mutant computer. After fiddling with it left and right, it was already 10 o'clock. So if there is something to do, time will naturally not be so unbearable. But Jiang Hui couldn't bear it any longer, thinking that it was nothing, so she could just sleep again. She felt vaguely, maybe it would work this time. So this time she was still calm while lying on the bed, and fell asleep in a short while. When the girl in the room fell asleep, the room returned to peace again. Tick-tock. I don't know when the mutant computer had turned off, and the hall fell into a dead silence. The clock on the wall had reached 11:55 at this time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Tick-tock. When the minute hand and the hour hand finally fell to the number 12 o'clock, the person on the bed disappeared instantly, and the whole room collapsed and turned white into darkness in a flash. Jiang Hui felt that she had a very long dream. She dreamed that she fell into a field and seemed to be chased by an unknown beast. She was full of fear, but she couldn't break free. She ran for a long time before waking up with a gasp. Maybe the quality of sleep this time was too bad. When she woke up this time, she felt a little upset and her mind was stuck. For a while, she couldn't figure out what happened in her life, until she saw a strange but familiar ceiling. Her mind was blank, and then she realized that she was back to the interstellar world. Jiang Hui suddenly sat up from the sofa, looked around, and after seeing the surrounding environment clearly, she confirmed that she was really back to the interstellar world from that strange space. She seemed to be unable to react to this sudden fact. After a long breath, she confirmed her current situation. She turned out to be fine. Ding ding. Ding ding. Jiang Hui was startled by the sudden sound, and her body moved before her brain, answering the optical brain communication. However, Jiang Hui soon regretted the call because she saw the Hylusi group XXX marked in the upper left corner. Now she didn't even want to see the other party's face, and wanted to hang up directly. After all, she still remembered how bad the other party's salesperson had talked to her not long ago. Jiang Hui didn't want to deal with this unscrupulous consortium anymore. Who knows if she will be eaten up by them if she calls too much. Ms. Jiang? Wait. It's me. I'm Andy. Sorry to bother you again. I know this is rude. But please listen again. I will try my best to give you a satisfactory reply soon. The young man's voice was very urgent, but his words sounded sincere and comfortable. Jiang Hui recognized that the other party was Mr. Andy, who had communicated with her yesterday, not the employee of the Hailusi group who harassed her this morning. Since she had a good impression of this young man, she was willing to give him a little more time to listen to the other party's words. Of course, because of that unknown guy this morning, her patience with the Hailusi group has reached its peak. If the other party is really difficult, Jiang Hui plans not to negotiate compensation with them anymore, and then directly ask the inspection team to send a lawsuit to them. This kind of lawsuit is probably equivalent to the prosecution of Blue Star, but it is simpler on the Interstellar side, without so many layers of agencies to go through, and no information needs to be submitted. The Inspection Bureau has also recorded the relevant investigation on this matter in the background. As long as Jiang Hui does not nod to agree to the settlement, the Inspection Bureau will directly send the lawsuit to the Hailusi group. The Hailusi group needs to compensate Jiang Hui according to the standards stipulated by the Interstellar law. Then the Inspection Bureau will directly issue relevant administrative penalties to the Hailusi group and file them in the Interstellar court. This is the result that all businessmen least want to see, because it will seriously affect the reputation of the consortium. So the Hailusi group has always wanted to get through this peacefully. Jiang Hui will not tell Andy about this. No matter how good her impression of the other party is, this person is still an employee of the Hailusi group. Who knows what he will say to the consortium? However, the other party's call at this time also revealed some unusual information. Jiang Hui's thoughts were flying, but he didn't show it on his face. He just looked at the young man calmly, as if he wanted to hear what the other party could say. And he really felt that he had a bad luck in the past year. It was fine to join such an unreliable and black-hearted company. He was bullied and exploited by those senior guys in the department every day. He helped the company do some inferior work all day long, which went against his conscience, and he had to prevent retribution one day. In the end, he was pushed to this case to deal with this terrible farce. He really admired this Ms. Jiang. But at the same time, he also felt a lot of pressure from this Ms. Jiang. Although the other party was not fully awakened, the pressure on him was no less than that of many leaders. When talking with the other party, he always felt that it was difficult to deal with it. He always felt that it was difficult to deceive or trick the other party no matter what he said. Even if he didn't have such an idea at the beginning, he still felt guilty. So, people are really different. But no matter how unbearable it was, he had to bite the bullet and go on. Because he had a very unpleasant quarrel with the Hailusi group yesterday because of some things. He was so angry that he directly submitted his resignation application to the company. He didn't care about the things that happened later. After all, he had already conveyed Jiang Hui's intentions. And no matter how incompetent the group was, it should be able to do a good job. I thought I would be ignored for a while, but I didn't expect the company to respond so quickly. Today, they suddenly sent a message saying that it was okay. But the condition was that he was asked to help deal with Jiang Hui's affairs. Once he finished communicating with Jiang Hui, he could resign, and the group would give him a considerable bonus. So even if he was embarrassed, and he still came here, thinking of this, he really felt a little sorry for Ms. Jiang. Chapter 32 Farce. Mr. Andy? Good morning. Jiang Hui was a little unsure whether it was still morning. After all, she had slept for so long, and had been in that strange space for so long. Maybe a day or half a day had passed. She stared at the empty test tube on the table. The mental stabilizer inside had been completely drunk, leaving only a thin layer of liquid attached to the test tube. The other party naturally didn't care about this, but just responded with a flattered good morning. Ms. Jiang. Excuse me. Is there anything? After experiencing a dream just now, Jiang Hui's spirit was a little scattered, and the whole person seemed lazy, and spoke very carelessly. And he didn't think there was anything wrong. The other party was a patient, and an incomplete awakener, who was less than 20 years old. The group's behavior with them was already aggressive and inhumane. If the other party was a powerful one, maybe they would have sued them to the Interstellar court long ago, and they would not have waited for him to come to represent the peace talks now. Now it seems that the other party is in a good mood, and does not regard him and the Helis group as one, and vent their anger on them. And he secretly pinched himself in his heart, and then picked a topic that seemed less dangerous. Excuse me. How are you today? Sorry. I was delayed for so long yesterday. I guess it affected your rest. Poor. This listless look. The group is definitely harming those who have not fully awakened. You said this yesterday? It's okay. I agreed to it myself. Well, but how many times have you called? Jiang Hui casually dialed the communication record next to him and found that the other party had called several times. This was the third time. And he was a little surprised. Yes. You didn't answer the phone right away when I called you just now. I thought something was wrong. So I didn't call again. But after a while, you still didn't answer. And I was worried that you couldn't answer because you were not feeling well. So I called for the third time. Andy was a little embarrassed. Probably because she felt that she was a little nosy. That was probably because she had just fallen asleep. Jiang Hui thought carefully. And it seemed that she did hear a very regular sound in her dream. But because the dream was complicated, she thought it was her own illusion. And she didn't expect it was the light computer communication sound from Andy. Thank you for your concern. I guess I fell asleep just now, so I might not have heard it. Jiang Hui's voice softened a little, and the edges in her tone disappeared involuntarily, returning to her usual calmness. She was also an ordinary person, and naturally couldn't put on a cold face for such pure kindness. But whether the face is cold or not is one thing. The business still needs to be discussed. The other party must have something to discuss at this time. Jiang Hui has not forgotten the identity of Mr. Andy, recalling the optical computer communication sent this morning. She understood. So what is your business? Please tell me directly. Jiang Hui said. Andy said embarrassedly, it is about yesterday's matter. Ms. Jiang also knows it. What we agreed on yesterday. Do you still remember? Jiang Hui nodded, but his expression became more and more indifferent. He frowned as if he remembered something unpleasant and said, Mr. Andy, you are a step late. This morning, someone who claimed to be an employee of the Hylas group sent me an optical computer text message and talked a lot about himself. I was impatient to talk to him, so I blocked him directly. Not only did he talk to himself, but his attitude was also very arrogant. He was so high and mighty that those who didn't know him would think he was a director. He really bullied customers. Besides, even if she was a director, it would not be Jiang Hui's business, because the Hylas group was the one that wanted to ask her for something. Although she came later, she also knew some interstellar laws from Mr. Carlet's popular science. Therefore, her resentment towards the Hylas group has reached a peak. Now she still has the patience to talk because of Andy's face. Because the other party is a newcomer, and one of the few people who has had in-depth exchanges with her. Otherwise, a lawsuit would have been filed long ago. And even if the Hylas group was rich and powerful, it would probably be a bit overwhelmed. Speaking of this, even Andy, who seemed to have a good temper, became quite ugly. But his ugly face was not for Jiang Hui, but for the Hylas group where he currently works. Ask him why he returned yesterday. Going to have a quarrel with the group? It was because of this. They were the ones who pushed him out because they were afraid of trouble. And they are the ones who disagree now. The group set up a special team to solve this matter. The starting point should be to sincerely seek Jiang Hui's forgiveness and resolve the group's credibility crisis. But when Andy brought the result back, a director seemed a little unhappy about it. Andy estimated that it was Jiang Hui's second additional condition that made him reluctant. Probably because he felt it was damaging the face of the consortium. The other party immediately disagreed and asked him to negotiate again. And they also wanted to suppress him and reduce the compensation by half. Andy protested against this matter and wanted to fight for Jiang Hui again. He didn't want to make trouble anymore. And Jiang Hui was obviously not someone who could be fooled. He had experienced it himself. And it was already very unkind to bully a person who had not fully awakened. The Hylusi group was the party at fault. And now it was standing on a tightrope and could capsize at any time. If they wanted to handle it well, they should pay a little more. If they could handle it well, no matter how big the price was, it didn't matter. Besides, Jiang Hui's request was not excessive. And he really felt that if the Hylusi group wanted to live in peace, they should cut the Gordian knot quickly. A little bit of face was nothing. After all, the inspection bureau had already targeted them because of this matter. However, the director had a great say in the Hylusi group and had a lot of power. He was determined to keep his opinion and refused to nod even if several directors took turns to persuade him. So Andy broke up with the Hylas group and said frankly that he had conveyed his intentions and that he did not want to be responsible for what happened next. Then he asked to resign on the spot. Even if the people of the Helix group tried to keep him, it was in vain. He didn't know anything about what happened next when he went home yesterday. It was not until today that he received a communication from the group, allowing him to resign and making various promises. That Andy contacted Jiang Hui again, so he didn't know what the Helix group had done. Now, according to what Jiang Hui said, he still had no idea. It was probably that the people of the Helix group made a random move and angered this person. Then, for some reason, the director changed his mind and was afraid that Jiang Hui would not talk again. So he found him again as a sucker. It was really a good idea. Chapter 33 Suspicion. It seems that Mr. Andy doesn't know either, Jiang Hui thought, because I had talked with Mr. Andy before, and the other party said that he was responsible for all the negotiations. Then this person suddenly appeared, and his attitude was obviously different from Andy's. It can be seen that there are so many problems. Jiang Hui didn't know much about the internal affairs of their group, and didn't want to interfere. However, the matter still had to be made clear to the other party. So he said, in the morning, someone who claimed to be an employee of Hailu's sent a text message saying that she had to go to Hailu's group in person to negotiate. I thought this was different from what you said yesterday, so I didn't care. Hearing this, Andy's brows were already frowned. With this confirmation, he had almost figured out most of it. In other words, in the morning, the group had not changed its mind, and sent another mediator to connect with Jiang Hui. Later, it was not known whether it was because Jiang Hui refused to block or because of something else. The attitude of the group suddenly changed. Only then did he ask him to come back and talk to Jiang Hui about it. The changes in the middle were really big, and the turn was abrupt. Andy felt that there must be something else that he didn't know about. He suppressed the matter secretly, and didn't talk about it in depth. He just said lightly that it was probably because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the group didn't handle the matter well, and didn't convey the meaning of their group well. He didn't talk about the falling out between him and the Hailisi group. After all, he had been in the industry for a while, and he had some experience in how to deal with such things. He also saw that Jiang Hui's resentment towards the group was probably very deep. If the other party knew about the changes in the middle, it would probably be even less willing to reach a peace agreement. It is better to have less trouble than more. I can only apologize, Ms. Jiang. He still wants to leave this damn company smoothly. Jiang Hui did not think much about this, and naturally understood it as the poor communication between the various parts of the large company, and skipped it. However, this time when they talked about it in detail again, some things still need to be changed. Jiang Hui decided to raise the request for compensation, because she now knows that the death of the original body is inseparable from the products of the Hailu group. Or it should be said that it is the culprit. Yes, she knows that the original body is dead. Just now, until this morning, she was actually still a little unsure whether the original body was dead, and she had been just guessing. But after she took the mental stabilizer, she finally vaguely figured out what the so-called mental power was. If she didn't perceive it wrongly, or there was something wrong with her brain. In the range of Jiang Hui's current mental power, there is no other mental power except her own. No, it's empty. Only she is there. At this moment, she vaguely determined that the original body has probably disappeared from the world. Such a tragedy cannot be compensated by the Hailusi group in any way. Jiang Hui wants to seek some justice for the original body, and he also expressed his understanding. He thought to himself that if Jiang Hui felt that the compensation of interstellar currency was not enough, there would naturally be room for negotiation, depending on whether the group is willing this time. He even felt a little gloating in his heart. It's what they deserved. They had negotiated with them earlier, but they didn't accept it. Now it would be more painful to come back. Miss Jiang was right. She shouldn't let such a black-hearted consortium pass easily. And he recorded the new plans proposed by Jiang Hui one by one, and then talked about some irrelevant things. The atmosphere between the two of them eased a lot, until Mr. Andy embarrassedly asked to end the conversation. The two of them ended the conversation. Turning off the light brain, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning back on the sofa, the room was very quiet, and the slightly cool air in the living room was whirring. Although there was nothing to do, Jiang Hui felt deeply tired. After a while, the girl remembered to check what time it was. Oh, by the way, Andy just said that he discussed it with her yesterday. Jiang Hui didn't care much at that time. Now thinking back, it means that it is still the same day. Not like she imagined that she slept for a day and a night. Thinking of this, The girl swiped open the light brain to check the time. And then her eyes fell on the time in the lower right corner. And she was slightly stunned. Hey, why is it still this time? It's only been more than an hour. She only slept for 2 hours. It's impossible? It's almost been 24 hours in the dream. It should be. She thought about herself. And it was indeed more than 20 hours in the space. No. She just talked to Andy. And the call probably lasted for an hour. She closed the call and rested for a while. So it should be counted from the time she woke up. Jianghui felt that her thoughts were a little stuck. And her hands were a little dull to open the previous communication records. Judging from the records of logging into the optical computer today, it can be found that it was the most recent time before taking the mental stabilizer. And then the time when I just woke up and received Andy's call. In between, well, only about half an hour. Is there anything more outrageous? She only slept for half an hour? Is the time in the interstellar world so manipulable? It was like this last night. And it was like this today. Jianghui was puzzled, always feeling that she seemed to have overlooked something. But she couldn't remember it. She sat for a while and tidied up the living room a little, put away the remaining mental stabilizers, and then turned on the optical computer to continue to learn some information about the interstellar world. When she was in the hospital, her mind was complicated. There were many things to do, and there were many people and eyes, so it was naturally inconvenient to do too much exploration. Besides, she was powerless at that time even if she wanted to. It's different now. She knew that she should have become her original body, which means that she would probably live in this world for a long time. So she naturally had to understand the things in this world in all aspects. It would be bad to avoid getting herself into trouble if she was exposed one day. Jianghui started to learn from the ordinary information page. But she encountered some problems in the process, because she really knew less about this interstellar world. Even the basic common sense needed to be reviewed one by the remaining memories of the original body. Not to mention those things and people that even the original body herself didn't know much about. So when she first saw the dazzling information section on the optical brain, she couldn't help but feel a headache. After persisting for a while, she had to give up, turned to think of other ways. But there is always a way out. When she was having a headache about this matter, she suddenly saw a comment from an interstellar person under a certain information, saying that the information section for adults is indeed different from that for teenagers. And the latter's information is filtered too comprehensively, and so on. Well, it turns out that there is a youth section on the information page. Chapter 34 Books. Jianghui quickly searched for the youth version of the optical brain. Fortunately, the communication software in this interstellar world is similar to that on the blue planet, and the youth section is also a commonly used part. So the method can be found out with a search. However, because she is not very familiar with the operation of the optical brain, and the functional sections are also relatively complicated, Jianghui spent a long time to successfully switch the adult version of the optical brain to the youth version. After switching to the youth version interface, the whole screen became simple and no longer as dazzling as before. The top is neatly divided into several categories, such as recommendations, learning, entertainment, professional, etc. And there are special modules such as Mecca and potions that are only available in the interstellar world, which looks quite novel. Jianghui naturally chose the Getting Started guide area first, which is just as the name suggests, a novice guide, teaching young people who have just received the optical brain how to use it correctly. Because the information in the interstellar era is extremely developed, young people will inevitably be exposed to all aspects of social knowledge at an early age. It is normal to have your own optical brain early, but sometimes, too early also means a lack of autonomy, and it is easy to go astray. Of course, the interstellar government still has relevant effective measures in this regard to prevent young people from delaying their studies and life due to early exposure to optical computers. Generally speaking, the earliest age allowed for young people to have optical computers in the interstellar world is about 8 years old. That is, after entering elementary school. Then, in order to prevent children from being exposed to various negative information too early, some information screening will be done in the special section they use, which is the so-called youth section, without a special application from their parents. Teenagers cannot break through this boundary and enter the adult version. The original body was only about 15 years old, and it should be possible to use the youth section. But her situation is special. After she turned 14, her parents died, and she was adopted by her family. She had no specific guardian, and was a semi-independent minor, as defined by the executive government. Such teenagers are generally not taught by their parents, and have no one to rely on. If their access to the optical brain is also restricted, and their access to knowledge is restricted, then no one will teach them. Therefore, this kind of family or political region will generally apply for the opening of the adult section for them, which is the full authority of the optical brain. Therefore, what Jiang Hui saw at the beginning was the normal section for adults to use. There were no restrictions on information communication and functions, and the right to confidentiality was reserved like that of adults. Unless there were special people who needed to govern or she allowed it herself, no one could read her optical brain records at will. This time, she spent another half a day, and nothing else disturbed her this time. Jiang Hui had a solid understanding of many things about this world, combined with the remaining memories of the original body. He also had a general understanding of the situation in this interstellar era. After reading for an afternoon, Jiang Hui's biggest feeling about this place is that this is really an era of extreme information transparency, and individuals basically have no secrets in front of the state machine. Of course, the empire will not expose personal secrets at will, and has also formulated a series of laws and regulations to strictly guarantee the privacy and information security of every citizen. Jiang Hui also learned that this world is also a very martial era, with frequent wars against foreign races, a highly developed military and political system, and a very high status of soldiers in the country. Countless young people are willing to dedicate their lives to the empire and sacrifice their lives to defend the empire's border security. However, most of these turbulent events occurred in border areas or some high-risk battlefields, and ordinary people were not greatly affected. For example, the permanent star system where he lives now, and the inner star system where he lived in the past are relatively safe and stable, and the area is strictly controlled and managed by the capital star. If there is no accident, she will probably be able to live a relatively stable life. So her previous thought of whether to engage in ancient Chinese language research may really be possible, because she has a foundation. She may be good at learning it. Alas, she thinks too far. Anyway, for the time being, she is not worried about such things. Jiang Hui feels that she seems to have forgotten something very important, but somehow she can't remember it, so she has to give up. Unknowingly, time has come to the evening. Sure enough, there must be something to do in order to live. If she stays in a space like the one she dreamed of today, she will probably go crazy without staying for a few days. After dinner, Jiang Hui simply washed up and returned to her room. However, according to her habit, it was not yet time to go to bed. She didn't want to use up her brain, so she casually took out a leather-bound book from the drawer and planned to read it before going to bed. She said that the book looked strangely familiar. It turned out to be something in the original owner's memory. She hadn't fully digested this, so she didn't react immediately for a while. However, after turning a few pages and seeing the contents clearly, Jiang Hui vaguely remembered some fragmented memories, which gradually became clearer from vague. In the interstellar era, the flow of information has reached a high level, which can no longer be described by words, such as development and explosion. The whole society has long passed the physical era and entered the highly electronic era. Things like books are basically regarded as a kind of data and are made into electronic versions for sale. Very few booksellers will use traditional printing methods to print physical books for sale. After all, these raw materials and crafts are ancient things, and the cost is much more expensive, and it is not easy to carry. Generally, they are expensive products that only people with academic research needs will buy. Jiang Hui's parents are grassroots soldiers and are not involved in academic research. Naturally, there are no such things in the family, but this book is the only exception. When Zhang's father joined the army, it coincided with the war period. The entire interstellar situation was not stable, so he was specially transferred to the border as a defense force for a long time. He was also young at that time and didn't understand many things. He was a little flustered on the battlefield. Fortunately, there was a senior who led him through a very difficult period, so he could successfully survive in that melee. Later, Zhang's father recorded what he saw and heard during this period in a book, and later added some more content intermittently, which really became a documentary record. Although he had no time to add content later, Zhang's father still carried this book with him for the rest of his life. After he died, the book was collected by his comrades, and after being inspected by the army, it was sent back to the Jiang family, and then it came into Jiang Hui's hands. When Jianghui got the book, some long-term related memories involuntarily surged in her mind. Finally, she couldn't help but touch this leather book that had been touched countless times by its 2 generations of owners. And she felt a little emotional. She opened it. Chapter 35, Appointment. In the early morning, Jianghui was lying on the bed, and suddenly opened her eyes. The quilt and pillow on the bed had been kicked all over the place by her overnight, and it looked like a mess. The leather book she got yesterday slipped from the silky quilt to the ground, and the edges had been slightly ragged, but not very obvious. Please don't get me wrong. Jianghui didn't mean to treat the relics of the original body and her father casually. She really flipped through it many times to make it like this, because she didn't sleep all night last night. It was a long night, so the book was naturally almost torn apart by her, probably because of the development of mental power here in the Interstellar. She felt that her memory and imagination were better than ever before. After flipping through it several times, she actually read through the whole book. Jianghui swore that even if someone randomly checked a paragraph now, she might be able to answer it. But the problem is that Jianghui doesn't want this at all. She wants to sleep more. Last night was another sleepless night. Jianghui didn't know what happened to her, and even suspected that this might be a side effect of taking a mental stabilizer. She searched the forum last night, but unfortunately no one mentioned this side effect. She couldn't figure out the situation, and it was not easy to call the hospital in the middle of the night. After all, she didn't really have a big problem. She had no choice but to read books to kill time, thinking about whether she could hypnotize herself. However, she became more and more energetic and excited the more she read, and she felt dizzy and engraved it in her mind again and again before she stopped. Jiang didn't fall asleep until the sky outside was bright. But as the saying goes, the first time is raw. The second time is familiar. You will get used to it after the first time. The second time is not surprising. She calmly sat up from the bed, enjoying the sunlight from the windowsill, and she was in good spirits. She couldn't help but relax after being tense all night. Okay. It's okay. It's just insomnia. Isn't it a big deal? Jianghui thought to herself. Today, Jianghui was walking around the house and seemed to be familiar with it. She also adapted to various things that were different from those on Blue Star. She even learned to brew the Interstellar version of coffee. This was the drink she brought back from the Life module yesterday. It was called Doji. Interstellar language should be translated into Blue Star language like this. It is said to be a mutation of the original coffee beans. It is a kind of spice bean. It has the same effect as coffee. It can refresh the mind, and the caffeine content is close to zero. With bread and coffee, Jianghui started a new day of study as usual. She first checked the Light Brain to see if anyone had contacted her, and then looked at the information pushed on the Light Brain headlines. Then she looked up the contact information of the district secondary hospital and called the post-treatment recovery department directly to inquire about her insomnia. The person who answered the phone at the hospital was very friendly, careful and patient, and explained in detail. But they also told Jianghui that mental stabilizers did not cause insomnia, and because the brains of interstellar people have developed to a relatively stable state, insomnia rarely occurs. Therefore, Jianghui's insomnia can actually be called abnormal. So the people at the post-treatment recovery department carefully looked through her medical records, combined with the drug she took and the dosage analysis, and finally determined that her abnormality was probably caused by brain damage. Although she has been cured, her brain still has some mental excitement reactions, and it is this kind of excitement that causes insomnia, which should not be a big deal. If Jianghui is still worried, it will be her follow-up visit in about 4 days, and she can be examined together to see if she has recovered. With the answer from the hospital, Jianghui felt much more at ease, but she still had some doubts in her heart, always feeling that the crux of the problem was not here. She had no other answer in her heart, so she could only let it go. Some things like to gather together. If there is nothing, there is nothing. However, once this head is pulled, they will come together again. Jianghui just hung up the call with the district secondary hospital, and a text message was sent here. This is a text message from Mr. Andy, politely asking her if she is free at this time, or if they can talk in detail. Jianghui guessed that the results should come out from the Hailu group. She actually wanted to solve it as soon as possible, so she naturally agreed. And soon a communication came in from there. Ms. Jiang, how are you today? Mr. Andy was still smiling as usual, and he was very sincere. Jianghui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is really a very good person. But it's a pity that his temperament seems to be a little unsuitable for this line of work. Hello to you too, Mr. Andy. You seem to be in a good mood today. Did you encounter something that made you happy? Yes, but it should be good news for Ms. Jiang. I have conveyed your request yesterday to the group, and it has been unanimously approved by the board of directors. The group promised to agree to your compensation plan and wants to sign a contract with you immediately. Oh, really? This is indeed good news. But it is not good news that she will get compensation soon. But good news that she has finally solved this mess and no longer has to deal with this black-hearted group that kills people. Besides, for the original body, this whole thing can be called a tragedy. How can it be called good news? Jiang Hui was not in a good mood. But in Andy's eyes, she became calm. This made him evaluate Ms. Jiang even more. The other party was probably used to Jiang Hui's very indifferent temperament, and did not dwell on this issue, and continued, "Don't worry. I have already negotiated it here," saying that your attitude is very firm. The board of directors has also considered it, and has passed this matter unanimously, and there will be no more resistance. But you may need to make an appointment to come to the group to deal with the follow-up matters, including the signing of contracts, compensation contracts, gift contracts, and confidentiality agreements. At that time, the group will arrange for you to be compensated immediately. Andy made a very thorough arrangement. Although she still had to go to the Hailusi group, Andy had also asked for her opinion. She considered that she didn't want these people to come to the original body's home to defile this pure land. So Jiang Hui decided to go to the Hailusi group in person. Andy didn't know what his mentality was. Before ending the call, he told Jiang Hui in a rather subtle way that it would be best to ask an experienced interstellar lawyer to accompany him. This is very spiritual. Some thoughts flashed through Jiang Hui's mind, but his expression did not change. He smiled lightly and thanked the other party for the reminder, and then ended the conversation. Chapter 36 Conjecture. Finally, I'm going out. After turning off the optical computer, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, she hasn't officially gone out since she came to this world. She only saw some scenery on the way back from the hospital. But she knew nothing about the real customs and practices of the interstellar world. After a few days of cramming information and common sense, Jiang Hui is no longer the little quail who knew nothing about the interstellar world a few days ago, and has begun to have some interest in this new world. She can also take the opportunity to take a look at the outside world while going to the Hailusi group and integrate herself more into this place. She looked at the invitation letter for the Hailusi group sent by Andy, and was a little surprised. The other party was quite efficient. The time was set for tomorrow morning, and she was also given a backup way to change the time. If she happened to encounter a small accident at that time, she could temporarily change the time. This consortium may be black-hearted, but it is also a large enterprise. There are still some rules in doing things, and it can be considered considerate overall. Although Hailusi had agreed to the compensation plan and was quite humble, the aggressive text message they sent earlier still gave Jiang Hui an extremely bad impression. Coupled with Andy's ambiguous reminder, she naturally had to be more careful. Now she was a little worried about where to find a reliable interstellar lawyer. In her impression, this kind of work on Blue Star was a long-term job and could not be hired on short notice. Moreover, even if there was one, she was a little worried about the other party's professional ethics, thinking that she would probably have to go through a few more twists and turns to find out on her optical brain. Jiang Hui simply followed what pharmacist Su Jia told her before, and called the hotline of the Awakener Association to ask for help. The other side is quite reliable, and immediately recommended several interstellar lawyers who are very experienced in this area. Moreover, these people have registered their practice cards on the platform and are very experienced. Jiang Hui browsed their information and was very satisfied. Finally, she contacted a young female lawyer with a friendly face according to her own needs and cost-effectiveness. After understanding her situation, the other party enthusiastically said that she could take over the commission immediately, and then made an appointment with her to go to the Hailusi group. She also said that this case, which was not even a basic case, was very simple, and she would definitely be able to handle it cleanly, so that she could relax and not worry. Jiang Hui was once again shocked by the work efficiency of the interstellar people. What an efficient and worry-free world this is. She has only been here for a few days, and every time she seeks help from social agencies, it is almost smooth, and it is almost solved in one go. Then things are relatively simple. Jiang Hui took the time to check how far this place was from the headquarters of the Hylas group. Remember the transportation she needed to take. And then roughly sorted out some items she needed to take away, and the clothes she needed to wear. In this way, it was a complete success. Tomorrow she just needs to go out and keep the appointment as planned. Very good. It seems that her adaptation to the new world is progressing step by step in an orderly manner. And I believe she will be able to integrate into this world soon. So she will go to bed early tonight to conserve her energy for tomorrow. Jiang Hui did not forget that she had not slept for 2 consecutive days. And she was a little worried that she was not energetic enough. So she was very careful when taking the mental stabilizer later. Fortunately, Jiang Hui did not have any problems this time. And she also clearly felt that her mental power was much more active. But Jiang Hui soon found that she seemed to be relieved a little too early, finding herself in that strange space again. The girl couldn't help but feel a little as expected. This is the 3rd time she has appeared here. This space where time seems to have stopped. Presented in the form of her home on Blue Star, nakedly telling her that there is a huge secret hidden in it. No matter how careless Jiang Hui is, she will no longer think that this is a dream. Every time she falls asleep, she will enter the space. And every time she enters the space, she can't control herself to wake up. Where is this? Her dream? Or the spiritual world? Jiang Hui doesn't know. But now there is one thing that needs her to confirm. When she landed steadily in this space, Jiang Hui looked at the clock on the wall at the first time. 12 o'clock? Which means she arrived here at 12 o'clock. Jiang Hui turned her sight back and calmly turned to the familiar living room. This time she was no longer anxious. After all, the form here is based on her home in Blue Star. It is the place she is most familiar with, and even more familiar than the home in the Interstellar world. How can she feel uncomfortable? Her guess needs to be verified, and it takes time to verify it. So she should do her own thing first. What should she do? Jiang Hui started to wander around the familiar place idly, looking left and right, as if she was really at home. When she seemed to walk to the mutant computer by accident, she was suddenly attracted by something. Something that should not be here. Not long ago, Jiang Hui had read it all night. How could Zhang's father's marching record be here? She remembered that she had not materialized this thing after she came here. How did it come? Did it pop up? Jiang Hui was a little confused. She picked up the leather book and opened it. When her eyes touched the words on the first page, her eyes suddenly froze. What's going on? Why are there words on this book? She quickly turned a few pages back, and then looked at them page by page. She found that it was full of words, and it was not garbled. It was meaningful and logical. Jiang Hui had a deep impression. This was the marching record that she could recite after reading it yesterday. No. Why is this thing treated differently? She thought that she couldn't get any of her previous precious books. But how did this one come out without thinking? Could it be that things from the Blue Star world are not allowed to appear here? But how to explain this room of Blue Star items? Jiang Hui was really confused. She felt a headache coming on. There were too many questions. From this space to the properties of this space, every one of them needed to be speculated and explored. Jiang Hui felt that her little head could not bear such a storm of thoughts. Thinking about this, she began to feel sleepy and tired. She had not felt this way even though she had been sleepless all night last night. Jiang Hui thought that if someone told her that her insomnia was because of this space, because she had slept enough in this space, she would probably believe it. It shouldn't be so ridiculous. Right? Jiang Hui was also a little uncertain. Chapter 37 24 hours. The next day, Jiang Hui woke up early. She finally had a normal sleep last night, temporarily relieving her insomnia. And she finally verified one thing. That space. That strange space is not infinite. You can return to the real interstellar world as long as you stay there for 24 hours. How did she know? Because Jiang Hui spent 24 hours in the space last night to verify this conjecture, without sleeping for an hour, and then woke up in the bedroom of the interstellar space. And she found that the time she woke up was not long after she fell asleep. What does this mean? You know, it takes time for her to fall asleep. That is to say, the time Jiang Hui spent in that space is very likely not reflected in reality. That is to say, the time flow of that dream space and the real interstellar space does not interfere with each other or overlap. That is, when you enter, you will come out. It is very likely a completely static space. Since she came to the interstellar space, Jiang Hui has entered that strange space almost every day. and she always comes back confused after staying for a certain period of time. So can we guess that the cycle of her entering this space is also 24 hours? She stayed in the real world for 24 hours. And it will take another 24 hours to enter that strange dream. My goodness. Animals don't live like this. Even though she hasn't fully realized what kind of weird thing she has encountered. Her instinct is already telling her how miserable she will be in the future. However, this question still needs to be questioned and verified. Now Jiang Hui must first focus on today's negotiations. She has not forgotten that she has an appointment with a lawyer to go to the Hailusi group today. The girl lifted the quilt, changed into the casual clothes prepared yesterday, and took care of her appearance. She walked out of the living room with her shoes on, because she endured not sleeping in the space. Jiang Hui fell asleep naturally after coming out of the space. She had no dreams all night, and slept soundly. Therefore, even if she got up a little early today, she still looked very energetic. Today is her first time to travel alone in the interstellar world. Although his expression is not very natural, he can't help but feel a little excited. Until he got on the suspension train. Jiang Hui couldn't suppress his slightly excited emotions. The suspension train she took this time was another means of transportation she had never used before. It is trackless and does not pass on the ground, but passes through stations according to a certain magnetic field. That is, it runs without a fixed track. However, this kind of transportation is also stable. Moreover, she lived in the 4th ring road of the central area, and it would be much more convenient and faster to take this kind of trackless train than the city bus to get to the 1st ring road of the city center. The only problem was that this kind of transportation was expensive, and the ticket price was 3 or 4 times that of the city bus. If there was no special need, most people would not like to choose this kind of transportation. Jiang Hui didn't care, because according to the regulations, the Hailusi group had to reimburse her for the travel expenses and meal allowance for this trip. The other party had originally mentioned that they would send a flying car to pick her up, but Jiang Hui refused. She also made an appointment with lawyer Ms. Jian to meet near the Hailusi group. The headquarters of the Hailusi group is located in the 1st ring of the planet's continent, which is the most central urban area of the continent. All the well-known consortiums and enterprises on the entire planet are gathered here. It is also the most luxurious place in the entire continent. Almost all the rich people gather here. This shows that this planet is a highly economically concentrated area. Jiang Hui has browsed a lot about the amazing city scenery and astronomical scenery of the interstellar on the optical brain, from the initial shock to the gradual acceptance later. And now, he is still amazed by the scene in front of him. This is the instinct of human beings to appreciate the magnificent landscape. Passing through a high-rise building with hundreds of floors. Passing through a variety of strange buildings. Jiang Hui finally found the tea house, where he met with Ms. Jian, according to the navigation. This is an independent small house with only 4 or 5 floors, surrounded by a small garden with lush vegetation, which looks particularly short and prominent among the high-rise buildings. Oh! It can be seen that the boss is not short of money. After all, the land resources in the interstellar space are very valuable. In such a land of gold and silver, it takes some willfulness to build a low-rise house instead of a high-rise building, or a house with less than a fraction of the number of floors of other high-rise buildings. Apart from other things, this Rococo-style imitation is very similar to that of Blue Star, and it is much more authentic than the fake European town that Jiang Hui visited when he was in Blue Star. The girl stepped into the small courtyard, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the tea house. As soon as she entered the door, she heard the sound of wind chimes, and a slightly cold air rushed to her face. Her eyes naturally looked into the main hall. The tea house is divided into booths, and the decorations, lighting and accessories are all in an ancient historical style. This is probably a place that some ancient culture enthusiasts like. However, Jiang Hui didn't have time to appreciate it at the moment. She was anxious to find the Lady Jian she had an appointment with. Fortunately, the Lady Jian was not as face-blind as Jiang Hui. She noticed her at once and waved to the girl. It turned out that she had walked around for several times without finding her. Jiang Hui approached and said embarrassedly, "Ms. Jian." "Hello. I am Jiang Hui. Sorry. You have been waiting for a long time here." "No. I just got here too." "Is this Ms. Jiang Hui?" The other party was obviously a very friendly young woman with brown hair and brown eyes, with obvious features of the Obaro people. But her facial contours also had a certain oriental softness, quite a classical beauty, and the overall temperament was very friendly and comfortable. Jiang Hui had a good impression of her. Better than the feeling he saw in the photo at that time. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then hurriedly talked about the time of the meeting with the High group. They roughly talked about the situation of this meeting. Although they had almost talked about it during the meeting yesterday, it was obvious that they still had to verify it today. The other party once again expressed his sympathy for Jiang Hui's experience. He also condemned the irresponsible companies such as the High group, and said that he would definitely handle this commission for her. The two quickly reached a consensus, and the atmosphere was quite good. Seeing that the time was almost up, the two paid the bill and walked directly to the High group headquarters not far away to plan to accept the meeting. Along the way, Jiang Hui's mood was unprecedentedly calm. Chapter 38 Reconsideration. Okay. All the requirements you put forward, our consortium can meet them for you. The young man nodded. Lawyer Jane did not expect that the Helis group would be so straightforward. But after thinking about it, it became clearer. The interstellar world has always been very strict about the quality of products. And the rights of minors in the interstellar world are the taboos of all interstellar citizens. Jiang Hui's case has both points. So where's the room for the Helis group to avoid? They could only do this. Thinking of the scandals of this group in the past, and the product quality problems that have appeared in recent years, Jane couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's really a bargain for them. Lawyer Jane nodded, took the document, and helped Jiang Hui to review it again, and did the last round of inspection to avoid being exploited by the other party. The young man sitting opposite didn't care about Jane's caution, but turned to look at Jiang Hui, who had been silent. He didn't forget that this person was actually the protagonist of the accident this time. Then, Ms. Jiang, do you have anything else to add? We are sorry that our group's products have brought you such an unpleasant experience. If you need to make any requests, please make them on the spot. Our group will try its best to achieve them for you. The young man was very kind, but judging from the fact that he tried to talk to Jiang Hui alone, he didn't seem to be such a kind person. These old-timers are full of tricks, and asking Jiang Hui now doesn't seem to be kind. Jian wanted to stop the other party from talking to Jiang Hui alone. You really should apologize, Jiang Hui said coldly. I shouldn't have told you. Or you should have known it. The problem with your product this time is not just the alarm failure. The reason why I got a head injury is also because of your group's product. If it weren't for this intelligent robot, there wouldn't be anything that happened later. You should be responsible, the girl said coldly. The young man who asked the question and the person next to him, who should be an assistant, changed their faces slightly. Because Jiang Hui really said it right. They really knew that the faulty intelligent robot they took back from the scene still had some video footage left. Fortunately, this part was a backup plan left by their group. The inspection team found it during the inspection, and later it was brought back by their people in the name of detection. Isn't this a bomb that can explode at any time? Ms. Jiang was actually caused by the failure of this intelligent system, which is completely different from the nature of the failure of their previous alarm system. If it was found out immediately, their High group would not be here now. I can definitely handle this matter leisurely here. Maybe it has already been published in the Star newspaper, and the executive government has issued an administrative penalty. It is precisely because of this reason that the stubborn director immediately gave up the approach he had insisted on before. The group immediately recalled Andy, who had negotiated with Jiang Hui before, to handle this matter, just to deal with it properly as soon as possible. They recalled Ms. Jiang's words, deeds and requests before and after, and thought that the other party had a brain injury and had forgotten about it. Otherwise she would not have asked for such a small compensation. Who would have thought that the other party not only remembered it, but also chose to say it at this time? What does this mean? The young man felt quite a headache, and he couldn't help but turn his ease just now into a kind of slight fear. People with simple minds naturally show everything on their faces, and it is easy to read his thoughts and feelings. Some people are naturally more introverted, and like to keep their thoughts and ideas to themselves, so that outsiders cannot see their depth. Jiang Hui is undoubtedly closer to the latter. I don't know if this Ms. Jiang is really cold by nature, or if she is dissatisfied with their group because of the misfortune she suffered. In short, she looks very difficult to deal with. The other party now throws out such a handle, and he feels a little difficult for a while. So after a while, the young man suddenly apologized and said that he wanted to discuss with his superiors for a while, and maybe he could make some changes to the compensation plan and raise it. Then he ordered his assistant to bring tea and snacks to the two people, as well as the small gifts he had prepared long ago, and turned around and ran away. And no one knew where he went. seeing the other party almost fleeing in panic. Ms. Jian put down the contract that should be invalidated in her hand, frowned slightly and said, Ms. Jiang, there is such a thing. You should have told me earlier. You can't let them go so easily. Lawyer Jian didn't expect that there was such a thing in Jiang Hui's case. She thought it was just an ordinary product accountability issue, which is not uncommon in the Interstellar. But if it is as Jiang Hui said, it is not just a product quality issue, but the negligence of the group's products causing life-threatening danger. It is not impossible for such victims to sue the other party in court. I had damage to my frontal lobe before, and my body and mind were not good, so I couldn't remember it for a while. I suddenly remembered this when I went home a few days ago, but it has come to this point. Jiang Hui didn't say why she didn't pursue the matter, but Lawyer Jane already knew it. In fact, even if she had accepted this commission earlier, she probably wouldn't have advised Jiang Hui to bring the matter to the Interstellar Court, because the Patrol Bureau went to Jiang Hui's house to collect evidence as soon as the incident happened. They definitely didn't find out Jiang Hui's hidden situation. So the Hailusi group is still calm. The other party knows about this matter, which shows that they have some backup plan. If Jiang Hui insists on confronting them, it means that he has to submit the information again, and the charge may not be confirmed after layers of review. And he has to confront such a wealthy and powerful group for nothing. Jiang Hui has just arrived and has no close guardian. It's cruel to say that she lives alone, but it's better to have less trouble than more. After all, she will still live on this planet in the future, and the Hailusi group will not collapse so quickly. So it can only be used as a bargaining chip, and it's easy to deal with it. But the timing of your proposal is just right. Look how scared he is, Ms. Jane said with a smile. And she could see the other party's hidden bad taste from such a small matter. This person probably did it on purpose, and specially chose the time when the other party thought he had won, in order to disrupt his position. I said yes. Well done. The people of the Hailusi group were completely guilty, and they were scared to change the compensation plan without waiting for the next step of the conversation. This was obviously beneficial to Jiang Hui, and the two of them would naturally not stop it. Seeing that it was approaching mealtime unknowingly, Jane felt that the Hailusi group might not finish the talk so quickly, so she invited Jiang Hui to have some meals. These were all prepared by the young man and the logistics staff, and they looked quite rich. Speaking of which, the Hailusi group only cared about such useless things. Chapter 39 Donation. The new compensation plan given by the Hailusi group is almost doubled. The young man brought back the new compensation plan, with an even bigger smile on his face, and his attitude was much more casual and cautious than before. I wonder what was discussed in the small meeting just now. He looked visibly haggard. Jiang Hui roughly flipped through it. In addition to doubling the cash, many additional items were added, but she was a little fed up, so she just took a rough look. Ms. Jiang, you can take another look. If you are not satisfied, we can discuss it again. This time, the young man did not treat Jiang Hui as a child who knew nothing, but as the person in charge of this conversation. He saw that Jiang Hui only glanced at the new compensation plan, and then did not even lift her eyelids, and her expression was still so cold, and his heart could not help but be lifted, fearing that she would say something unsatisfactory again, because it is difficult to define the bottom line of a person who cannot be moved by wealth. They can still add more compensation, but they are afraid that this person will turn his face and make a big deal out of it, and then the Hailusi group will suffer huge losses. Okay, that's enough. Let's stop here, the girl said coldly. The young man was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that things would be so simple. He thought Jiang Hui would at least toss back and forth a few more times before he could calm down. In fact, Jiang Hui didn't want to get entangled. The tragedy has already happened, and what happened to the original owner can't be undone. She is also a vested beneficiary. Fighting for compensation is to fight for justice for the original owner. But if you drag it out and insist on fighting for a huge fortune, it will completely change its meaning. Jiang Hui couldn't continue to fight for profit at the cost of the original owner's life. She also knew that given the current situation, if she had to drag it on, things would probably end here. Jiang Hui also had to continue to survive in this interstellar space. And a behemoth like the Helis group was not something that a small person like her could bring down. Even though the situation in the interstellar space was different from that in the blue planet, Jiang Hui knew that she was the weak one in this world. So she had to do it this way. Let's figure it out as soon as possible. The compensation should be paid. The knot should be tied. And the price should be paid. There was no need to continue to drag it on. Jiang Hui once again reminded the Helis group to deal with the TM series of products. Or at least recall the products for inspection. The other party naturally responded and said that the Helis group had just issued a notice to recall the TM series and its homologous products for inspection. She would see it after a while just by logging in. In this way, Jiang Hui and lawyer Jian signed the contract after checking the compensation plan, and then sent the contracts to the Interstellar Patrol Bureau for review and filing. This matter was basically settled. The people of the Hilisi group almost followed them to the gate of the group. But Jiang Hui never looked back. Not even once. Then Jiang Hui invited lawyer Miss Jian to have dinner together and paid her the fee. Jane was naturally embarrassed to agree. How could an underage person, who had not fully awakened, invite her? An adult who had already come out to work? To dinner? As for paying off the commission, it was basically done on the platform, and there was no need to discuss it specifically. From the short day she spent together today, she could tell that Ms. Jiang was a polite and well-prepared person. She probably thought of troubling her today, so she thought of an excuse to invite her to dinner. Jane was thinking about how to refuse, but the girl told her that the meal price for dinner in the evening, together with the transportation fee for today's trip, would be sent to the Hilisi group as reimbursement, and she could ask them to reimburse her then. Then the other party had something else to consult with Jane, hoping that she could keep this meal. Hearing this, Jane had no choice but to agree, and she felt a little emotional. Ms. Jiang's style of doing things was really not like that of an incompletely awakened person who had not yet graduated from school. She even took reimbursement into consideration. If it were other minors, they would not necessarily think of this. Or even if they thought of it, they might ignore it because they were too shy. Jiang Hui not only did this, but also acted so generously. However, she was somewhat interested in the consultation mentioned by the other party. Today, Jian only accepted Jiang Hui's commission and did not arrange any other work. According to the regulations, she could leave work on her own, so it was not a problem for her to agree to go out for dinner with Jiang Hui. After thinking it over again and again, Jian thanked and agreed. The two chose a relatively famous restaurant in the first ring of the central area and prepared to taste the special food here. This restaurant is said to focus on ancient cuisine. The chef came back from the Capital Star system to study, and he has been praised in recent years. Therefore, this is also a restaurant worth trying in the first ring area. Because of the high price, there are relatively few people in the restaurant. They sat in the lobby, so they didn't need to make an appointment. And even in the lobby, there were waiters to serve. This is already a relatively high-end restaurant in the interstellar space. Because labor is expensive, now low and medium-end restaurants basically use robots or machines to save costs. The main theme of the dinner is a bit similar to some kind of Chinese cuisine, but it seems to be mixed with a lot of foreign flavors. Anyway, Jiang Hui didn't taste a lot of things, and the taste was a little bit hard to get used to. But the taste alone is still good. During this period, the two of them ate seriously, chatting about the local customs and customs from time to time. But they didn't rush to consult right away. After the two finished their meal, the waiter brought up the dessert. Jiang Hui held a cup of something that should be tea, and then slowly asked, "I wonder if Ms. Jian knows some relatively reliable ways to donate. I need to donate a part of the money here." He rubbed the edge of the teacup with his thumb, staring at the rising hot air, and his expression couldn't tell whether it was sad or something else. Jane didn't know why she felt this way. Although today's incident originated from a misfortune for Jiang Hui, the wealth and compensation she received were not small, even if it could not compensate for the damage she suffered in this disaster. But young people are full of youth and vigor, so they should at least be excited about such a huge compensation. Why does she still look unhappy? No, she seems to have been unhappy since they met. She is a little too calm. "Ms. Jiang, do you want to donate?" Although Jane asked a question, she had already made some plans in her mind and quickly listed some relatively reliable targets. "Yes, I want to donate part of the compensation I received from the Hilus group today." Jiang Hui nodded. Chapter 40 Plan. Jane was very surprised when she heard this. The other party's first reaction after receiving a huge amount of compensation was to donate money. This made her feel that young people nowadays have a strong sense of social responsibility. At least they have a much stronger sense of responsibility than her. But this is not surprising. People in their line of work have seen all kinds of people, including Jiang Hui. She did not immediately ask Jiang Hui how much she wanted to donate, but only asked her about her specific donation plan and the donation project she was going to connect with. The donation system in the interstellar world is relatively complete. Individuals can donate directly without necessarily going through some large organizations. As long as the target is a legal donation recipient organization that is applied to and registered with the Empire, the remaining procedures can be simplified. However, it still depends on what project Jianghui wants to donate to. For example, for projects that require long-term follow-up in installments, or for special individuals, perhaps they need to follow up through fund agents. Because although this type of society is relatively transparent now, there is still a lot of room for operation. And it is easy for individuals to suffer losses when connecting with others. Generally, this type of donation method is adopted by companies that use commercial activities. For example, individual projects such as major disease associations that can directly call on and help patients can be directly donated in one lump sum. Jianghui wants to make 2 donations. One is to donate to the education system of remote galaxies, hoping to do his best to help more ambitious and talented students continue their education. The other is a donation to the border defense military and government, which is specifically used for pensions and subsidies for disabled soldiers. Jian was a little surprised. The former is quite common and is the most common item in donations, while the latter is relatively rare. After all, the imperial military has always been relatively wealthy, and the country is also fully supporting it. With large quantities of military resources shipped, it is impossible for them to be short of money. Interstellar people are still more pragmatic, and fewer people will donate in this regard. Moreover, donations to the military and political are generally not tax deductible, in order to prevent some people with ulterior motives from exploiting loopholes or having other intentions. So even if there are some, most of them are people from certain specific classes or some responsible social entrepreneurs who will make such donations. It is quite strange that such a child would think of making donations in this regard. Jianghui whispered, "My parents are both soldiers, and the original body's parents died in the border defense war." But she didn't say this. Jane suddenly understood that the parents of Ms. Jiang were both imperial soldiers, and the other party is indeed a single child living alone now, without a guardian. And the other party now wants to donate to the military, which can be more or less tasted. Jane did not continue to ask. Otherwise, could she ask the other party whether your parents died or suffered on the battlefield? This is too unreasonable and too cruel. It is better not to know. Jianghui has corresponding interfaces for both types of donations, which are specially used to accept donations from all walks of life without going through any organization. She only needs to submit relevant information to each institution and sign her name. The institution will confirm that it is her, and the Interstellar Bank will transfer the money to the corresponding account on her behalf. The former donation requires a tax, because the donation amount is in her compensation income. Although it has no value-added effect, it can also offset part of the tax. As for the donation to the military, it was completely from the sub-treasury of the National Treasury. This part does not need to pay taxes at all, but it is also not tax deductible. Jianghui can go home and submit the application for both of these. Generally, if she submits it tonight, it will probably be processed in the next 2 days. However, she is essentially a blue star person. She has just come to the Interstellar for a short time. The optical brain has not fully figured out what is going on. So how can she know these complicated procedures? So she simply entrusted the matter to Ms. Jian. The agency where the other party works involves a relatively wide range of commissions, and they just happen to have this work. Jian said that this is very easy and can be handled for her tomorrow. When Jianghui goes back, report the amount to be donated to her, and then she can fill in the relevant application documents according to this amount and submit it. At this point, the conversation between the two has basically come to an end. Both parties have achieved their goals and are very satisfied. When the two were about to pack up and leave, Jian suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Ms. Jiang, you just came to the resident star system, right?" This basic information was already there. Jianghui forgot to hide this part when submitting the commission information, so the other party naturally saw it when accepting the commission. "Yes, I used to live in the Interstar system, and moved here because of family changes. But after living there for a few days, I was smashed into the hospital by the intelligent robot of Ulysses." Jianghui couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that he was a resident of the Interstar system, and his family should be quite wealthy. No wonder he was indifferent to the compensation. The residential areas of the Interstellar are also divided into several levels. The conventional residential areas commonly known to the public are roughly divided into 4 levels, namely, the extraterritorial star system, the resident star system, the inner star system, and the central star area. The location is from outside to inside and from bottom to top. And the more central the area, the more important it is. The best residential area is naturally the central star area, also commonly known as the capital star system, where the most dignitaries, military and political figures, the richest and their immediate family members live. Of course, there are ordinary residents there. But these so-called ordinary people are no longer ordinary people after thousands of years of environmental influence and some regional advantages. The next level of inner star system is a high-quality residential area, where many literati and scholars and experts in the field, or some small and medium-sized families and wealthy families are the primary settlements. Some well-known universities and colleges also like to stand there. They are now in the permanent star system, which belongs to the ordinary well-off residential area. Citizens live very steadily, and the conditions and resources are relatively rich. But the conditions and resources in all aspects are inferior to those of the upper class. Then go to the extraterritorial star system, which is basically some extremely poor border stars, exile stars, garbage opposite stars, or black dark areas. In short, most of the conditions are not good. This part is close to the permanent outer circle. The conditions are okay, and the education and communication systems are also connected to the inner circle. Of course, the scope of human exploration is so large, but the universe is still endless, and there are still many places that have not been fully explored and included in the scope of governance. Some places that have not been visited by humans and have not been recorded are called unknown stars and dark stars. This kind of ordinary is not included in the public archive information, so ordinary citizens are not very clear. Chapter 41 Schooling Issues. Because the interstellar system has very strict population file management and the review mechanism is relatively cumbersome, interstellar migration is not an easy thing. In particular, if a lower-level star field wants to migrate to a higher-level star field, it must have a certain asset guarantee or a creditable guarantor. Of course, talents can be introduced through policies, and students can migrate through school files. Those who stay in other star systems for a long time without reason will be marked as refugees if they do not report to the higher-level inspection bureau. Such people will be punished by the interstellar system. Jianghui is a little different. She migrated from the upper star system to the lower star system. That is, she gave up the relatively superior living conditions of the upper star system and settled in the resident star system. Unless there is a reasonable reason, it is difficult to go back. So many people in the family laughed at the original body for being dizzy. And most of the good universities and colleges in the interstellar are in the area above the inner star system. As a resident of the inner star system, although there are not many shortcuts, admission is still based on regional policies and advantages. It is not easy to go to university in the interstellar space. The system of elimination is implemented according to the ranking system of the entire interstellar region. Many interstellar people are blocked from the outside and can only choose to study in lower-level colleges or skill training institutes. Some people cannot even study in the above-level colleges and directly sink into the job market. When competing for university places, every factor may be the key to widen the gap. Therefore, countless parents in the interstellar space are also trying their best to immigrate to the upper-level galaxy with their wives and children to enjoy better educational resources and conditions. Because there is a big difference between being born in an interstellar university and learning in an ordinary college. So why did Jianghui move here from the upper star system? This situation is indeed a bit puzzling. However, Ms. Jian didn't feel embarrassed to ask. After all, this is someone else's private matter. She asked this paragraph just to remind Jianghui of something. Have you completed the transfer of your student status? The school here also starts in September. If you missed the registration time, you can only be considered a transfer student. Now it's only a month away from the start of school. Jianghui? What? You still have to go to school? Jianghui was shocked. She had graduated from Blue Star for many years. Subconsciously, she felt that she had already graduated from school. So naturally, she would not think of going to school, let alone that she would have to go to school again one day. But think about it. The original body is only 15 years old. Whether it is in the Interstellar or Blue Star, it is completely in the category of minors. At this age, the family conditions are not difficult. So how could it be possible not to go to school? Jiang Hui struggled to dig out the relevant memories from his memory. Finally found that it seems there really is such a paragraph. Because Interstellar student status is automatically transferred with household registration. When she arrived at the permanent star system, the education system here directly sent a text message to the original body, providing her with a school with suitable conditions. The original body didn't have much thought at that time, and chose a school with above-average teachers and educational resources. It's not that she didn't want to choose the best, but because the cost of interstellar people's schooling is really high. Even in the next level of residential area, the price of high-level noble colleges is still very expensive. If she wants to study, she can afford it, but she still has a long life, and the little pension and subsidy left by her parents is not enough for her to live for a lifetime. So as long as the educational resources and teachers of the school she chooses can keep up, it's basically fine. Moreover, the intermediate college that the original body chose was a school with a military background. As a descendant of a soldier, it was relatively safe for her to go to such a school, which was very realistic. Because of her background, the school quickly accepted her application file and notified her to bring the materials to register for school. However, there is one thing to note. Since Jiang Hui was admitted as a military family member, the school defaulted to giving her a degree in a military major. This is the same for all students who enjoy the military family quota. This operation is to ensure that the children of soldiers have as many opportunities as possible to choose majors with military prospects. After all, no matter what kind of school, the quality and requirements of military majors for students are relatively high, and the corresponding benefits and treatment are better than ordinary majors. Even if you can't go to military school in the future, you can at least engage in military-related work. It is an ideal major for many interstellar people, and choosing the descendants of soldiers and their families as the next generation of new seedlings will also help stabilize the military environment. Of course, the school is not so rigid, and it still takes into account that some people are not born to be suitable for such majors. Therefore, those who are applying for family quotas have one chance to change their majors. They must go to school to handle the major change procedures between August 1st and 3rd before enrollment. No waiting after the deadline. It's August 4th now. She completely missed the major change. Jiang Hui finally remembered what she vaguely felt like she had forgotten before, which was this matter. The original body arrived at the permanent star system on July 30th, and originally planned to go to school tomorrow, August 1st, to handle the major change. But something happened that night. The original body's spiritual power disappeared, and this body welcomed the soul of Jiang Hui, a blue star, and she was sent to the hospital that day. Then she was in the hospital for a long time, and she didn't come back until the evening of the 2nd. But at that time, her mind was in a mess, and she hadn't even figured out her own situation. So how could she remember that she had forgotten such a thing? Now she finally remembered. But it was too late. It was obvious that she couldn't go to a military major. I wonder if the school can make some concessions for her unlucky situation. Seeing that Jiang Hui's face was not very good, Jian thought she really forgot about it. In fact, she did forget. But this forgetting was not the same as what the other party imagined. Still a child, Jian thought to herself. Because in just one day of getting along, she saw the mature side of Miss Jiang. And she even forgot that she was just a teenager who had not fully awakened. It's not easy for a child living alone. If there is no one to protect her, she will always suffer a great loss if she doesn't get hard. She wanted to help, and asked a few questions about admission. The girl listened carefully, but the anxiety between her eyebrows did not decrease, but became more intense as time went by. Jane knew that Jiang Hui probably had her own plans. Seeing that it was getting late, she also said goodbye and left. Of course, the other party was worried about Jiang Hui going back alone. So he personally called an automatic airship with higher safety performance for her, and then watched the girl get on before leaving. Jiang Hui was immersed in the fact that she still needed to go to school, and that she had missed the important time to change her major. She was full of worries, and didn't know what to do for a while. In the night sky, an airship flew over a large urban jungle under the stars and the moon. The soft light of the planet above was reflected on the metal fuselage of the airship, leaving a long trail, which seemed more lonely than the night. Chapter 42 Major. It was already night when she got home. There was probably no one on duty at the intermediate college. If she called now, she would probably only get the call from AI. Jiang Hui's problem was not something that AI could solve. So she planned to call again early tomorrow morning. Then she would wait until tomorrow to contact Ms. Jian, the lawyer. After a tiring day, it was time for her to rest. Jiang Hui was thinking about something. So when she got home, she followed her memory and looked up the brochures of various intermediate colleges that she had obtained when choosing a school. Mecca Intermediate College is an above-average intermediate college on Planet 732 for teenagers aged 15 to 18. It offers a variety of majors and basically has all the majors that can be thought of on the market. And because of the military background, their military majors are also pretty good, and they are ranked among the top few on the planet. It is said that military majors can also provide graduates with the opportunity to go directly to military universities. But of course, that also requires competition and assessment. And it is not something that can be obtained casually. Of course, the school has military majors. And naturally there are general majors. There are still more ordinary people in the interstellar space. And all walks of life also need various talents to help the operation of society. Jiang Hui flipped through their brochures, which were thicker than books, and really found a lot of fun. She read until late and forgot her bedtime. She didn't expect that at the moment before 12 o'clock. She inexplicably entered the space, as if she was forced, and she came in the blink of an eye. This also made Jiang Hui once again realize the magic of this spiritual space. People have already come in, and she has made enough preparations, so she doesn't think it's a big deal. This time Jiang Hui was smart. She fiddled with it for a while before reading the booklet, intending to bring some things that can kill time into that strange space. So she deliberately memorized some things that can kill time. Unfortunately, due to the lack of precision, almost all of them failed in the end. Optical computers, smart game consoles, interstellar educational toys, etc. did not appear in the mental space. But the inconspicuous brochure that was not intended to be brought in at the beginning was brought in. This brochure came from Mecca Intermediate College, where Jiang Hui was about to enroll. At the last moment before she lost consciousness in reality, she just turned to the last page. Jiang Hui flipped it. And I don't know if it was because her current body had a better memory or the effect of space. The whole manual was copied down word for word, and it became a real booklet in this space. Helplessly, Jiang Hui had to continue reading the booklet to kill time. Although Jiang Hui felt that it was unlikely that he would miss the time to change his major, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. So when he came in just now, he flipped through the major introductions in this booklet. And naturally they were all ordinary majors. She was very self-aware, and she couldn't handle anything beyond her ability. She actually found a major suitable for her to study and work in from a large number of majors that sounded very interstellar. One was ancient language and literature, and the other was human origins. Oh! The former was a major that studied ancient and modern languages similar to humans. He specifically searched for it. The so-called ancient language was basically similar to the language system of Blue Star. There might be a little difference, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to learn. After all, even if she doesn't know other minor languages, she can speak Chinese and Korean. So there is no big pressure on studying and finding a job. The latter is said to study the culture of the interstellar people on their home planet before they immigrated. According to what she has learned so far, the culture on the home planet seems to be subtly similar to that of the blue planet. And there is a feeling of the same roots. You haven't eaten pigs, but you haven't seen pigs run. So she thinks that learning this shouldn't be too stressful. Yes, Jiang is such a useless person. She has never thought about choosing those jobs that sound like they are full of gunfire and fire. She just wants to lie down and live a stable life. This is the valuable life experience she summed up as a senior social veteran when she was on the blue planet. Don't work too hard. You will become unfortunate. Although it's just a joke. It's true. Besides, it's better not to stand out in Jiang Hui's situation. She hopes to spend her life in peace. Putting down the booklet, she probably chose a major in her mind and got 2 unsuccessful backups. So Jiang Hui became idle again. The only things that could be considered fun in the space were 2 books, which she had read. They were not interesting. Even if she read them again, it would not take much time. It would be better to just sleep. So Jiang Hui slept out of the space directly in the spiritual space. But when she woke up this time, she did not intend to continue sleeping in real life. She got up from the bed neatly and prepared to find some fun for herself. Watch a set of interstellar version of the TV series Mother-in-Law and Mother-in-Law to feel the life of interstellar people. and then have an interstellar version of meat sauce baked fries with happy water. This sounds like a very leisurely life. But it tasted a bit unpleasant to Jiang Hui. Hey, how should she spend the rest of her life? After not sleeping all night, she got up and took care of herself when she saw the dawn, and turned around to sit outside the hall. Now she has confirmed that the cycle of entering that mysterious space is about 24 hours. Once a day. But this cycle is not fixed but irregular, as long as it is any time point within 24 hours. If she does not enter the 24-hour cycle, she will be forced to automatically enter the spiritual space by some kind of force. Then she has to stay in the space for 24 hours, and she can only come out after the full time. So that means Jiang Hui has to spend 48 hours a day. And the actions in the space may also have an impact on reality. For example, she slept too much in this dream space, and she basically couldn't sleep when she woke up. If she ate too much in the space, it would be difficult for her to quickly have an appetite outside, even if she was actually very hungry. Jiang Hui tends to think that this strange space is a static space that tends to be spiritual. There are 48 hours in a day, and she can really split 1 minute into 2 minutes. People who lack time must be very envious of her. After all, life is short and time is always insufficient. Having twice as much time as others also means having twice as many possibilities as others. However, for Jiang Hui, who is used to the modern fast entertainment methods, this extra time is a burden for the time being, because she really doesn't know how she can spend the long days in this place without optical computers, mobile phones, and TVs. If she can have a reasonable way to pass the time and have such a golden finger, she will probably be happier. Chapter 43. Is it too late? Sorry, Ms. Jiang. We are sorry about your situation, but the school system has been closed, and all students have been assigned to classes. If you want to transfer, you may have to wait until next year to see if you can transfer. The person on the other side replied with regret. Jiang Hui was also sorry to hear this news, because it means that things are basically irreversible. But she thinks that maybe she should try a little harder, or there will be a turnaround. After getting a positive answer from the gentle teacher in the teaching department, Jiang Hui had to give up her previous idea. The other party may not have the heart to see her disillusioned look, and added, or you can go to the teaching department for consultation after school starts. I will also report your situation to the education committee to see if I can help you transfer. It's just that the possibility is not very high. Student, you have to be mentally prepared. In fact, you can leave out the last sentence. Jiang Hui thought about it, and felt that it would be better not to place too much illusory hope on such things. Wouldn't it be better for her to face the reality as soon as possible? However, this teacher obviously meant well, so Jiang Hui was naturally grateful. After asking the other party some more questions related to admission, she quietly thanked him and hung up the computer. After closing the computer page, Jiang Hui couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What should I do? This is difficult. The fact is indeed as she thought. There is no chance to make up if I miss it. Although the school is very sorry for her accidental injury, it is also unable to make an exception and open the campus system again. Not to mention that it is very troublesome to change and rearrange in the background. Another more important point is that it will break the rules. This set a bad precedent. What if all the students below make such a request? Therefore, in terms of admission ranking, Mecca Intermediate College is trying its best to strictly abide by the rules and be fair and just. The atmosphere is very good, and there is almost no bad atmosphere. Jiang Hui missed the time to change her major, and the system defaulted to transferring her to a military major, and even selected the major. In fact, there is no choice. Military majors are more popular, and there are not many places left. They are all full, so you can only go according to your position. Jiang Hui was assigned to the Mecca Single Soldier Department. Well, you can tell from the sound that it is a passionate major, dedicated to the romance of space warriors. But Jiang Hui doesn't have that ideal. The girl was a little amused. This was the second blow she suffered after knowing that she couldn't change her major. There are dozens of military majors, and there are more than a dozen small majors in logistics alone. If she chose the latter, it would be a little better. But there are no places for these military-related minor majors. Every year, many people apply for these minor majors in Mecca Intermediate College, which are extremely popular. Military students who enjoy ready-made places can only be transferred unless they pass a small test before changing their majors to choose their own majors in military-related majors. Only majors of large categories, such as individual soldiers or Mecca manufacturing have vacancies. No. In fact, these have no vacancies. But they are the most numerous classes, with the most teaching resources. Therefore, almost all military students who were transferred to military-related majors this year were assigned to individual soldiers. Jiang Hui was assigned to the combat single soldier department in this way. She was completely pushed forward without any chance to choose. At first, Jiang Hui tried to comfort herself that maybe it was not as terrible as she imagined. At the age of 15 or 16, what can she learn from learning combat? It is probably just some theoretical knowledge or fancy things. Who knew that after searching the keywords on the internet and watching some related student training videos, Jiang Hui just wanted to lie down. This is the rhythm of her changing schools. Is it too late to change schools and majors now? She had already learned what kind of martial arts era this interstellar world is. The military is prosperous, and many young people who have graduated are willing to join the military and expand the territory for the interstellar world. Moreover, the interstellar world is not only selected from adults, but also from children. It is said that there are many specially open Mecca classes and combat classes starting from the primary college. And the secondary colleges have begun to refine the distinction, truly distinguishing students with employment intentions from ordinary talents needed by society, and training them intensively. Finally, the top talents are selected to enter the military academy system. Of course, there will be selections later, but it involves more in-depth promotions in the military and political system, which is unknown for the time being. Jiang Hui is now at the second dividing line, from the age of 15 to 18. The secondary school is an important time for adolescents to grow and form their worldviews. The concentrated training must be fast, accurate and ruthless, and extremely strict military management is adopted. Yes, that is to say, Jiang Hui must be mentally prepared to enter the individual soldier department, and she will soon be included in this military management system. Well, in short, she is ready to serve in the army. After figuring out the connection, Jiang Hui was simply in a mess. This was completely different from what she imagined. She just wanted to live peacefully until she was old. Why did she have to do this? Jiang Hui felt that the greatest misfortune since she came to the Interstellar was shrouding her. Oh my god! Not only did she have to return to school, but she also had to be a new soldier. Can you give her a chance to live? Jiang Hui slammed her head into the quilt. It was not until it was time to go to bed at night that she could not come back to her senses for a long time, which caused her to forget the existence of the spiritual space at night. And then she had another sleepless night. So when she woke up in the morning, although Jiang Hui had slept well in various senses, she was in a worse spirit and looked exhausted. When the optical brain communication came in, she didn't even react to adjust her state. Hello. Is this Ms. Jiang Hui? Excuse me. This is the re-examination center of the district secondary hospital. This is medical worker Sang Sang. May I ask how you are doing today? After seeing her expression clearly, the other party seemed a little hesitant in the last part of the question. Hearing that it was the hospital calling, Jiang Hui's chaotic mind finally became clearer. Oh, I know. Sorry. I was a little confused after sleeping. Is there anything I can do for you? The other party seemed to be relieved. In fact, she was almost scared when she saw Jiang Hui's tired look just now. And she thought that this discharged patient was uncomfortable and looked very bad. It turned out that she was not awake. But this child was too weak. It seems that the brain damage has caused her a lot of damage. Although the medical staff automatically filled in a lot of irrelevant things for Jiang Hui in his head, he did not miss the verbal process. Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is the day for your follow-up examination. You need to go back to the district secondary hospital for a checkup. I am here to confirm the time with you. May I ask when you are free tomorrow morning? And Mr. Carlett in our hospital is very busy recently, and may not be able to catch up with his work. May I ask if you can accept another senior therapist to check you? Chapter 44 Re-examination Notice. Re-examination. It turned out that Jiang Hui had been in the star Interstellar for several days without realizing it. When she was discharged from the hospital told her to remember to go back for a re-examination. Mr. Carlett also prescribed her 5 days of medicine. She just took a tube before breakfast, and she will be finished after taking the last dose tomorrow morning. No wonder the star Interstellar people can't help but change color slightly when talking about mental stabilizers. To be honest, this medicine is really not very delicious. I feel uncomfortable all day after taking it. Of course, It is not as severe as that day. I don't know if it was because the reaction was particularly strong when I took it for the first time. It felt like a heart attack. She felt that if she had such a thing again, she might have a heart attack even if she didn't have a heart disease. Later, when she took it again, she still felt as if her heart was being pinched. Her body temperature fluctuated. Her heart system was congested. And her spirit body was suddenly weak and suddenly swollen. In short, her spirit body was like being put into a bag that did not belong to her. She was clearly in her own body, but she was tossed out of her soul. Moreover, every time Jianghui took it, he felt that his mental power was vaguely pricked by needles, which were thin and dense, and were arranged in large areas in particularly sensitive parts, which was very uncomfortable. Mental stabilizers. What kind of stabilizers are these? Not only are they unstable after taking them, but they can also completely mess up your mental power that is as calm as a deep pool of water, and have no stabilizing effect at all. Jianghui felt that according to the reaction and effect of taking this medicine, it would be more appropriate to call it fidget agent. The experience of taking this medicine is indeed very bad, but it cannot be said that there is no benefit at all. Jianghui felt that her memory started to improve after taking this medicine, and it got better and better, and her whole thinking became clearer and clearer. It's not that this medicine can open her mind so magically. To be honest, this medicine is more like wiping it clear on the original basis, making her feel like she finally opened her eyes to see the world. Then she felt like she had opened her mind. Like a pearl covered in dust was wiped clean, and the bright brilliance inside was revealed. Anyway, it's a feeling that is hard to describe. The feeling of being able to feel your intelligence and brain area gradually opening up is really subtle and strange. And it is unforgettable. No wonder the Interstellar people love and hate this primitive medicine with many shortcomings. There is a reason. When she thought of such a thing, she only had one left. In the future, unless it is a disease that is suitable for her condition, she will not be able to eat it even if she wants to. Jianghui is happy, but also a little disappointed. She described to the gentle medical worker her feelings and symptoms of taking the mental stabilizer in the past few days, and then told him that she was basically fine now. The medical worker named Sang Sang recorded her description in detail one by one with great diligence. Jianghui guessed that the other party would probably include these in his medical file, and then submit them together with the medical records to the doctor who reviewed her, and then make an overall assessment of her recovery. Okay, Ms. Jiang, we have learned about your situation. Your drug reactions are generally relatively normal. Many patients who take this kind of drug will also experience similar situations, so you don't have to worry too much. The other party comforted gently. Then do you have time to come to the district secondary hospital for a follow-up examination at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? At that time, we will arrange for Michael, a therapist from the same department, to give you a follow-up examination. Please don't worry. All therapists in our hospital have been tested and have a trustworthy medical level. Even if you change therapists, it will not have any impact on your follow-up. The other party explained. Yes, no problem on my side. The other party said a lot to Jianghui about the change of therapist. However, Jianghui didn't care as much as the other party imagined, because in the Blue Star where she used to live, professions like doctors are inherently very mobile. Doctors also have limited energy and cannot wait 24 hours a day. It is difficult to say that you can always find the doctor who treated you last time every time you go for a consultation, as long as there are medical records and files. No matter which doctor takes over, it will be almost the same. Of course, it is not uncommon for you to have a primary doctor follow you from beginning to end. But in this case, unless you are a rich person who specially hires a doctor to follow you, or the special treatment of major diseases requires a doctor to treat you consistently, it's just that no one wants to encounter the latter situation. As for the change of another therapist, Jianghui naturally has no objection. And seeing that the time is no problem, she nodded and agreed. Okay, then I will help you make an appointment and register. And a detailed text message will be sent to your light brain later. You just need to arrive at the time and place above and wait. If you have any questions, you can call the service number above for consultation. Jianghui nodded, indicating that he knew. The other party seemed to remember something and said, There is one more thing I need to remind Ms. Jiang. Because the re-examination requires the use of large-scale testing equipment. This kind of equipment will comprehensively test the functional data of all aspects of your body. It involves a mental power test. This kind of project usually requires fasting for half a day. And then, you cannot take stimulant drugs such as mental stabilizers within 4 hours. Fasting is understandable. It means fasting. I didn't expect that after so many years of development. The physical examination still follows the same rules. Without any change. This is still very simple. But the mental stabilizer should be taken earlier. Because her appointment time is 2 p.m. If she takes the medicine late in the morning, she may have to wait there until the drug ban period is over. Jiang Hui was afraid that she would forget. So she made 2 time notes for herself on the light brain. And the time notes would automatically pop up to remind Jiang Hui to remember to do something. After the other party explained everything, he turned off the light brain and ended the game. Dialogue. After turning off the light brain, Jiang Hui fell into a short state of daze. Because the things the other party mentioned reminded her of many things. Not about her blue star Jiang Hui, but the memories left by this original body. Mental power detection is a very unfamiliar word for Jiang Hui. But for the original body, it is a shadow that she can't get rid of and caused the tragedy of her life. The reason why the original body came to the lower star system was largely because of the mental power detection half a year ago. It was that detection that made her realize her slightly embarrassing situation in the family, and thus began to really think about her future path. Chapter 45 Mental Power Level. The original body's parents' mental power was finally rated as A level or above awakeners. And her mother was even an A+ level Mecca soldier. Both of them were considered high-level awakeners. So what is A+? Of course, it is not as simple as a little higher than A. There are 7 major levels of mental power that interstellar people are more clear about now. D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS, and 3S. These are the regular 7 levels. Jiang Hui's current certified level is B. It looks good on the surface. And it should be a medium level in the interstellar. So why is Jiang Hui's family dissatisfied with her rating? Although these 7 major ratings are the most common ratings in the interstellar. In fact, interstellar people are most often exposed to the first 5. People like SS and 3S are top awakeners. And there are only a few of them in 10 or 8 years. Whenever they are detected, they are collected by the military and put into the military and political system for secret training until they can stand on their own. Therefore, the S level is recognized as a genius in the world. Every year, major military academies compete to admit such talented students. After a long period of training, they are finally entered into the military system and become the military's high-level reserve. The next level is the A level. Although this category is only 1 level lower, its qualifications are more than 1 level lower than the S level. However, this level is still the backbone of all awakened people. The number is not large, but it is much larger than the S level. After training, they will all be the reserve of senior generals in the future. The original body's parents actually belong to this category. Especially Jiang Hui's mother. She is only 65 years old. And her military rank has reached major when she was alive. While Jiang Hui's father is a captain. After their death, the military promoted them to lieutenant colonel and major to commemorate their contributions to the empire. And their children also enjoyed corresponding treatment. At their age, they were already young and promising in the military. If they had not died on the battlefield at such a young age, they would probably have had more possibilities in the future. But it is meaningless to say anything now. The people are already dead. Then they pass through the 2 levels in the middle, B, C, and D. The D level is the lowest level of mental power. But in fact it is not. Strictly speaking, there are E and F below. It's just that these 2 mental levels are too low and are not suitable for most jobs and professions that require mental power. So they are ignored and summarized as mental power D-. Some people wonder, what's the matter with those extra X plus and X-? Isn't there more than a dozen levels in this way? In fact, A plus, B plus, C plus, and even S plus are not formal mental power levels, but rather potential indicators. Let's put it this way. Jiang Hui's mother Jiang Yilin's mental power level is A plus. And Jiang's father Jiang Hui's mental power level is A. Strictly speaking, both of them are of A-level spiritual power. But the former Jiang Yilin is an A plus awakener, which means that she has combat power beyond the ordinary A-level limit. And her strength can be increased to a certain extent. This kind of reaching a certain critical point or constantly nourishing through special potions can directly cross the A-level range to reach the S level. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the history of the empire. And there are even many famous generals have also experienced such a stage, achieving a leap from A plus to S level. and then completely becoming an S-level awakener. So strictly speaking, although A+ is within the A level, the fact is that the awakeners with S-level potential are a transitional level from A level to S level. Such awakeners are often valued by the military upper echelons because they represent potential and explosive power. And their personalities are often more tenacious because they are a class that is not bound by natural conditions. John's father belongs to a relatively ordinary spiritual power level. However, his spiritual power is relatively strong. When he reaches the peak of his prime age of about 75 to 125 years old, he may be able to move up another half level. That is, to the A+ level. It can be seen from this that the spiritual power level of the scheming is not completely fixed. As long as there is enough opportunity and tenacity, it is not impossible to achieve a leap from small to medium level through certain methods. However, for the military, which is very poor in renewal, there is actually not so much time to wait for you to grow up. Unless some truly proud children of heaven can ignore various restrictions, most people still have to rely on their innate talents. Jiang Hui's parents' spiritual power level is also considered high. According to the law of biological evolution, Jiang Hui's spiritual power level must be at least A level, or even higher. The Jiang family had expected Jiang Hui to reach A+ level or even S level. This is also the hope of many people in the family for Jiang Hui. It's a pity that Jiang Hui awakened for the second time earlier, and the second awakening was exactly the same as the first level, maintaining the original spiritual power level. This is a huge blow to someone who has the potential to become a high-level awakener, because this means that she will almost never become a high-level awakener in this life. Interstellar people generally have 3 awakenings. No matter what their spiritual power level is, they will go through these 3 awakenings. Those who have not experienced 3 awakenings thoroughly are considered to be incomplete awakeners. After the 3 awakenings, the spiritual power is basically fixed. Even if there are 4th, 5th, and 6th awakenings, that is a matter for the future. The probability is not high, and not everyone has it. So most people are certified according to the 3 awakenings of spiritual power. The second awakening is generally the strongest and most important period of all awakenings. Originally, Jiang Hui had a B-level spiritual power after the first awakening. According to her genetics and her awakening trend, the second awakening can at least reach B+ level. And if she is lucky, she can reach A level. The original body just happened to fail at this point, and it just stayed where it was. In this way, even if there is a third awakening, it is basically difficult to change anything. The overall situation has been determined, and it is at most B+. This is a huge gap with her parents' talents, and it is far from the expectations of the family. You can imagine how much this matter hit her. However, although the family was somewhat disappointed with her rank, they did not treat her harshly. After all, the original body was also the daughter of a military hero. In fact, her rank was not bad. Even if she could not join the army in the future, her future was promising. It would not take much effort to support her in the family. But the original body could not stand it. It was not the difference in treatment, but the strange eyes of some tribesmen. She was once a promising seedling in the family. Even though she lived a low-key life and never laughed at others arrogantly, she could not even be called in trouble. But some people began to laugh at her openly and secretly. On the surface, they came to comfort her, but in fact, they were mocking her, as if they could gain a sense of superiority. The original body chose to leave Kimir Star under such circumstances. Chapter 46 A level. Why bother? Jiang Hui now recalled this obscure memory with some emotion. No wonder others thought that the original body was impulsive and childish. And if she had not chosen to immigrate to the permanent star system, perhaps this tragedy would not have happened. It's a pity that it's useless to say anything now. Everything is a fact. Now it's a bargain for Jiang Hui. And being away from the acquaintances of the original body makes her current interstellar life much easier. In short, the original body left the inner star system in anger because of some rumors and malicious eyes, and came to the lower star system. It's really not worth it to give up the rich teaching resources and position of the inner star system and come to the permanent star system where everything is worse. If she were to say, why did the original body run away? These people actually wanted to bully an orphan without a father or a mother, and wanted to find a sense of superiority and existence in her. Or they wanted to see the genius favored by the tribe look lost, as if they would become a superior person who is high above them. However, in fact, some of the people who came to watch the fun may not be as good as her. The original silly girl was also a hot-tempered person. Once she turned around and left. She never planned to come back. Jiang Hui was not so ambitious. She came halfway and had no idea about the situation in the interstellar space. In addition, she was an ordinary civilian in her previous life. So she naturally could not fulfill her original wish to join the army. So she felt that the mental power level B was not bad, which was above the average level of ordinary people. Even conscription required several levels to reach the level. Jiang Hui was very satisfied with the current situation. Anyway, she had a clear understanding of herself. She was an ordinary person, a liberal arts student, a little lamb in peacetime. It would be worthwhile to live a peaceful life in this world. Jiang ignored the fact that she would have a third awakening, which was still unknown. She also ignored the fact that she would soon enter the intermediate college to study the single soldier department. On the second day, Jiang Hui went to the hospital re-examination department to wait for the examination at the agreed time. Medical Dr. Michael was a middle-aged man with tall eyes and deep nose. He looked quite old. Even among the interstellar people with a long lifespan, he should be quite old. His tall eyes and deep nose were somewhat different from those of Carlet. They were deeper than that. But he had black hair and brown eyes. A bit like the Germanic race on the blue planet, giving people a very majestic look. However, it was obvious that the other party was as serious as he looked. When he started talking, he gave people a very serious feeling. His words and tone were very serious and solemn, which was different from the feeling given by Mr. Carlet. Jiang Hui was a little scared of this person. She was actually a little afraid of such a serious person. However, some very detailed details in the other party's examination made Jiang Hui feel that under the serious shell of the other party, there was probably a soft inside. So she couldn't help but relax. The examination took a long time, and the integrated machine was very complicated to use. Under the guidance of therapist Michael, she did not feel impatient. So she soon finished the examination. Jiang Hui was led to a room next door that should be used for follow-up patients. The room was not decorated in the strict style of a hospital, but full of leisure style. The tables, stools and walls were decorated as leisurely as home. There was even a large screen on the wall for projecting movies. Before therapist Michael went to verify the data and information, he asked the medical staff outside to prepare some snacks and tea for Jiang Hui, and then left her alone in the room. She stayed for a while and felt quite quiet. No wonder they had to prepare these things. Because after all, in the hospital, everyone knew what they were doing. And no matter how leisurely the venue was arranged, it was difficult to completely calm down. And they were always thinking about their own results. But Jiang Hui was not because of this. She didn't sleep well last night, and she was worried about something. And she almost sleepwalked through the morning. She always felt as if she had forgotten something. But she couldn't remember it. Now she finally remembered what she had forgotten. And she hadn't informed Miss Jian about the donation. She received all the compensation from the Hailusi group early this morning. So it was quite spectacular to see it all at a glance. Jiang Hui sent a text message to the Hailusi group, and then told them that they didn't need to contact them anymore. And then just ignored it. She had wanted to communicate with Miss Jian about the donation immediately. But she happened to receive a notice from the apartment to fill out a check-in file to handle some procedures. So she was busy all morning, and she forgot about it unknowingly. Now sitting here quietly, Jiang Hui finally remembered that she had forgotten about Miss Jian. Michael, the therapist, also told her that it would take about half an hour to get all the data. She just needed to communicate with Miss Jane. Otherwise today would be over. Fortunately, Jane seemed to be free at this time today, and she asked and the call was connected immediately. As soon as the other party answered the optical brain communication, Jiang Hui saw that she was a little hesitant and asked, "Ms. Jiang, did you send it to the wrong person just now?" Jiang Hui shook his head. "No, that's it." The other party seemed a little surprised. "Are you sure you want to donate so much? Maybe you can think about it again. You are still an underage person who has not fully awakened. And there are many places where you will need it in the future, especially if she wants to go to a good school. This amount of money may help her go a little smoother." Jiang Hui shook her head. She had already thought about it. Long before she received the compensation, half of it would be used for donations, which could be regarded as accumulating some merits for the deceased original body. If she really has passed away, it can be regarded as a limited trace left by her in this world. She did not plan to use the other half of the compensation, so she just kept it. If the original body has any regrets in the future, or wakes up from this body again by miracle, she can also have a foundation for her life. In the end, only the nutrition fee and other miscellaneous expenses compensated by the Hylusi group were left, which was probably enough. After confirming again and again, Jane knew that she had made up her mind, so it was inconvenient to say anything more. She nodded with a complicated expression, and hung up the communication for the time being, and went down to prepare the relevant donation materials for Jiang Hui. It was a coincidence that just as Jane hung up the light computer, Michael, a therapist, completed the collection of test data and entered the small room. The other party took a thick stack of information and sat down in front of Jiang Hui, and said with a slightly strange look, "Ms. Jiang, please sit down. Excuse me, did you have a second awakening not long ago, and your level remained at the original state?" Jiang Hui saw that he looked a little strange and nodded. "Do you know that your current mental power level has changed a lot?" "What change?" "Your current certified mental power level is A level." Chapter 47 Awakening Abnormal. Jiang Hui thought she had heard it wrong. Grade A? Looking at Jiang Hui, who seemed to still not believe it, the other party frowned slightly, as if dissatisfied with her questioning her professionalism, and said, "According to your brain wave and other data, your mental power threshold has at least reached the level of grade A." "I mean at least." "What do you mean at least? Isn't it said that the technology in the future world is very awesome? Why is there a quantifier like at least?" She felt a little flustered when she heard it. "Is grade A good?" "Grade A is enough." "Okay. Don't go up any more." This is not Jiang Hui being hypocritical, but her true wish in her heart. She once saw a post on the youth forum, which said how high the demand for people with high mental power thresholds among interstellar people was. So high that all forces almost accept such talents. There is no possibility for high-level awakeners to work in ordinary jobs steadily, and they are almost all recruited into the military. Those who were not included by the military eventually fell into the hands of various forces, either engaged in high-spirited operations or trained as talent reserves. If the original body's second awakening was at this level, it would probably not be Jiang Hui's turn to plan for the future here at this moment. The original body would definitely be trained as a key talent in the clan, given the most resources, and then trained intensively, and finally input into the military to become someone like her parents. This may be the future that the original body longed for, but it is not Jiang Hui's. She had never thought of such a possibility, and was still thinking about how she could live a life of eating and drinking in this highly technological interstellar space. Jiang Hui felt that the path she had imagined seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her, and was running in a direction that she could not control. Michael, the therapist, probably interpreted the disbelief on her face as too much surprise, and said to Jiang Hui with a serious face, "Normally, there will be no obvious mental fluctuations between the second awakening and the third awakening of those who have not fully awakened. Did you encounter anything before the second awakening? Or, Ms. Jiang, is your second awakening normal?" Jiang Hui really didn't know. She recalled the memories related to her original body, and the memories related to this aspect were really vague, which made her recall process extremely difficult. She tried to think about it, but in the end, she only got some shallow memory points. "Yes, Michael, I remember that there was nothing unusual. If I have to say, my second awakening was inexplicably early. Then the second awakening was also relatively short. Probably only 2 hours, about a star. After all, the original body had no reliable adult elders around, so no one told her some precautions for awakening her mental power. Most of Jiang Hui's common sense came from the memory of the original body, so she naturally didn't know the situation. So she didn't think there was anything unusual. But this is already very abnormal. In the period when humans lived on their home planet before interstellar migration, it is said that people originally had no concept of mental power. They only knew something vaguely, but couldn't explain what it was. Later, humans completely discovered mental power when they just entered outer space and explored it. However, most people at that time did not understand it very well. In order to explore, humans at that time conducted a lot of research and development on the body, and finally determined what kind of existence mental power is. When humans thoroughly figured out mental power and learned how to use it, they completely entered the interstellar era. After the continuous evolution and genetic evolution of interstellar people over the generations, interstellar people can use their brains and mental power more and more precisely, and have found the law of human mental power development. This period of mental power development is also called the mental power awakening period. It is said that every interstellar person must go through the first 3 mental power awakening periods, which are generally completed between the ages of 5 and 25. After the first 3 awakening periods, the subsequent awakening periods are difficult to count, and not everyone has them. This awakening period often extends according to the person's experience, so it is also classified as the super awakening period of mental power. Generally speaking, children will have their first awakening between the ages of 5 and 9. The original body was a B-level mental power that was first awakened at the age of 7. It is not too early, nor too late, and the initial mental power recognition level is also considered to be excellent. In the future, the second awakening will often occur between 9 and 13 stars after the first awakening, which means that Jiang Hui's second awakening should be at the age of 15 at the earliest. But she actually had a second awakening when she was more than 14 years old. Not even 15 years old. This is a very abnormal signal for the original body. This most likely means that the magnetic field in the brain is abnormal, affecting the brain waves, thus stimulating the development of mental power. There are many possible factors that may cause abnormal magnetic fields in the brain, but it is definitely not a natural abnormality, because the brains of interstellar people have long formed an extremely stable magnetic field in order to adapt to the interstellar environment. It must be affected by external factors. Moreover, the interstellar side has a clear regulation that those who have not fully awakened need to go to a designated hospital every year to test the brain and brain waves to rule out abnormalities in the development of mental power. Therefore, the abnormal magnetic field of the original body's brain must have appeared in a relatively short period of time before the second awakening. In fact, Michael, a therapist, can also see from the remaining brain data that Ms. Jiang seemed to be affected by some kind of radiation during the second awakening, causing abnormal awakening. This is also why the original body awakened the second time early. But the mental power of the second awakening did not change at all compared to the first awakening, because in fact, she did not successfully perform the second awakening at all. It can only be said to be a false awakening period. Then there is an explanation for Jiang Hui's sudden increase in mental power to a level. It is probably that during the period when her brain was injured, the magnetic field of the brain was accidentally stimulated, and then this unfinished second awakening was pushed again, helping her to complete this second awakening completely. However, Ms. Jiang, your brain damage was really serious that time, and even the wavelength of your brain waves has changed slightly. Jiang Hui's face changed when she heard this. It was not because the other party said that her brain was seriously damaged, but because the other party said that her brain waves were abnormal. If you must say, she was not severely damaged in the brain and abnormal in the brain waves. The original body's brain was damaged, and the brain waves disappeared directly, and he died on the spot. Only then could Jiang Hui enter this body and completely replace its brain waves seamlessly. StarCraft can even detect this brain wave. So she and the original body are not the same person, but two souls with different brain waves. Will they be discovered? Chapter 48 Hidden Truth. Jiang Hui is not worried about whether she will be forced to enlist if she awakens again in the future, since she is now A-level. Instead, she is a little worried that the other party will find something wrong with her from these residual data. They may even find that this body, that was supposed to be dead, has been occupied by a ghost from another world. Ms. Jiang, you can relax a little. It's not a big problem. Your brain area has been repaired very well. Perhaps it is just because of external stimulation that the brain wavelength is slightly affected. This is not uncommon. Many awakeners will also experience such a situation during super awakening, and the brain wavelength will change. Generally, this change is to adapt to the change in the strength of mental power. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed to be really frightened, Michael hurriedly comforted her. This poor child is also an unprovoked disaster. Injury to the brain area is not a trivial matter. It is fine if it is cured. But if it is not cured, it will more or less affect the mental power. Fortunately, her seemingly good influence is also a blessing in disguise, which solves the previous hidden dangers. The other party has no guardian around, and a teenager who has not fully awakened will naturally panic when dealing with such a matter. Although healer Michael looks like a middle-aged man, he is already more than 300 years old, nearly 400 years old, and has long been a grandfather. So when he sees a child who is about the same age as his children and grandchildren, he will be more considerate. Otherwise, with his status as a senior therapist, He would not have to re-examine an ordinary person who has not fully awakened. He accidentally saw this case in the medical system when he came here for patrol a few days ago, and found that the interpretation of medical data seemed to be wrong. So he used an excuse to replace Carlisle's position. This time, more sophisticated instruments were used for testing, and a comprehensive analysis was conducted to finally determine the result. No wonder that boy Carlet failed to find the problem, because this kind of second awakening and brain magnetic field problem is not something that every therapist can deal with. The therapist who did the mental power test for Miss Jiang before her obviously did not find it, and the file naturally did not record it. It was only with his high-precision detection machine that he barely captured some traces left in the child's brain. But as he said to Jiang Hui, it was no longer a big deal. Although the EEG wavelength changed slightly, the general tone did not change much, and the mental power level had been completely stabilized, fixed at level A, very close to A+. If you can use some reasonable training methods during the period from the second awakening to the third awakening, you may have the opportunity to reach level A+. If there are 3 more awakenings, Miss Jiang will have a promising future. Therapist Michael was happy for this incompletely awakened person who had experienced twists and turns. Jiang Hui was not so happy. It's not just because she found that this body's mental power was abnormally high, which might disrupt her future plans, because that was a matter for the future. But according to the analysis of Michael, the original owner's second awakening was not successful because it was interfered with by some external factors before or during the second awakening, whether it was an object, radiation, or some high-intensity force. In short, the original body's brain magnetic field must have been affected by something, which led to the early awakening and the awakening result. This analysis is full of conspiracy. According to the original body's highly respected status in the clan, she should be well protected and should not be able to touch those dangerous items at will. But there is no relevant image in the original body's memory. All the memories that can be remembered are very plain. And she didn't even touch anyone. Jiang Hui thought that he might have thought too much. Maybe it was not someone who intentionally harmed the original body, or it was accidentally affected by something outside. However, the reason why the original body left the inner galaxy and left the family was finally found. If this is the case, then the original body's experience is really a tragedy. But you may need to take mental stabilizers for a few more days. When you are more stable, the next checkup result will be fine. Just yesterday, she said that she didn't need to be tortured by this mental stabilizer anymore. But she was prescribed another row. This thing is really disgusting. Before she could put on a painful mask, she heard the other party say again, during the next checkup, you must pay attention to the mobilization of mental power. Don't overload it. You still need to cultivate your brain area well now. Otherwise it will affect your future development. Overload? What kind of overload activities can she? A salted fish staying at home. Do? And mobilize mental power? She actually doesn't know how to use it. So she just tried to play a small game. It's quite strange. It feels more like driving some kind of power that is more essential and original than physical strength. But it feels that this kind of consumption of mental power is not big, and there is no feeling after it comes out. So what is the way to cause overload? The other party seemed to see her doubts and snorted, you young people. Just rely on your good body and strong recovery ability. Never take health seriously. But you don't know that it will be too late if you really have problems. Jiang Hui? What does this kind of meaningless attack from afar imply? Then the therapist began to tell her about a bold young man who hid his mental power from his parents and family and tried to obtain the so-called God-level breakthrough in the textbook, which led to the wear and tear of his brain and the permanent decline of his mental power level. He warned her to protect her brain. Although the Star Network now limits the time for those who have not fully awakened to log in, the situation in the holographic area is complicated after all, and it is impossible to accurately set up protection measures for those who have not fully awakened. It will be too late to eject people after the Star Network detects it. You still have a lot of time at your age. Even after 3 awakenings, there are still many opportunities to improve your mental power. Don't do such a foolish thing. The older therapist earnestly admonished Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui could only nod at this moment, because she really couldn't explain that she only knew about holograms today from what the other party said. That's right. She had never thought of the existence of holograms. This concept, which was once only imagined by humans on the blue planet, has become a reality in the future interstellar space. But she really had no idea, because her original body was missing and blank in this part. So she always thought that the network technology in the interstellar space had not reached this level. It turned out that it really existed. But she just didn't know it. So the day before yesterday, when she saw the upstairs shouting fight to the downstairs on the forum, maybe they really wanted to go to the holographic area to fight. Chapter 49. Where is the hologram? Mr. Michael was very professional. He explained her the condition of her brain and the state of recovery in detail, and then listed some methods to help her recover and stabilize her mental power. Finally, he warned Jiang Hui again not to overload her brain during the recovery period of this week, especially to be careful of simulation operations in the holographic area. For example, Mecca simulation battles are one of the main reasons for the overload of mental power in teenagers in the Interstellar. Because of many incidents, the Star Network does not even allow ordinary and complete awakening people to stay in the holographic area for more than 3 hours. And all incomplete awakening people who enter the holographic area need to be specially marked. Jiang Hui naturally responded, and even hoped that the other party would say more about the holographic area. Otherwise she would have to toss and turn for a long time when she went back. You, Ms. Jiang, should report to school later? Michael asked after looking at Jiang Hui's medical records. Jiang Hui was stunned. Yes. Somewhat unclear why the other party suddenly asked this. You have to report to Mecca Intermediate College. Oh, there. I heard that this star system is also a good school. You have great potential. If you study hard, you should have the opportunity to go to a higher level military school in a few years. It just so happens that I have a student working in the school medical department over there. He has learned his major quite well. If you encounter any problems during the awakening period in the future, you can go to him. Jiang Hui was really surprised, because the other party's words were equivalent to giving her a ready-made network resource. After all, if the other party did not intend to greet the school doctor and tell her about her, he would not have said this specifically. As a medical practitioner who had not met Jiang Hui or even her original body before, the other party took the initiative to talk about such a private conversation, which was also meant to extend an olive branch. The other party introduced a therapist from a junior school. It may seem insignificant, but if Jiang Hui encounters some physical problems in school in the future, it will be different. In this way, there will be a reliable person to consult. Jiang Hui hurriedly nodded and thanked him. Mr. Michael nodded slightly and agreed. Just as serious as when he first met her. It may be that after an afternoon of getting along, the relationship between the two has become much closer, which makes Jiang Hui once again feel that the doctors she met in the Interstellar are all very good people, who have taken a lot of care of her, so that she will not face all kinds of things alone in this strange Interstellar. In this way, this review was finally declared over. The other party went to the testing room to get the results of Jiang Hui's review and handed them to her, and then ordered the medical staff to prepare the medicine and send the mental stabilizer prescribed this time. The work efficiency at the district secondary hospital was very high. It took less than half an hour from the time Michael finished interpreting the medical records to the time Jiang Hui left the hospital with the mental stabilizer. After learning so many unexpected news today, Jiang Hui no longer wanted to hang around here, so she took the city bus back the same way. It was already 5 or 6 o'clock when she got home. Jiang Hui didn't want to go home and eat those instant foods, so she found a good-looking store in the commercial district near the apartment and had a Japanese meal. The taste was also good. Then she returned to the apartment under the starry sky. Today was another day full of schedules. Alas, people, it is really not easy to live anywhere. Even if you change the world to come to the Interstellar, you still have to rush for life. Jiang Hui silently digested the new things she learned today and returned to the apartment smoothly. After closing the door, Jiang Hui was already used to looking at the light computer page to see if anyone was looking for her. It has been a long time since Miss Jian replied. But the other party knew that she went to the hospital for a follow-up examination today, so she asked her to reply tomorrow morning. Jiang Hui received the electronic application file sent by the other party, which was about the 2 donations she made. As long as she confirmed that the document was correct and signed and recognized online, she could submit it directly to the organization, and then the bank would automatically deduct the money. Jiang Hui took a quick look and planned to read it again tomorrow, because there were too many words. My head started to hurt when I looked at them. There was another message from Mecca Intermediate College, informing her that she had been successfully admitted. Please report to Mecca Intermediate College on time from September 1st to 3rd. If you fail to do so, you will not retain your degree. Jiang Hui looked at the combat soldier department above and felt a throbbing pain in his head. He couldn't help but sighed and sat heavily on the sofa in the hall, leaning back with his shoulders, looking completely exhausted. What should I do in the future? Jianghui thought about it, and finally decided not to think about anything. Let's wait until school starts. If it doesn't work, we can see what other methods there are. Didn't the ancients say? Since you are here, you should make the best of it. There is always a way to do it. After a busy day today, Jianghui, who was exhausted, didn't want to do anything else. He took his home clothes and took a bath before returning to the living room. As for why she didn't go back to her room, it was because she still had things to do, and it wasn't time to go to bed yet. Forget it. Jianghui was overwhelmed when it came to sleeping, and it was hard to describe. Anyway, she didn't want to add any more troubles to the current difficult mode, so she just forgot about it for the time being. Jianghui turned on the optical brain with some anticipation, and began to consciously look for the legendary holographic area. But I don't know if the Interstellar people had the intention to stop those who were not fully awakened. And they didn't even set up a special area for the holographic area. No matter how hard Jianghui looked in the youth version, she couldn't find the so-called holographic area. But she saw many people talking about this related thing. She didn't know it before, but now that she knew it, she could see some related topics from time to time, which made people look forward to it more and more. In the end, Jianghui felt that she seemed to have searched the entire youth version, but she didn't find the so-called holographic area. She had to switch to the normal version, but she couldn't find the holographic area there either. Jianghui was puzzled. Why didn't she notice such a thing with such a strong presence, and couldn't find it even after looking for it now? Is this the so-called law of finding things, where you can never find what you want to find? Just when she was about to give up, a post suddenly caught her attention. This was a request for help from a netizen on Shudong, saying that he wanted to sell a holographic cabin of the Element NR80652 model, and it could be sold at half the price for the same planet. A question mark slowly appeared in Jianghui's mind. So you need a holographic cabin to log into the holographic area? Is it because she doesn't have such a thing that she can't find the login interface? Thinking that it's not that she didn't find the way. It's possible that she just didn't find the right way. Jianghui couldn't help but slap her forehead. She really doubted whether the broken robot of the Helix group really had a certain impact on the brain area and even the IQ of this body. Otherwise, it seemed that she had become stupid. Chapter 50 Transition. Finally, with the help of her all-powerful tree-hole star friends, she figured out what the holographic zone was. If she wanted to enter the holographic world, she would first need a holographic cabin, which would then connect to the optical brain, and she would be able to log in. I didn't know if my family hadn't bought me this before, or because of memory loss. So I had no relevant memories at all. Then this kind of holographic cabin is also considered a large appliance in the interstellar space. And not every household has it. Of course, people who generally work with high mental power will install such a thing at home, for easy use at work. Jianghui searched on the Star Network Mall, and found that this thing was not ordinary expensive. There was no one below 50,000 interstellar coins, and 60,000 or 70,000 could only buy a basic cabin, which was still limited in function. As for the limited customized version, there are also some, which are more expensive, and can even go to millions. Of course, people like Jianghui don't have to buy that kind. She roughly looked at the styles, types and prices, and found that there are roughly several types. One is the basic version developed by merchants for ordinary interstellar people, who do not need so many functions in order to save costs and lower the purchase threshold. This type of simulation area will restrict users from entering in order to distinguish the market. If this holographic warehouse is used, some areas are not open to the public. The other is the regular version with normal price, or it should be called the business version, which can meet the operating needs of most high-spirit personnel. And the biggest difference between this type and the basic version is that this type is almost full authority, opening all areas. And the most important thing is that there is an additional Mecca simulation battle function. There is another type, the noble version. In one word, expensive. Customized products have more privileges than the first two. This type has different personalized functions according to different brands and styles, which can almost be regarded as luxury goods. Few people in the interstellar space will choose to buy such products. Jianghui looked at the price of the normal version and the basic version, and the difference was at least 30,000 interstellar coins. If you want to choose a more reliable big brand, the price will go up. But the difference in function between the two is quite large. So she finally decided not to save that little money. After all, the original body died of machine failure. Then Jianghui also remembered that she had not had time to buy another smart system after the smart system in the apartment was dismantled. So she simply thought about buying it together with the holographic cabin. In this way, the two large household appliances actually cost more than 100,000 or 200,000 Interstellar coins, which is also a big expense. Fortunately, the Hylusi group compensated her according to the highest priced smart system in the TM series. Jianghui couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few days since he came to the interstellar space. He hasn't seen the road clearly yet, and hasn't learned how to make money yet. But he has spent it all. Later, he has to pay tuition fees for school, buy stationery, books and daily necessities, all of which cost money. It seems that the days ahead can't be rotten anymore. He still has to study hard, adapt to this world, and then find his foothold as soon as possible, and really take root in this soil. Jianghui turned off the optical brain and was about to check the time. But then the scene in front of him changed in an instant, and he had already switched to another space. After experiencing the drill a few days ago, Jianghui was no longer surprised by such a strange sight. Oh, it's time to enter the spiritual space again. Maybe I was too excited when I was shopping in the Star Mall just now, and I forgot the time. I was forced to come in like this. It must be past 12 o'clock again. She wanted to go to the bedroom to sleep, but she resisted the urge to turn back and went to the study room on the other side. In fact, there was nothing good to see in the study room. Jianghui took time to scan all the books in the daytime. Yes, Jianghui called this behavior of materializing the spiritual world after reading a book in the real world scanning, because from the function and effect, it really looks like electronic scanning. However, this kind of scanning is not an easy task. Jianghui tried it. If she used the rough interpretation method of reading 10 lines at a glance, she would definitely not be able to materialize the book into the spiritual space in the end. But as long as she read the content word by word in reality, she could copy it into the spiritual space intact. The same is true for objects. She has tried it before. Things with simple structures are easier to materialize in the spiritual space. Like the time she tried to materialize a tissue in the space that night. She succeeded immediately. But there are also many things with slightly more complex structures or vague concepts that Jianghui cannot materialize. Sometimes she even feels weak and dizzy when she exerts too much force. Jianghui guessed that the activities in this spiritual space also rely on mental power. If it is overused, it will naturally cause a load on mental power. So Jianghui did not dare to try too much for the time being. So he could only focus on materializing books. First, materializing words and books is currently the easiest thing in the space. Second, more books in the space will also make it easier for her to kill time in this spiritual space. Because she really doesn't dare to sleep in the spiritual space anymore. This spiritual space is just like a bug. Although the 24 hours in it are virtual. If Jianghui sleeps too much in it, she will be very full when she returns to the real world and can't sleep anymore. This means that although Jianghui can use 2 days a day, but the 24 hours are extremely limited. And she can't use those 24 hours well in her current situation. And in a total of 48 hours, he can only sleep for 1 day. Otherwise excessive rest will make him dizzy. So Jianghui plans to collect more books and materialize them in the spiritual space during this period before school starts. In addition to understanding various interstellar common sense. Otherwise, I don't know how to spend the extra 24 hours every day in the future. I can't sleep in the spiritual space every day and work hard in the real space. Even if this doesn't have much impact on the spirit. You know what impact it has on the body. If you don't want to die suddenly, you'd better restrain yourself. However, Jianghui can't say that she can understand the concrete books thoroughly. And she has memorized all the contents by heart. So it's naturally less interesting to read them again. She wondered whether she should find a batch of professional books or handicraft books to read, so that she can learn instead of just reading the content books. In this world, is there any other time traveler like her, who obviously has such a golden finger that is like a bug, but still has to squeeze toothpaste to figure out its use? Alas, it's really a waste for her to have this thing in her hands. After all, Jianghui is a liberal arts student with almost zero practical ability. Chapter 51. With work to do and a sense of settling down, Jianghui's days in the interstellar space went smoothly. Every day, she learned a little more about the world. and ran around to fill this empty home. And a few days passed in a flash. And the day for Beska Intermediate College to start school was not far away. Only a dozen days. She prepared to buy daily necessities for the start of school in advance according to the usual thinking of Blue Star students. But she never thought that she would call the college counseling office and learn that stationery, books and daily necessities were included in the tuition and miscellaneous fees, and the school would order them and send them to every freshman. In other words, Jiang Hui only needed to bring her computer to the college to register, and she didn't have to worry about anything else. Alas, she didn't even have to buy stationery and snacks. This school term was really less fun. Jiang Hui felt a little bit sorry, because the holographic cabin that Jiang Hui purchased was out of stock on planet 732. It needed to be transferred by Interstellar freight. The smart system and the holographic cabin were purchased from the same brand and delivered together. So Jiang Hui has not received the smart system and holographic cabin yet. She has become a little bored from her initial expectations and has started to live her life normally. Jiang Hui bought a lot of e-books these days and wanted to move them all into the spiritual space. In the end, she still underestimated the habits of the Blue Star people. Although this kind of e-book is very cheap and easy to buy. You can buy it and read it by just clicking on the Star Network. But they are e-books after all. And there is no hand feeling when reading. And the visual experience is also discounted by several degrees. And some novels bought specifically to relieve boredom are not worth reading word by word. After reading for a long time and carefully, if she uses her brain a little more, she will feel more and more that she is mentally retarded for spending so much time reading such things. And the content of the must-read books recommended by Interstellar people is mostly difficult. And some of the things conveyed are contrary to Jiang Hui's thinking. So naturally she is dizzy. She also quickly gave up looking for such books. Then, there are professional or reference books. This is even worse. It can be read, but the electronic version makes her memory and learning efficiency fall by half. Jiang Hui still thinks it is better to read such books in paper form. Otherwise she might as well watch a video tutorial, which is more clear. Therefore, of the nearly 100 Interstellar books that Jiang bought in a package, only a dozen of them are readable. And almost all of them are history books. For example, History of Interstellar Evolution, Human Prehistoric Migration, From the Mother Star to the Nebula, 99 Famous Battles, and starting from the Ninth Star Era and other books about human development and war history. Jiang Hui read them with great interest. In this way, the spiritual space has added several times more valuable books. With these knowledge related to the history of stars, Jiang Hui felt that Ben Wugen's life in this world was more stable, and his heart was much more stable. As for buying paper books to read, Jiang Hui had never thought about it. That kind of thing has now become a high-priced work, and each book is many times higher than its original value. It's just the kind of scholars who need to study paper books. If Jiang Hui didn't have a spiritual space, it might be worthwhile to buy a dozen or 20 books to study professional knowledge. But she has this strange spiritual space. So buying books has become a waste. Not only a waste of money, but also a waste of time. So after many inquiries and searches, Jiang Hui finally found a compromise, which is to go to the book museum in the city center to read paper books. Then these books accumulated by reading can be materialized in the spiritual space, and she can read them when the time comes. So in the days before waiting for the arrival of the holographic cabin, Jiang Hui stayed in the book museum on the First Ring Road in the city center, and often stayed there for a whole day. She went out today, but she didn't go to the book museum today, but planned to attend a handmade Mecca experience class. This is strange. Jiang Hui hasn't even got the holographic cabin yet. And except for the occasional flight in the sky, she hasn't come into contact with Mecca-related things these days. How come she suddenly had to attend the course of making Meccas? This story started from the day she was in the book museum. The book museum is not a library, but a museum. It contains many famous selected books in the history of the human planet, and most of them are available for people to read. The museum is divided into the main hall and the sub-hall. If you have to say, the main hall of the book museum is the kind of museum that people understand. It contains a batch of paper original books, all of which are out-of-print books that the museum bought back from auctions. These original books are naturally not for people to read, but only for viewing. And there will be simulated reading devices on site for people to read. The sub-museum is divided into two parts. One part is the commercial area, such as the leisure area, the main shops selling peripheral products, etc., which are all directly under the museum. The other part is the destination that Jiang Hui goes to every time. The book record room. This record room is not limited to the books in the main museum, but also has various books. The copyright is purchased and then made into paper books and placed in the book record room for people to consult. This part is actually more like a library, but you need to buy a membership to enter. Jiang Hui first applied for a 1-month membership to see the books inside. If the books inside are useful, she will renew it for a longer period of time. That day, she completed the scanning goal early and was a little tired, thinking that she had not visited the other side of the sub-museum these days. She turned to that side to take a look. I didn't expect that this set of peripheral things has been brought to the Interstellar. It can be seen that no matter how humans develop, they still have their own set of rules. Many things are changed in soup, but not in medicine. And they may not change after thousands of years. But to be honest, the peripheral small items made by interstellar high technology are naturally more interesting than industrial products on the blue planet. However, it is estimated that they are just like IQ taxes for interstellar people who are used to seeing them. Jiang Hui just wants to take a look. There is a dim sum restaurant next door with good reviews. Jiang Hui was planning to walk there to eat something. And then, he was attracted by the giant poster on the wall next to it. There are large pictures of cool mechas of various shapes drawn on it. Layers of them are stacked up and fill the entire propaganda poster. It is very spectacular. Only the space left in the middle has 2 lines of big titles: Handmade Mecca Experience Class. Jointly sponsored by Donghua Group Book Museum. Chapter 52 Wrong Place? Jiang Hui didn't know if she was crazy or something. But she had already submitted the application form to the museum front desk and was on her way home. What was she doing? Jiang Hui's reason told her that she was just a liberal arts student who could draw eggs uglier than others. And delicate handicrafts like Mecca handmade were simply self-humiliating. But people are always interested in areas that are unfamiliar to them, and they often want to break through their comfort zone. Perhaps it was a sudden whim. Jiang Hui didn't think about anything at that moment. Suddenly, she had a strong curiosity about the mechas that crisscrossed the starry sky in countless future novels, and wanted to get closer and closer to see this aero weapon that gradually gave interstellar humans unlimited combat power. So she went out to participate in this event today. Although the experimental class was jointly organized by the Book Museum and Donghua Group, the financial strength of the Book Museum was not as strong as that of the big group. So the museum invited some famous people from all walks of life on the planet, scholars and even professional masters, and provided a lot of information and data. The Donghua Group is responsible for the physical layout of the venue. The experimental class is arranged in the headquarters building of the Donghua Group on this planet. The Donghua Group is a well-known interstellar consortium, involved in the manufacture of starships, interstellar spacecraft, and various types of automated transportation vehicles. It has also made great achievements in the field of special intelligent products, and this is not the most outstanding industry of the Donghua Group. At present, their group is famous in the Interstellar for manufacturing giant combined mechas. There are not many manufacturers in the entire Interstellar that have the conditions to manufacture such mechas. Not to mention that the Donghua Group is one of the best. This sounds like it is comparable to the high-end technology industry of Blue Star, and it is much more high-end than that. Jiang Hui has not yet come into contact with the products of this group in her life. Of course, there are many places she has not come into contact with. The headquarters of Donghua Group on planet 732 is located in the first ring, but it is quite far from the Hailu's group. But it is quite close to the Book Museum. Jiang Hui vaguely remembers that the museum does have a lot of books about mechas, so it is not difficult to understand why these 2 unrelated organizations would join forces to hold an event. She often comes to the first ring these days, and there is no obstacle to travel. She easily found the destination she wanted to reach this time. The building of Donghua Group on this planet is a strangely shaped ring-shaped building, decorated with large pieces of reflective metal on the outside. It looks shiny under the sunlight during the day, and it is simply the most dazzling star in this area. Jiang Hui roughly calculated the time and felt that it was probably appropriate to go in now. So he followed the crowd and walked towards the gate of the group where people came and went, because the headquarters building looked very large from the outside. Jiang Hui didn't think about walking around the building to find a place, so she naturally asked the front desk staff for directions. But was she wearing something strange or inappropriate today? Jiang Hui, who already felt that her appearance was no different from that of an interstellar person, was a little confused. She shouldn't have revealed any flaws. But why did the staff lady look at her strangely immediately? Although she was very restrained and fleeting, Jiang Hui was still very sensitive and noticed it immediately. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with her that caused the other party to look at her in such a strange way. But she also knew that her experience was too bizarre. Even in today's interstellar world, which has long achieved time and space crossing, it can be called an incredible anecdote. If you tell it to others, few people will believe it, let alone actively associate it. After figuring it out, Jiang Hui was no longer like a frightened bird when she first came here, and she was afraid that others would find out that her soul came from a blue star millions of light years away. And people's flaws often appear in more and more explanations and cover-ups. If she wants to stay stable, she must learn to be more patient, say less, do less, and care less about the outside world, so that she can take the initiative without being found by others. So even if she saw that others seemed to have some strange attitude towards her, Jiang Hui did not speak or test it easily, just pretending not to know, and then observed the other party, as if inadvertently on the road, and secretly raised her vigilance. Of course, she didn't think that any dangerous cases would happen in this interstellar space, where other areas were generally safe, except for the battlefield. At least, they wouldn't harm people so openly. It was just out of her subconscious vigilance that Jiang Hui was still very alert. However, nothing happened until she was led to the large council hall, where the experimental class was held. The other party's actions and expressions were normal, which made her worry seem unnecessary. Jiang Hui thanked politely, and then pushed open the door of the council hall. The noisy voices inside came to her face, and she knew there were quite a lot of people. It made Jiang Hui dream back to the large classroom when she was in college on Blue Star. It was so lively before the class started. Alas, I didn't expect that I would still start as a student if I live again. Thinking of this, Jiang Hui took a few steps inside. However, when he got closer, the room was brightly lit, and the situation inside could be clearly reflected at once. Jiang Hui, who had just entered the door, was no exception. She thought that her calm and generous steps were seriously disturbed in an instant, and she was a little confused. Jiang Hui suddenly understood why the front desk staff looked at her with such a slightly strange look just now. It turned out that she didn't think too much. She didn't have any malice, but she was also fine. Jiang Hui approached and found that this so-called handmade Mecca class was actually dominated by children. In such a large conference hall, looking back from the entrance, there was a huge crowd of people, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. It looked like it could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people. This kind of spectacular scale was something Jiang Hui had rarely seen in her life on Blue Star. Only the Interstellar with highly developed technology, manpower and financial resources could achieve this level. And this is not the point. At a glance, all the people here are children who are shorter than adults and look immature. There are people of all races, and even those whose height is comparable to that of teenagers can be distinguished from their immature looks, especially the children in the front rows. When they saw Jiang Hui coming in, they all showed a little curiosity, and their eyes were a bit similar to those of the front desk staff who led the way just now. So she ran to the preschool science class without knowing anything? If she goes back now, will it look ugly? Chapter 53 Waiting. But when she signed up, the poster said that the age limit for participation was 9 to 17 years old. And when Jiang Hui submitted the application form to the staff of the book museum, the other party did not remind her or show a strange expression. She swore that if she had known earlier, she would never sign up. She thought it was an experimental class suitable for all stages of teenagers. But she ran here eagerly and found that she had actually broken into someone else's kindergarten class. It was a very embarrassing incident, and it was ready to be included in the ranks of social death. Jiang Hui didn't know Donghua Group held this kind of event similar to the public welfare activities of Blue Star, and it was not to promote their products. It was mainly to let the teenagers of the planet have a deeper understanding of the existence of mechas and cultivate their interest in mechas, which can also be regarded as a candidate for interstellar talents. However, in the Interstellar, where the star network is fully connected, information is highly developed, and teenagers have various ways to obtain information. The existence of mechas has long been known to people of all ages in the Interstellar. Even ordinary people who did not have the mental power conditions later on have fantasized about their future when they were young, when they would be driving mechas and roaming the interstellar battlefield to contribute to the Empire. Their understanding of mechas was relatively general, although not in depth. Almost everyone could tell some superficial information. Most interstellar people had at least experienced the first awakening at around the age of 9. And they also roughly knew where their mental power qualifications and potential were. Most interstellar people with mental power conditions would start thinking about their suitable career direction early. Especially those who want to engage in highly professional occupations such as pharmaceutical manufacturing. Mecca soldiers, Mecca divisions, or command will prepare themselves early and receive professional training in all aspects in advance. Of course, the above conditions are only available to families with good family conditions and no worries about food and clothing. Unless ordinary people have the potential to awaken to high-level awakeners and are recruited and funded by some forces in advance. Most people can only receive education step by step, or have the possibility of making a name for themselves on a fair platform, like school. This is the cruel reality that seems so in any world. However, this society does not completely deny opportunities to ordinary people. After all, there are many ordinary people in the Interstellar, and they are actually the necessary pillars to support the operation of this society. The Interstellar executive government does not want to see a situation where a large number of powerful families dominate. In terms of the overall situation, they would rather see a situation where hundreds of schools of thought flourish and the empire is full of talents. Therefore, every year, the Interstellar government will give some large consortiums and organizations and associations indicators to let them hold such popular science activities or project competitions, with the purpose of providing a platform and opportunity for talented people among ordinary people to display their talents. This handmade Mecca experiment class is still a relatively ordinary activity, and there is not even a competition factor. It is just an ordinary public course. In the eyes of those talents seeking opportunities to stand out, it is naturally useless. Later, it gradually became a popular science class for children, and many kindergartens or elementary schools would collectively sign up for children on vacation to participate. It is relatively rare for an elderly person like Jiang Hui, who looks like he is already 15 or 16 years old, to come to participate, so the staff looked at her with such curiosity at the beginning. As for why the people at the book museum didn't remind Jiang Hui of this, it was because they themselves didn't really know. This handmade experiment class has been held for many sessions, and Donghua Group has also cooperated with many organizations. But this was the first time that Donghua Group cooperated with the book museum for such an event. So the staff of the book museum had no knowledge of past practices, and just registered Jiang Hui according to the usual procedures. And many people who participated in this experiment class had participated in the event in person, or had someone around them who had participated in it. So they had done their homework in advance, and they were also clear about the nature of this event. So what Jiang Hui saw was this picture of the children's home court. Fortunately, these interstellar children were still very polite. They didn't keep looking at Jiang Hui like they were watching some strange species. They just took a quick look and put it away. Jiang Hui only felt a little hot on her face at the beginning, and then she quickly adapted to it and pretended to find her seat naturally. The invitation letter sent by the system had the seat number assigned to her marked on it, and she just had to sit down according to the number marked on the seat. This time, she found a seat very smoothly. Jiang Hui might have signed up relatively early, and the seat she was assigned was also near the front. Jiang Hui felt relieved when she found that there were some older people among the group of people who seemed to be taking a small class. After she sat down in her seat smoothly, Jiang Hui found that the seats were quite wide apart, and the front, back, left and right seemed very spacious. There was a large table in front of each seat. She was a little curious about how she would attend the class, because even if Jiang Hui sat closer to the front, there was a long distance between her and the front door in this huge conference hall, so she couldn't really see the podium in the front, let alone listen to the class. Before she could observe further, the workbench in front suddenly shook and trembled. The sudden movement scared Jiang Hui. Then a bottle similar to water popped up from the groove at the bottom right of the workbench, and then a box of something jumped up from the slightly wider groove in the middle. She didn't know what it was. Jiang Hui subconsciously looked around and found that it was not just her workbench that was like this, but everyone around her was like this. Then she saw the person in front of her naturally picked up the bottle, unscrewed the bottle, and then gulped it down. Is this water? Jiang Hui picked it up in confusion, flipped through it, and found that it was really water. The words and product information marked at the back were pure drinking water, but the front was specially marked as supplied exclusively by Donghua Group. Looking at the packaging box in the middle, it was also printed with a big exclusive for Donghua Group. She wondered if this thing was a box lunch. As soon as she opened it, she found that it was densely packed with some snacks. And the aroma was fragrant. It was true. Jiang Hui. She was certainly not speechless because of the food and snacks provided on site. But she really felt that no matter how developed humans are, or in which dimension they are, thinking patterns are still difficult to change. After so many years, those businessmen in the Interstellar still have the same way of thinking. Chapter 54 Theory Class. Well, the food is quite delicious. Jiang Hui has already started eating. But it is obvious that the snacks were not really intended for them to eat properly here. Maybe just for the sake of it, because she hadn't finished the first piece yet. And the whole conference hall had already quieted down. Because at this moment, the staff who seemed to be hosting the course came in, looking at the adults, who entered the front row in an orderly manner. A large group of them came in and found their seats. Then, there was a brief noise. And the group employees, who were assisting in the arrangement, were busy arranging things. And soon everything was arranged. And someone closed the front door. The lights in the conference hall seemed to be brightened instantly. And the whole space became bright all of a sudden. The room was so quiet that even the sound of the landing could be heard. The Interstellar people were quite obedient to the command. And the work efficiency was high. The people at all levels also cooperated with the work. So a large-scale event like this could be settled so quickly. On the Blue Star side, probably only the Citizens' Assembly could achieve this level. Jiang Hui naturally put the snack she had taken a bite of back into the box. And acted like everyone else. Hello, everyone. This sentence suddenly came from somewhere. And it was the voice of a young man. Before she could look far ahead to find it, she saw that the strange metal panels at the front of the workbench suddenly opened. And then a large and clear picture was projected out of thin air. Jiang Hui's hands behind her back tightened slightly, and her body subconsciously leaned back in defense. Because this light curtain appeared quite suddenly. It scared her without any warning. But maybe she was used to all kinds of high-tech products with strange functions in the Interstellar. So she quickly calmed down this time. Her face was unchanged. And she began to look carefully at this thing she had never seen before. This is actually a bit like a three-dimensional projection composed of light particles. And the base of the emission should be the circle of metal inlaid in front of the workbench. After being projected, it presents a three-dimensional image around the entire workbench, which is quite clear. No wonder the organizers are not worried that people in the back will not be able to see or hear the course in such a large conference hall, because they accurately project it to each seat. After being distracted for a while, Jiang Hui's attention returned to the young man who spoke first in the image. After the other party spoke to attract everyone's attention, he said on behalf of the group that everyone was welcome to participate in this event. Then he introduced himself. He is the director of the Dongbo branch in this area and is responsible for the matters of this handmade Mecca experience class. Immediately after that, there was a short note about keeping quiet at the scene and not moving around during the event, as well as pay attention to safety and other reminders. Basically, the whole article almost emphasized that all children should pay attention to safety and never perform any dangerous operations. From this, we can probably see the nature of this event. After all, even the organizers know who the main audience of this course is. But since we are here, there is nothing to worry about. Although she did not pay any registration fee, the transportation cost from the apartment to the first ring road is not low, and she will have to spend a whole day here. Besides, to be honest, Jiang Hui's understanding of mechas may not be as good as that of the children present. So there is nothing to be embarrassed about taking this kind of class. It can't be for nothing. Right? She will study hard and won't suffer any loss. Jiang Hui thought so, and soon joined the participants in the open course. This handmade Mecca experience class is actually divided into two parts. One part is the theory, which is the actual popular science. And the other part is the actual operation part, which is the final handmade Mecca link. Jiang Hui is more interested in the latter. But the former is also the part she needs to know most at this stage. It is said that there will be 3 teachers to give lectures for the theoretical part. One is a professor from the Resident Mecca Association, who is responsible for talking about the biggest weapon changes since humans entered the interstellar era and how mechas were born. However, this professor looks old, and his teaching style is really in line with his age. With a heavy and even dull feeling, many children in the conference hall were a little confused. But this is a required course for those who study Mecca. In the future, if they can go to college, they must take this course to graduate. Now it's just a little early understanding. It's worth it. Jianghui listened with gusto. She didn't feel bored. Because this is exactly what she needs to know most. This actually involves the history of human interstellar development. But the other party focuses more on analyzing the needs of human development. And how these needs and contradictions promote the birth of Mecca. This part of the content similar to the program is still too boring. So the organizer did not arrange too much time for explanation. Just a rough talk. In the end, the other party ended this part of the lecture under Jianghui's unsatisfied eyes. It's a pity. Jianghui decided to find relevant books to read after returning to make up for the regret of not listening to it thoroughly this time. The second part of the lecture was given by a professional woman who looked very straightforward. She was said to be an experienced intermediate Mecca master from the permanent branch of the Mecca master. The classification of interstellar Mecca masters is very simple. That is, the 3 levels of elementary, intermediate and advanced. But the strength of Mecca masters cannot be distinguished by simple levels. Generally, young people who have just graduated from school can only take the junior Mecca master exam. Even if they are very talented, they will not be able to take the next level immediately due to the restrictions of years of experience. If you really want to take the exam, but don't have enough experience, you can only get the qualification to take the intermediate Mecca master exam with the special recommendation of the superior Mecca master. This rule seems very rotten, but it is the iron rule that has maintained the normal operation of the Mecca Master Association for several star years. And almost no one can break it. The Shonji Mecca Masters are the largest number of Mecca Masters, with the qualifications of Mecca Masters in the entire galaxy. And their foundation is also the most solid. Most of these Mecca Masters have a solid foundation, rich experience and sufficient professional quality. As for the qualification of senior Mecca Masters, it is not easy to pass. Most non-professional interstellar people still do not know the standards and methods for obtaining this qualification. And those who have the title of senior Mecca Masters are often famous before they get this qualification. It can be said that senior Mecca Masters are linked to terms such as famous and master. No senior Mecca Master is unknown and unknown. Chapter 55. Of course, when the Mecca Masters reach this level, they still have to look at their personal strength to distinguish. Sometimes, the strength gap between the senior Mecca Masters and the intermediate Mecca Masters can be very large, because some people can pass this level, while some people can only pass this level, which is different. In addition, this kind of Mecca Master in the system does not represent the entire group of Mecca Masters in the Interstellar, because there are many wild Mecca Masters who are not in the system. Some of them don't want to waste this time, and some are not keen on participating in this kind of public system rating. They care more about how to study what they are interested in, and how to make the Mecca of their dreams, and that can go down in history. The masters in this category don't even need a simple test to prove their strength and level. And there will be countless people coming to ask them to customize and assemble mechas for them. The cost of these people making a special mecha is often sky high. If you can have wealth and status by yourself, why do you need to join an organization and take exams to prove yourself? Isn't it a waste of time? Of course, these are not within the scope of this lecture. Jianghui only felt that it was a good experience to meet such an intermediate Mecca Master and get his teaching in daily life. It was really worth it for her to participate in the event this time. The teaching direction of this Mecca Master is different from the previous one. The previous one focused more on the origin of Mecca development. This one talked about the several mechanical revolutions since the birth of Mecca, and how each event led to a breakthrough in the development of Mecca. It turns out that the giant combination mecha that Donghua Group is good at manufacturing is also the product of the latest mecha revolution. Since its birth, it has solved many crises for the interstellar battlefield and has also made breakthrough progress in the assault front. In addition to the giant combination mecha mentioned above, there are various types of mechas, such as animal-type mechas, battlefield-specific mechas, heavyweight mechas, auxiliary light mechas, fully equipped heavy mechas, conjoined mechas, typical standard mechas, etc. There are too many to count according to different standards. These various classifications made Jianghui dazzled. If you want to study the types of mechas, you may have to study them for a lifetime. The lecture of this intermediate mecha master was relatively long, and it was also a part that the participants in the venue were more interested in. Anyway, it was much more exciting than listening to the previous one. Finally, the highlight of this handmade experience class was explained by a teacher from Wanha Intermediate College Mecha Master B. The auxiliary experimental equipment was a simple miniature standard mecha. At this point, all the participants on the scene perked up and listened carefully to the highlight of this part. Because this was the main purpose of their coming. The teacher disassembled the 1:1 scaled-down miniature Mecca in his hand in an orderly manner. From the large metal plate on the back to the microstructure at the finger joints. Each one was carefully and quickly disassembled by the other party without any damage, and then neatly stacked on the workbench. Jiang Hui then understood why the organizer arranged such a large workbench for everyone. Because such a large workbench could hardly hold half of the disassembled materials. The teacher only disassembled half of the micro Mecca before the workbench was almost full. The other party had to carefully move the previously disassembled materials upwards to reduce the distance before putting more materials. In this way, moving forward, shrinking to the side, and reducing again. The standard miniature Mecca that seemed very complicated in Jiang Hui's eyes was soon disassembled into such a fragmented appearance. I can't believe that the micro Mecca that looks quite heavy and is not small in size in the hand can be disassembled into such a pile of tiny small parts. And each one is more than fine to the difference. It is said that this simulated micro Mecca has a total of 3,792 small parts after being disassembled. This is the simplest standard Mecca mentioned by the teacher. Then aren't other difficult ones hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands times more complicated than this? Although Jiang Hui is really interested in this kind of thing. And the more she listens, the more excited she is. But she is also shocked by this extremely complicated art and feels a little timid for no reason. But she just touches it to feel it. Anyway, I heard that the school's combat department will have a Mecca class. She may have to operate the Mecca in person at that time. It shouldn't be a disadvantage to learn a little about it now. Right? Jiang Hui tried hard to convince herself. And then continued to listen carefully, silently trying to remember every word the teacher explained and those delicate parts. Perhaps at this moment, even Jiang Hui herself did not realize that at this moment. She had an extremely admiring attitude towards Mecca manufacturing. And like a person who was thirsty for knowledge, she stared at every knowledge point that might bring her growth, and was unwilling to let go of any of it. This course was also very long. But Jiang Hui and the participants did not feel it was long. Everyone tried hard to write down what the other party was explaining. This was also a rare opportunity for them to get in touch with mechas. Because even if it was just to study micro mechas, it was something that ordinary people could hardly get in touch with. But no matter how hard you listened to the course, there was a time limit. The activity was limited in duration. And most of the remaining time had to be left for the children to practice assembling handmade mechas. Otherwise, wouldn't this activity be completely off topic? After the teacher finished teaching, the participants on the scene almost couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, wanting to keep the other party to talk for a while. However, the other party politely refused, and smiled and said that everyone was welcome to study at Wanha Intermediate College, and maybe they would meet him by chance. In the end, the other party was still very considerate. He did not remove the page that arranged the disassembled parts, but stayed there directly, so that everyone could refer to the order of assembly of parts to assemble the handmade mechas. After the three teachers' lectures, the participants on the scene were inevitably a little excited. After all, they are young children. No matter how obedient and sensible they are, it is difficult for them to suppress their emotions all the time. Many people nearby started to discuss the knowledge that the teachers had just taught. Some complained that the teacher spoke too fast, and they did not understand it all, while others happily told their companions that they seemed to be able to keep up with what the teacher said. And some shouted that they would assemble the Mecca now. For a time, the whole conference hall was boiling with people talking about all kinds of things. Not to mention them. Even Jiang Hui could not help but feel a surge of emotion after experiencing such a beneficial lecture. This was the first time she had come into contact with such a professional thing since she came to the Interstellar. And it was about such an epic-making weapon as the Mecca. Jiang Hui felt that she seemed to be touching something far away and incredible. And at the same time, thoughts flowed out from the depths of her soul, echoing each other. She wanted to give it a try. Chapter 56 start. Well, there is still a gap between ideal and reality. Jiang Hui was dumbfounded when she saw a large bag of mixed parts in front of her. These are the main tasks of her handmade experience class this time. As soon as the teachers finished their classes just now, a large bag of scattered materials was thrown up from under the workbench. Without any instructions or anything. It was really mixed up. And it was impossible to tell which one was which. Jiang Hui felt that the class she had just attended was in vain. But she saw that others were quite adaptable. A large bag was unpacked, poured out, and placed on the entire workbench. Looking at this pile of things that couldn't be placed horizontally or vertically, Jianghui felt a headache. She even wondered why she had to come out to make a fuss. She was obviously a liberal arts student. But the same thing still applies. People should dare to challenge themselves. Since you are here, you can't just come to see the scenery and go back. Do it when you say it. Suppressing all the impossibilities and pessimistic assumptions in her mind, she began to sort these small parts. Thanks to the influence of Lan Xing's handicraft class when she was a child. When you don't know where to start, you can start with the simplest classification. Jianghui gathered the same parts into a pile according to the part style, and then placed the parts with different sizes separately to avoid interfering with each other. When she couldn't tell them apart, she looked up and looked at the order of disassembly of the parts left on the screen by the teacher. Well, how should I put it? This micro mecha is a bit like the Gundam model she assembled when she was a child. It's just much more delicate than that one. The position that should be inserted can be inserted just right. And even the small parts can move freely after being assembled. All the parts and joints have a strong sense of high-tech machinery. It is not difficult to imagine how realistic it would be if it was fully assembled. Jianghui thought a little distractedly. This thing could not be made according to the miniature mecha model that the teacher had disassembled before. Then if it is assembled, can it be taken back by yourself? In fact, the actual operation is not as difficult as Jianghui imagined. She felt that her eyesight, hand strength, and even brain power were more than a little bit higher than before on Blue Star since she came to the Interstellar. Jianghui even felt that her hands were like eyes. Sometimes, before her brain reacted, she had already completed the whole process of fishing out, sorting, and putting aside, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and she gradually had a tendency to immerse herself in it. When the last mixed part was picked out and put into a separate category, she subconsciously wanted to continue to take the action but paused. The mind, which was slightly blank as a whole, was awakened with a boom, like a bubble that was punctured. Jianghui was slightly stunned as he looked at the clearly classified parts. Did she do this? Could she do this? Why didn't she know she had this ability? She was a little confused about her state just now, as if she was possessed by a soul. Could this be the magic of mental power? Jianghui was confused and simply stopped thinking about it, and continued to the next step. This micromech is a typical humanoid mech, with a head, limbs, and a torso. The torso in the middle is heavier, and the parts are relatively large. From the perspective of human structure, starting here will give it a sense of framework. Her hand, which had been reaching for the parts of the limbs, moved back and landed on the largest piece of metal spine. Mr. Carlo, how did you get here? I thought it was a mistake in the list or a person with the same name. But it turned out to be you. The children below were working hard, and the adults, who had temporarily finished their tasks above, finally had time to talk. Although celebrities from all walks of life were invited to visit, their purpose of coming was not so simple. Some wanted to sell the face of Dongba Group, and some wanted to make friends with celebrities. Once they had time, they almost regarded the scene as a social circle. Most of them did not care much about the extracurricular development of a group of little kids. After all, people with real background and talent did not need to assemble any mecha models here at this moment. Mechas are not toys. In their eyes, civilians cannot play with such expensive things. But of course, there are people who come here for publicity itself. The 3 lecturers who just gave lectures to the participants below were arranged together. They were invited to this event as the main lecturers, so they were quite capable. They gathered together and pretended not to communicate, so those celebrities naturally did not dare to disturb them. These 3 people knew each other. The old man, Mr. Treen, was a famous mecha scholar on planet 732. When he was young, he was also a mid-level mecha master with highly praised skills. But later, he changed his academic research to the history of mecha, and this path really made him walk out. Now he is not only a famous scholar on the planet, but also quite famous in the resident galaxy. The Hylusi group had spent a lot of effort to invite him this time. However, everyone knew that the old man was not good at communication. After the 2 juniors greeted him politely, they did not dare to disturb him too much and talked quietly. Among them, the intermediate mecha master Chi-Rong also knew Mr. Carlo, a teacher at Wanha Intermediate College. But Mr. Carlo was many years older than Chi-Rong. When Chi-Rong just entered the school, Mr. Carlo was already a teacher. Chi-Rong may not have seen this teacher for many years. The other party had coached her in several professional competitions that year. which benefited her a lot. So she never forgot his kindness over the years. Whenever she met him, he showed great respect. But she was a little confused. Mr. Carlo was not an ordinary intermediate Mecca master. Although she and the other party were both intermediate Mecca masters, Mr. Carlo was once qualified to select senior Mecca masters. The other party had only participated in the guidance of professional competitions. Why did he come to participate in such a public event that could not even be called a competition today? This is too strange. Why can't I come? Isn't Miss Shirong also here? Carlo said with a smile. No. 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 Mr. Carlo. That's not what I meant. I just wonder why such a small occasion would waste your talent. Shirong waved her hands repeatedly. Although she could hear that Mr. Carlo was not angry, she also realized that her question might be a bit strange. So she quickly explained. Hee. What are you afraid of? I'm not that stingy. Alas, I'm just useless and have offended people. Naturally, I can only find something to do myself. It's not bad to teach the children. I'm also happy to see so many good seedlings. The young man said with some emotion. It's Miss Shirong. Ah no. I should call you Miss Chi. I heard that you have been developing better and better in recent years. And the teacher is very pleased. Chapter 57 Guidance. Has someone been offended? Shirong has also trained a lot in the Mecca Association over the years, and immediately heard the hidden meaning of the other party. Come to think of it, even if Mr. Carlo does not look at his identity as a teacher in the intermediate college, he is still a senior intermediate Mecca master. When he was young, there were many people who handed him orders, not to mention the people who wanted to ask him to make Meccas in the permanent galaxy. There were at least more than half a circle around the planet. Later, he became a teacher and did not have so much time to take orders. He just picked orders from time to time. Even now, the Meccas he made are very popular. He is considered a more talented young Mecca master in the permanent galaxy. With the other party's identity, it is a bit of a waste of talent even if he participates in the planetary competition. Today, he actually came here to serve as a lecturer. And the other party pointed out that he had offended someone. And this matter immediately revealed a sense of helplessness. Did someone force you? Teacher? Shirong reacted immediately. She now has some connections in the Mecca Division Association, so she is willing to stand up for the teacher who helped her so much. If there really is a villain who bullies Mr. Carlo, she will definitely not let it go if she is able to deal with it. It's not what you think. Carlo was a little amused, but also quite relieved. It's okay. I came here voluntarily because I have nothing to do recently and I am too bored. So I came out to relax. It's a good opportunity to teach the children. Shirong was a little relieved after hearing this, but she was still a little worried, and asked hesitantly, You really don't need students to help. If you need it, I will definitely not refuse. You are thoughtful, but it's just some unpleasantness in human relations. I won't take it to heart. Besides, who dares to bully me? I am older than you, but I am not so old that I am blind, dumb and unable to walk. Mr. Carlo laughed and shook his head. Hearing this, Shirong actually agreed in a strange way. She didn't know much about other things, but this teacher was not a soft-tempered person. Many people in the industry in the permanent galaxy said that he was hot-tempered and could not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. This character was often criticized. Say that such a person was bullied and dared not speak out. No one would believe it if they told others. Looking at the other party's expression, there must be something wrong. But it is probably more like what the other party said. Maybe he was bored and came out to participate in such activities to relax. So Shirong quickly felt relieved and talked to this teacher who she hadn't seen for many years to ask for knowledge. Mr. Carlo was also very happy to see this student who he hadn't seen for a long time. However, after talking for a while, he remembered the purpose of his visit and proposed to go down to see the learning progress of the participating children. Then he said goodbye to Shirong and went downstairs. Watching Carlo's back, Shirong's smile and admiration on her face faded a lot, and her face became a little pale. Then she said goodbye to Mr. Treen, and then turned to leave the conference room. On the way, she seemed to be connected to the optical computer communication. She was in a hurry and didn't know what to do. Jiang Hui was still struggling to build the main structure. Although she listened very seriously before and tried to remember everything the teacher said, she could barely have a comparison. But watching others do it is a completely different experience from doing it yourself. It is really difficult to actually operate it. It was like she knew that the two small frames of the Mecca's inner ribs should be connected together. But when she really wanted to combine the two, she found that she was not sure about the assembly angle. And no matter how she adjusted it, she could not make the two sides connect perfectly. This made Jiang Hui very annoyed. Just like seeing the road but still unable to find the entrance accurately. And she felt quite anxious. She looked at the disassembly sequence on the page again, and found that it was indeed in this sequence that the two parts should be connected before proceeding to the next step. So Jiang Hui patiently tried again twice. But still failed. People say that failure is the mother of success. But how long has she been stuck here? The main body was done on both sides a long time ago. But this small part was stuck here, and could not move. Jiang Hui was a little impatient, always feeling anxious and unsatisfied. When she wanted to try again, she suddenly glanced, and saw two small parts scattered in the upper right corner. A flash of inspiration flashed through her mind, and her hand unconsciously took them over. Here, yes, it should be about 0.1 micron to the side, slightly adjusted down, yes. This angle is still a little bit off, just a little bit. Okay, that's it. Jiang Hui gradually got into the state. Her eyes widened slightly, and her hands, which had just experienced countless attempts at fine-tuning, did not tremble at all. Holding a few small parts, and slowly closing the two sides. She didn't realize that her palms were sweating a little. It's almost successful. Jiang Hui felt. Wait for the classmate. A voice suddenly interrupted her. And Jiang Hui's hand twisted and failed. The subtle and mysterious feeling and state just now were all broken at once. Then several parts that she almost assembled together were also twisted together because of her sudden distraction. Jiang Hui was very annoyed. Who is it? He actually disturbed her good thing. She almost succeeded just now. Although Jiang Hui didn't know why she felt this way. She did have a feeling just now, and felt in her heart that she was almost successful. As long as she put those parts together accurately, everything would be successful. The girl looked at the person who had just spoken, wanting to see who was ruining her good thing. But she didn't want to see a strange but slightly familiar face. The girl tilted her head slightly. This face seems to be the teacher who taught her just now. Teacher? Why did the other party come? Jiang Hui's first reaction was this. She didn't understand. Carlo was also a little surprised. As if he had scared someone. Did I scare you, kid? Sorry. I just wanted to remind you. Your installation angle is wrong. You should assemble the two large sections first, and then install the two small parts, so that it can be more accurate. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to adjust to the right angle, and the effect may not be stable. Knowing that the other party was not looking for trouble, but was here to guide her, Jiang Hui couldn't help but calm down. Well, I see. Thank you, teacher. Her anger just now seemed to be suppressed all at once, although it was still a pity that her progress was ruined. But what the teacher said was right. Indeed, she also felt that the angle was difficult to adjust. Maybe it would be better to follow the teacher's instructions. After all, she herself is not a professional. Mr. Carlo gave her some guidance on several small problems in Jiang Hui's assembly, which benefited her a lot at once, and completed the assembly of the main shell in a short time. Chapter 58 Evacuation. Looking at the child's head bit by bit, his eyes focused on the miniature Mecca model, and not paying any attention to him. Mr. Carlo was not annoyed. There are still many good seedlings in the younger generation. He just patrolled all the way, and saw that most of them could still hear something, although it was only a vague concept. And there were very few people who could really assemble independently. But it was still good for people with basic knowledge. Mr. Carlo felt that his depression in recent days was also reduced. This one looks a bit. And he walked over unconsciously. He was even more surprised when he got closer. The other party was actually assembling the main body. Generally, it is difficult for people with no basic knowledge to start. So they will start from the limbs or head, because the parts are more distinctive in appearance and easy to start with. Unlike the main body, which requires flexible operation and more delicate operation. And she has actually finished the assembly, and only needs to put the two parts together. Carlo took a quick look and found that the main shell was well finished. It was almost the same as the miniature model he had disassembled. The parts fit well, very good. He looked at the other party with some surprise. Although he was older than the participants, the Mecca master looked at talent rather than age. The other party's technique was obviously unfamiliar, but the feel was very good, and many places were based on intuition. This is obviously a novice. He watched from behind for a while unconsciously. When he saw that the other party wanted to install the two small parts first, he subconsciously wanted to correct it. But he didn't expect that she would install it crookedly. In fact, the other party might have succeeded at that angle just now. If beginners get used to using such shortcuts, it is easy to go astray. And it is easy to develop bad habits when learning in the future. He pointed out a few more points, and the other party was able to get started quickly. Now he was really interested, and couldn't help but want to ask something. But at this time, someone who looked like a staff member came over here in a hurry, making some gestures to him, and seemed to be in a hurry. Mr. Carlo didn't understand at first, but as the other party looked at him, his face suddenly changed, and he didn't care to look at anything and hurried away. Jianghui was not affected either. She glanced at Carlo's hurriedly leaving back, lowered her head and looked at the half-finished Mecca model, and was a little dazed. She was thinking, if she hadn't been interrupted just now, maybe she could have synthesized it. But she looked again, and finally didn't start to disassemble it. Forget it. Let's talk about it after it's done. As Jianghui thought, after the main torso was assembled, the assembly of the other limbs and head became much easier. Just like assembling a Gundam model, Jianghui felt that she seemed to have gained some inspiration when assembling the torso. And she was able to assemble the two legs in one go. Just as she was about to continue assembling the other two hands, someone knocked on the door with a bang, making a dull banging sound. Everyone in the conference room looked towards the source of the sound. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was particularly obvious in the silent conference room. Everyone had originally cast a curious look, but after seeing the newcomer, they seemed to be frightened. And a burst of discussion suddenly rang out in the huge space. A small group of soldiers in military uniforms broke into the conference room, and the celebrities in the front row who were immersed in socializing suddenly became flustered. The military usually only deals with military affairs. It is impossible that they showed up for some trivial public security matter. What happened? Perhaps seeing the hidden chaos of these celebrities, the leading sergeant was very experienced. He threw something on the podium with a bang, seeing what the other party was throwing. Those who wanted to escape were suddenly frozen in silence. The children below were still a little confused about the situation. They were very curious about this team of uninvited guests, who suddenly broke in, and were out of tune with the surrounding environment. Everyone, I'm sorry. Your activities may have to end temporarily. Please pack up your things, take them with your guardians, and leave here as soon as possible. Although the other party used the word maybe, the tone was not negotiable and unquestionable. Something really happened. The originally orderly conference hall was a little chaotic in an instant. These fat-headed idiots. It's okay if they don't work on weekdays. After all, it's also a skill to be reborn to eat the shadow of their ancestors. But at this time, they will only cause trouble. Even worse than children. It's really sad to see. Click represents the sound of a weapon safety bolt being released. Some people are almost scared out of their wits, compared with the possible unknown dangers. They realize that the team of sergeants in front of them, who are in control of the overall situation, is the source of danger. Old people, lead the way. Don't let the children get lost. And don't stay in this building. The leading sergeant no longer cares about the group of people behind him, and waved his hand to let a sergeant supervise them to retreat, lest these incompetent guys harm minors in a panic. They have now locked the location of the rebel party, and have sent troops to besiege and intercept them in the opposite area. But there were still a large number of people in other areas. The army learned that there were several social activities in the eastern part of the group, gathering hundreds of thousands of people who were not fully awakened. So they sent elite teams to evacuate the crowd, to prevent the rebels from being desperate and doing anything. As for the rest, they were also evacuated in teams, and they must be evacuated within 2 weeks. Although most of the participants were still young, they were all interstellar after all. Seeing these soldiers suddenly break in and evacuate urgently, they naturally understood a little. In the urgent calls of the elders, the people in the conference hall quickly moved. Some hurriedly greeted their younger companions. Some quickly packed up their things and found the main force. And some did not understand the situation and followed the others step by step. Jianghui was naturally among them. She had never seen such a scene. But she was not blind. The team of soldiers who came in were all holding polymer guns. With a solemn temperament, they warned everyone to leave here right away. I think it must be no small matter. She suppressed the slight panic in her heart. carefully put the things on the table, including the things she had worked hard for today, into her small backpack, and then threw them all into the space button, and then ran towards the door when the crowd left. If it was not obvious in the conference room just now, when she left the conference room, she found that the corridor outside was completely chaotic. There were actually a large number of soldiers stationed outside the conference hall and the corridor. At a glance, large areas of dark military uniforms, cold and solemn faces, holding various weapons developed by high-standard technology, silent but better than any words. This was the first time that Jiang Hui met the legendary Imperial soldiers. Even if they were not facing each other directly, she could feel the pressure that was as if it were real. Chapter 59 Wounds. These soldiers stood upright and in uniform. Their presence was so strong that those with ulterior motives dared not move without permission. They were so steady and stable that they gave the panicked people a sense of security. The people who were notified to evacuate immediately seemed to have finally found their backbone. Although they fled at the same speed, they finally found their own pace. But there were too many people. As if a large group of people gathered here. People kept coming from the north and south. When evacuating, they gathered in the corridor. Even if there were a large number of soldiers and staff to help evacuate, it was still a bit chaotic. Jiang Hui had no experience and was unlucky. She encountered several groups of rough people in a row. They came and went in a hurry and almost bumped into her. In the chaos, she didn't know who pushed her hard and staggered out of the road. It was the kind-hearted people next to her who helped her to avoid the tragedy of falling on the spot. But she hit it too hard, and no one could stop her. The next moment, something seemed to hit her forehead. A coolness that only inorganic substances and metals have penetrated into her mind along the slightly stinging point on her forehead, which frightened her so much that she wanted to escape. But the hand holding her was like an iron clamp, pressing her down and making her motionless. What on earth did she do today? Then the thing that stung her forehead seemed to be separated, and the force that clamped her arm loosened slightly, changing from clamping to supporting, and using her palm to support her to restore her balance. Jiang Hui stood up in a very embarrassed way, only to feel that her forehead was swollen and painful, and the back of her left arm was also burning. In the end, she could only say with stars in her eyes, "Thank you." The other party was silent and did not give any response. Then she felt as if a cold gaze fell on her, and finally stayed on her forehead for a short moment. "Be careful." The low voice did not fluctuate. "Go quickly." Jiang Hui barely recovered and found that the person who helped her was very tall, wearing military uniform. At her current height, she could only see the badge on the other party's chest. After the other party reminded her to leave, her eyes turned away and her long boots opened. She subconsciously looked up, but only vaguely saw half of the knife-like outline and a faint mole under the end of her right eye. Jiang Hui walked a long distance in a daze and looked back, but she couldn't even see the shadow of the team, and she was pushed by the intersecting crowd again and walked a long way. Fortunately, nothing happened in the middle, as the crowd was hastily evacuated to the designated location. She left the branch building of Dongba Group almost without looking back. A good day trip ended up like this. Although she had left the danger zone, Jiang Hui no longer wanted to stay outside, so she simply took a blimp and went back to the apartment. After returning home, Jiang Hui was still in shock, and she checked several times whether she had locked the doors and windows. And then she calmed down a little. She sat on the sofa in the living room for a while, and she didn't know how long she sat there. She felt a little cold, and then she realized that it was dark. Jiang Hui didn't even want to eat, and dragged her heavy steps back to the bedroom, ready to wash and go to bed to calm down. After a hasty shower and putting on comfortable home clothes, she was about to turn around and leave the bathroom when she found that her forehead was red and swollen in the floor-length mirror at the exit. She slowly approached the mirror, frowned and observed the suddenly red and swollen scar, touching it with her fingertips. The surface was quite uneven, with several irregular marks on the edges, and a piece in the middle seemed to be pierced by a sharp object, leaving several obvious red spots. Pressing it, she screamed in pain, and blood spots were squeezed out. This mark, she remembered that it was left by the sergeant who helped her today. It was obviously a mark left by hitting something with a hard outer surface. Now I think it might not have hit someone else's gun. Right? Jiang Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are really amazing. You fell directly on the muzzle of someone else's gun. She should be glad that she only had a literal contact with the fatal one. She should be more careful. Otherwise, if she has a real intimate contact in the melee next time, her second life may be lost again. Jiang Hui carefully observed the wound on her forehead and confirmed that there was no major problem. She then took out a small therapeutic device to repair the damage to her skin until the epidermis was smooth and intact again. Jiang Hui sincerely felt a kind of mental distress. Her reason was still driving her to sleep on the bed. But she suddenly remembered that she had not taken today's mental stabilizer. She struggled to sit up. Everything else can be discussed later and thought about when she has time. But the medicine must be taken on time. So she had to go back to the living room, take out a tube of mental stabilizer from the medicine cold storage, and gulp it down without caring whether it was uncomfortable or not. Only then was she able to go back to her room to rest. As soon as she closed her eyes, she almost fell asleep. She even forgot about the mental space and just wanted to cover her head and sleep. So Jiang Hui was not surprised at all to find that she had woken up in the spiritual space. Looking at the time in the space again, it was already past 7 o'clock. Well, it should be past 7 in the morning. Because Jiang Hui felt that she had slept just right. She was quite energetic and didn't have the splitting headache from oversleeping, although she woke up in the spiritual space. But, in fact, it was a good rest. Jiang Hui finally felt that the shock she had received in the branch of Donghua Group today had subsided a lot. And now she began to have some energy to think about what happened today. Isn't it said that the permanent galaxy is quite safe? Donghua Group, such a large consortium, actually recruited the army to settle in. I guess no one would believe it if it was okay. Should I say that Jiang Hui was unlucky, or that Interstellar people may have a different understanding of the word safety? She has been in the Interstellar for so many days, and she accidentally picked a day to go out for an event and encountered such a big drama, which is also amazing. Jiang Hui now felt that this world was different from the one she had lived in before. At least the country where she lived in Blue Star was the safest place in that world. No doubt about it. After a lot of random thoughts, Jiang Hui felt very hungry. She felt hungrier than ever before. She felt an alarm in her heart and quickly got up to find food in the living room. In fact, Jiang Hui didn't really understand why she felt hungry in her dreams. And this feeling was so realistic that she always had to find something to fill her stomach even in this spiritual space. Chapter 60 Big Event. If Jiang Hui doesn't eat, she will feel very uncomfortable and even feel dizzy and weak. She was hungry last time, and she was too lazy to find something to eat in the spiritual space. So she fainted from hunger in the space. Then the next day, when she woke up in reality, her head was throbbing and painful, and her whole body seemed to be drained. Fortunately, Jiang Hui ate a piece of bread and drank a mental stabilizer to ease up. Otherwise, she would have to stay in the hospital for the third time in less than a month since she came to the Interstellar. Suppressing the strong hunger, Jiang Hui originally planned to spend some time in the study. However, when she was cleaning up the pots and bowls, she was shocked to find that something was lying on the empty computer desk. Jiang Hui still doubted her eyes, and took a few steps closer to find that it was real. A miniature mecha model. Well, it was a mecha model with 2 hands missing, and a bunch of scattered and unassembled parts. Isn't this the mecha model she didn't finish assembling today? So what are the criteria for the things brought into this spiritual space? Why do some need to be thought of? Some can't be thought of. And some will come out without thinking. The more she observes this spiritual space, the more she feels that it is different. It is said to exist in reality, but in fact it is something that completely violates scientific principles. But if you say it is an idealistic stream of consciousness, it is realistic and accurate, and it pays attention to scientific principles. Anyway, this real and fake rule really makes Jiang Hui a little confused. So she still needs to use it more, so that she can more accurately grasp the whole set of characteristics of this space. Jiang Hui picked up the miniature mecha model on the table and fiddled with it carelessly. Unexpectedly, when her eyes fell on the remaining parts next to her, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. When it was dawn the next morning, Jiang Hui was no longer in bed. The quilt was neatly folded and the room was empty. She was already sitting in the living room early, browsing the light computer. On the table was neatly placed a miniature mecha model, which was the semi-finished product she brought back from the Donghua Group branch yesterday. Now it can no longer be called a semi-finished product. Jiang Hui assembled all the remaining parts. It looks no different from the one I saw the teacher demonstrate at Donghua Group yesterday, at least in terms of appearance. It turns out that Donghua Group really reproduces the experimental materials for participants one-to-one according to the demonstration model. Later, Jiang Hui searched on the light computer and found that such a similar miniature Mecca model actually cost several thousand star coins. Donghua Group gave each participant a large bag and did not charge any money. It was really generous. She found this thing in her mental space last night, and she almost didn't sleep at all afterwards. She kept fiddling with it. She fiddled with it repeatedly for more than 10 hours after waking up. Assembled and disassembled. Disassembled and assembled again. And then used the method she failed to use in the conference room today. She kept assembling it until she left the mental space. And Jiang Hui still felt a little unsatisfied. When she came out, she remembered that she was no longer in the mental space, but in reality. And she brought back the miniature Mecca model. She could study the real thing directly. So she jumped out of bed again and went to the living room to dig out things to study. So Jiang Hui didn't sleep last night and had been studying this miniature Mecca model until this time. Not to mention that this thing is really fun. No wonder Interstellar people like Meccas so much. Even if it is just a toy model with no practical use and attack power. It is so interesting. Jiang Hui had to suppress her urge to go to the Star Network to place a bunch of orders for Mecca models. And clicked on the column of today's information. She didn't forget what happened in the branch of Donghua Group yesterday. And there is no clear situation yet. If it is a big event that shocked the planet, it should be on the headlines today. Although it has nothing to do with her. The thrilling experience yesterday inexplicably made Jiang Hui a little concerned. So she waited until the next day, when the Star News was updated to read it. Sure enough, her feeling was correct. Today's planet daily is different from the past. Because for an entire new planet, the area is still quite large. And there are many things. Even the biggest things can be given 3 or 5 lines of space. Which is very impressive. But today's headlines seem to be different from the previous ones. When you enter, you will see a whole section. After scrolling down a few times, you still haven't reached the bottom. When you look at it again, isn't the event the same as what they did yesterday? The Empire's rebels appear in Donghua Group. And the Empire's 3rd Legion sends out several teams to make emergency arrests. The following are all small analysis, extending the various news in the headline. This card shows how big this matter is on their planet. They actually sent out people from the Legion. And they are not ordinary soldiers, but people from the team. Who are these big shots who are jumping around outside? Jiang Hui has only been in the interstellar space for a short time. Just over half a month. But after her unremitting efforts, she has already made up a lot of knowledge. Plus some common sense left by the original body. She can now basically live in the interstellar space without any difference. But the original body knows more about the military. Because Zhang's father and mother are both soldiers. She has lived in such an environment since she was a child. And knows a little bit. For example, although the Empire has hundreds of legions. But the elite of the real strength of the Empire lies in only 19 of them. They are also the highest level batch of the Empire's formal organization. And the treatment and rights they enjoy are much better than the sergeants of the same level in other legions. For example, the parents of the original body are actually officers of the 8th Legion. And they went to the border not for their job, but were ordered by the Legion to assist the defense army in combat. Unfortunately, the defense commander of that front made a mistake in judgment, which led to the collapse of the front line. Zhang's father and mother died on the battlefield to save the situation, leaving only the original child to grow up alone. This is a bit far-fetched. So Jiang Hui learned a lot about the Legion from the memories he got from his original body and Zhang's father's marching notes. The Legion is not a loose state without any structure. There are also clear responsibilities and powers inside, with layers of frameworks. The Legion commander is naturally the person in charge of the greatest power in the Legion. Under him are 2 deputy Legion commanders and military supervisors. There are also layers of positions and officers of various ranks below, so I won't go into details. In addition to ordinary sergeants, who belong to different commanders, there are also some special teams in the Legion. These teams are led by outstanding generals in the Legion, and are mainly responsible for some important special tasks, or serve as the vanguard force in the war. They are also often the best sergeants in the Legion, and they have to receive more arduous training than ordinary sergeants on weekdays. Several teams. How big of a deal is this? Chapter 61 Rebels. Jiang Hui spent time reading the news on the entire social page, although such a large section was used to report this incident. In fact, there were not many inside stories about what happened that day. They were all reports from newspapers based on the notice issued by the executive government, and some photos or short videos taken by some people during the chaos. and she didn't know much more than she did. Jiang Hui was basically a little tired after reading only half of it, and was sure that these people didn't know much. But there were many rumors that were not sure whether they were true or false. After reading all of them, she was completely sure of this. And then she couldn't help but sigh that the best thing for many journalists was probably not to follow the news, but to write and imagine various stories. In the end, she still didn't know why the rebels suddenly appeared on such a small planet. And this media is not good. The photos taken may not be more intuitive than what she saw on the scene that day. They are all scraps. Those heroic Imperial soldiers didn't even have their clothes captured. There were only a bunch of military aircraft parked inside and outside the building. Jiang Hui felt an indescribable regret. Those soldiers were so energetic, wearing neat and well-fitting uniforms. It was a paradise for beauty lovers. Although it was still quite scary under the circumstances at that time. Inexplicably, Jiang Hui remembered the sergeant who helped him that day. The situation was so urgent at that time that she didn't even see his face clearly. But she remembered the badge on the sergeant's uniform quite clearly. But she didn't know what it was. Then Jiang Hui saw the picture of the Third Corps emblem attached to the news report just now. And then she realized what it was. Isn't it the same as the emblem on the other party's left chest? It turned out that the other party was a sergeant of the 3rd Legion. And judging from the details of his uniform, he should be an officer. Or at least a non-commissioned officer. But she only glanced at him at that time. And her attention was not on that. So now she probably couldn't make an accurate guess. And from the memory of the original body, the Empire's information protection of soldiers is still very strict. Unless they are willing. The media cannot expose their appearance or report on them without authorization. Of course, there are some high-ranking military stars, and some military academy students, who have been concerned and controversial since their military school days. They have been concerned by all walks of life since they entered the military. The exposure rate of this kind of people is still quite high. However, Jiang Hui's information pool is still too shallow. And the original body's memory is also intermittent and limited. And he is also not very familiar with this area. Combining their cognition, they can't even count a few interstellar celebrities. So Jiang Hui probably has no chance to find out the identity of the kind-hearted person who helped her yesterday in a short time. Finally, the incident from yesterday was resolved, and Jiang Hui's curiosity was slightly satisfied. After closing the extended newspaper pages, Jiang Hui's attention returned to her daily life. After all, these big headlines were other people's business. And she hadn't even figured out her own business yet. After all this, she felt hungry again. Jiang Hui thought that she had eaten a lot of fast food at 4 or 5 in the morning, which was far more than her own appetite. Why was she hungry again now? She felt a little strange. Anyway, she didn't know if she was frightened yesterday and stimulated the old injured brain area. Since she came back from Dongba Group, her mental state has been somewhat unstable. Her mental power showed a relatively contrasting state. Active but with an abnormal sense of fatigue. Jiang Hui took a mental stabilizer before going to bed after returning last night. And then she felt a little better after waking up from the mental space. But at 4 or 5 o'clock, she began to feel tired and hungry again. Jiang Hui had to take the second mental stabilizer within 8 hours. And then ate a lot of fast food. Therefore, before dawn the next day, she was fine again. All the negative states seemed to be swept away. As if they suddenly came and went suddenly. Which was very strange. Fortunately, this abnormality lasted for a short time and ended before Jiang Hui reacted. Otherwise, she would not be able to stay here leisurely and watch the optical computer at this moment. Perhaps she had already called the hospital recovery department for consultation through an optical computer communication. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Hui still cherished her life that she had picked up for nothing. Besides, in addition to living for herself, she also had to live with her original body and live well. So Jiang Hui decided to circle this matter and observe it. If a similar situation occurs again in the future, just go to the hospital for a checkup. It's strange, but you still have to eat. Jiang thought that he also ate fast food in the early morning, which was probably not very nutritious. Maybe this is how everyone in the galaxy lives? Eat if you are hungry. It's not like you want to lose weight or something. Jiang Hui put aside the miscellaneous things in his mind and turned to the kitchen to find something to eat. Yesterday, I went to Dongba Group to participate in an event, but I encountered the situation of the Imperial rebels infiltrating. And Carlo was quite frightened. This kind of thing is not a common thing in the Interstellar. and it is even rarer in the permanent galaxy. When Carlo was called out by the 3rd Legion, he was completely confused and a little nervous, although he had not done anything to feel guilty. Fortunately, they just called him out for questioning as usual. Then, he was sent back to the home of Showan by several sergeants. So this matter was passed without any danger. What happened afterwards had nothing to do with Carlo. But could he really treat it as completely fine? Carlo became famous at a young age, and was a rare talent in his early years. He was even more concerned and popular in the Mecca world. Although due to family reasons, he did not choose to enter the military and political system to become a military Mecca master, but chose to become a professional Mecca master. But Meccas are always related to the military. So he also came into contact with many people there, and knew a lot of things. The news reports outside all knew that the prisoners tracked by the 3rd Legion this time were rebels. And the notice issued by the executive government was the same. But most people don't know how this rebels. But Carlo knows. Last night, he came back, and a close friend of his in the military, who often asked him to customize mechas, directly called him to ask about the situation here. It is not difficult to hear from the other party's words that this rebel is not an ordinary rebel. After all, it is impossible for it to be just a few rebels when they dispatch elite troops like the 3rd Legion to search and arrest them. He couldn't help asking a few more questions at the time, and the other party was not convenient to say. Before the end, the other party also asked him if he needed to leave planet 732 and stay in the capital star system for a while. But Carlo refused because of some personal reasons. Chapter 62 Arrival. Later, Carlo suspected that he had logged into a private group and asked about it. Only then did he know the shocking news hidden in this matter. A few rebels were indeed not worth such a big fuss. But those rebels used some unknown method to steal a confidential data of the Empire from the main brain system that manages the entire Interstellar. Although they had no way of knowing what the data was, they knew it was not a trivial matter by looking at the scene. Although the 3rd Legion caught the person yesterday, the key carrying the encrypted data was missing, and the military did not know when and where the thing was transferred. Those people died suddenly during the escort. Even though the people of the 3rd Legion took various precautions in the middle of the journey, they still failed to prevent it. In short, now the matter is over on the surface. But in fact the hidden danger has become greater. Therefore, the days of planet 732 and even the entire permanent galaxy will not be too stable recently. So the close friend persuaded him to stay temporarily on the capital planet for his own good. I guess they know that their identities are sensitive, and they are more or less likely to get into trouble. But Carlo is not willing to leave the permanent star system now. He returned to the permanent star system, where he was born and raised from the capital star because he was holding his breath. And for this reason, he patiently taught and educated people in Wanha Middle School for more than 10 years. He didn't expect that even after returning here, he would still encounter such a thing. Then why did he get so angry that he returned from the capital star system to here? Carlo began to have some doubts about his choice. He didn't know what to do next. It seems that he can't stay in Wanha Middle School any longer, and he probably can't go back to the capital galaxy for the time being. At least, he can't go back in such a humiliated way. So what should he do next? Carlo sighed and had a headache. When the optical computer communication came in, he didn't even look at it, and directly clicked reject to hang up. Jianghui ate and drank enough, and started her study day again. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and bought several popular miniature mecha models on the Star Network, and couldn't resist buying several mecha introductory guides and other books on the internet. Well, she didn't know what she was doing. She was a liberal arts student. Alas, she didn't know why a liberal arts student would be interested in this. But humans really can't escape the law of true fragrance. Jianghui swore that she just wanted to play with the mecha toy, because this thing is really nothing to say. It's very interesting. She can assemble a few more and bring them into the spiritual space to kill time. How perfect. Jianghui is trying to convince herself that it seems reasonable for her to spend tens of thousands of interstellar coins to buy these models. The freight business here in the Interstellar is quite fast, except for some special goods that need to be transferred. Some regular goods can basically arrive within an hour. The miniature mecha models purchased by Jianghui belong to the light luxury educational products. In addition to many young children who have this employment direction will buy them as teaching aids. Some adults in society who do not have the spiritual power conditions will buy them as decorations. This type of product is still quite popular, so there are many such specialty stores on the planet. And basically they can deliver the goods directly. In less than an hour, the stuff arrived at the bottom of the apartment. Jiang Hui received a notification from the apartment's intelligent robot and checked the option to ask the delivery robot to deliver it directly. As a result, when the delivery robot knocked on her door, Jiang Hui opened it and saw a large package that was half her height being pushed in front of the vacant area of her house. Did she buy so many things? Jiang Hui bought them based on the size. Although they were big ones, the models together might not be 1/10 the size of this one. Did something go wrong in the middle? The delivery was made by an intelligent robot, and it didn't know how to read people's expressions. It mechanically asked Jiang Hui if she wanted to unload the product now. Seeing that it was about to unload the big guy from the cart, Jiang Hui stopped immediately and asked the robot what it was delivering. Hearing the other party's answer, Jiang Hui was relieved. Oh! It turned out that the intelligent system had arrived, and she said why the model was so big. Sure enough, not long after, 2 more intelligent robots came to deliver goods. One large and one small. One should be the holographic cabin, and the other was dragging several small boxes, which were the miniature Mecca models she had just ordered. Jiang Hui finally understood why such a large open area was set up in front of this apartment building. Every household is one, and it is closed together with the house. However, residents are not allowed to pile up any sundries or make modifications in this area. So this is how it is used for public services. Looking at the several delivery robots that had unloaded the goods neatly and drove away with a sizzle, Jiang Hui had a complicated expression and even more complicated feelings. How should she disassemble these things? And after disassembling them, does she have to install them herself? Jiang Hui looked at her obviously thin arms, and then at the packaging that was several heads taller than her, and finally called the merchant's optical computer customer service. After getting the guarantee that a special person would come up to help her install these things later, Jiang Hui was relieved and took a few small items that she could move and returned to the living room. As for the remaining 2 large items, she would wait for the staff to come. Sure enough, whether it is on Blue Star or the Interstellar, unpacking express delivery is an extremely happy process. Looking at the brightly packaged and textured model packaging boxes that were unpacked one by one, Jiang Hui could no longer control her hands, and she wished she could disassemble each one now and assemble them immediately. Then the next moment, another optical computer communication came in. It turned out that the people who installed the system and the holographic cabin were here. So fast? The reception robot at the front desk of the apartment had verified their identities, and then asked Jiang Hui whether she allowed these people to enter her house. Although Jiang Hui was not willing to let strangers enter her living space, especially since she had not yet fully understood this galaxy. Although the holographic cabin could be operated and installed by herself, the intelligent system could not be installed successfully. If she did not allow others to come in today, the intelligent system would probably not be installed successfully. Wouldn't it be a waste of money? Jiang Hui had to contact the merchant through the optical brain again, and then check the identities of the 2 staff members who came today, and then notify the reception robot to grant permission to let people come up. Fortunately, the whole installation process went smoothly. In less than 2 weeks, Jiang Hui had a new intelligent system and a holographic cabin. A new day is about to begin. Chapter 63 First Experience in the Holographic Area. On the day before school started, Jiang Hui didn't sleep the night before. She only dozed off in the mental space for a few hours. The rest of the time was spent packing things and thinking about what else to buy. It felt like she was back in her student days. Well, she did live a lifetime as a student again. She wasn't nervous. But tomorrow was obviously a new beginning for her. A new beginning of life in this world. So she was still a little concerned. So she didn't study the holographic cabin yesterday for the first time, and went back to her room early to prepare. Speaking of the holographic cabin, it was also a miscalculation of Jiang Hui. She originally bought this thing to learn more about the Interstellar. To get in touch with this kind of more high-tech products that only the Interstellar has. As a result, after getting this thing, it was almost unstoppable. Jiang Hui was completely immersed in the highly developed virtual world unique to the Interstellar. The Interstellar side has basically realized all the holographic technologies that the Blue Star people have ever imagined, and even the ones that the Blue Star people have not imagined. The Interstellar side can also do. Moreover, the experience and senses of people in the holographic area are basically the same as those in real life, and they can travel thousands of miles without leaving home. Therefore, Interstellar people have also developed a whole set of occupations in the holographic world. And they don't have to go out to work in real time. They can support themselves at home as long as they have the ability. And because holographic technology is a virtual world after all, many things that cannot be achieved in the real world of the interstellar world can be easily achieved in the holographic area. Therefore, it is easier for people to get satisfaction and realize their self-worth in the holographic world. This sounds like a paradise for internet-addicted teenagers and otakus. Jiang Hui suddenly understood why the StarCraft managed the accounts of those who were not fully awakened so strictly, to the point of limiting time and area. They were worried that these minors whose worldviews and values were not fully formed would be overly influenced by the holographic world. After all, whether in the StarCraft or on the Blue Star, young people are the future backbone of the country. If these immature teenagers spend their time on virtual illusions and immerse themselves in the illusory world, then the country will not be far from being ruined. In her previous life, Jiang Hui was a relatively mature social person, and she had long passed the stage of being easily tempted and immersed in entertainment. Unexpectedly, she was still attracted by the various entertainment methods and projects in the StarCraft, and she was a little unable to extricate herself. It was not until she received the opening notice of Mecca Intermediate College last week that Jiang Hui realized that she had been immersed in the holographic area for several days. Every time I went in, I completely forgot about time, and I didn't study well during this period. Now that she thought about it, apart from the momentary joy of playing with the new technology, she actually did nothing. The past week or so was not as meaningful as the few days when she first arrived at StarCraft. What was she doing? Jiang Hui reflected deeply on her recent decadent life. In fact, it was not as serious as she thought. The holographic area of StarCraft is not all games. After all, it is a virtual social area open to the public. Naturally, it is a full-scale project, including work, study, food, music, entertainment, literature, and projects with StarCraft characteristics such as Mecca, starships, simulated military games, super exciting simulated Star Wars, and other projects. Interstellar people can freely set their appearance and even gender when entering the holographic area through the holographic cabin, and then choose to move freely in the 9 basic domains of the holographic area. They can shop in the holographic area, taste delicious food, customize beautiful clothes to wear online, and work remotely through the intelligent platform built by the holographic area. There are also various large-scale game projects for them to relax. Among them, the most popular area for awakeners in the holographic area is the simulated Mecca battle area. There will be many awakeners who will take the initiative to initiate battles here, and the battle area will also hold Mecca battles of various sizes on time. There are not only individual competitions, but also team battles. The winners have the opportunity to obtain bonuses provided by the organizers, and even study opportunities in colleges and universities. The former is naturally Jiang Hui's main activity place. She spent a lot of time trying out the projects of various functions in the holographic area, and experienced a round of food, clothing, housing and transportation, and then touched several of the most popular holographic games in the Interstellar. She has only been to the simulated Mecca battle area once. It's not that Jiang Hui has no interest. It's just that that place is not for ordinary people to enter. She couldn't help but go there on the first day. As a result, when she entered there were tall and strong people everywhere. And I don't know if it was to give herself courage. Almost all the activities here were set to be very fierce and difficult to mess with, which made Jiang Hui, who was completely unadjusted, look like a malnourished cabbage. Out of place and very stressful. Of course, Jiang Hui also knew that the holographic area was limited by technology, except for the simulated battlefield that allowed the conversion of mental power. Ordinary people could not attack each other. Moreover, mutual attacks on the simulated battlefield were also restricted. After the opponent admitted defeat, they were not allowed to continue attacking, let alone killing the opponent, because this might cause mental disorder or even brain death in the real life of the awakened person. If someone doesn't believe in evil and insists on violating the rules, they may receive a ticket from the holographic patrol, and in serious cases, they may be detained in real life. So she doesn't have to be afraid. She may still encounter criminals in real life, but the holographic area is basically under comprehensive monitoring, and the behavior of all interstellar people who upload consciousness is almost transparent to the entire main brain system. But when she came in, I don't know if she was targeted or for some other reason. Before she could see the scenery of this area clearly, she was sent more than a dozen challenge letters in a row. Jiang Hui? Then, before she clicked reject, another round of challenge letters came in, and her backstage was immediately full of them. Did she stir up a hornet's nest, or was her name too arrogant? But none of them. Her ID is called Shizu Changle, a typical middle-aged group style. Even the avatar is a regular landscape picture, and the appearance is said to be a normal height passerby appearance. Can this also provoke others' malice? Jiang Hui didn't quite understand and was shocked. Is this place still so enthusiastic towards newcomers? But the problem is that she doesn't know how to fight with mechas at all. If she really accepts it, she will be tortured. So she looked at the increasing number of challenge posts, and was so scared that her hands shook, and she left this area directly. This world is really too scary. She is more comfortable staying in the ordinary area to see the scenery and eat delicious food. Then Jiang Hui spent the last week before school started in the holographic cabin and browsing the youth forum. After getting enough sleep from the spiritual space, Jiang Hui sorted the things he needed for school and stuffed them into the space button to welcome the start of school tomorrow. Chapter 64 School Opening. Beska Intermediate College is naturally also on planet 732. It is an intermediate college with relatively good conditions in all aspects on this planet, and even in the surrounding planets. However, the school is not in the main continent where Jiang Hui currently lives. Planet 732 is a type of terrestrial planet with relatively concentrated continental land. The land available for people to live and land is mainly concentrated in one place. And there are some small pieces of crustal plates scattered around the main continent. Some are uninhabited areas that are not suitable for living and rarely entered by humans. And some are the property rights of the rich and are completely closed to the public. The largest plate of this planet, except the main continent, belongs to the education zone, which is also the largest and most concentrated education zone on the entire planet. Several relatively famous and outstanding intermediate colleges are set up on planet 732. And many of them are excellent primary colleges and kindergartens. They are also in that area, but they are separated from the intermediate colleges and have separate management areas. So if Jiang Hui wants to go to school, he must take a kind of airship and sail across the ocean to another plate. However, this flying boat is faster, even faster than the city bus. It took Jiang Hui about 3 hours to take a bus and a flying boat from the 4th ring residential area of the mainland to the block where the Beska School Intermediate College is located. Otherwise, Jiang Hui might have to take transportation to the school in advance and wait. After getting off the flying boat, Jiang Hui saw a completely different landscape from the mainland. This block is called Kakazu, and its area is about 1/10 of the mainland, compared with the mainland, which was built into a highly habitable technological city by interstellar people. This side is closer to the original landscape of this planet. Although there is no sunshine like the blue star, there are many plants, water and air. The water and air are naturally the same as those on the blue star, even if they are different. Jiang Hui, an interstellar person, probably won't be able to detect any abnormalities. The plants are completely different from those on the blue star. The plants here are mostly red-brown, with few green plants, and most of them are transplanted from the capital planet. In fact, the local plants on planet 732 are all brown-red. Moreover, the plants here are basically very tall, without any grass or the like, and even the bushes are at least 1 person tall, not to mention the trees, which are about 10 or 20 meters tall, which are also very common on the mainland. Fortunately, this place only retains the more primitive style of the planet, and it is not completely in its original state. So for the sake of beauty, there are still some rough pruning and adjustments here. At first glance, the scenery here is still relatively comfortable. After Jiang Hui got off the flying boat, she took the opportunity to call an airship in the waiting area and sent her directly to Beska Intermediate College. In fact, she had also navigated before, and the college didn't seem too far away. But because she was unfamiliar with the place, Jiang Hui thought it was better not to mess around. She should get everything done as soon as possible on the first day of registration. So she got on the airship and arrived at the college in less than 5 minutes. Jiang Hui landed and looked at the magnificent gate of Beska Intermediate College, and her mood was really complicated. I can't believe it. She really went back to school and went to school again. Moreover, they came to school empty-handed, just like they were traveling. Fortunately, Jiang Hui found that the middle school students here were much more independent than the children of the same age in the neighboring Blue Star. There were people coming and going at the gate, and I didn't see many people coming with their parents along the way. Most of them came to the college empty-handed like Jiang Hui. Today is the first day of the school registration day. Basically, the people who appeared at the gate at this time were freshmen like Jiang Hui. So she didn't need to ask for directions. And she could find the reception area directly by following the flow of people. The process of registration at the beginning of the school is actually similar, because the class and major have been assigned to you early. But you still have to come to verify the signature in person when you register. And you have to arrange your own accommodation. However, one special thing is that the college registration adopts manual work. And the students in the class voluntarily sign up to undertake the registration work. Because although the work efficiency of the machine is much higher, students still have to get along with classmates in the same class. This method helps them get to know each other earlier and also gives people more human touch. Rather than facing a cold machine at the beginning, Jiang Hui found her class registration office according to the class assigned by the system. The person who handled the procedures for their class was a tall classmate with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and a typical opera race. However, the other person's temperament gave people a very serious feeling, which was in sharp contrast with the two friendly classmates on the left and right. Jiang Hui went forward and prepared to handle the registration procedures. Then he found that the other person was as cold as his appearance, speaking in a rigid manner, with a very cold temperament, which made people a little scared. This classmate is not easy to get along with. However, she just came to register, so she naturally didn't care whether she was easy to get along with or not. And she just did what she had to do. As for who the other person was, we were all classmates, and we would probably know sooner or later. So there was no rush now. Jiang Hui calmly reported her name and information, and then went through the identity verification and registration. When the other party saw her coming to report, his expression did not change, and he did not say hello or anything. Jiang Hui naturally did not need to stick to her, but just nodded lightly, and then concentrated on going through the procedures. However, when the other party was checking her identity information, he seemed to see something, and looked at Jiang Hui with some surprise. That look, not to say complicated, just a little strange. Jiang Hui didn't know what was special on the information board that caused the other party to suddenly pay attention. However, the other party's self-restraint was not bad, and this attention did not last long, and he immediately turned away the obvious observation. Then he quickly went through the registration procedures for her and registered her student status. Jiang Hui immediately received a communication from the optical brain, telling her that she had successfully registered at Mecca Intermediate College and her student status had been successfully transferred to the Intermediate College, and wishing her a happy start to school. Jiang Hui nodded to thank the other party, and then asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, classmates, do you know where the Academic Affairs office is? I may need to go there to consult some things first." In fact, she didn't want to trouble the other party, but Jiang Hui had asked a few people on the way before. But unfortunately they were all freshmen, and they were more confused than her, let alone knowing where the Academic Affairs office was. There was no one queuing behind her for the time being. This guy was in charge of related matters, and she wondered if he would know more. Chapter 65 Exploration. I didn't expect that although this classmate looked quite cold and didn't like to talk much, he was actually quite helpful by nature. The other party asked Jiang Hui calmly if she was going to the Academic Affairs office to handle an urgent matter. If it didn't need to be handled urgently, maybe she should go to handle the dormitory procedures first. Because although the college can choose the type of dormitory according to personal needs, as long as it is paid according to different types. But the same type of dormitory is also different. Some places will be particularly unclean and noisy, and some may be more remote, and you have to walk a long way to the teaching area. If Jiang Hui went to choose a dormitory later, it might be difficult to choose the residential area she likes. Jiang Hui was stunned for a moment, and didn't think of this. But she wanted to go to the Academic Affairs office to confirm one thing. That is, she had made an appointment with the teacher of the Academic Affairs office before entering school. And she also needed to confirm it urgently. It was not easy to change it at this time, so the dormitory matter could only be postponed. But she was still very grateful for the other party's kind reminder. After thanking him, she still said that she would go to the Academic Affairs office to handle things first, and asked the other party to tell her the location of the Academic Affairs office. The other party did not ask her anything more, and returned to the initial indifference, or should I say, that it has always been so indifferent. He pointed the way to Jiang Hui, and then went online to send her a campus map, which can locate some iconic buildings. This is exactly what Jiang Hui needs most now. I didn't expect that this is really a good classmate with a cold face and a warm heart. Jiang Hui hurriedly thanked the other party. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back and take a look. And then she saw the identity nameplate on the registration table where the other party was sitting. The Field Clarence. This name is really long. Even if it is written in the Interstellar Common Language, it seems long enough. Fortunately, Jiang Hui is in the Interstellar, and has changed into an interstellar body, so her memory is still pretty good. If it were her poor memory in Blue Star, she might not remember this name even after 5 or 6 glances. Jiang Hui followed the navigation and headed towards the Academic Affairs office. And the kind-hearted person Clarence, whom she just mentioned, looked at Jiang Hui's departing back thoughtfully. This classmate Jiang is thin and slender. Judging from his bones and external muscle contours, he is simply an ordinary student who is weak and fragile. He is even thinner than ordinary people. And his face is pale, as if he has just recovered from a serious illness and has not been trained at all. Minors in the Interstellar are relatively precocious. After their first awakening, they can roughly know their spiritual potential. And then, they will begin to plan their lives accordingly. If the mental power level is average, ordinary people who are not suitable for high-intensity mental power operations still have more room for choice. They can slowly choose the profession and career that suits them. Even after they graduate from school, they can try different professions and industries. Life is so long. They still have a long time to live. And 100 years is just a small journey in their lives. However, if they are incompletely awakened people with certain potential and have a desired career direction, they will prepare early and conduct some simple introductory training. Especially those who want to work in military industries such as Mecca soldiers, Mecca divisions, or even commanders in the future. They usually need some targeted training in junior colleges. In this way, students in junior colleges and even universities can quickly adapt to college life and will not be eliminated by the harsh training. Among them, the training of Mecca soldiers is the most difficult and rigorous among many majors. Some schools with strict academic style will even formulate a strict elimination system to persuade students who are not adapted to training to withdraw or force them to transfer to other majors. Although Beska Junior College does not have such a system, but is one of the most popular junior schools on the entire planet, they will be very strict in admission screening. According to the students' grades in junior colleges and various physical indicators, the more outstanding ones are selected to enter the college to study. So when the other party first came over, Clarence did not react that the other party might be a student in his class. Clarence did not think there was anything wrong with his classmate. But the other party's conditions were obviously not suitable for appearing in the combat individual department. He was not the kind of person with a dark mind. His first reaction was whether the other party still had some advantages that he could not see on the surface. After all, when Clarence came out of that family, he vowed that he would not rely on anyone or any force to reach the top. He wanted to become the best student in the combat soldier department of Beska Intermediate College, and finally strive to enter the Capital Military Academy with the first place. This is the Combat Soldier Department of Beska Intermediate College. The Combat Soldier Department will not tolerate those who intend to fish in troubled waters. Then, he did see a little difference when he verified the information for the other party. This person was actually identified as A-level mental power. And it seems that he has probably gone through the second awakening. After all, Clarence couldn't imagine a person who was A-level at the first awakening. Such a person probably couldn't report leisurely in this remote place at this moment. And he was probably taken to the capital planet for training. At this age, he probably completed the second awakening. The other party's mental power level is not bad, exceeding the requirements of most of the high mental power operations in the Empire, and naturally suitable for combat single soldier system. Perhaps it should be said that the higher the mental power required for this major, the better. If the other party can reach the A+ mental power level after the 3 successful awakenings, through training, he can basically become a formal member after entering the army after college. From this point of view, the college's admission of this person is understandable. But the other party's resume really made him a little confused. Because this person actually came from an outer galaxy, transferred from an inner galaxy, and the major he studied before had nothing to do with Mecca single soldier combat. It was indeed as he felt. There was no foundation at all. And the other party's appearance shows no signs of recent exercise. His muscles and bones are loose, and his body is full of flaws. No one who Clarence has registered since the report just now is like her. although I don't know why the other party chose to enter the combat individual soldier department. But such determination and impulsive thoughts can't support her to stay in the combat individual soldier department for a long time, with such a person enrolled in their class. Carrie Lauren felt that the other party would not stay for long. It's a pity for this rare degree. But it has nothing to do with him. No matter how outstanding the person is, all those who enter the combat individual soldier department will be his enemies in the future. He will defeat them one by one with his own hands. He will definitely take the first place. This is just the beginning. Chapter 66 Thoughtful. Jiang Hui called the teacher in the academic affairs office before the school started and told her about her situation. It was a pity that she still couldn't change her major directly, because although the teacher sympathized with her situation, he really didn't have the qualifications. But the teacher in the academic affairs office was very kind and told Jiang Hui that he had reported the situation for her and asked what the school meant. Then a few days ago, Jiang Hui received a communication from the teacher in the academic affairs office, saying that the school already knew about her situation and had made an appointment for Jiang Hui to meet with the principal. This made Jiang Hui a little flattered. She was just an ordinary student, and because she missed the opportunity to change her major, she now wanted to ask the school if they could make an exception and give her a chance to transfer out of the military major. After all, she also knew that she was actually occupying a rare degree in the combat individual soldier department. However, the school responded and successfully made an appointment with the principal, which proved that there was room for negotiation. So Jiang Hui still had some faint hope in her heart at this moment. As a result, she went to the academic affairs office, and the teacher took her to the principal's office to meet the principal. But in the end, the result was not what Jiang Hui wanted. The principal was a young man with elegant appearance and temperament. His surname was Xia, and he looked more like a Chinese-Korean descent. But it felt like he had mixed in other bloodlines. But this fusion was very good, and there was an unusual sense of intimacy. The other party seemed to be waiting for her. Jiang Hui realized that she seemed to have been led to the principal of the college on the first day, although she had a reason. This feeling was really subtle. If nothing unexpected happened, this was probably the first and only time she met the principal alone in this school. Jiang Hui didn't quite know how to greet the principal in StarCraft, but it was right to greet him politely. "Student Jiang, you are here. Please take a seat. Don't be too reserved." Fortunately, the principal didn't seem to be a very serious person. His tone and attitude were very easygoing and friendly. "Teacher Juan has already explained your purpose to me. I am also very sorry for your experience," Principal Xia said to the girl in front of him. Jiang Hui remembered that the teacher from the academic affairs office who received her was named Duan. "The school and our teachers can understand your request." But, hearing this transition word, Jiang Hui's heart suddenly turned cold, because she didn't need to listen to what happened next. The other party's meaning was obviously a rejection, but she really couldn't understand why the school still refused. Didn't they think that she was really wasting her degree in the combat individual soldier department? Even if she insisted on studying in this major for a year, she would only waste other people's degrees in vain in the end. Jiang Hui was very self-aware. Has Jiang never imagined such a path? The elder asked softly, clasping his hands together slightly. But perhaps because of her state of mind, his gestures were still relatively conservative. The original body had studied military arts in the primary college before, but she herself seemed to feel that the major was not suitable for her. She thought about waiting for the second awakening to see what major would be more suitable, but she didn't expect that the second awakening would go wrong. Now Jiang Hui wants to run away, want to live a peaceful life, and choose an ordinary major to study. But I didn't expect that even this would be so difficult. As Teacher Duan told you before, the application channel for changing majors has been closed, and it basically cannot be opened forcibly without special circumstances. If you cannot change your major in the system, you will not be able to take various exams and courses, and you will not be able to accumulate credits. So in this case, we still recommend that you stay in the combat soldier department to study for a year. I have read your file. You have only awakened for the second time, but your mental power has been recognized as A level. Your parents are also excellent soldiers of the Empire. I think you may try a major that requires high mental power first. If you really can't adapt after a year, it won't be too late to change your major when the channel for changing majors is open next school year. At that time, we will convert credits for you based on your courses in the combat soldier department, and you can graduate on time. The other party's words were very gentle, without any over-instruction. but more like sincere suggestions. Although her parents were mentioned, she was not the original body, nor was she sensitive. So Jiang Hui could still accept this level of inquiry and suggestions. But this result really made Jiang Hui unhappy. This means that no matter what, she will have to study in the combat single soldier department for another year. Unless she applies for a leave of absence now and changes her major next year. So what she expected before. The result did not change. But this time Jiang Hui always. She has given up completely. Yes, rules are rules. And it is normal for the interstellar world, which is more transparent than the blue planet, to be like this. Forget it. It's the individual soldier department. It's destined for her to go through this. Jiang Hui had just made up her mind. And Principal Xia saw that she was silent and thought she was hesitating. And said, if Jiang is worried that she probably has no foundation before, so she may not be able to keep up at the beginning. The school has also considered this. We will tell the teacher about your situation, and then reduce your requirements by half until you can adapt. But if you want to continue studying in the combat soldier department after 1 year, you must meet the requirements of the department. And you can't have the requirements in the future. The principal said to Jiang Hui. Because this is also a possibility. The school agreed to have Jiang Hui's requirements because she really had no foundation. And the reason why she missed the major change was irresistible. And Jiang Hui was not sure that she could study in such a major. However, if she changed her mind later, it would be her right to study in the combat soldier department. After all, she came in with a military family quota. But if her requirements were continued to be halved, it would be unfair to other students. These should also be made clear to Jiang Hui in advance. Otherwise there will be a big mess at that time. Jiang Hui has now accepted the reality that she must study in the combat soldier department for the time being, and naturally expressed her understanding of this. She also felt that the arrangements made by the school and the principal were very considerate and in place, too much in place. She has nothing to be dissatisfied with. There was nothing more to say at the moment. Jiang Hui thought that it was almost over. If she delayed any longer, she would not be able to choose a dormitory. So she looked for time to say goodbye to the principal. Before leaving, the principal called her and took out a small square metal box from the cabinet. Jiang Hui had sharp eyes and saw at a glance that her name seemed to be marked on the side of the box. Principal Xia did not keep her in suspense and handed the box to Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui found that the thing was light as soon as she got it. And it did not have the unique weight of metal at all. This is Chapter 67 Interlude. This is a course selection card, which is about 1 year long. You can choose different professional courses online and study by yourself. The online courses are the same as the real courses, but they are made into images. But let me make it clear first. The hours you choose to study online every day cannot exceed the hours of your major. This is a small convenience that our teachers have discussed and given you. Principal Xiao winked at Jiang Hui. Student Jiang, you must study hard. Whether you are in the single soldier department or the general major. The school is so considerate. This is because they are worried that she will not be able to keep up with the change of major in the future. So they gave her a course selection card. Except that she cannot listen and practice on the spot. It is basically the same as going to class. Although the time for this card cannot exceed the hours of the major. And you can only choose courses outside the major in your spare time. But the school has taken into account her actual situation and given her the opportunity to receive education as much as possible. Even if Jiang Hui, who has long been stained by the secular world of society, is not easy to not be touched by such pure kindness. She believes that all people or groups who are sincerely engaged in the cause of teaching and educating people are respectable. But Jiang Hui was a little embarrassed to accept it. Although it sounds reasonable, it is unfair to other students and will easily cause dissatisfaction. At that time, it will be difficult for the school and Jiang Hui. Unexpectedly, the principal told her that this course selection card was specially prepared by the school for students in need. Mecca Intermediate College will also take into account some students with special circumstances who find that they are not suitable for the course halfway through their studies. So this course selection card was born. However, this usually requires an application. And sometimes the applicant's academic performance in the major must meet the requirements before it can be approved. Jiang Hui's case actually made things easier for her. But it was not a difficult matter for the school. And the teachers and students in each class could still understand it. So Jiang Hui took her special class card and said goodbye to the principal's office and prepared to rent a dormitory. As soon as Jiang Hui left, Principal Xia, who had just seemed approachable and amiable, bent his back and slumped down on the armchair, as if he had no bones. The armchair tilted backwards and shook. He loosened his tie, which was worn very properly around his neck, very boldly, and changed his gentle and reliable appearance just now. He looked no different from the young people on the street who were laughing and making noises to go out for supper, and seemed particularly energetic. In fact, he was not very old, in his 50s or 60s. Compared with the Blue Star people in Jiang Hui's previous life, he was indeed a middle-aged and elderly person. But in the interstellar space, he looked like he had just entered the prime of life. If you have a young mentality, you can be very young. This Interstellar Teaching Bureau is really something. Why do they have to control this? In fact, it's up to the students to decide what they are interested in. It's their freedom to learn what they want. They have to do this, saying one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. I really can't bear to continue with this. It turns out that although the interstellar side does not restrict citizens' freedom of choice, it also stipulates that everyone has the right to make their own free choices. But from the perspective of the Empire, they still hope that more high-level awakeners can contribute to the great cause of the Empire. As for ordinary people, the Empire will not have any requirements for them. These people are the most ordinary parts of the entire country. But they are also the most core and important part of the entire country. The future of the Empire they protect includes most of these ordinary people. The Empire only hopes that they can live a good life and work hard to build this country belonging to the interstellar people. This is the country's requirement for ordinary citizens. But for those awakened people with potential and qualifications, the Empire's requirements are different. The Empire is willing to provide these people with more resources, wealth, and even status. But at the same time, these awakened people also need to take on more responsibilities and obligations, and contribute to the Empire's development and safety. The Empire relatively does not want the awakened people with abilities to choose to invest in ordinary life and bury their potential. This is a waste of ability for the Empire. But the executive government cannot issue a decree to strictly prohibit these awakened people with high potential and talents from engaging in ordinary occupations and professions. So it can only secretly give relevant instructions to lower-level colleges and universities, asking them to try their best to discover and encourage talented awakened people, and try not to let them fall by the wayside. For example, Jiang Hui, who had experienced the second awakening and reached the A level, and whose parents were both officers loyal to the Empire, was naturally within the scope of persuasion. The school saw that Jiang Hui wanted to study in an ordinary major, so they made an appointment with the principal's office to persuade this student Jiang without leaving any trace. Of course, they did not lie to Jiang Hui, because the system was indeed closed. If Jiang Hui really wanted to change his major, he could only wait until next year. There was no other way. However, the school thinks that Jiang Hui can be guided in choosing a major next year. Therefore, the school also applied for a course selection card for her, hoping that Jiang Hui can choose other high-demand mental majors after leaving the combat Mecca department next year. Principal Xia Jason actually does not agree with the potential interference of the Interstellar Teaching Bureau. But their Beska Intermediate College is backed by the military. But it is still under the management of the Interstellar Teaching Bureau. So naturally they cannot avoid such instructions. Moreover, on this point, the military and the Interstellar Teaching Bureau have similar ideas. And even if Xia Jason is unwilling, he can only follow this. However, from what Jiang said, he looked at the other party, and he was not as firm as he imagined. Jiang Hui may not want to engage in ordinary majors as much as she said, because Jason had prepared a lot of arguments here, and he didn't say much, just 1 or 2 sentences, and the other party accepted it, and didn't waste his words at all. Obviously other students are not like this, so maybe she actually has such an idea or just doesn't mind it. I can't figure it out. Kids nowadays. Jason, who has never been good at doing this kind of thing, felt that his face was about to freeze from laughing. His serious attitude just now made him feel uncomfortable all over. So he never liked to meet students in the principal's office. I wonder if Mr. Duan is willing to help him deal with this kind of thing next time. Then the optical computer communication rang again. Jason had to stand up from the chair, sit up straight, adjust his tie, and then return the optical computer communication. Not long after, Mr. Duan from the Academic Affairs office brought another student into the principal's office. Chapter 68 Single Dormitory. Jiang Hui went straight to the living area from the school office. It was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in more than an hour. so she had to quickly arrange the dormitory. As expected, she ran into the peak time period, and everyone came to the living area to handle the procedures at this time. Fortunately, Jianghui had already learned about it in the brochure. There are 4 types of dormitories here, one of which is a collected dormitory, which is usually a 7-person unit. The price is relatively affordable, and it is basically equivalent to free after offsetting the school subsidy. However, some people who are more lively and outgoing and good at socializing will also prefer this type of dormitory. This type is the closest to the size of the dormitory she went to school on Blue Star. Then, there are 2 types with slightly fewer people: 4-person dormitories and double dormitories. This type is quieter, and is also the most popular type of dormitory among students. There are fewer people, and the environment is not so complicated, which is more suitable for students to maintain a relatively stable relationship. Finally, there is the single dormitory, which is the most spacious, but also the most expensive among all dormitory types. As the name suggests, it means living alone, and the space is not small, comparable to the size of a 4-person dormitory. It's just that living alone is a bit lonely, and this type of dormitory is set up far away from the teaching area, and you have to walk the longest distance every day. Jianghui really wants to follow the crowd and choose a 4-person dormitory. But considering her weird work and rest habits, the hidden danger of her mental space, she often stays up all night, and when she can't sleep, she will get up and disturb others. And if she doesn't get up, she will suffocate herself. Forget it. It's better to be alone. The price is actually quite reasonable. Almost all the expenses of the school include subsidies from the empire, which are all terribly low. She applied for a single dormitory with the staff of the living area. The good news is that there are still single dormitories available. The bad news is that the dormitory is almost in the area farthest from the teaching area, and is quite close to the male dormitory area. Sorry, classmate. This is the only one left. Because of different schedules, the dormitories for students majoring in military and students majoring in ordinary are separated. This year, many female students choose single dormitories. If you come later, you can only choose a 4-person dormitory or a standard 7-person dormitory. The staff of the living area looked embarrassed. Maybe they had been asked too many times before, and they replied a lot before Jianghui even asked. Jianghui wanted to say something, but when she saw a female classmate coming over, she immediately changed her words and said, "Okay, this single room. Please help me with the procedures." "Thank you." The staff lady seemed to be scared by her. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded and quickly processed the procedures for Jianghui online. Then she gave her a strange-shaped metal thing that looked like a key, and told her that the system had arranged for the robot to deliver living supplies to the dormitory she registered. These are also included in the dormitory fees, and basic living supplies are distributed quarterly. After a long time, Jianghui was empty-handed again, and only remembered the room number to settle in the dormitory area. So that Clarence's classmate really did it for her good. But she didn't take it seriously, and now she can only live in the farthest place. However, this is only the first day of school registration, and the single and double dormitories have been booked, and there are not many 4-person dormitories left. Doesn't that mean that the students who register later have no choice but to live in standard rooms? Jianghui thinks that this is also a small reward from the school for the students who actively come to school. It was a single dormitory anyway. As for the fact that it was far from the teaching area, she could just get up early and go there in the future. All single dormitories were actually quite far away, but the one she lived in was particularly far away. So Jianghui stepped on the last rays of sunlight and headed towards her dormitory building. When she arrived at the end dormitory, it was completely dark. It was past 6 o'clock, and Jianghui regretted not going into the canteen to eat when she passed by just now. But when she passed by just now, she saw that everyone came from the dormitory area in a clean and tidy manner, or had entered the canteen together with friends, talking and laughing. So she didn't want to go in. Then she remembered that her dormitory had not been arranged yet, so she rushed there in a hurry. Forget it. I'll go downstairs to buy some fast food later. Make do with it, and talk about it tomorrow. Today was the first day at school, and there were still many things to arrange. If they were not arranged well, Jianghui would be a little worried. In fact, it is understandable why the single dormitory was gone so soon. Standing in front of the dormitory, the single dormitory is indeed quite quiet compared to other types of dormitories. There are only about 10 floors in a building. And it seems that there are no more than 3 single rooms on each floor. So there are about 30 rooms in a building. There are so many female students from all departments in the intermediate college. Military majors are separated from ordinary majors. So it is normal that there are not enough rooms. Jiang Hui quickly found her house number. On the 6th floor. Opened the door and entered this dormitory where she would live for at least a year if nothing unexpected happened. The dormitory is quite spacious. About 20 square meters. With 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. The room is very simple with a bed. It is called a living room. But it feels more like a study and activity area. There are simple stools, bookshelves, and a super large desk that looks a bit like a workbench. Jiang Hui didn't feel anything. In school, conditions were limited. So this was already pretty good. She had spent several times the price to book a single dormitory. She roughly patrolled the room inside and outside to see if there were any problems with the hardware equipment. And then dismantled the daily necessities piled up at the entrance and put them in their proper places. The things she brought back from home and loaded in the space button also had to be placed properly. After an hour or 2 of adjustment, she barely arranged the dormitory. It looked like there weren't many things. But in fact they were quite mixed and very tiring. This was the first time Jiang Hui had done so many things manually since she came to the Interstellar. She had originally thought that almost everything in the Interstellar was covered by machines. But it turned out that there were still some things that needed to be done by herself. It was estimated that the school wanted students to improve their manual operation and self-care abilities. Jiang Hui was so tired that she didn't want to eat. So she set an alarm and went to sleep. Then she woke up in the mental space as usual. Read a book. Fiddled with the Mecca model. And waited for 24 hours to pass. But she had already slept. And when she woke up in the real space, she could only use her computer to read books. She used to adjust her sleeping time intentionally. Because she always felt uneasy sleeping in the spiritual space. And was afraid that it would have a negative impact on her body. But after these days of experiments, Jiang Hui found that sleeping in the space really did not affect anything in reality. It felt similar to sleeping for so much time. And even her spirit could recover better. So Jiang Hui basically sleeps whenever she wants. And then finds something to study when she wakes up in the spiritual space or outside the space. This is why she has to live in a single dormitory. Chapter 69 Social Anxiety. Because she didn't sleep at night, Jiang Hui got ready and went out early the next morning. The freshman campus handbook said that students can still enter and leave the campus during the registration period. But the school does not recommend students to do this. Instead, they encourage them to spend these 3 days walking around the campus and familiarize themselves with their future learning environment. Many places are also open to freshmen. And she is not completely without things to do these days. There are also those bits and pieces, such as picking up the campus suit, applying for a school card, registering for a campus network account, reporting to her corresponding class, and some activities that the school did not mention. Jiang Hui got up early and planned to arrange all these miscellaneous things today. He went straight to the cafeteria early in the morning. Places like the school are different. It's only a little after 6 o'clock. And there are already quite a few people in the cafeteria. But almost all of them are 2nd and 3rd year students. And they are all old students. Which makes her, a newcomer, look a little out of place. This is the bad thing about the start of school. People can tell you are a newcomer at a glance before you even get your school uniform. Jiang Hui was not shy. But as a senior selective social phobic person from Blue Star, she was not used to being in the spotlight. When she found that many eyes were on her, Jiang Hui's first reaction was not whether her hair was combed, whether her clothes were dressed properly, whether her face was ugly, whether she walked with a hunchback, but whether she should lift her left foot or right foot to go in, or should she jump in with both feet. Then Jiang Hui didn't know how she got in the end. The novelty of those people probably disappeared. When she picked up the food, she no longer felt the kind of special attention. After ordering, Jiang Hui found a relatively remote and empty place, sat down, and quietly ate breakfast, thinking about what to do next. Then she was eating carelessly, and found that someone seemed to be walking towards this side. Because Jiang Hui didn't want others to be like watching an animal in a zoo. She also specially chose this completely empty area. Someone came so early. Jiang Hui subconsciously looked up, and saw a familiar figure. Isn't this Clarence? The classmate, who handled the registration procedures for her yesterday? Seeing that the other party was walking on a road quite close to her, Jianghui wanted to say hello, but the other party walked to a table far away from her without looking at her. Fortunately, Jianghui was not a passionate person. She just wanted to say hello, so her movements were not big. It was still easy to take it back now, and it didn't seem awkward. Well, in fact, everyone is really unfamiliar. She has been working in this society for a long time. No matter what her personality is, she always has some social habits. But speaking of this Clarence's classmate, should he sit so far away? This whole area is empty. She sits in the front, and the other party is almost sitting at the table farthest from her. And even the seats are diagonally opposite. This will make Jianghui feel like a dangerous person who is avoided by others. Forget it. Don't dwell on this. After all, this classmate helped her responsibly on the day of registration at the beginning of the school. And it's not easy to say anything to others. He may just be simply unfamiliar. So, Jianghui lowered her head and ate her breakfast again. Well, the food in this school cafeteria tastes pretty good. Even better than the one in the hospital. Just as she was holding half a piece of bread, Jianghui felt someone approaching her, and a line of sight fell on her. Jianghui. The girl slowly swallowed the food in her mouth and looked up at the person. It was Clarence, who had just avoided her like a snake. Excuse me. What's the matter? Jianghui asked politely. Although she understood, some people are like this. They are more shy. Perhaps quite withdrawn. And it is also a personal character trait. There is nothing to say. But the problem is that your behavior is really abrupt. Conflicting. Sometimes he doesn't even want to say hello. Hiding from her. And then he runs to the front and looks at her with a cold face. Jianghui is not so easily scared. But during this beautiful breakfast time, she actually prefers to look at the scenery of the campus, rather than this cold face. Very good. She felt that she was quite polite. After all, she was almost twice as old as the other person. We need a female contact person. And we need to contact the female classmates in the class for some things. The other person said it rather stiffly. There was no address. No premise. No beginning or end. It took Jianghui a long time to react. What it meant was that the girls were short of a contact person, and needed help to contact the female classmates. Want to ask her for help. She really felt that this classmate's communication skills needed to be improved. If the other person hadn't been kind enough to give her directions yesterday, Jianghui might have thought that the other person had some prejudice against her. Although there are differences between men and women. We are all in school at this age. Right? And we are studying in the combat individual department. So the difference between men and women is not so serious. In the future training, it is still uncertain who will beat whom. And there will definitely be no mercy. Is there such an obvious difference between men and women in this case? So is there a problem with the other party's communication? Or is there something wrong with this Clarence's classmate? Jianghui was really confused. Obviously, the other party did not think there was anything wrong with his communication method, and asked her in the same hard tone if she could leave now. So did she agree? Jianghui was just short of a question mark printed on his head. In the end, she agreed, but the requirement was to wait until she finished eating first. Eating was the most important thing, and no one could stop her from eating. Whatever happened. Wait until she finished eating. Then Jianghui followed Clarence and became a volunteer guide for the new class. She helped contact the female students who had not yet registered, went to the girls' dormitory to remind them of some precautions, and finally returned to help distribute the school uniforms. It was not until Jianghui came to the cafeteria and looked at Clarence again from a distance, eating her dinner, that Jianghui realized that she had been tricked and worked for nothing all day. Fortunately, Jianghui did not lose out. She helped to complete the guidance work and also did a round for herself. Now she has almost completed all the procedures required to go to school. And she just needs to wait for the start of school. Even though a day has passed, she really wants to know whether this Clarence is a social phobia. Chapter 70. Compared to the first and second days, which were like floating duckweed. On the third day, Jianghui was able to calmly open her eyes from the bed in the dormitory, comb her hair, and then turn on the light brain to check the time. Last night, she finally had a full sleep in the real world, because she assembled an interesting miniature model in the spiritual space last night. But she couldn't assemble it well. In the process, Jianghui found that she lacked a lot of basic knowledge. So she had to stop and read more than 10 hours of Mecca introductory training. although it was just the most basic guidebook that all Mecca masters needed to read, similar to the level opinion books in kindergarten textbooks. It must be said that having some basics is completely different from having no basics at all. After reading this introductory training book, she assembled the miniature Mecca model not as smooth as chocolate, but it was barely easy to do, and she felt more confident. Jiang Hui secretly thought about whether to buy a few more basic books to read later. When she completely understands how to assemble the miniature Mecca, she can buy tools and materials to assemble the Mecca and sell it later. This is a good way to make money. Jiang Hui comforted herself. Today is the last day for school registration. If the new students cannot come to register today, they will basically lose the opportunity to study in school this school year, and can only wait until next year. However, most people are still very positive about going to school. Most people were already in place yesterday, and only a few small groups of new students came to report on the road today. Most people on the road have already put on their new school uniforms. If you don't look at the age of their clothes, you probably can't tell which ones are freshmen and which ones are seniors. Jiang Hui didn't act as the class contact person today, because there was nothing for her to do. After breakfast, she wanted to follow the crowd and walk around the campus. She wanted to go to the school library to see if she could pick up a few books to read in her spiritual space. To be honest, Jiang Hui didn't know that she was such a person who loved reading and learning, although she was forced to do so. Since she came to the Interstellar, her life has been increased by 24 hours. And Jiang Hui has to love such a fulfilling activity as reading, because this is almost the only way she can think of to reasonably pass the time in her spiritual space, where everything is available, but the internet is disconnected. But as the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Halfway to the library, she received the first announcement from the class teacher in the optical brain contact class group, asking her to report to the combat individual department 89,983 second class at 1 p.m. after lunch. Please arrive on time, and those who are late will be at their own risk. She looked again, and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. If she went to the library and came back to have lunch, she could catch up. But she had to take care of herself when she reported to her new class at the beginning of the school year, even if the class had not started yet. Of course, she didn't mean to dress up and put on makeup, because she was studying in the combat department. Why did she still do these things? Besides, at this age, she was only a middle school student on Blue Star, and the school absolutely did not allow her to dress up, and she had to cut her hair short before she was allowed to enter the classroom. Although there was no requirement here, Jiang Hui still knew what to do. Anyway, I'll go to the library someday. Anyway, the books in my spiritual space are enough for now. Jiang Hui plans to go back to the dormitory to get ready, and then report to the class on time. After all, they said you will take your own consequences. So Jiang Hui couldn't help but take it to heart. So someone who went to the library halfway turned back, took some fast food from the vending machine downstairs in the canteen, and went back to the dormitory directly. It's worthy of being the single dormitory farthest from the teaching area. Jiang Hui finally understood why the staff of the living period repeatedly emphasized to her that the dormitory is far away from the teaching area. Because it is really far away. The teaching area is in the front third of the entire campus. But her dormitory is almost at the corner of the back half of the school. It takes her almost a week to walk to class, which is simply fatal. This design is unreasonable. Jiang Hui is a little confused about the purpose of the school's design. She thinks there must be something else hidden that she doesn't know. Fortunately, Jiang Hui is a person with a good sense of time. Generally, she would go out a long time in advance for anything she does or meets. So when she arrived at the classroom, there was still a lot of time. About 12 o'clock. But it might be because other people's dormitories were relatively close. When Jiang Hui hurriedly pushed open the door of the classroom, she found that a large number of people were already sitting in the classroom. Although she was not the last one to arrive, she was also relatively late. Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, quickly found a convenient seat and sat down, and decided to go out early every day in the future. Otherwise she would be late for class. That Clarence's classmate was probably one of the latecomers, sitting in the front seat not far from her. He just saw her come in, and didn't say hello, just looked at her. Jiang Hui guessed that the other party took this as a greeting, so she also looked back politely. The two of them finally separated their eyes in tacit understanding, as if they had never met before. The interstellar world is indeed a world of mixed races. Since she came here, Jiang Hui has seen many people with different skin colors, hair colors, and eye colors, living in this interstellar world regardless of country. So her classmates naturally have all kinds of races. Blondes and blue eyes, brown hair and brown eyes, Germans with high eyes and deep noses but black hair, and black people, and many who look like mixed-race people of different races. On the contrary, there are relatively few Chinese Korean people like Jianghui, with only 2 or 3 in the class. And they all look relatively quiet, at least on the outside. School started, and everything was the same. Although the culture of the interstellar world was different from that of the blue planet, the patterns were similar. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other, and communication was still relatively awkward even if they tried to get familiar with each other. But they were indeed getting to know each other. Only some students seemed awkward and withdrawn, and they sat in their seats waiting for the class teacher to arrive. Jianghui actually belonged to the latter, and she was a passive person in social relationships, although she was already quite old before the time travel. And she had spent more than a decade in school. She still instinctively felt a little timid before entering the classroom. But when she actually sat in her seat in the classroom, in the midst of the noisy crowd, Jianghui's nervousness gradually dissipated, and she felt a little ridiculous. Was she going backwards in life? She was also gradually infected by the young and energetic atmosphere of her classmates, and her consciousness was integrated into their world. Chapter 71 Captain. The school adopts small class education, and the number of students is even smaller than her class in Blue Star. There are only about 30 people in a class. There are only 2 minutes left before the agreed time, but the classroom is not full yet. Jianghui is a little unsure whether the empty seats are because no one came or just vacant seats. Otherwise, the people who didn't come are too bold. The class teacher sent a message to tell them what time to report here, but they dared to be late. Didn't they see the words responsible for the consequences? Jianghui could feel the vague meaning of prohibition through the screen. As time passed, no one entered the classroom. When the time on the light computer turned to 1 o'clock, a slightly strange and exciting bell sounded in the classroom. Tap, tap. A familiar and orderly sound of footsteps sounded, and a figure walked into the classroom with measured steps like the wind. The door behind him slammed shut automatically without any wind, and a loud bang sounded in the huge classroom, shocking everyone inside and making them stop talking and hold their breath unconsciously. A tall man in military uniform stood on the podium, his body straight and upright, his posture proud, his muscles and bones just right, not a centimeter more or less. Even the curve of his mouth, the jawline of his chin, and the height of his shoulders seemed to be measured. The other party just stood there, and everyone could feel a sense of aggression ready to go. And the strong pressure came over them, making people subconsciously put away their laziness and tense their nerves for defense. The other party came in and said nothing. The students who seemed excited and active just now immediately shut up and sat up straight unconsciously, fearing that the man in military uniform would grab the back collar and throw them out of the classroom. Jianghui was also like this. She had never tried to get close to such a strong sergeant. It can't be said that. In fact, she had also been in close contact. Just half a month ago, she encountered the 3rd Army capturing rebels in Dongba Group. At that time, the group was surrounded by the people of the army. And then she saw many heroic sergeants at the scene. But this feeling is different from what she feels now. The soldiers she met in Dongba Group were all in a state of retraction. Restrained, like a sword in a sheath ready to be fired but not fired, just waiting for the commander behind the scenes to point the sword in a certain direction, and they would kill without thinking. At that time, Jianghui was just an ordinary person who needed to be protected by these soldiers. Their aggression was not directed at her, so Jianghui felt both intimidated and safe. However, the sergeant in front of them, who should be their class teacher, was different. The other party's momentum at this moment was completely released, and it was aimed at them, conveying a certain meaning of wanting to tame them. This sergeant was like an eagle, and they were like lambs who didn't understand their situation, whether in terms of position or aura. They were obviously at a disadvantage. This made Jianghui instinctively feel a sense of pressure and a huge sense of crisis. By the way, she seemed to have forgotten the learning content of the combat individual department that she checked before the start of school. It seemed to be a complete military training style. Right? In other words, Jianghui suddenly realized that he would probably have to accept such a military-style learning environment for the next year. Even the trainers are likely to be officers from the army. The kind of real soldiers. Jianghui unconsciously looked at the other person's shoulder badge. Very good. 3 stars on a black background. This is a lieutenant-level sergeant. The same level as the original fathers. This kind of person is rare in life, except in the army with many officers. And is even more of a high-ranking officer in a peaceful place, like the permanent galaxy. The first-year students of Beska Intermediate College actually invited a captain-level officer to teach. And the forces behind the school are indeed very powerful. But Jianghui felt that the whole sky was about to get dark. Because a real captain instructor meant that her future learning career would only be more difficult. By the way, can she leave the door of combat alone alive? What can Jianghui do? She has no way out. She can only shut up with the classmates in the class. Hold her breath. And look at the class teacher in silence. The class teacher, whose name was still unknown, scanned the entire class, lightly sweeping over everyone's face, expressionless and without any emotion, more like an inorganic scrutiny. Finally, he whispered, "Is there anyone else who hasn't come yet?" In fact, his words were very gentle, and his tone was very light. But Jianghui instinctively felt a chill. The hair on her back stood up, and she felt a huge sense of crisis, as if she was stabbed in the back, and made her feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, no one dared to respond, and no one really knew. After all, everyone was a new acquaintance, and they didn't even remember the class roster. So how could they know which daring ancestor dared to be late? They even prayed that those students who were late or really forgot to come would not come at this time. And it would be none of their business if the class teacher looked for them after the meeting. But don't act out in front of them. You always feel that something terrible will happen. Obviously, they were not late. But everyone felt the imposing momentum from the class teacher at this moment, and unconsciously folded their immature wings and shrank like quails. Jianghui originally thought that the other party would continue to ask classmates, or call the roll. But the other party probably didn't want to waste this time, and directly turned on the light brain, as if it was connected to some information network. Jianghui felt that the light brain hanging on his chest was automatically activated and projected a page of information. Then everyone in the class automatically projected a page of basic information. Without even looking at it, he just clicked on the light computer and checked something. Then everyone saw the page projected by the light computer go out instantly. The other party turned his eyes back and clicked 3 or 4 names at once. Some long and some short. Some male and some female. No one in the classroom responded. It was probably the people who were late and absent this time. The other party seemed to smile, and raised his lips slightly. Very lightly. But it was obviously a smile. But it made everyone feel no lightness. He seemed to say something softly to the other side of the light computer. The voice was very soft, and the class couldn't hear it. After he finished speaking, he turned off the light computer. Then the scary look on the other party's face just now almost disappeared, and returned to the usual seriousness when he first entered the door. And the atmosphere in the whole class relaxed. Chapter 72 Rules. "I hope this won't happen again next time," he said to everyone in the class. "Follow orders. This is the first lesson I teach you. If you really want to take this step and become a real soldier, you must strictly abide by this sentence. Follow orders." Even though the other party didn't speak loudly, these 4 words finally seemed to fall on their hearts. Heavy. With just such a short opening of less than a few minutes, the playful hearts of the crowd disappeared without a trace. And the young children began to face up to the purpose of their coming here. Very good. Looking at these gradually corrected eyes, the instructor was finally satisfied. Now let's start the meeting of class 89,983-2. I am your class teacher Tang Stark. You can call me Teacher Stark. Well, very good. That's the taste. Probably 2 or 3 times more Spartan than the instructors she met during military training when she was studying in Blue Star. Jianghui seemed to have foreseen her miserable life in the future. Is this the new path that the principal mentioned? Isn't this path a bit too difficult? Call the names. And those who are called don't need to stand up in the classroom. The same rules apply in the future. And I don't need to say it a second time, the captain said in a deep voice. Yes. This time everyone in the classroom answered at the same time. It is indeed the military style. Do what you say. No nonsense. The other party started to call the names directly. The first few were caught off guard, or because they were embarrassed. They called out a little weakly, and even had to be reminded by the people next to them before they knew to call here. Teacher Stark was probably not satisfied with this start. He placed his palm on the teaching desk, with the edge of his palm against the desk, raised his palm, and tapped the desk lightly with his fingertips. With just a few movements, everyone seemed to have received some kind of secret code and tensed up. So when the next student called out, the voices became louder. The voices became louder and louder. And some even shouted with a tone, with more rhythm than the last. Then when it came to a stranger who was considered familiar, the style changed again. Here, this person was of a higher level, crisp and clear, with a medium to high tone. But his tone was shouting with a sense of courage and forward. And he immediately stood out from the crowd of shouts. Don't ask how Jiang Hui heard bravely forward. Anyway, when she heard this voice, she couldn't help but look in the direction of the speaker, and saw that it was classmate Clarorin, who had briefly partnered with her before. And almost everyone in the class was looking at him with an envious look that Jiang Hui couldn't understand. Jiang Hui. Roll up. Roll up. School hasn't started yet. As expected, Mr. Stark looked at Clarence with some surprise, but soon moved away, seeing that most of the people had been called, but it was not her turn yet. Jiang Hui could not help but tense up a little, silently estimating when she would be called. Xin Wabai, the thin boy who was obviously of Chinese descent, and standing in the same row with her, responded weakly. Compared with the students in front with strong breath, he was completely different in style. He didn't look like a trained person. Lausanne Merrill. The lady's response was much calmer, but not as full of energy as the previous ones. Finally, Jiang Hui. It was her turn. The feeling of being in suspense was too unbearable. So she was very happy that it was finally her turn. Her voice was a little high and even a little off tune. It didn't matter. It was not a big problem, because she seemed to fit in perfectly with the group of people who were previously exaggerated. It shouldn't seem too dissonant, right? But I don't know if it was her illusion. I always felt that Instructor Stark seemed to stay with them for a while. There are 35 people in total, all counted. Stark looked at the names and corresponding positions displayed on the light screen of the teaching desk, nodded, and seemed to be thinking about something. Then from now on, our class will be arranged according to this number. Jiang Hui was slightly surprised. This meant that the class would only be registered according to this number from now on. So those who were late or didn't come were not accepted. Obviously, Jiang Hui was not the only one who heard the implication of Stark's class teacher. Even if they are precocious, they are only 15 or 16 years old. They are still children in the interstellar space and on the blue planet, and their minds are somewhat unstable. As soon as they heard the treatment of these people by the teacher Stark, they could not help but want to discuss. But obviously the teacher Stark has set a good example for them, and they dare not relax and whisper. Only a few people nearby exchanged glances, and the whole class was surging with a suppressed undercurrent. Yes, just as you think. Those students are sorry. My class will no longer accept them. This is my rule. I hope you will take it as a warning in the future. The students did not expect the other party to be so cruel. They were late for a preschool meeting before the school officially started, but the class teacher wanted to kick them out of the class. You can rest assured. Although my class does not plan to accept these students, there are other classes that will accept them. All students admitted to Beska Intermediate College naturally have the opportunity to receive education in the school, but they are obviously not suitable for my class. That being said, all the students who entered the academy had been divided into classes, but they were kicked out of the class before the first day even started. These students must have lost face. Even Jiang Hui, who wanted to change his major, absolutely did not want to experience being kicked out of the class, or even kicked out of the combat single soldier department. Jiang Hui was somewhat glad that she had passed this initial hurdle, but she was also a little worried about how well she could adapt to such an obviously harsh educational style and environment. Will she be kicked out of the class in such a humiliating way in the end? This is not what she wants. Young people are always full of emotions, willing to defend their country and dedicate their lives to the safety of the country. Most of the young people born into school have a sincere heart under their various appearances. Many people were relieved when they heard that the students who were not in their class were not going to be expelled from the school, regardless of whether they deserve sympathy for their mistakes. It is impossible for people to be without mistakes in life. If they're denied all of them just because of a few small mistakes in life, then the world is too harsh on people. As one of them, they all prefer to see more tolerance in this world. However, this incident also warned them that this world also cannot tolerate some mistakes, and there will always be people who pay a heavy price for it. The same principle also applies to the military. Perhaps this is the first lesson that Captain Stark really taught his students. Chapter 73 Meeting. Of course, although most of the simple-minded boys and girls sympathized with those classmates who had never met, some people had different ideas. For some people who were very strict with themselves, those students who were late and kicked out of the class deserved it. People often differ in some details, but their character is more than just a little different. These students seem to have made only a trivial mistake. But in fact it was not only the mistake itself, but also represented a certain untrustworthy quality in their nature. These people actually agreed with the behavior of the class teacher from the bottom of their hearts. They felt that it was better to nip the problem in the bud than to mend the fold after the sheep had been lost. And those students should indeed pay the price for this. There were such slightly extreme people. And naturally there were completely neutral people. They didn't think about anything, but just marveled at the behavior of the class teacher itself. In a small classroom, there were all kinds of people, and everyone had their own ideas. Captain Stark took in the reactions of the students, and had a general idea of the general temperament of these people. In just one night, he roughly understood the temperament of some students. So after all, Jian Lao was more ruthless. Very good. Now that you all know this, I have something else to tell you next. I know that most of you did not come here with faith, and some of you did not even come here. But no matter what your plan is, as long as you study under me, you must follow my rules. If you can't accept it, then you probably have no fate with me like the previous students. Isn't this referring to her? Jiang Hui immediately felt like he was being cued. But if you are willing to abide by my rules, I will do my best to teach you knowledge and give you the opportunity to move up accordingly. Do you have any questions? You can ask them on the spot. This is also the only opportunity for you to ask me questions. Of course, it will be different if you don't want to choose me as your class teacher. He smiled slightly at the end, as if he felt that his last sentence was somewhat humorous. Your joke is really so cold that no one else can have it. It's not funny at all. Who is like you who keeps instigating and intimidating students to leave the class? Dare not move. This is the portrayal of everyone now. Then the meeting can begin now. Tonight you can ignore the rules. Eat, drink and have fun. After tonight, everything will be my decision. So please enjoy it. Then, before everyone could react, the desks automatically opened and threw out large bags of food and drinks. I don't know where the ribbon-like colored strips sprayed from above, accompanied by some kind of exciting music similar to a military bugle, which immediately confused the students who were still trembling just now, and they couldn't react. Why are you standing there? Eat. Tomorrow you won't be able to eat even if you want to. Eat when you should eat, play when you should play, and train me to death during training. Don't stand there. Eat well, eat up, or don't even think about leaving. After saying that, he walked off the stage, picked up the snack bag that was bounced all over the floor, and threw it into the hands of a dazed student next to him. I don't know what the other party pressed on the control light screen, and the music became more exciting, almost lifting the entire ceiling. Jiang Hui was naturally one of the stunned ones. What was going on? Where was the imagined lecture? The necessary chicken soup for the soul? And the show of strength was only half done. And then a party really started? Jiang Hui finally remembered that today was actually just a meeting for classmates to get to know each other, which was equivalent to the meeting of the class before the start of the school year for middle school students. Speaking of a meeting of classes, a group of latecomers were kicked out of the class. This show of strength really taught the students a good lesson. However, it may be that the feeling given to people is too fragmented, and this transition seems a bit weird and creepy. However, there are also brave people among them, who actually tried to open the food packaging. And when Stark did not stop them, they really let go. The classroom gradually began to have a happy atmosphere. And once there is a first, there will be a second. At first, people only dared to sit at the table carefully, open the potato chip packaging, and chew it like squirrels. Then people started talking in low voices. And after a while, the 2-3 person group became a 3-5 person group. The people who were sitting and talking stood up and gathered together, and even put their arms around each other's shoulders. Then the scene was in chaos. If there was no alcohol, Jiang Hui suspected that these people would get drunk and have a live disco. Is this the legendary social nerd syndrome? She didn't understand. Jiang Hui tore open a bag of potato chips, picked up a piece, and started to chew it. It was said that these Interstellar potato chips were quite flavorful. After realizing that the instructor was probably really planning to give them a pure meeting, everyone unconsciously opened up. The atmosphere in the classroom was very good, even though everyone had never met before. Perhaps because of the shared experience just now, they all felt a little close to each other, as if they were friends who had shared hardships. And the distance between them was shortened all of a sudden. Some people also came to talk to Jiang Hui. But I don't know if it's because she knows less about jinxing and doesn't look like a powerful person. Some people politely exchanged names with her and talked for a few words before walking away. They all seemed to be quite distant. She looked at classmate Claren in front of her, and it seemed to be the same. But the other person looked more like the one who rejected others, and no one could stay with him for more than a minute. She wondered in her heart whether she should also join in the fun of others and automatically integrate into the circle of the class. After all, she had to stay in this class for at least a year, and she couldn't just go through it timidly. Then she was interrupted by a small episode. Jiang Hui suddenly felt as if someone was watching her from behind, and after watching for a while, she instinctively turned around and met the other person's eyes. Jiang Hui had some impression that this boy was the only pure Korean Chinese boy in the class. His name seemed to be Chen Weibai. This classmate looked really weak. Although he was tall, he was thin. His face was a little pale, and he spoke in a thin voice, which made him look quite shy. The other party seemed a little embarrassed when Jiang Hui looked at him. She thought that this classmate wanted to get to know her. Unexpectedly, the other party pointed to the corridor outside. Jiang Hui was a little confused. What was outside? The other party pointed out twice again, and Jiang Hui was even more confused. Is there something that can't be said directly? Finally, before Jiang Hui couldn't help but ask, this classmate whose expression and actions were all interpreting the word shy seemed to decide to give up sign language and approached her. Student Jiang, the instructor is looking for you outside. I want you to go. Jiang Hui? Chapter 74 Request. Student Jiang Hui. The back of the other person's head seemed to have eyes. Before Jiang Hui got close enough, the other person suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Hui was a little scared because the other person gave her a very strict impression. When she was being disciplined in the classroom just now, she felt a little trembling. Not to mention facing the other person's power at this moment. Jiang Hui called out a little stiffly, Teacher Stark. Seeing that Jiang Hui was standing a little far away, Stark frowned and motioned her to come closer, as if to have an equal dialogue. Standing a little closer, Jiang Hui felt the other person's imposing aura as if it was real, as if the surrounding air became heavy. The other person's gaze on her made Jiang Hui feel a huge pressure. The principal has already told me about your matter, so she was asked to come out and talk about this matter. I can agree to this for now. If you are still determined to change your major next year, I will approve it. But I need to remind you that I will not have my requirements for you just because of your situation. Because this is unfair to other students and to you. No matter what career you want to pursue in the future, you come to school to learn. Since you have the opportunity to receive education, you should cherish this opportunity and improve yourself wholeheartedly. You should not confine yourself to a safe zone, which will have a bad impact on you and the students around you. Many students in this class will probably choose to take this path in the future. So I hope the class can be in a relatively balanced and open environment. Although you can explain your situation to them clearly, most people should be able to understand it. But in this way, the class will be invisibly cracked, and they will feel that the environment they are in is not so pure. You are specially separated in this way, which will also make the group prone to impetuous mentality, which will be an extremely unstable factor for our entire class. Jiang Hui was silent. She could actually understand this, because she had encountered such a thing when she was in Blue Star. When she went to college, she participated in military training, and the instructor on duty at that time was very strict with the students below, and he would train them to death as long as they didn't die. But at that time, there was a classmate in the class who was in very poor health. But he still insisted on participating in the training, and he didn't listen to anyone's advice. Then the parents may be afraid that the child will have problems in school. So they told the counselor. The counselor persuaded the child again, but it was useless. So he had to tell the instructor about this situation. Instructor, what can be done? The instructors did not really train the new recruits on this mission. They still had some concerns for these spoiled college students. Although they could not be said to be very considerate of this person during the training, the requirements were much lower than those of others. Especially when they saw that the student was pale and his body was shaky. They would order him to stand or sit quietly in the shade. In fact, this was not too much preferential treatment. because the other party could actually apply to not participate in the military training. But this person refused to listen and insisted on participating in person. So there was no other way. But the instructors probably did not expect it. Or should we say that they were used to it? Although some students knew that the student was given special treatment by the instructor because of his physical discomfort, they instinctively felt uncomfortable and even a little dissatisfied with this kind of treatment that separated them from the group and was out of tune with the group. So they always felt a little uncomfortable with that student and rejected him a little. There were even a few more cunning guys who wanted to follow suit. And they often praised their physical discomfort and wanted to imitate and get the same preferential treatment. So a good military training class was messed up by such an impetuous atmosphere. Like a palace conspiracy. The mood and atmosphere of the whole class were relatively negative. Jiang Hui did not participate in the incident that year, and was just an ordinary background person. But she had to admit that she did have some unspeakable sense of distance from that classmate at that time. Later, after the military training ended, the classmates got along with each other. After she got to know each other a little, she found that he was an ordinary and kind person, and there was nothing wrong with him. The so-called sense of distance was more like something she imagined. Although that situation was obviously different from this one, the principle was similar. As long as she changed the direction, Jiang Hui would roughly know what Instructor Stark meant by these words to her. I have read Jiang's file. You have performed the second awakening, and the level is quite high. You are expected to break through and become a high-level awakener after adulthood. You should be able to afford the courses of our combat individual department. I hope that you can devote yourself to our professional courses in the next year and work hard to improve yourself, regardless of whether you choose to continue studying this major in the end. Can you do it? He lowered his head and stared at the girl, who was more than a head shorter than him. Yes. How could Jiang Hui answer? In fact, she had already accepted it in her heart after thinking through this section just now. Teacher Stark nodded, seemed very satisfied, and said to Jiang Hui, you don't have to worry too much about basic things. Physical training is not a matter of one day or one night. Although your physical fitness may be different from others at the beginning, after reasonable training, you could also reach the normal average level of other students. As long as you are willing to make more efforts, I will adjust your physical condition roughly in advance according to your situation. You should try your best to reach the indicators I set for the class. If you are unable to do so, I will not force you, but you should improve your level more and more. Basically, it will take about 3 months to improve your physical strength to the current minimum average level of the class. You have to work harder. What? You only need 3 months? If you can bear it, you can reduce the time by half. Jiang Hui shook his head repeatedly, just wanting to be an emotionless shaking machine. What do you think of the training of those people in the elementary school? They are training blindly before their bodies and brains are fully developed. It's a waste of effort. They are not much better than you. Just train well and don't be influenced by outsiders. Besides, it's not just you. Chin and another female classmate are also like this. That child is a little worse than you. You kids, how can your physical fitness be so poor at such a young age? He seemed to have a faint complaint when he said this. Okay, go back first. Have fun. And train seriously tomorrow. After saying that, Stark immediately said Jiang Hui in. Jiang Hui had already turned around and walked a few steps. The other party seemed to want to say something. That's all. Nothing. Chapter 75 Midnight Inspection. No one cared. And the class teacher ran away in the middle of the meeting. So the group of people naturally had a great time. Everyone was young, and they seemed to have an endless desire to talk about the areas they loved and were good at. A group of people who could be said to be like-minded naturally get closer. Jiang Hui went back early. Her dormitory was far away, and military training would start tomorrow, so she should not be too presumptuous. So she looked at the situation, and when she saw that several classmates had gone back one after another, she went back too. On the way back, she received a message from the class group. The class teacher Stark notified everyone that they would first take a mental level test tomorrow morning, and then a month-long military training. Yes, there is also military training here, no matter which major the students are from. It can be seen that human beings have the same vision for education. It was already past 11 o'clock when she walked back to the dormitory, which made Jiang Hui go out earlier in the future. Otherwise she would be late every day. Jiang Hui took a quick shower, set several alarms like thunder in case of oversleeping, and fell asleep quickly after confirming. As a result, not long after coming out of the space, There was a sound of footsteps and a small noise outside. Jiang Hui had already woken up and was browsing the light computer in bed. When she heard the noise, she immediately got up and found something handy to use as a weapon. She waited behind the door, holding the weapon in her hand, waiting for the sound to approach. It seemed to be 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Here it is. Someone was knocking on the door. Jiang Hui didn't say anything at first. Who would come to the school dormitory at this time for no reason? She naturally thought of the various social news she had seen on the light computer before, such as a certain school being attacked by a terrorist organization and holding students hostage, and a certain thief gang abducting teenagers. Such things are not uncommon, especially after the sudden incident she encountered at Donghua Group last time. She was particularly vigilant. As a result, the person at the door kept knocking on the door. Jiang Hui had already put the pole to the side, and then heard the person at the door shouting, "Student Jiang. Student Jiang Hui. Is it someone who knows her?" But she had never heard this voice before. But now Jiang Hui couldn't pretend to be away. The person at the door knocked a few more times, but didn't just come in. Jiang Hui still had doubts in her heart, so she couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about?" She said that she had actually quietly dialed the emergency center's phone page, but she hadn't pressed it yet. "I am a first-year teacher of the 89,983rd class. I am here with the teachers to check on your situation." Teachers are a bit like school counselors. Jiang Hui had already learned about them when school started. This voice seemed really familiar. It should be the feeling that she heard in the first-year academic affairs office when she was the contact person that day. There is also an inspection? Jiang Hui was full of doubts. Even if there is, she looked at the time on the light computer page. It was too strange to come here to check at this time. And what she wanted to check? Jiang Hui was really confused. But she didn't let down her guard so quickly, and asked again, "But why didn't I receive any notice from the school and the class teacher?" This kind of thing should be said. But Teacher Stark only said that there would be a mental level test tomorrow. "It's a surprise inspection." A slightly familiar voice came from outside. Jiang Hui was stunned. Why did it sound so much like the voice of Stark's class teacher who had talked to her not long ago? "Student Jiang, please dress up and then open the door. We need to do a routine inspection. If you still have doubts, you can open the class group. I have just posted a notice in the group." Jiang Hui half believed and half doubted and opened the class group. As expected, as the people outside the door said, the class teacher had just issued a temporary notice. Looking at the release time, it was 12 o'clock. What kind of hell time is this? Jiang Hui now believes it. But it is even more incomprehensible. So why choose such a time for inspection? And what are they going to check? Anyway, it has been confirmed that it is the teachers of the school. And Jiang Hui's vigilance has dissipated a lot. The people at the door were urging her, and she hurriedly checked whether there was any problem with her clothes. After the inspection, she stepped back and opened the dormitory door. As soon as she opened it, she was frightened by the scene at the door. At a glance, there were men and women, some in military uniforms, and some in neat professional suits. 7 or 8 people were crowded in the corridor at the door, making this corridor, which was not spacious to begin with, a little crowded. Looking at her own outfit, the white home clothes issued by the school, long sleeves and long pants, tightly wrapped, with messy hair, it seems that she is in 2 different worlds from the other party. Jiang Hui called out to the teacher she recognized, and then called the nearest Stark class teacher, and called the teachers of other people she didn't know. A female teacher she didn't know very well smiled and said, "Student Jiang Hui, you are the student who took the longest time to open the door of this dormitory building. I think if you didn't respond just now, Teacher Frost might have rushed in directly." Jiang Hui didn't know how to answer. She couldn't say that she was worried that the person who suddenly visited at this time was a criminal and kidnapped her. Wouldn't that make her seem too worried? She thought about it, and it was true. In a school with a military background, if those rebels could come in and threaten students openly, it would be too rampant. Besides, which criminal would knock on your door so politely before committing a crime? And knock so many times? Jiang Hui thought about it, and felt that she was stupid. Stark did not participate in the conversation. He just looked into the room indifferently. And then his eyes finally fell on the long alloy support frame beside the door. Vigilance is not bad. Jiang Hui was not happy at all after receiving praise from the class teacher, and laughed dryly. Then the teacher explained the purpose of their visit. They came to check the illegal and prohibited items of the freshmen. In fact, the school had issued a notice before the start of the school year, which mentioned the items that students were prohibited from carrying, including some special types of optical computers. A total of more than 1,300 types of prohibited items listed as campus items, which were not allowed to be brought into the school. Once checked, the first violation will be confiscated, and the warning and penalty points will be deducted. If it is repeated, it will be punished. Then on the day of registration, Jianghui received another booklet, which specifically listed prohibited items and hundreds of restricted illegal items, and also reminded them to be sure to deal with them before the official start of school. Jianghui naturally did not bring any of these things. She had only been in the Interstellar for a short time and had not even had the opportunity to come into contact with so many high-tech products. Besides, places like schools, whether in the Interstellar or Blue Planet, have a lot of rules. Just don't bring what you are not allowed to bring. Chapter 76 Testing. If we have to say that the only thing that might be related to illegal items is probably the bag of snacks. Yes, snacks are also illegal items, because some snacks in the interstellar space contain alcohol or pharmaceutical ingredients, and some are even more complex, which will affect mental strength and brain areas. Such snacks are usually restricted from being sold to those who have not fully awakened. But because the market management cannot be so strict, it is still common. To be honest, many of the snacks that Jianghui brought were not recognized by her, so she just took them directly from the apartment. As a result, when she arrived at the school, she was told that snacks were restricted from being brought, and she was too lazy to check and distinguish them, so she ate them all. The inedible ones were put in the recycling machine to exchange for change, so that they were all clean. So Jianghui's dormitory is now very clean, except for books, clothes, and daily necessities. There is nothing else. The accompanying female teacher checked the interior of her dormitory, and another teacher in a lieutenant uniform checked her space button. A series of actions were quickly checked, and the teacher recorded it in the file. They were probably in a hurry to check somewhere else. Several teachers finished the inspection and left quickly, and the dormitory immediately returned to silence. Only Jianghui was left standing at the entrance. Still a little dazed, she scratched her head, and then turned back to the dormitory to find something else to do. What happened tonight did not leave any traces in her mind. But tonight was a mess for many freshmen. All classes held a okay meeting tonight. Many people came back very late, rushing back before the dormitory's door was closed. Some people had not even started to sleep when the inspection was carried out. The next day when Jianghui arrived at the gathering point, she heard many classmates around her talking about the inspection last night. Everyone spoke in a low voice and intermittently, and many of them were unclear. But she could vaguely hear that the incident seemed to be quite a big deal. So did the freshmen or the entire school check the dormitories yesterday? So did the school deliberately choose this time and period? No wonder these students, who seemed to be full of energy yesterday, are now dejected and listless. In fact, who can sleep well after what happened yesterday? Only Jianghui had slept enough in the spiritual space, and did not sleep at night, so he did not feel deeply. The freshmen had just experienced a relaxing and enjoyable meeting, and they may not have calmed down after returning. And then the school teachers came to check for prohibited items. I have to say that it is really full of routines. Then many students were checked for illegal or even prohibited items. Snacks, stimulating instruments, functional high-tech products, special optical computers, and even dangerous weapons. Restricted use drugs. If you want to know how bold these native students are, just flip through their space buttons and you will know. They not only bring regular prohibited and illegal items, but also dare to bring dangerous items that are expressly prohibited by the school. Not to mention those who are lucky. Some people knowingly commit crimes, and even use some concealed space storage tools to hide and cover. But these can't escape the professionally trained sergeants. Which is why these teachers with high military ranks appear in the middle of the night. This inspection can be regarded as the first large-scale inspection at the beginning of the school, and the performance is counted as credits, because they had been warned once before. If they were found out again, they would be warned again, and points would be deducted. In serious cases, the school might directly meet with the parents. This group of freshmen, who had just been immersed in the novelty of the start of school, were immediately hit head-on, and the scene was chaotic for a while. The old students nearby couldn't help but sigh when they heard the familiar movement, and they really were not afraid of tigers. Seeing these younger students, They would think of their naive self back then. Come on, kids. There's more to come. Their discussion didn't last long. Soon, the class teachers and related staff of each class came over. There were a lot of people in the front rows. And there were large groups of freshmen below, filling the entire concentrated area. Soon they were taken to the corresponding testing locations for testing. Jiang Hui found that the students of their military majors were specially separated and taken to a place similar to a large gymnasium. As soon as I entered, I saw white everywhere. I didn't know whether they were medical staff or laboratory staff in white uniforms. They were solemn, and the whole place was quiet. It was quite scary. When we arrived at the venue, each major in class was led to the corresponding venue in order to conduct mental power tests. The order of the test was based on the major, class, and student number. The people who were called walked to the testing machine for testing. This should be a special mental power testing tool. It looks a bit strange. A wide and thick rod stands in the middle, and there is a strange base below. There is some kind of incomprehensible scale and projection screen above the rod. The only thing that can be understood is the scale mark on the top. Moreover, the detection speed of this machine is much faster than the large-scale comprehensive detection machine that Jiang Hui used in the hospital before. She watched the people in front of her go up one by one from behind. After standing for a while, they were tested and went to the teacher to register. Soon it was Jiang Hui's turn. Student, stand directly on the collection machine. Stand straight and look straight ahead. Right, that's it, relax. This is just the wavelength band emitted by the machine, which is to stimulate your mental power to expand. Don't resist it first. At first Jiang Hui didn't feel anything, but soon she felt the radio wave band that the other party mentioned. How to say it? It's a bit strange. A bit like a fork sticking to her cerebral cortex, and then scratching it lightly and repeatedly. She felt very uncomfortable, and the brain area in her skull seemed to be accompanied by some unbearable tingling. Student, relax, you are too nervous. This radio wave will not hurt your brain. Your mental power cannot be tested like this. If you don't expand your mental power, the accuracy of the test will also be reduced. The laboratory staff, who tested her, spoke more gently. But Jiang Hui didn't understand why the other party kept asking her to relax. She felt that she was already very relaxed. And the radio wave band also felt like it penetrated her cerebral cortex. She just didn't know why she was always outside and didn't go in. So she was also confused. She tried several times but failed. The students behind her saw that she was making a lot of noise, and it took a long time. So they couldn't help but discuss it in a low voice. However, Jiang Hui didn't have time to listen to what these people were discussing about her. In order to achieve the relaxed state mentioned by the tester, she almost tried her best and sweated a lot, but still couldn't achieve the test. What's going on? A puzzled voice came. Chapter 77 Therapist from the Medical Department. The visitor was a young man with a gentle appearance and a tall figure, and he was also wearing a white uniform that was quite consistent with the people present. However, the work permit hanging around his neck seemed to be a little different from the staff member who tested her. With a red border, Jiang Hui concentrated to see it clearly. But the other party came over a little too quickly and turned the work permit over in a flash. She only had time to see the 3 words medical department clearly. The staff member who tested Jiang Hui seemed to be relieved when he saw the visitor, and told him about Jiang Hui's situation. The other party looked at the file with a thoughtful look on his face, and then looked at Jiang Hui. Hearing the students in the waiting area talking louder and louder, the new staff member said to Jiang Hui, "Follow me first." Things had developed to the point she least wanted to see. Jiang Hui looked at the students who were talking behind her, and then looked at the machine that could not measure her mental power. In the end, she could only resign herself to following the staff member who should be her superior. Jiang Hui originally wanted to remind the other party that she was now led by the class teacher to come for the test, and the person should still be waiting outside. As a result, the other party turned around and led her directly to the class teacher Stark, and told her about her situation. Stark, like other class teachers, was waiting outside for the students to finish the test, and then each led the team to the corresponding location for training. But this person waited for Jiang Hui, who was let out alone before he came out. He frowned and asked first, "What's going on?" Why did he ask like this? She actually wanted to know what was going on. Jiang Hui thought to himself. The staff member simply said it for her, saying that the child's brain area was a little abnormal, and she needed to be taken to the medical office for a detailed examination. Stark frowned, his eyes showing a trace of extremely slight anxiety, but finally said to Jiang Hui, Come to SI2 area to find me after the test is fine. Then Jiang Hui was taken away in public and taken to the school medical office. On the way, Jiang Hui talked with the staff member and found out that the other party was a practicing therapist in the school medical office. No wonder Stark's class teacher was so confident that he let the other party take her away directly. The other party seemed to be worried that Jiang Hui was too nervous, and occasionally talked to her along the way, all about how the new school was opening. In fact, Jiang Hui was really not very nervous. It was not a big deal, and she didn't do anything guilty. She had encountered even more bizarre things, but being taken away by the school doctor in public was too high profile. She estimated that the students in the whole grade might have seen it. School is a circle. Jiang Hui dared to bet that those people would try their best to find out about her situation, and then make all kinds of guesses and assumptions about what happened to her today. She was not afraid of this. But Jiang Hui was just here to study. It would be too annoying if she was inexplicably involved in some kind of public opinion storm. Jiang Hui couldn't worry about so many things, and could only force herself to forget those messy things and focus on the present things. She also wanted to know what was wrong with her again. The school's medical department was quite large, a bit like the decoration style of a hospital, and there were several rooms separated inside. From her direction, she could see that there were some large and small medical equipment inside. The school doctor first asked Jiang Hui to sit down, then turned around and took out something similar to a VR simulator that covered her head, and put it on her head, which covered her eyes completely. After Jiang Hui put it on, she felt that her eyes, and even the entire environment around her eyes, were exposed to a burst of strong white light, and her brain seemed to react slightly to this strong light instantly. Suddenly, in the white light that she could see, a black shadow rushed out from the center. Jiang Hui instinctively stepped back, but forgot that she was sitting in her seat. Her retreat was actually her whole body leaning back. Jiang Hui felt that someone immediately held her neck with an unquestionable force to stop her from retreating further. With her retreat blocked, Jiang Hui could only watch the black light and shadows strike straight into her forehead. At that moment, the feeling was like thunder and lightning, and many things in the past seemed to float straight past like images, leading bursts of light and shadow. Jiang Hui seemed to be immersed in some kind of indescribable strange state, and the internal strength that had been hidden all this time also unconsciously flowed out. She did not even react when the instrument on her face was taken off, but was just immersed in these bizarre lights and shadows until someone called her softly. Jiang Hui seemed to have completely woken up from a dream, and unconsciously asked in doubt, Student Jiang, do you feel okay? Jiang Hui was shocked to feel that her back was soaked with cold sweat, and her whole body was as if she had just performed extreme high-oxygen exercise. What was that just now? Jiang Hui asked after calming down. The doctor gave her a glass of water, which tasted a little sweet. I don't know what was added to it. After drinking it in one gulp, she felt much more relaxed, and the feeling of her brain being stirred vigorously was also relieved. That is a mental shock frequency converter, which is specially used to test the inner closed brain area. It is indeed a little uncomfortable during use, but don't worry too much. This has a very positive effect on the brain area, and it is also very effective for detecting the inner wall mental area. The other party talked a lot about frequency converters, inner closed brain areas, positive effects, etc. Jiang Hui didn't understand much, but she did understand one thing. That is, her brain area seemed to be a little different from others. Well, she actually knew that it must be different. After all, Jiang Hui's brain was equipped with a mental space that could be realized for 24 hours. This kind of thing is a bizarre thing that has never been heard of in the Blue Star or even in the Interstellar world, and it is completely unscientific. So it is normal that her brain is different from that of ordinary people. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Lu Jin, a therapist in the medical department. Jiang Hui may have heard of my name before. This Jiang Hui really knew. Or it should be said that she knew this name first. Lu Jin. Isn't this the name of Michael's student? The other party had told her before. Jiang Hui, the teacher has told me about you and sent a medical file. I have also roughly analyzed your physical condition before. You should not mind. Right? No mind. What's the point of minding? Speaking of which, the doctor has to spend this time. Michael therapist had also asked for her consent before, and Jiang Hui nodded without thinking much at the time. I didn't expect that this world is so small. She didn't even wait for her to find time to find someone. But she ran into him. And it was on the first day of school. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Chapter 78, Inner Closed Brain. If you really want to say it, this is not a coincidence. Because Liu Jin did have some intention to find this student. Since Liu Jin became a teacher, Michael Healer has rarely contacted him except for annual reports and some large and small gatherings. After all, both sides are very busy with their work, and there is no way to allow them to communicate frequently. Unexpectedly, one day a while ago, he suddenly received a message from his teacher, asking him to take care of an incompletely awakened person who had brain damage, and the other party's brain condition might be different. This is not surprising. Liu Jin has always known that his teacher Michael is a kind-hearted elder. Every year, he will sponsor some children who have difficulty in studying, and he is also willing to help those young and talented students under him. Liu Jin is one of them, and he is also a student that Michael Healer likes and is very satisfied with. He is currently being transferred to the permanent star system, which can be regarded as grassroots training. In the future, when his qualifications and experience are improved, he will still return to the central star area. Unexpectedly, teacher Michael specifically told him that this child with a high awakening level had an unusual awakening situation, and then accidentally experienced a brain injury, and now has gradually recovered its functions. But Michael was worried that the other party would have some other symptoms during the recovery process, and wanted to ask Liu Jin to find time to check for her again. Liu Jin originally planned to find the final test data according to the student list and roughly compare them. After all, this is the school's public inspection. It is not good to make such a fuss, and it is not good for the student himself. Unexpectedly, he ran into that child while patrolling casually, and the child seemed to have encountered a small problem that was difficult to solve. He saw this. It seemed that the teacher was most worried about it, so he immediately took the person back to the medical department. Liu Jin was the general person in charge of the school for this test, in addition to coordinating the entire test site and collecting the test data and information of all students. He naturally also dealt with some small problems encountered during the test. But in the past, there were rarely problems, because this was just an instrument used for the entrance test of an intermediate college, and the accuracy was average. It was rare to find unusual problems, and Jiang Hui's case was the first one today. So regardless of whether this person was Jiang Hui or not, Liu Jin had to bring him to the medical department. No matter how much testing and training, it was far less important than the physical condition of those who were not fully awakened, and the school could still understand this. As a result, the problem was found out after this check. The brain area of a normal person, regardless of strength or weakness, is generally in a state of balance, and it is relatively easy to retract and release. But there are also people whose brain areas are imbalanced due to congenital factors or acquired stimulation, forming an inward closed brain area or an outward opening brain area. As the name implies, the power is closed inward, and the power is released outward. Jiang Hui is obviously the former. Her mental power begins to tend to be inward, almost not overflowing, and is compressed in the brain area. It requires a specific method or more effort than ordinary people to release it. Apart from this feature, there is nothing unusual about the other characteristics. This situation has some advantages, but also many disadvantages for people engaged in high-level mental power professions. After all, under normal circumstances, mental power cannot be freely released and retracted, and releasing mental power requires an extra step. In any case, it is a big limitation for high-level awakeners. However, if Jiang Hui is engaged in a certain profession that requires high mental power, this closed mental power will not only not become an obstacle for her, but will also allow her to have more precise operation in mental power operation. And this kind of power will often burst out with stronger and more concentrated power. But no matter which one, this inner wall brain area is a variation of the normal brain area, which can be regarded as an abnormal situation. Generally, people with conditions will find ways to treat it. When it comes to professional, Liu Jin can't stop, and he talks endlessly. When he finished speaking, Jiang Hui's eyes were almost rolled up like mosquito coils. She seemed to understand, and seemed to have not understood a lot. The Liu therapist also realized that he seemed to be a little too excited, and hurriedly apologized, and then did several tests on Jiang Hui, and finally concluded that her brain area did show the symptoms of an inward closed brain area, and the degree seemed to be quite high, which had a subtle impact on her mental power output. So the normal intermediate machine could not detect her mental power. Jiang Hui listened to the other party's simple explanation silently, and finally asked, "May I ask what is my current mental power identification level?" A level. The current peak readings of all machines are above a level, and the highest reading should be the mental power oscillation inverter at the beginning, which is close to a plus level. Oh! Fortunately, the level has not changed for the time being. Jiang Hui just heard a lot, and was afraid that the other party would tell her that her mental power was actually a higher level. And it was only because of this so-called inward closed brain area that the readings were read lower. Now it seems that her so-called inner closure is just a state of the brain. Therapist Lu seemed to have read her mind, and said helplessly, "There are no high-precision measuring instruments here in the secondary school. If you want to test accurately, you probably have to go to places with high-precision measuring instruments to test clearly. But in your case, there shouldn't be a big difference between the actual level and the reading, because there was a measurement of high and low peak wavelengths just now. Your mental power changes are still very normal, and even the output-input frequency is a bit too regular, which does not meet the abnormal standard. So even if your actual mental power is different from the reading, it won't be too different. It's just that this inner closed brain may affect the speed and intensity of Jiang Hui's mental power." The other party told her that if she didn't want to affect the future Mecca operation, in addition to treatment, she might need to deliberately train in this aspect. If trained well, the inner closed brain can also bring additional advantages in sensory accuracy. Even if this kind of precision sense is cured, it will remain in her brain and become a kind of expansion ability for her. There was another thing Lu Jin didn't tell the child. According to his years of experience as a doctor, if Jiang Hui awakens 3 times, she will definitely be S-level if nothing unexpected happens. She can't escape from working in a profession that requires high mental strength. She really needs to deal with this problem. Jiang Hui was about to ask something when she heard footsteps at the door. Both people in the room turned their heads to look, because the door was not open. They could see the person coming directly. The other person pursed his lips and asked, "Excuse me, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in her situation?" It was Stark's class teacher. Jiang Hui stood up instinctively. Why did the other party come here? And it seemed that he had heard a lot of content. Chapter 79 Dan? Tang! Jiang Hui was finally taken away by Stark, the class teacher. The other party asked Lu Jin many questions in a row, and even seemed more nervous than Jiang Hui himself. Lu Jin did not ask more questions. He explained to Stark in more detail, and even made Jiang Hui have the illusion that he was the real boss. Finally, Lu Jin took Jiang Hui's report and said that he would send it to the Public Security and Inspection District to avoid affecting the filing. He told Jiang Hui that he would go to the medical department for examination when he had time in the future to see how to treat it, and then left. Only Stark and Jiang Hui were left. The other party had always been so serious, and even his smile seemed to be restrained. But the almost depressing atmosphere at the moment really made Jiang Hui a little nervous, and she couldn't understand why this person was so nervous about her affairs. The other party didn't seem to be such a meticulous person. Jiang Hui followed the other person for a while, and suddenly the person in front stopped and said, "Your father was the same as you." Jiang Hui was stunned. This is her father, the original body's father? Does Stark know the original body's father? It's normal that you don't recognize me. I only saw you once when you were 1 month old. I didn't expect to see you again for more than 10 years. And the idiot who smiled and showed off his child back then is gone. Stark couldn't help but adjust his hat. The veins on his hands were exposed, but his shoulders were still straight. The friend of the original body's father, Jiang Hui, friend. Jiang Hui suddenly remembered the marching record book, which seemed to have repeatedly mentioned a comrade named Dan, and they seemed to have a good relationship. And the class teacher is called Tang Stark. It can't be the same person, right? The more Jiang Hui thought about it, the more he felt itchy. So he couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Dan?" Stark's hand on the brim of his hat paused, and finally couldn't help but turn around and said, "You should call me Uncle Tang. Your stupid father has been calling me wrong for so many years, and he can't even pronounce a name properly. And now he has also led you astray." Jiang Hui was stunned by the scolding. She was just trying it out, but it turned out to be true. And this is the name written by Zhang's father. She doesn't know if it's wrong, but now she finally knows that class teacher Stark and Zhang's father are old acquaintances. That is, the comrade Dan, or should I say Tang, who appeared repeatedly in the marching record book. After leaving Lu Jin, Jianghui once again sighed that the world is really small, and turned around and ran into an old friend of the original body's parents. Although even the original body had only seen the other party once during the full moon. Okay, I'll settle your account later. You should go to training now. You've been delayed for too long. After exposing this relationship, Stark seemed to be less polite to Jianghui, more casual but also more severe, which made Jianghui tense up. Also, you should call me Teacher Stark or class teacher at school. The other party seemed to be merciless. So, does this mean that you should call me uncle when you are not in school? After that, Jianghui never got a response from Uncle Tang again. The other party hurriedly took her through many areas of the campus, and finally came to the training ground belonging to class 89,983-2. The people there had been waiting for a long time. But in fact, they couldn't be said to be waiting. Class teacher Stark arranged for the students to stand in a fixed military posture. As for whether or not they were lazy, we will know now. Stark's class teacher left Jianghui aside, and then began to flip through the video records, calling out more than a dozen names in a row. Many of the people whose names were called immediately showed a look of surprise and guilt. These were the people who secretly moved their hands and feet when standing at attention just now. Even those who only moved their fingers slightly were caught. And none of them were left out. No matter how big or small the movement is, you will run 10 more laps if you move once just now. If you move more than 5 times, you will double it on this basis. You can decide how much you want. But if you run less, you know it in your heart. I think there is no need to emphasize it again. This playground must be at least 2 kilometers long. 10 laps is 20 kilometers. 50 laps double is 200 kilometers. This is the rhythm of running to death. The playground of an ordinary elementary school is also 200 meters. And the running standard is about 20 to 30 kilometers in total. Students who can run 50 kilometers are already training to death. The people present never thought that 50 kilometers might just be the beginning of this intermediate college. They could not imagine how strict it would be in the future. Therefore, even though they were afraid of Stark, the class teacher, they could not help but protest in a low voice. Is 200 kilometers possible for a human? I didn't move just now. It was just that something fell down and blinded my eyes. So I was dazed by instinct. I won't die after running. Right? My parents sent me to school to learn how to operate a Mecca. Not to run in circles. Brother, you can speak louder. What are you doing? Aren't you torturing us on purpose? Then dare you speak a little more quietly? The students who violated the rules were very dissatisfied with this decision. They talked about it, and said all kinds of things. Seeing that Stark didn't say anything, they became more and more aggressive, and their voices were slightly louder. From Jianghui's perspective, she was stiff and dared not move, because she saw Stark's hands clenched into fists behind his back, veins bulging, and his mood was not as calm as he looked on the surface. Do these people really want to continue talking? Are they crazy to go against the teacher like this? Then may I ask if I asked you to move? What did I say when I walked away just now? Didn't you think I couldn't see it, so you disobeyed orders and moved around at will? Now that you have been discovered, you should pay the price. There is nothing to say. I have a lot of opinions about what you said. Everyone froze for a moment. Not because of Stark's innocuous words, but because the other party put one hand behind his back and looked down at them. A sense of killing that could only be experienced in the rain of bullets on the battlefield rushed towards everyone. This time it was unreserved, and not the reserved warning feeling before. I said that if you want to study in my class, you must follow my rules. If any of you have any opinions or dissatisfaction, you can pack up and get out of here immediately. As for whether you can find another class to accept you, that is your own business. Anyway, if you don't want to do it, don't disturb other students here. The cold and hard words came down, and all the students in class 2 couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This time it was not the previous tentative attitude with a fluke, but a real awe, because at that moment, they really felt from this class teacher an extreme murderous intent that could only be bred in blood. Tears and gunpowder. Chapter 80 Hungry. After that, Stark simply ignored these daring brats, and turned to the remaining students, who were frightened by the noise and dared not move. He asked them to sit on the ground and rest for 15 minutes. Then it was time to deal with Jianghui. Jianghui was very sensitive. From her brief experience with Stark's class teacher, she knew that he was a person who valued rules and pursued fairness and justice. although Jiang Hui was taken away from the testing site due to force majeure and could not be avoided, because she did not know that she had become a so-called closed brain. But she was indeed absent during this period, and she did not know whether she had delayed everyone's time. But with Stark's class teacher's style, she probably could not return to the team to train as if nothing had happened. Maybe you will get involved with that group of people over there? It seems that you already know my style very well. Just know it. Go ahead. Run as much as you can according to the standard of 100 kilometers. But don't let me know that you are lazy. Don't worry. If any of you faints, I will take you back safely. And I won't let you sleep outside for a night. Jiang Hui. What can she do? Of course she can only accept it. She doesn't want to challenge this Spartan instructor. She always thinks the result will be terrible. God. 100 kilometers, not 100 meters? In Jiang Hui's life on Blue Star, she might not even win 1,000 meters. She would be out of breath after running 800 meters. It is hard to imagine that she is going to challenge 100 kilometers now, which is 100 times more. This won't be her final destination in the Interstellar War. Right? Helplessly, the bunch of stubborn people who were beaten into submission also resigned themselves to the running track next to them. Jiang Hui had no choice but to go, leaving only the more than 10 obedient lucky ones trembling on the spot. Although they seemed to have passed this level by luck, they all felt a bad premonition after seeing the style of this Stark class teacher. Looking at the group of students who were preparing to run dozens of kilometers with their heads down, they did not feel any gloating, but instead felt a sense of grief for the death of the rabbit. Then the first day of military training. Everyone spent it in various silent wails. And this was only the first day. Sure enough, even with Jiang Hui's current interstellar physique, she fainted on the spot without running more than 20 kilometers and 20 laps without any foundation. When she woke up, she was already being treated in the medical tent built by the school for freshmen. The school set up small beds for the students so that these poor fainted children would not lie on the ground. There were so many people lying densely here that Jiang Hui felt a little numb. Could these people have fainted from the training? The intensity of this military training was a bit too high. Seeing her wake up, a medical staff lady immediately came over with a cart and quickly measured her physical data and forced her to drink a large cup of saltwater tea to replenish her energy, so as to quickly replenish the water and energy she lost during the training. My classmate, the bell has just rung, and the military training is over. The class leaders have notified that the students in the medical tent do not need to return to the original venue to report. Go back and have a good rest and eat a full meal, and report to the venue on time tomorrow. It seems quite humane, but Jiang Hui was not happy at all. What else would be waiting for her tomorrow? Would she have to finish the remaining 80 kilometers? If so, she would rather die. Classmate, are you feeling okay? Do you need some more medicine to replenish your physical strength? Your face seems a little pale. She was scared pale. Jiang Hui shook her head and said it was nothing. Just a little hungry. The gentle female medical staff breathed a sigh of relief and said to Jiang Hui with a smile, "Then you should go to the canteen to eat quickly. There will be no dishes if it's late. Eat well. Your physical strength index is a little behind." She looked at the data on Jiang Hui's report and gave her a quick-acting physical strength replenishment liquid. Seeing that the people in the medical tent were waking up one after another, Jiang Hui also felt that it was better to go to the canteen to eat now. After all, I would rather die of starvation. Right? Thinking of this, she immediately stood up, tidied herself up, and rushed to the canteen. Jiang Hui, who was always a bit picky about food at night, couldn't help but order 2 meals, which cost her double the meal fee. While eating, she couldn't help thinking, if the amount of food and the cost were the same in the future, she shouldn't go broke eating herself. Right? She ran for a whole day and was exhausted on the way back. Her hands and feet didn't seem to belong to her, except that her mind was still a little clear. She wanted to rush back to her comfortable big bed and have a good sleep. It's a pity that the journey back was long. Jiang Hui finally experienced the pain of the dormitory being so far away from the teaching area. It won't always be like this in the future. Right? Finally, she returned to the dormitory just after it got dark. Some people say that it's only 6 o'clock when it gets dark, so it doesn't take long. However, the military training get out of class ended at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which means that she had to toss and turn for nearly 2 hours before returning to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Hui set a few enhanced alarm clocks for herself to prevent herself from really sleeping through the 24 hours. But misfortunes never come singly. And what you fear will come true. She finally slept enough. And when she woke up, she almost had stars in her eyes. And she was so hungry that she fainted. How long had she slept? Couldn't it be more than 10 days? How could she be so hungry? She felt like she was starving to death. And the lower part of her stomach didn't feel like her own. Jianghui lost some of her ability to think. And subconsciously wanted to get up and run to the kitchen. She didn't think about whether she was at home on the fourth ring of the Interstellar. Or in the school dormitory. Or in the spiritual space, whether there was a kitchen here. She just wanted to grab something edible to fill her stomach. Then, perhaps because she was too hungry, Jianghui felt that her legs and feet were weak. The light and shadow in front of her eyes flickered. And she lost her sense of distance. She walked a few steps and fell down again. Because of the hunger that was about to drive her to death. She climbed up and moved a few steps. Finally, she felt that she had crawled to a slightly familiar place. Fortunately, her instinctive consciousness was also very familiar with this place. Following her instinct, she opened it and pulled out a bag of unknown things. With a sizzle, the things inside and the fragrant smell scattered all at once. The tempting smell penetrated her nose, hooking her stomach more and more painful. And then she picked up a handful from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. Cool. It tastes so good. Jianghui stuffed 4 or 5 handfuls into her mouth. And the terrible feeling of seeing stars finally dissipated a little. But the whole person still looked very weak. I'm still so hungry.